Chapter 350, Identical Handwriting. The girl, dressed in casual attire, appeared markedly haggard, as if a multitude of grievances weighed heavily upon her heart. After pulling me into the room, she sat alone at the edge of the bed. Ever since I accepted her commission, I had refrained from seeking her out, perhaps leading her to believe that I had abandoned her cause. I could empathize with that sentiment, investing all one's hopes only to receive no recompense in return. Seated beside her on the neatly spread pale pink sheets, the soft mattress still bore the lingering scent of youth. I shifted my body closer to where Xia Qingzhi sat, halting only when our shoulders touched. Turning to gaze at her, I noted her height of 1.65 meters, yet she seemed far more fragile than I had imagined. Her shoulders trembled instinctively at my proximity. She yearned to distance herself, yet felt no justification to do so, caught in an indescribable conflict within. In truth, I had intended to seek you out. Fixing my gaze upon Xia Qingzhi's somewhat pallid countenance, I recalled that she was only the second person, apart from myself, to be aware of the existence of the underworld show. She could be considered my guide. Without her, I might never have become a host in that realm and would likely be nothing more than a mere proprietor of an adult establishment, languishing in obscurity. Xia Qingzhi's shoulders quaked more violently as she struggled to maintain her composure. I have perused your diary. You must know that I tend to venture out in the dead of night from time to time, correct? I sighed deeply, recalling the moments you witnessed my utter disarray, my exhaustion threatening to overwhelm me, and the sight of my bloodied garments, stained red with wounds. Beneath my feet lay a mire of flesh and blood, while behind me lurked ghastly, eerie spirits. At times, I could scarcely believe my own shadow. I could only gaze at the crescent moon overhead, feeling the searing pain that affirmed my existence. I found myself with no alternatives, merely struggling against the tide of despair. Your brother has vanished. Yet there are still those who remember him. If one day I were to disappear, this world would bear no trace of my existence. I was astonished at my own candidness with Xia Qingzhi. Perhaps the burdens of the underworld show had festered within me for too long, prompting a desire to confide in someone. The girl seemed to grasp the gravity of my words, and the room fell into an unexpected silence. After more than a minute, her shoulders ceased to tremble, resting steadily against me, and I could faintly hear the sound of her suppressed sobs. I was terrified when I saw your wanted notice on television that day. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Police cars swarmed the vicinity. From Xia Qingzhi's words, I discerned her concern and fear, and I understood her feelings well. While I was surrounded by trustworthy companions such as Lu Xiazi, Ergo, and Tai Ningxiang, she had only me to rely upon. Do not worry, those days are behind us. After a month of investigation, I have made new progress regarding your brother's case. I turned my head to glance at the door, suspecting that Xia Qingzhi's parents were eavesdropping, and signaled for her to remain silent. I retrieved paper and pen from the table, writing, "Your brother is likely not dead. I have uncovered some information about him from a particular source." From my inner pocket, I produced a piece of paper money, ensuring that Xia Qingzhi did not touch it, fearing she might taint herself with something unclean. Look at the back of this. Can you discern whose handwriting this is? Save me, Xia Qi, save me. The 6 characters inscribed on the back of the paper money bore no punctuation, and their meanings could shift dramatically depending on how one chose to segment them. This note may have been pinned by Xia Qi to someone else, or conversely, by another individual for Xia Qi. However, regardless of the interpretation, it undeniably establishes a connection between the paper money and Xia Qi. After observing the crooked, seemingly blind strokes of the characters on the paper money for an extended moment, Xia Qingzhi finally raised her head, her expression peculiar, which made me feel quite anxious. Do you recognize these characters? Quickly tell me who wrote them. Xia Qingzhi seized the pen from my hand and, using her left hand, began to inscribe something in her textbook. I leaned closer, expecting her to write a specific name, but to my astonishment, she meticulously replicated the 6 characters from the paper money. Save me, Xia Qi, save me. The identical 6 characters, rendered in the same handwriting. Did you write these 6 characters? I could hardly believe that the script on the paper money matched Xia Qingzhi's handwriting perfectly. It was a hasty scrawl, yet adorned with a hint of elegance, completed in a remarkably brief span of time. The pen slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, I distanced myself from Xia Qingzhi, positioning myself on the opposite side of the room, vigilantly observing her. My caution was not unwarranted. Anyone intertwined with the underworld spectacle should never be underestimated. This enigmatic organization is terrifying. You must listen to me, Xia Qingzhi exclaimed, startled by my reaction. Rubbing her swollen eyes. These characters are identical to those I write with my left hand, but I have never inscribed such a phrase on the paper money. I assure you. Xia Qingzhi's tone was resolute. She had no reason to deceive me. I narrowed my eyes, meticulously scrutinizing the girl before me. Under the heat of my gaze, her face flushed, yet she made no effort to conceal it. Rather, she stood tall. This bashful girl, in every aspect, seemed far removed from the underworld spectacle. So why did the individual in room 443, wearing a paper mask, discard this paper money at the last moment? The question perplexed me, conjuring a multitude of hypotheses. Was he Xia Qi, fearing exposure, who used his sister's handwriting? Did the individuals within the room recognize both Xia Qingzhi and Xia Qi, and thus utilize Xia Qingzhi's script to lure Xia Qi into a trap? It was also conceivable that the person confined in room 443 was the true Xia Qingzhi, and the girl before me was an imposter. The deeper I delved into these thoughts, the more I felt an icy dread enveloping me, as if my body were sinking into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. The suffocating darkness threatening to suffocate me. Sensing my unease, the girl hurriedly approached my side, hesitating briefly before grasping my wrist. Though the characters on the paper resemble mine, I assure you, they are not my own. If I wished to deceive you, I would have had no need to write those 6 characters before you using my left hand. Xia Qingzhi's reasoning held some merit. If she truly sought to mislead me, she could simply have claimed ignorance, without the need to deliberately display them. Nodding, I allowed my taut nerves to relax. Your brother's situation is exceedingly complex. I am still investigating, and uncovering the truth will require time. And remember, no matter the circumstances, never lose hope, even if one day I vanish without a trace. After uttering these words, I pocketed the paper money and prepared to depart, yet her grip on my hand tightened, thwarting my attempts to extricate myself. Is there something else? I inquired. It seemed the girl had finally reached a decision. When you go out next time, could you take me with you? I promise not to cause you any trouble. No. I resolutely shook my head, insisting that with you, both of us might perish. Releasing Xia Qingzhi's hand, I stepped away. Upon opening the door, I indeed found Xia Qingzhi's parents standing awkwardly at the threshold. Uncle, Aunt, your timing is impeccable. There are matters that warrant our discussion. Summoning Xia Qingzhi, the 4 of us settled in the living room, the atmosphere laden with tension. What is there to discuss? There is a 6 or 7 year age gap between you two. I cannot possibly agree. Xia Qingzhi's mother was the first to shatter the silence. Her words causing Xia Qingzhi's face to flush crimson as she stamped her foot in distress. I shared her mother's sentiment, expressing that Qingzhi was far too young and frequently visited adult establishments. How would she face the world? If your feelings are genuine, grant each other some time. Let us revisit this once Qingzhi graduates from university. Xia's father, maintaining a relatively calm demeanor, interjected. Dear parents, you are gravely mistaken. My gaze sharpened as I fixed it upon the steam rising from the teacup. Do you not possess even the faintest recollection? Have you not sensed the absence of another presence in your lives? What do you mean? After deceiving my daughter, do you now seek to dupe us? Xia Qingzhi's mother scoffed, her intentions to expel me evident, had Xia's father not restrained her. I do not wish to deceive you. Rather, I aim to assist Xia Qingzhi in demonstrating that there indeed existed another individual within your family. Chapter 351. Unless he is deceased, Xia Qingzhi's parents had likely deemed me a madman. Even the usually rational Xia's father furrowed his brow, discreetly moving a fruit knife away from the platter. You claim that another person exists in our home? How could that be? Xia's father intervened, preventing his impulsive wife from reacting, his phone in hand, signaling a readiness to call the authorities. From my very first visit, I sensed something was amiss in your household. Observing the cups upon the coffee table, I noted that there are only 3 of you. Why, then, is there a habitual 4th teacup? The parents had anticipated revelations of monumental significance, yet I merely highlighted the peculiar number of cups. A jest. We simply prefer to have a certain number. It signifies nothing. The number of teacups is merely one of the myriad habits of your life, I asserted, rising to my feet. May I see that room? The one designated as a storage space? Suit yourself. I understood that this storeroom was once Xia Qi's bedroom, containing a mishmash of belongings. A bed, books, a basketball, toys, but conspicuously absent were any signs, names, or photographs of Xia Qi. This room had undoubtedly housed a boy who had lived there for an extended period. Indeed. We do have a relative. Their child stayed with us for convenience while attending school, but after they moved abroad, this room became vacant. Xia Qingzhi's parents appeared to possess altered memories, perhaps fabricated by their minds in response to some intense stimulus, crafting a plausible narrative to explain away the situation. A relative's child? Abroad? Given that he resided with you for such a length of time, you must surely be familiar with his name, interests, and appearance. Could you share some details about him? To erase a person entirely without leaving a trace is nearly impossible. The child named Zhangqi attends Xinhu High School. During a conversation with Xia Qing's parents, a name emerged, one entirely unfamiliar yet astonishingly vivid, crafted from the depths of imagination yet resonating with an eerie authenticity. The logic was flawless, and even I found myself momentarily swayed by its allure. As the hem of my clothing was tugged, I turned to find Xia Qing's wide eyes fixed upon me. She leaned closer, whispering that the individual her parents spoke of was, in fact, her brother, who they had now chosen to regard as a relative's child, fabricating a story of his disappearance as an excuse for his departure abroad. Before Xia Qing could finish her sentence, her mother, who had been lost in thought, suddenly cried out, clutching her temples, and collapsed backward. Xia Qing and her father hastily assisted her onto the sofa. Despite the autumn chill settling in, Xia Qing's mother was drenched in sweat, her pallor stark, her head seemingly pierced by needles of pain. "May I have a look?" I inquired, but Xia Qing's father rebuked me, his demeanor having shifted dramatically from earlier. He now seemed like a different person. Pondering this transformation, I suppressed my irritation, murmuring an apology before turning away. Standing at the stairway, I lit a cigarette, replaying the earlier scene in my mind. "I'm sorry for the trouble," I thought, when shortly after, Xia Qing dashed down from upstairs. Exhaling a plume of smoke, I asked, "How is your mother? Has she experienced anything like this before?" "Never. My mother has always been in excellent health," she replied. "It's not heatstroke, elevated blood pressure, or any other physical ailment, yet she suddenly feels as though her brain is being pricked by needles. It seems the underworld is at play, resorting to unscrupulous means to veil their secrets." I hesitated to probe further, fearing that uncovering certain truths might inflict even greater anguish upon Xia Qing's parents. For the time being, refrain from wandering about. I will investigate your brother's situation. I believe he is not dead, merely hidden away. Xia Qing nodded obediently. By the way, I recalled something when my mother mentioned Xinhu High School. My brother's recruitment flyer for the show seemed to have originated from one of his classmates. A classmate? I felt a jolt of realization. This was a crucial lead. Yes, this individual was his deskmate while attending Xinhu High School. I don't know their name or appearance, but I can assure you this person truly exists. Zhangqi's deskmate. A classmate of a vanished individual? The one who led Zhangqi into the underworld spectacle. A line of thought began to crystallize in my mind. Over the past 5 years, there should have been 3 hosts of the underworld show in Jiangqing. The first, 5 years ago, was the one whom the Yuan Qin deity had revealed to me in a dream. He had thwarted the plans of the two-faced Buddha but tragically failed his mission. Fortunately, through a twist of fate, I had unwittingly assisted him. The second host was likely Zhangqi's predecessor, who might have garnered 1,000 points or discovered a method of substitution for their life. In any case, this person had lured Zhangqi into becoming the new host, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Zhangqi remains the most enigmatic of the 3 hosts. He vanished before completing his assessment tasks, presumably erased from existence. And I, inexplicably, had become the 3rd host of the underworld spectacle in Jiangqing. I must have encountered Zhangqi before. A powerful intuition stirred within me, though I could not articulate the reason behind it. Xia Qi disappeared just a week after becoming a host in the underworld show. What experiences did he encounter in such a brief period? Is he alive or dead now? The underworld show is a terrifying behemoth, far more daunting than the dual-faced Buddha, and I do not intend to confront it. Please return. Do not seek me out again, for my surroundings are perilous. Once I have made progress, I shall reach out to you. Having conveyed this, I returned to Tingtang Road. Gathering all the alchemical formulas into my possession, and accompanied by Bai Qi and Wang Yu, I proceeded to Qianding Pharmaceutical. I called Secretary Zhang, who personally descended to escort Wang Yu and me to the company conference room. Along the way, many employees were drawn to our unusual trio. Secretary Zhang, impeccably dressed in a suit, exemplified a corporate elite, while I, cradling Wang Yu and guiding Bai Qi, appeared decidedly incongruous. Director Huang is inside. Please wait. I stood outside the conference room, where a heated debate ensued, particularly marked by the voices of a man and a woman. Shortly thereafter, the conference room door swung open, and several flushed and agitated board members emerged. Upon noticing my presence, they cleared their throats and adjusted their ties before departing awkwardly. I gently knocked on the door and instructed Bai Qi to remain outside while I entered, holding Wang Yu close. Inside the spacious conference room, a father and daughter were still embroiled in their argument, the man being Huang Buiyuan and the woman Huang Lan. Excuse me for interrupting. I pressed an alchemical formula onto the table, prompting them to halt their dispute and acknowledge my presence. Gao Jian, when did you arrive? Huang Buiyuan inquired. Congratulations on your acquittal. Thanks to you, Jiangjin Real Estate's market value has diminished, and Qianding Pharmaceutical is subtly gaining momentum beyond it. The father-daughter duo, who had been fervently arguing moments before, instantly transformed their expressions, a shift so rapid it was astonishing. I released Wang Yu's hand, holding it tenderly as I declared, I am here to discuss matters concerning the Jiang family with both of you. What about the Jiang family? What do you wish to discuss? I scanned Huang Buiyuan and Huang Lan. The ambition in their eyes was unmistakable. In a city like Jiangqing, two major conglomerates vying for a slice of the pie would only result in further diminishment. Have you ever considered completely dismantling the Jiangjin group? To claim the throne of Jiangqing for yourselves. To hold a grudge and not repay it is unchivalrous. I harbor no fondness for the Jiang family. Now is the perfect moment to strike when they are at their weakest. We must seize this opportunity to bring them down. Huang Lan exhibited a clear flicker of interest. Yet Huang Buiyuan shook his head. Targeting the Jiang family is no easy feat. You young people are unaware of their terrifying might. Nor do you comprehend the cunning of Jiang Detao. Director Huang, having ascended step by step over the past 20 years, was acutely aware of the monumental changes in Jiangqing. I do not intend to elevate Jiang Detao's status. He is indeed exceptional. If not for my involvement in the pharmaceutical industry, devoid of any conflict of interest with him, I might have been crushed in the bud. I support the notion of targeting the Jiang family, but success is only attainable if he is eliminated. Chapter 352. Selling the alchemical formula. Director Huang's message was crystal clear. He did not believe that my alliance with Qianding Pharmaceutical would suffice to topple the Jiang family stronghold. Our differing positions dictated our perspectives. He was well aware of Jiang Detao's formidable nature. For the past 20 years, the shifting tides in Jiangqing have been orchestrated by unseen hands. I suspect that individual is none other than Jiang Detao, or at the very least, intricately connected to him. Huang Buiyuan spoke with great caution. The fierce competition between the two major conglomerates allowed no room for carelessness. I have witnessed firsthand the gradual ascent of the Jiang family over the span of 2 decades, evolving into a premier real estate company with far-reaching influence across multiple cities in South China. In their moments of vulnerability, when they were still fledgling, there were indeed adversaries who sought to challenge them. Yet, those who stood against the Jiang family invariably encountered various calamities. Some say that the ancestral home of the Jiang family sits atop a dragon vein, destined to transform into a dragon in this generation. Others speculate that the Jiang family serves as the proxy for a certain formidable figure, rendering them untouchable. However, the most prevalent rumor suggests that an elusive sect supports the Jiang family, ruthless in their methods and unyielding in their objectives. Any attempts to undermine the Jiang family would evoke terrifying retribution. Huang Buiyuan sipped the now lukewarm tea and acknowledged that each of these 3 theories could hold truth. If we, at Qianding Pharmaceuticals, wish to dismantle Jiangjin Real Estate, we must be prepared for any of these possibilities. I have conducted an investigation, and I fear that all 3 of your conjectures may indeed be accurate. At this juncture, I grew somber. While the Jiang family's ancestral home may not lie directly atop the dragon vein, their company, Century Xinyuan, is constructed upon it, with 3 towering buildings imposing their dominance over Jiang City, thus propelling the company to a dragon-like ascent. The feng shui of Jiang City is effectively monopolized by the Jiang family. I had heard this before. Huang Buiyuan nodded, encouraging me to continue. The second rumor, that the Jiang family has powerful backing, also appears to hold merit. On the night I was wanted, an A-level warrant was disseminated throughout Jiang City and surrounding counties within 8 hours of the incident. The Jiang family deployed a substantial number of armed police to assist in the search, and during the trial, local law firms were intimidated into silence, leaving no one willing to defend me. Such actions seem beyond the capacity of a mere conglomerate. I am 60% certain that a significant figure supports the Jiang family. Their relentless pursuit of me is likely not merely due to Jianglong's death, but rather because he possessed knowledge of deeply hidden secrets about the Jiang family. Secrets they fear might be exposed, prompting them to eliminate me. Moreover, the greatest secret Jianglong possessed is likely linked to the third rumor circulating, that a hidden sect operates behind the Jiang family. Through my investigations over the past weeks, I have become increasingly convinced of the sect's existence, and it is indeed a thoroughly nefarious one. Engaging in dark practices such as using infant spirits and cadavers for their sinister rituals, wielding formidable powers. Having shared these revelations, I paused briefly to gauge Huang Buiyuan's reaction. His expression remained inscrutable, revealing little of his thoughts. I felt it imperative to be transparent with him. The Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Rather than have Huang Buiyuan regret his decisions later, I resolved to disclose the true situation of the Jiang family. This is their moment of greatest weakness. Yet even a starving camel is larger than a horse. Huang Buiyuan, the cunning old fox, surely understands this better than I do. I sensed an opportunity that should not be squandered. It is indeed a chance we cannot afford to overlook, spoke Huang Lan, her eyes shimmering like stars. Jiang City holds a unique position, connecting Central and South China. If we aspire to expand into other sectors and grow stronger, clashes with the Jiang family are inevitable. Furthermore, I believe that the wealth accumulated by the Jiang family is even more enticing than the title of the foremost conglomerate in Jiang City. What I articulated were the potential risks of engaging in conflict with the Jiang family, while Huang Lan emphasized the immense benefits that could be reaped should we succeed in toppling them. Huang Buiyuan rotated the teacup in his hand, pondering the gravity of business warfare. I sensed a flicker of desire within him. After over 20 years in the shadows, anyone with a modicum of ambition would not wish to squander this opportunity. It was time to stoke the flames further. With a subtle smile, I revealed the precious formula I had been concealing. Director Huang, I possess a highly valuable elixir formula, and I wish to deepen our collaboration. Sell a formula? Huang Buiyuan chuckled incredulously. 2 decades prior, he had built his fortune on the sale of such formulas. Now, mere ordinary recipes held no allure for him. Friendship is one thing, but business is another. He scrutinized the formula I offered, and his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. The fundamental nourishing elixir? You are well versed in traditional medicine and familiar with various herbs. This claim seems rather exaggerated. To reverse aging and defy the elements? If such feats were indeed achievable, we would be speaking of divine concoctions. Huang Buiyuan returned the formula to me, displaying little interest. How can one ascertain the validity of your claims without testing the efficacy? I countered. Your subordinates can conduct an experiment based on my specified ratios to produce a completed elixir. Are you certain? A glimmer of skepticism flickered in Huang's eyes. Are you not concerned that we might surreptitiously record the ingredients and appropriate your formula? With a light-hearted smile, I retorted, I am confident in presenting this formula, which indicates it holds little significance to me. Consider the previous Tongxian wine. I possess numerous similar recipes. Backed by the underworld showcase, even rudimentary formulas require minimal credentials, and I am certainly entitled to assert this. Upon mentioning Tongxian wine, Huang Buiyuan hesitated no longer, instructing his team to test the formula. If this elixir possesses the miraculous qualities you claim, my Qianding Pharmaceutical will wholeheartedly collaborate with you. I remained silent, awaiting the results of the experiment. Approximately 2 hours later, Secretary Zhang and a staff member rushed in, the latter carrying a transparent glass bowl topped with a lid. What is the outcome? Are there any side effects? Huang Buiyuan and Huang Lan inquired with curiosity, while I glanced at the staff member's identification, noting he was the director of the new drug development center. Director Huang, there are issues with this elixir, the staff member exclaimed, placing the glass bowl on Huang Buiyuan's desk. His intense reaction caused me to furrow my brow. Surely, the products from the underworld showcase were all exceptional. Was there an unspoken rule that such concoctions could not be revealed to the public? As I pondered this, the staff member lifted the lid, releasing a faint herbal fragrance into the air. After over a decade in pharmaceuticals, I was astounded to discover that a successfully brewed traditional medicine could be both non-bitter and aromatic. Breathing in the scent, I was taken aback. I had previously concocted the fundamental nourishing elixir, which had turned out unbearably bitter. Could it be that my brewing methods were flawed? Was an electric rice cooker inappropriate? Huang Buiyuan, intrigued, tasted a small amount, and his demeanor shifted dramatically, His complexion began to glow. This medicine does indeed have an effect, yet why is it a liquid? The formula indicates that it should solidify into an elixir. It may be an issue with the brewing process. Despite our 4 attempts at purification, we could not achieve the elixir. Your department is diligently engaged in the development of this unprecedented medication, striving to ascertain its efficacy and side effects, with the hope of bringing it to market at the earliest opportunity. This is a drug that has never before graced the market, and its astonishing potency will undoubtedly create a sensation upon its release. Huang Buiyuan conversed extensively with the head of research before finally recalling my presence. His beaming countenance made me feel somewhat bashful. Gao Jian, I have heard that you possess similar prescriptions and tinctures. It is only fitting that we, who have collaborated on numerous occasions, keep the benefits of our partnership within our circle. Our company, Qianding Pharmaceutical, is worthy of your trust. Secretary Zhang, quickly fetch the sales bonus from Tong Xianjiu for Gao Jian. He gestured to Secretary Zhang, who shortly handed me a bank card, stating, Mr. Gao, the password is 6 ones, and there is 150,000 within, which constitutes this month's bonus. The market has not yet fully opened, so next month's bonus is expected to double. As I tucked the bank card away, I retrieved another prescription from my pocket. However, this time, I held it instead of presenting it to Huang Buiyuan. Director Huang, my intention in selling you this prescription is not for monetary gain. Rather, I seek a reliable ally who dares to stand against the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Huang Buiyuan's enthusiasm slightly waned. This matter requires careful deliberation, he replied. I understood his predicament. Qianding Pharmaceutical does not wield the same power as Jiangjin Real Estate, and authority does not rest solely in Huang Buiyuan's hands. All I sought was a clear stance. The Jiang family had nearly extinguished my life, and once they regain their composure, they will undoubtedly seek to finish the job. Thus, if I wish to live comfortably, I must confront Jiang de Tao resolutely. Should you choose to ally with me, I will not only provide you with exceedingly rare prescriptions, but will also assist you in addressing the hidden sect behind the Jiang family. All I require is your support in deflecting pressure from above. Qianding Pharmaceutical has achieved its current stature without a formidable backing, and what I desire is for Qianding to restrain Jiangjin Real Estate. My own identity is too sensitive, harboring numerous secrets that cannot withstand scrutiny. Engaging in a full-scale commercial war with Jiangjin Real Estate necessitates extensive preparation. This is not a decision to be made hastily, and I require time. Huang Buiyuan, being extremely cautious, suggested, how about this? I will give you 100,000 as an advance for the purchase of the foundational prescription. We can discuss the specifics of the bonus contract tomorrow. 100,000? I interjected, setting aside the value of this prescription, Director Huang. You must consider this carefully. What I possess could elevate Qianding Pharmaceutical to new heights, or even foster a new company that masters unique traditional Chinese medicinal formulations. We are partners, which is why I am presenting these prescriptions to you first. If you decline, I shall seek a more audacious collaborator. A smile graced my lips. Tong Xianjiu and the foundational prescription were merely rudimentary offerings. I refrained from revealing my true treasures to avoid overwhelming you. Furthermore, you might consider that once the Jiang family overcomes this trial, I could easily retreat to another city, but your situation is not so simple. Very well. I understand your point, Huang Buiyuan replied with a wave of his hand and a wry smile. Gao Jian, your talents as a private investigator are underappreciated. You should consider becoming a lobbyist. I merely provided you with an analysis of the current situation in Jiangcheng, I retorted, handing Huang Buiyuan the other prescription. This is merely the beginning of our collaboration. Once you establish yourselves as the leaders in Jiangcheng, I will be free to pursue my own endeavors. To part with 2 prescriptions so readily shows a resolve far greater than I possessed in my youth. Huang Buiyuan observed the astonishment spreading across Danfang's face. The medicinal ingredients held value, yet such elixirs were exceedingly rare and precious. Do not rush to express your astonishment. I have several other requests. Firstly, once the elixirs are refined, I require 10 portions for myself. Secondly, my current residence is no longer secure, while I am indifferent to my own safety. The child's well-being is paramount. Huang Buiyuan nodded in agreement, assuring, that is not a problem. Soon, Secretary Zhang will escort you to the Jingying Sanatorium, which is part of my family's estate. Choose any accommodation that suits you for the time being. With a grand demeanor, Director Huang added, lastly, I have a minor request. This child suffers from congenital autism, and I would like your assistance in finding a professional psychologist for his treatment. He is still young, and there may be a chance for recovery. I am acquainted with numerous experts in this field. Huang Shui is also at the Jingying Sanatorium, where the medical facilities are excellent, so you need not worry. That is splendid. I shall not impose further. The exchange of 2 elixirs, binding Qianding Pharmaceuticals and myself together, seemed worthwhile in my eyes. Director Huang gestured dismissively, his ambition no longer concealed. Huang Lan, summon the other board members. I must convene a shareholders' meeting. This opportunity is rare and must not be squandered. As I stepped towards the door, I was momentarily startled by Director Huang's resolute declaration, sensing an underlying disquiet. Why are you standing there in a daze? A fragrant breeze brushed past as Huang Lan patted my shoulder. Did I just overhear Director Huang mentioning that you have long been preparing for a full-scale business confrontation with the Jiangjin Group? Huang Lan smiled coyly, as if suppressing a struggle. She did not respond directly, but knelt to gently touch Wang Yu's cherubic face. You are so kind to this child. Could he possibly be your illegitimate son? Her smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, bore a striking resemblance to her father, Huang Buiyuan. Not so much a matter of being entrusted by someone, or perhaps more fittingly, a matter of being haunted by a ghost, I replied with a wry smile. My voice tinged with resignation. I am not adept at caring for children. I fear that the adult world might adversely affect his growth, which is why I sought a new home from Director Huang. The child has already endured much suffering. It is likely he would only face more hardship in my care. If possible, I wish to find him a happy family. Huang Lan's expression shifted slightly, as if she inferred a deeper meaning from my words. She scrutinized me earnestly before suddenly breaking into a smile, playfully tapping my shoulder. I would not oppose becoming his new mother, but alas, you are too young. However, if there are any extraordinary attributes to consider, I might be persuaded. With that, she departed, her confident stride and poised demeanor drawing the gazes of many male employees. You wish to be Wang Yu's new mother? I would rather not. A simple, ordinary family would suffice. Peace and safety are the true essence of happiness. Accompanied by Bai Qi and Wang Yu, I returned to Tingtang Road. Time was of the essence. After a quick lunch, I immediately contacted Secretary Zhang to discuss the relocation plans with Lu Xiezi. In truth, the term relocation was somewhat misleading, for there was not much to transport. At the Jingying Sanatorium, Huang Buiyuan had already made all arrangements, ensuring the interiors were exquisitely furnished and complete. I informed Lu Xiezi and the others merely to strategize our next steps. After more than an hour of deliberation, the moving vehicle contained only a single piece of furniture, a lacquered wooden coffin. A coffin? Secretary Zhang's face darkened upon seeing the item I intended to transport, and he hesitated to refuse. It was only after offering the moving company 3 times the fare that they reluctantly agreed. Everyone gathered at the Jingying Sanatorium, where Lu Xiezi and I selected a residence adjacent to the river, offering a stunning view of the waters. Before me lies a land of fortune, with the tranquil waters ahead and the towering heights behind. When Lu the Blind opened his mouth, I naturally did not oppose. After settling in, I instructed him to identify the most yearned within the premises and placed the lacquered coffin there. I procured the materials necessary to draw the jinfu and personally arranged the jun. My practice of yin-yang-gu-su, along with the dormant yin within, necessitated a substantial amount of yin-qi. The lacquered coffin, serving as the focal point, would gather the pure yin-qi from all directions, containing it until I required its absorption. Taking advantage of Lu the Blind's presence, I also produced a complete set of fulu for the Gerlung Chusoi Jun, establishing it based on the banks of the nearby Dajiang. This array rivaled the quality of superior fu, its power surpassing the Qixing Mi Zhongjung previously laid by Lu Xing. However, the requirements for its construction were exceedingly stringent. To operate autonomously, it demanded a rare treasure capable of balancing both the Yog of the dragon and the Yin of water. Although I did not possess such a treasure, my dual mastery in the Bidao endowed me with both Yin and Yang energies, allowing me, given time, to sit at the center of the Jun and control all. Once the arrangements were in place, I chose not to reside there, leaving Bai Qi to keep company with Wang Yu. I delineated a room for Mr. Gu and informed him of the fact that Wang Yu's mother is the Bing, urging him to remain vigilant. The Yang Yan provided 3 nourishing meals daily, courtesy of a nutritionist, sparing us from the need to cook, and Mr. Gu relished the leisure. Upon inquiring with Secretary Zhang, I learned that the psychologist would arrive the next day, allowing me to rest easy regarding Wang Yu. I returned to Tingtang Road with Lu the Blind, during which I shared details regarding the Bongqian and the Banfang. Lu the Blind did not object, but declined my offer to share the Biao, adhering strictly to his belief that reliance on external forces would impact one's Daoxin. As we approached Tingtang Road, I noticed a figure standing at the entrance of an adult store. Clad in a dalpao, the person exuded a cold demeanor that suggested a desire for distance. Is a Taoist from the Xinjiang here? Just as I was about to approach, Lu the Blind suddenly grasped my arm, cautioning me that this individual possessed a higher deity than I could perceive and warned against offending him. I nodded and approached the Taoist, inquiring about his needs. Our shop offers a complete range of male and female items, all at a steep discount of 20% due to imminent closure from poor business. Upon hearing my words, both Lu the Blind and the Taoist were momentarily taken aback. The Taoist then flicked his sleeve and, with a cold snort, accused, "Are you the one who killed Lu Xing?" Chapter 354. The ensure of Maoshan Lu Xing's identity was exceptionally unique. He was not merely a wanted criminal of the Public Security Bureau, but also a disciple of the Songmeng Fuo, nearly causing devastation at the Lanjiang Daba, which would have led to the drowning of millions. I refrained from answering hastily, scrutinizing the unfamiliar Taoist before me, pondering why he sought me. Especially given his tone did not suggest a formal interrogation. The Taoist, standing at the entrance of the adult store, appeared to be around my age, dressed in a light blue robe with ordinary shoes and accessories. "You may have mistaken me for someone else," I casually remarked, opening the shop door to enter. This individual seemed a potential source of trouble, and I aimed to avoid any unnecessary conflict. As Lu the Blind and I entered, just as I was about to close the door, the blue-robed Taoist produced a folding fan and wedged it in the doorway. "Mistaken? The one who jumped with Lu Xing from the Lanjiang Dabar was you, was it not? Do you not go by the name Gao Jian?" Realizing I could not evade the inquiry, I furrowed my brow and retreated further into the room. "What business do you have with me?" Observing my cautious demeanor, the Taoist displayed a hint of disdain. "Rest assured, I seek you for a favorable purpose." With a flick of his folding fan, he pushed open the door and stepped into the adult store. Lu Xing was a disciple of a certain nefarious sect, and whispers of his existence had circulated among the orthodox schools of cultivation. It was rumored that his master was a master of fate manipulation, yet no one could confirm this, and to this day, no one had laid eyes on his master. The mention of a fate manipulator sparked a fleeting glimmer in my eyes, only to quickly dim. Do not be alarmed. Fate manipulators defy the heavens and are universally condemned. If you were to slay Lu Xing, in a certain sense, we would be of the same ilk. The Taoist spoke with an unchanging pace, exuding an air of coldness as if he harbored a shard of ice within. My expression fluctuated between uncertainty and suspicion as I pondered his intentions. "From where did you acquire this information?" "By inverting the universe and summoning the celestial dragon, employing the 8 characters of the divine spirits and the 8 treasures of Buddhism. A formidable array has been established. Though the fate manipulator's methods are extraordinary and covert, once the formation is activated, it inevitably stirs the celestial mechanisms." And the various celestial masters had already deduced certain signs on that very day. His words carried an undercurrent of arrogance, which I found quite irksome. Merely a case of hindsight. What is there to boast about? I scoffed, and then what? Knowing that I saved Jiangsheng and killed Lu Xing, am I to be rewarded with treasures as a token of appreciation? It became increasingly evident that this individual was of significant lineage, possibly akin to Lu Jin, stemming from a prestigious orthodox sect, unlike Lu Xiezi and Taoist Xianqing. Their heritage represented the illustrious legacy of the Huaxia Taoist tradition spanning millennia. The Taoist, momentarily taken aback by my words, eventually responded, "My master did not indicate that there would be any rewards. He merely calculated that Jiangsheng holds a merit worth 1 million, specifically sending me to claim it." "You wish to claim the merits?" My expression remained unchanged, though I felt a growing impatience. Not to mention that the majority of the 1 million merits had long been siphoned away by the Underworld's showcase, leaving me with but a negative sum. Why should I relinquish any merits to him, even if they had not been appropriated? "Indeed," the Taoist replied, his expression nearly imperceptible, his tone frigid, as though he possessed an inherent lack of emotional warmth. "Merits hold little value for you, entrusted to my hands. My master has promised to return to you a measure of fortune." I narrowed my eyes, sensing that this Taoist possessed a realm of cultivation superior to Lu Xiezi's, indicating a formidable background. From his words, it was clear that they harbored an urgent need for merits. If the underworld sought merits, Did the Taoists also have ulterior motives for desiring them? Contemplating in silence, I softened my demeanor slightly. The desire for merits is not unreasonable. However, may I inquire your esteemed name and the sect you represent? What purpose do you have for these merits? I am surnamed Long, with a single character Tian. My Taoist title is Qingzhi. I am a disciple of the Maoshan sect, inheritor of the 36 Yin masters and the talismans of the Maoshan lineage. As he spoke, an aura of authority accompanied his words, and the temperature in the room noticeably dropped. Lu Xiezi nudged me from behind. The Maoshan sect is subdivided into 108 sects, with the 36 upper Maoshan and 72 lower Maoshan, alongside the 24 pure hall and 3 ghost sect, among others, whose lineages are never publicly disclosed. Bearing the 3 treasures of Maoshan, the demon-subduing fan, the ghost-catching stick, and the Tiangong ruler, and self-identifying as a Yin master. He was undoubtedly a true practitioner of the Maoshan tradition. The true inheritors of the Maoshan Dao never refer to themselves as Maoshan Taoists. The 36 mountains above are known as the Maoshan sect, while the 72 mountains below are known as the Maoshan Dao. Among them exists a particularly unique lineage that communes with spirits, proficient in both black and white sorcery, whose entire mastery lies over the realm of the departed. They are distinctly categorized as the Maoshan Yin masters. My understanding of the Maoshan Dao has only skimmed the surface. I have yet to perceive any extraordinary aspect of the Yin masters. My apologies, it is indeed the presence of the Maoshan Yin master that has graced this humble establishment. While I verbally welcomed them, I merely poured 2 cups of tea for Lu and myself, then settled into the only chair in the room, lighting a cigarette. Standing at the entrance, Taoist Lung maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. Observing me as I exhaled smoke, his displeasure grew. With a flick of his wrist, he affixed 4 Yin talismans to the corners of the shop, causing the ambient Yin energy to stir the smoke in broad daylight, yet it failed to encroach upon him. As for the matter of merits, I sincerely hope you will contemplate it cautiously, for one must not mislead oneself. This emotionless Taoist repeatedly displayed his icy expression, engaging in conversation with a bluntness that bordered on domineering. You mentioned that I possess 1,000,000 merits. This is a divine reward bestowed upon me for saving Jiangqing. Such a precious gift. What do you intend to exchange for it? Be specific. Do not speak in vague terms. I wish to witness your sincerity. I cast a sidelong glance at the Taoist, attempting to glean some insights into the utility of merits. My inquiry also served to probe the limits of his offer, so I could gauge the true value of the 1,000,000 merits. Taoist Lung did not anticipate my bargaining like a merchant. His expression darkened. The merits you possess cannot be seized by anyone. My master has sent me to enlist you as a named disciple to guide you along the path of longevity. By joining our Maoshan Yin masters, the 1,000,000 merits could indirectly be attributed to our lineage as well. Become a disciple? It is not that my mind is slow. Rather, the Taoist's discourse leapt erratically. One moment he coldly demanded the merits, and the next he was clamoring for me to become his disciple. My arm was tugged by Lu, who seemed to have foreseen this turn of events. The Maoshan Yin master's training is arduous, emphasizing the cultivation of yang through charitable deeds and the accumulation of Yin merit. In contemporary society, where harmony and stability prevail and large-scale plagues or natural disasters are absent, accumulating merits is indeed a formidable challenge. Hence, they have set their sights upon you. 1,000,000 merits is no trivial sum. It is likely that the total merits of all Taoists within their lineage do not even amount to 100,000. Is it truly so difficult to accumulate merits? My heart skipped a beat. After completing my tasks, the 1,000,000 merits had been appropriated by the Underworld Showcase, and my personal merits had plummeted to -99. To add to my frustration, during the 9th live broadcast, releasing the Ghost Mother had deducted another 500 merits. Should I become a disciple of the Maoshan Yin masters, I would be leading them into a trap. Furthermore, I have already cultivated the Miao Zhen heart method, and I intend to refer to myself as Miao Zhen Jusher henceforth. Upon this reflection, I was poised to decline. Lu subtly winked at me, and I instantly understood, regardless of agreement. It was paramount to seize the initiative and demand adequate benefits. Clearing my throat, I addressed Taoist Lung. In recent times, apart from you, several Taoist priests from other sects have visited my humble abode, and while their intentions were similar to yours, the conditions they offered were far more generous. Accompanied by numerous talismans and magical artifacts, do those petty temples dare to compare themselves with Maoshan? To be accepted into the lineage of the Maoshanyin masters is indeed an extraordinary honor. The Taoist in blue, while waving his robe, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. I raised my gaze and noticed a touch of hesitation in his demeanor compared to his earlier bravado. Sensing an opportunity, I boldly continued, "This morning, a monk from the Buddhist sect visited me, proclaiming that I possess great wisdom and have a karmic connection with the Buddha. Not only did he bestow upon me a set of talismans rivaling the highest grade of Buddhist formations, but he also gifted me an exceptionally rare heartstone and directly imparted 3 sacred texts to me. Truly, the benevolence of those who follow the Buddha is commendable and evokes admiration." I retrieved the heartstone from around my neck and, in front of Lung Qingxian, began to recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra as taught to me by the Heavenly Heart Master. Chapter 355, Exposure. With the recitation of the sutras, my heart became tranquil, and the sound resonated with a touch of Buddhist essence. As the words of the Ksitigarbha Sutra flowed from my lips, both Lung Qingxian and Lu Xiezi were left astonished. Lu, who had intended to caution me against excessive boasting, found himself caught off guard by my recitation of genuine Buddhist scriptures. Both he and Lung Qingxian, not being novices, quickly discerned the authenticity of the sutras. How much knowledge has he truly acquired? What other secrets does he conceal? Lu Xiezi gazed at me in confusion, rendered speechless. Channeling my spirit, I maintained a serene demeanor, my heart as placid as still water. This is one of the fundamental effects of the sutras. By the time I finished the first part of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, the chill in the room dissipated, and the talismans that Lung Qingxian had affixed to the corners of the room fell away. In hindsight, perhaps it would have been wiser to embrace the path of Buddhism. A million merits as a vessel could ferry me across the sea of suffering, allowing me to glimpse the other shore. My deliberately uttered words appeared to transform in Lung Qingshuan's ears into a heartfelt sentiment. He tightened his lips, as if to speak, yet faltered, letting out a cold snort and vigorously shaking his robe before turning to leave. What is happening? Is he truly departing just like that? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't he want to express some gratitude? With the treasures of Maoshan in hand, it would have been fitting for him to offer me a token of goodwill. Upon exiting the small shop, I observed that Lung Qingxian had already distanced himself considerably, striding away without a backward glance. You've been excessively boastful. The heartstone is one thing, but how could he possibly possess talismans and scriptures of such esteemed lineage? Lu Xiezi remarked, bemused. Maoshan is among the largest sects in contemporary Taoism, and with your assertions, how could he maintain his composure here? Furthermore, given that he cannot produce any tangible gifts, continuing to persuade him would only lead to humiliation. I merely sought to take a jab at him, unaware of his fragile disposition. Are all these orthodox Taoists so proud? I tucked away the heartstone, feeling a sense of resignation. Had I known, I would have said less. A few talismans would have sufficed. It is said that the pride of the authentic Taoists of the Xianmen is profound, and as one's cultivation progresses, one may encounter even more practitioners who remain untainted by worldly causality. It is essential not to project your mundane experiences onto them. After Lu Xiezi imparted a few final words of advice, he departed, leaving me to practice alone in my humble abode. By the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of a police siren. The door to the shop swung open, and a spirited female officer entered. "Gao Jian, there are officers here to summon you and me," Tai Ningxiang remarked, observing my seated posture with a playful smile. "What is this? Are you attempting to attain immortality?" After concluding my duties this Sunday, I noticed that Tai Ningxiang was adorned with her epaulets and police insignia. "Senior sister, have you regained your former position?" "I'm used. Thanks to you. Let's hurry. A distinguished guest has arrived, and we must not keep them waiting." Tai Ningxiang grasped my hand and led me outside, her movements natural and intimate, as if it were the most ordinary occurrence. Once I locked the shop and settled into the car, I ventured to inquire. Who is this eminent figure? Why do they wish to meet with us? Could it be Deputy Director Tai? I recalled the last time Tai Ningxiang took me to her home and casually remarked, only to see a faint blush grace Tai Captain's cheeks. "You still have a long way to go before meeting my father." I shook my head dismissively, unable to decipher the deeper meaning behind Tai Ningxiang's words. The police car drove directly to the Century New Garden, and every time I arrived at this location, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Given the strained relationship with the Jiang family, visiting their territory at such a sensitive time felt ill-advised. Tai Ningxiang expressed slight regret, stating, "This was arranged from above." I have no choice. Are you certain? I gazed at the towering Century New Garden, pondering the possibility of it being a trap set by the Jiang family. Could it be that they intend to silence us? You possess an exceedingly dark mindset, Tai Ningxiang replied as she parked the car and patted my shoulder. The city bureau chief and Wu Ming are also present. It should be a commendation ceremony, so do not worry. Despite her casual demeanor, I remained cautious. A ceremony of such grandeur could not be held at the Century New Garden without underlying complications. Following Tai Ningxiang to the 7th floor of the Century New Garden, I noticed the absence of other detectives from the city bureau. When I inquired, Tai Ningxiang admitted ignorance as well. Guided by a server, we entered the largest private room on the 7th floor, capable of accommodating 30 diners, where 5 individuals were already seated. The eldest among them was Lu Xing'an, the city bureau chief, occupying a corner seat. Beside him sat a well-dressed Taoist priest, exuding an air of calm indifference. Next to the priest was Lung Qingxian, who had visited my shop earlier that day, clad in a blue robe, his demeanor frosty and unapproachable, seemingly dismissing the lavish spread before him. To my surprise, I encountered him again. As my gaze shifted, I was met with the cold smile of the 4th individual, Lu Jin, seated next to Lung Qingxian. Lu Jin appeared considerably more restrained than during our last encounter, as evidenced by his simple yellow robe, having traded his ornate headdress for a jade hairpin. The final figure stood by the window, a robust man whose fiery glare seemed capable of scorching me. Zhongjiu? What brings them here? I pondered. Lu Jin's connection to the renowned Miaojin sect, in contrast to the Jiang family's ties to the sinister Sanin sect, suggested that they were adversaries unlikely to conspire against me. Thus, it seemed Lu Jin sought personal vengeance. Contemplating these matters, I sighed deeply. The malevolent sect intended to eliminate me, while the righteous sect would not spare me either. The dual-faced Buddha, emblematic of the usurpers, represented a formidable enmity. The only ally I had, the underworld show, maintained merely a cooperative relationship with me. It was conceivable that my greatest threat lay within that very realm. Is that him? Gao Jian? The Taoist priest opened his eyes briefly to scan me before shutting them again, as if receiving a glance from him were a prestigious honor. He is the one tasked with safeguarding the Jiang Dam and rescuing Jiang City. Director Lu personally poured the wine and beckoned me over, saying, Xiao Gao, you have rendered great service to Jiangcheng, and the higher-ups have taken notice. Taoist Lu and the others are here to bestow upon you a great fortune. Frowning, I approached slowly, finding the so-called fortune devoid of sincerity. Having ventured into realms unknown, my appreciation for the so-called righteous sects had significantly dwindled. 2 glasses of wine sat on the table, yet neither I nor the brocaded Taoist dared to touch them. Director Lu, slightly awkward, forced a smile and raised his glass, stating, Xiao Gao, you are the hero who saved Jiangqing. You have endured much over these 5 years, and on behalf of the Jiangqing Sub-Bureau, I propose a toast in your honor. With his words lingering in the air, I found it difficult to refuse, yet just as I lifted the glass, my lips had yet to meet the wine when unexpected turmoil erupted in the room. Sitting at the opposite end of the table, Lu Jinhai remarked, seemingly casually, from a murderer to a hero who saves the entire city, such a rapid transformation of identity. Could it be that certain facts remain unverified? Is there a possibility that the hero himself is one of the orchestrators? Following Lu Jinhai's statement, Lung Qingxian displayed little reaction. But the brocaded Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and scrutinized me intently. He furrowed his brow, declaring, to save Jiangqing, you must possess immense merit, surely blessed with profound fortune and favored by the heavens. Yet your visage suggests a short lifespan, surrounded by an aura of darkness. Though your steps are steady, your vitality appears severely depleted, as if you are merely a flicker of light before extinguishment. It cannot be you who saved Jiangqing. He calculated with his fingers, his expression darkening further. The heavenly secrets are obscured, and your fate is shrouded. Who exactly are you? His words left me somewhat speechless. That million merits had been siphoned away by the underworld. My own merits were now negative, and having recently escaped from the clutches of a vengeful spirit, the heavy aura surrounding me was indeed warranted. It was I who saved Jiangqing. This fact could be corroborated by all present at the dam, leaving no room for debate. I never expected any rewards from the Taoists above, so with a self-deprecating smile, I turned to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to depart, Lu Jinhai interjected. Brother Zhong blocked the door. This Gao Jian is no ordinary individual. Not only did he save the entire Jiangcheng, but he also learned our Miaozhen Dao's unique heart method as an outsider. I have witnessed him employing it firsthand. Chapter 356. Too much deceit. Lu Jinhai's aggressive stance threatened to spiral out of control. Both he and the brocaded Taoist hailed from Miaozhen Dao, representing the authentic lineage of the Xianmen. For these so-called righteous sects, mastering internal methods constituted their most treasured possession, not to be easily divulged. An outsider wishing to eavesdrop would typically need to endure 5 or 6 years within the Taoist temple. Once he uttered those words, the brocaded Taoist and Lung Qingxian turned their icy gazes toward me, as if attempting to penetrate my very soul. Do not slander me, Lu Jinhai. How could an outsider like me possibly master the heart method of your Miaozhen Dao? At this juncture, the only option was to adamantly deny any association with the techniques derived from the underworld, for they were even more taboo than the heart methods of Miaozhen Dao. I am equally curious as to how an outsider like yourself came to learn our heart methods, Lu Jinhai replied, his smile laced with malice, his expression sinister. Was it through theft or coercion? Years ago, a certain elder of Miaozhen Dao betrayed our sect, and his whereabouts remain unknown. If your heart method was not stolen from Miaozhen Temple, you could very well be his disciple, or perhaps you killed him to acquire it. Regardless of which scenario holds true, you cannot escape culpability. Let us return to the sect together and hand over the stolen treasure taken by that esteemed uncle. Perhaps, if you renounce your cultivation, Dao Zheng will show leniency and grant you a chance at redemption. Lu Jin's words pierced my heart. I could never concede. Once I relent, I would be beyond redemption. Today, I have witnessed the true nature of your orthodox sect. If you desire my million merits, simply state it plainly instead of weaving a web of lies that only serves to amuse others. I am aware of your intentions. And Lu Jin's cold laughter echoed in the air. At Xinhu High School, under the directive of my master, I encountered you while seeking the superior talisman, the Tong Seng talisman. At that moment, I employed the mystical true Dao technique to trap your vicious dog, intending to avoid conflict while I retrieved the talisman. Yet, to my astonishment, you managed to break my seal and unleash that wild beast upon me, even threatening my life. Such treachery is truly despicable. Do you think I wish to kill you? Spare me your slander. The idle Taoist Qingqing from the Qingtuan was also present in the building. If you desire the truth, you may inquire with him. What the truth is, we shall verify for ourselves. The crucial question remains, how did that vile dog manage to break the talisman? How do you possess knowledge of the techniques to unravel the mystical true Dao talismans? Lu Jin and the robed Taoist turned their gaze toward my senior, realizing he harbored the secrets of the mystical true Dao, and they could not afford to let him go. Only then did the robed Taoist scrutinize me seriously. Do you truly possess the mystical true Dao techniques? As he spoke, the atmosphere within the room shifted dramatically. His profound aura was inscrutable. What mystical true Dao techniques? I have never learned them. If you are here to create trouble, I shall take my leave. My voice remained steady and composed. From the moment Lu Jin first arrived in Jiangcheng to now, I have discerned the close ties between these orthodox sects and the leadership of Huaxia. The path has not vanished. It continues in a manner known only to a select few at the top. No wonder Lu the blind and Taoist Qingqing have fared so poorly while these Taoists enjoy opulence. They are recognized by Huaxia as cultivators, representing the true lineage. In simpler terms, Lu the blind and the Qingtuan are unacknowledged wanderers, while the mystical true Dao and Maoshan Dao are state-sanctioned. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and Director Lu hastily interjected to alleviate the situation. He understood well the relationship between the robed Taoist and the higher-ups, a connection that a mere bureau chief like himself could not afford to offend. Today is a celebration. Let us not make this so solemn. Xiao Gao, pour a drink for Taoist Lu as an apology. Taoist Lu is magnanimous and will surely not hold a grudge. I smiled faintly, remaining immobile. There was no possibility of returning to their sect. In just a few days, I would be live-streaming for the 10th time, and I could not leave Jiangxing now. The robed Taoist had no intention of accepting my apology. Even if I humbly approached him with a drink, he would still delve into the matter. The mystical true heart technique is the foundation of their sect, and there could be no room for error. Taoist Lu, youth often brings arrogance. Do not take it to heart, Director Lu said, sweat beading on his forehead as he shot me a glance. Xiao Gao, why haven't you poured the drink yet? Lu Xing'an meant well, hoping to resolve this matter amicably, but I knew that with Lu Jin present, reconciliation with the mystical true Dao was impossible. The so-called orthodox sects are nothing but this. When they cannot attain something, they resort to deceit and slander, a method that truly befits the title of esteemed sect. If you wish for my million merits, then you must show sincerity. I take my leave. I turned away, aware that this was a treacherous banquet, and lingering too long might expose me to further peril. Don't be hasty in leaving, Zhongjio. Lu Jin called out toward the entrance. The burly man blocked the doorway, drawing forth a long, sharp, ancient blade from behind him. This deer-slaying blade is indeed a fine treasure, a relic transferred to me by your cultural department in Jiangcheng. Lu Jin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I heard this blade was salvaged near the Changjiang Dam, where there seemed to be no ancient tombs of our ancestors. I cast a dispassionate glance at the deer-slaying blade and then at Zhongjio, urging him to step aside. Compared to my initial confrontation with Zhongjio, I had undergone a profound transformation. Just a glance sent a chill down Zhongjio's spine, leaving him uncertain despite wielding the blade. You won't leave here until you clarify the source of the Miao Zhen heart method, Lu Jin taunted, secretly amused at his senior brother's predicament. Last time, I had underestimated you, allowing you to escape. Now, my senior brother eagerly anticipated how this thief of the secret scriptures would depart. Zhongjio felt a prickling unease at my gaze, yet he could not refute his master's orders, gripping the blade tightly as his muscles tensed, entering a combat stance. Seeking death, I clenched my fists, my internal energy surging. If I could evade Zhongjio's initial strike, I had an 80% chance of defeating him in a single blow. My dear fellow, I mean you no harm, the robed Taoist stated evenly, reminiscent of a millennia-old well. However, I hope you will show some respect for the Miaozhen school and accompany me back to my sect for Daozhong to inspect your innate true qi. If you have not cultivated the Miaozhen methods, we shall surely offer you satisfactory compensation. What if I refuse? I inquired, my resolve firm. Then I shall have no choice but to temper your impetuosity, replied the robed Taoist, Lu Chun, hoping for guidance. With a flick of his wrist, he cast 3 talismans, affixing them to Zhongjio, 6 Ding, 6 Jia, transform into mighty warriors to guard my body, repel all evil. The talismans, a form of minor protective magic, adhered perfectly to the 3 vital points on Zhongjio's body, amplifying his strength threefold, clearly intending to overpower me and compel me to reveal the incantation to nullify the talismans. Such a clever scheme, truly the hallmark of a renowned sect. My right fist bore an injury, and with my opponent wielding the deer-slaying blade, the odds seemed decidedly against me. Taoist Lu, what does this mean? Gao Jian is a hero who saved Jiangcheng, yet he faces such treatment based merely on a suspicion? It is utterly unjust. Tiexin Xiang stood steadfast beside me. Captain Tai, it is good to see you again. Since our last parting, I have greatly missed Lu. This time, we must draw closer. Lu Jin's gaze fixated on Tai Ningxiang, admiring her in her police uniform, his fingers lightly drumming on the table, his Adam's apple bobbing as a hint of desire flickered in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 357. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. I discerned the wicked thoughts lurking in Lu Jin's gaze. He harbored an extraordinary craving for Tai Ningxiang, a yearning that intensified due to its elusiveness. Previously, he had extended a private invitation for a banquet at the Century New Garden, where, under her mother-esque guidance, Tai Ningxiang donned a dress that revealed her shoulder, leaving an indelible impression on Lu Jin's mind. Now, witnessing Tai Ningxiang in her police attire, she exuded an entirely different allure, igniting a visceral desire within him, as if a cat's claw were scratching at his heart, compelling him to whisk this proud officer away. Lu Daozhong, please conduct yourself with decorum, Tai Ningxiang said. Her brows furrowed, a sudden wave of distaste for Lu Jin washing over her. He seemed rather different from her ideal of a cultivated individual. Captain Tai, one day you will obediently acquiesce, Lu Jin chuckled, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. He gestured to Zhongjio. Little Jio, go test his mettle. But do not strike too hard. If someone dies, it shall be difficult for us to explain. The underlying message in Lu Jin's words was clear: act freely. As long as it did not result in death, for they would bear the consequences. Receiving the order, Zhongjio stood brandishing his sword, his eyes wide as saucers. Do not toast to me unless you are prepared to accept punishment. Confess willingly, for when the fight begins, I shall show no mercy. Are you planning to resort to torture? To harm someone in front of the criminal police? Do you not recognize the law? Or do you believe yourselves to be above it? I inhaled deeply, channeling the true energy cultivated through my practice back to my lower dantian. Vowing not to reveal any weakness today, sharp-tongued, you will only weep when faced with the grave. Zhongjiu bellowed, his momentum surging as he swung his blade directly at my shoulder. He showed no restraint. This was not a mere intimidation tactic. He intended to sever my arm. A glimmer of gold flashed in my eyes as Zhongjiu's movement slowed, revealing openings under my scrutiny. Although my eyes perceived the flaw, my body struggled to respond. In a moment of desperation, I pushed off with my right leg, pivoting my left shoulder backward like a compass. The blade barely grazed my arm, tearing my sleeve and drawing a crimson droplet that stained the blade's edge. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the polished floor, shattering the tiles and embedding itself several centimeters deep. The force was such that he could not halt midway. Had I been a moment slower, blood would have surely spilled. Startled by his own strength, Zhongjiu momentarily faltered, but his surprise quickly morphed into ferocity. "Hai Jian, I spared you last time. This time, I shall see where you can escape." He advanced with the blade, and I instinctively pushed Tai Ningxiang aside, barely managing to evade within the confines of the room. Zhongjiu, eager to impress his master, refrained from killing me, instead playing with me like a cat with a mouse, forcing me to flee for my life. "Lu Daozhong, what are you doing?" Director Lu, sensing Zhongjiu's murderous intent, hastily intervened, hoping to sway Lu Chun's decision. "Hai Jian has made significant contributions. Treating him this way will dishearten others." Despite his pleas, Lu Chun remained indifferent, not even lifting his eyelids, too disinterested to respond. "Director Lu, rest assured that Xiaojiu knows how to maintain discretion and will not act recklessly. This matter pertains solely to our mystical truth sect, so it would be best for you to refrain from interfering. Moreover, Gao Jian possesses numerous tactics. Should he find himself at a loss, he will inevitably resort to employing the methods of our mystical truth sect to turn the situation in his favor." Lu Jin is exceedingly confident, aware that in the face of life and death crises, he can compel me to reveal my trump cards. The moment I disclose anything connected to the mystical truth sect, it would render me an adversary to the entire lineage. The orthodox schools of the Xianmen place great emphasis on inheritance, and the penalties for those who attempt to steal knowledge are severe. As Director Lu began to speak, I found myself in a precarious position, evading Zhongjiu's attacks. To be honest, Zhongjiu himself does not pose a significant threat to me. Even with the Zhan Lu Dao in hand, he cannot harm me. The true challenge arises from the 3-6-6 Jia talismans, which have amplified his strength and defense threefold, rendering him robust and his strikes swift, creating a considerable headache. If I could dispel the 6-6 Jia talismans, I would undoubtedly be able to turn the tide. The moment I utter the incantation to lift the mystical truth talisman, the 6-6 Jia talismans would be effortlessly unraveled. However, this would play directly into Lu Jin's scheme. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Controlling Lu Chun should also break the stalemate. I glanced at Lu Chun, who stood like a stone tablet beside the table, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. His demeanor and expression instilled a sense of danger within me. I could not act against him, for there was something peculiar about him. The blade drew closer, leaving me little time for contemplation. While I could not employ the mystical truth techniques, I still possessed ghostly arts and Buddhist scriptures. In all of Jiangqing, aside from the dual-faced Buddha, I was likely the only one capable of such mixed cultivation. The influence of the Buddhist scriptures on Taoist techniques is not overt. Reciting them consumes mental energy and dulls the senses. I felt as if I were walking a tightrope on a cliff, unable to afford any distraction. Buddhist scriptures were ill-suited for my current predicament. It appeared that the only available option was to utilize ghostly arts. Ghostly arts are not confined solely to malevolent practitioners. For instance, the Yin masters of Maoshan possess the ability to commune with and control spirits. Much of their skill resides within the realm of the spectral. If I could break the 6-6 Jia talismans affixed to Zhongjiu, preventing him from harnessing their power, I could stabilize the situation. With a plan forming in my mind, I made my first attempt to channel the Yin energy within me. This energy flowed through my body like a shadowy dragon, growing stronger with each passage through my kidneys, bringing with it a chill. This chill posed no harm to me. Rather, it felt invigorating. In the realm of Yin-Yang ghostly arts, there are no talismanic incantations. All abilities must be wielded through the spirits and the Yin essence. To remove the talismans from Zhongjiu, I could only rely on the Rakshasa ghost infant slumbering within my kidneys. gritting my teeth. I poured all my yin energy into my kidney orifice. In the vastness of the cosmos, as energies disperse, they coalesce into form. As I recited the incantation, the others in the room pricked their ears to listen. Lu Qin's expression shifted slightly as he uttered 4 words. The way of spirit control? The incantation continued, and I seized a chair from the table, turning to strike. This marked my first act of defiance against Zhong Jiao, who dismissed me with disdain, raising the Zhan Lu Dao to bring it down upon me. The chair was cleaved in 2, yet he taunted, still daring to struggle. Last time I vowed to cripple your hands. This time, I shall turn you into a mere stick. Zhong Jiao approached with a sinister grin, his movements grand and exaggerated. Instead of fleeing, I began to adjust my position. The progenitor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 Jia, the ghost obeys the heart and acts upon command. As I uttered these words, the Rakshasa ghost infant within my kidneys seemed to respond to a summons. Its 3 eyes opened simultaneously, and the yin energy surged into its form, its pupils gradually turning blood red. At this moment, I found myself cornered by Zhong Jiao, his body effectively obstructing the view of the others. The blade of the Zhanlu knife glimmered ominously, its edge aimed directly at my collarbone. With the edict of yin and yang, may the restless spirits ascend. Should this decree be defied, be cast into the underworld, reduced to dust. As the blade descended, I screamed with all my might. A shadowy white figure suddenly surged forth from within me, harmonizing with my intent as it charged towards Zhong Jiao's 3 bright lanterns of yang. What is that? Zhong Jiao gasped in astonishment as the white specter swiftly penetrated through the 3 layers of golden talismans, gnawing at him. The minor talismans proved ineffective. The 3 lanterns, embodying the 3 souls, flickered in the wind. The specter's form dimmed, appearing gravely injured, yet the 3 talismans on Zhong Jiao's body shattered into fine ash. The power of the Zhanlu knife diminished significantly in that instant. I retracted my fists, the bones cracking as I proclaimed, "You have gone too far." With a single step, I unleashed my fists like arrows from a bow, executing the 8 steps burst fist with unrestrained ferocity. In that moment, I was consumed by rage, my fists raining down like a tempest upon Zhong Jiao, blood splattering, indistinguishable whether it was from my own wounds or his. In less than 30 seconds, the burly Zhong Jiao collapsed, drenched in blood, his face grotesquely distorted. The burst fist exacted a heavy toll on my stamina. My chest heaved as I expelled the foul air from my body. My hands dripped with blood, and as I glanced at Lu Jin and Lu Chun within the room, I thought, I do not provoke others, yet I will not be wronged. I picked up the Zhanlu knife from the ground, grasped the still-dazed Tai Ningxiang, and exited through the door. Chapter 358. The Fox Fairy's Vendetta. Hai Jian, is your hand all right? Tai Ningxiang, feeling the warmth flowing from my palm, tightened her grip. It is not my blood, rest assured. Since leaving the Century New Garden, my brow had remained furrowed. I had temporarily evaded the situation using the yin-yang ghost technique. But given Lu Jin's vengeful nature, I knew he would not let this slide. More dangers surely awaited me ahead. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Tai Ningxiang's tone brimmed with guilt. When her mother had forced her to attend the banquet, she had already sensed the unsettling gaze Lu Jin cast upon her. Reflecting on it now, a sense of unease settled in her heart. Those practitioners of the path held significant power. I had heard my father mention that they maintained close ties with the upper echelons, handling clandestine matters for Huaxia, with a status so elevated that local law enforcement dared not offend them. Yes, I understood from the way Director Lu was bowing and scraping, I replied, my expression steadying as I gradually regained my composure. They came to Jiangxing ostensibly to commend your contributions in preventing the Jiang River Dam from breaching and saving millions of lives. With such merit, you would have had a chance to enter the sect and learn authentic Taoist arts. Alas, it was all thwarted by Lu Jin. Tai Ningxiang's words carried a hint of helplessness. I had previously naively believed that cultivators were free from worldly desires, indifferent to the consequences of mortal existence. However, having witnessed their true nature, I realized that they were not fundamentally different from ordinary people. Turning to Tai Ningxiang, I noticed a flicker of worry concealed in her expression. Her already exquisite features became even more enchanting under the weight of her newfound concern. In the depths of my kidney orifice, a subtle flow of pure yin energy began to emerge, nourishing the yin veins of my body. My hands, almost as if guided by an unseen force, grasped Tai Ningxiang's arm, slowly traversing her form. It must be said that I could hardly fault Lu Jin for his lack of composure. After all, it was the senior sister's profound and repressed true heart method in the lower dantian that began to operate under the stimulation of yin energy, causing a stream of innate qi to surge through the yang veins, harmonizing the yin and yang within my body. As my hands momentarily halted, my gaze abruptly sharpened, and I realized that my fingers had inadvertently settled on the edge of Tai Ningxiang's police uniform, as if hinting at a desire to delve deeper. Junior, if your hands continue to wander, I might have to uphold justice against my own kin. Tai Ningxiang's face struggled to maintain its composure, her fair neck tinged with a hint of crimson. Embarrassed, I withdrew my hands with an awkward smile, attempting to explain, I merely intended to illustrate a point. It was a moment of uncontrollable impulse. Please do not take it to heart. Gao Jian, I must admit, I now recognize your intelligence. Tai Ningxiang, still holding on to me, guided me toward a street of snacks, momentarily casting aside the unpleasantness brought by Lu Jin. Perhaps, I mused internally, still contemplating how to counter Lu Jin's impending retaliation, allowing her to lead me without resistance. Many individuals with high intelligence often possess low emotional quotient, and you seem to fit that description. As we entered the snack street, Tai Ningxiang remarked, Senior, since we didn't eat well earlier, I intend to treat you to something delicious. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Before I could comprehend Tai Ningxiang's intentions, her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, it was Wu Ming's voice on the other end. Captain Tai, hurry to the central hospital. A body has been discovered in the hospital's underground morgue. Another murder. Tai Ningxiang, disregarding the meal, swiftly hailed a taxi, declaring, Gao Jian, we'll owe this meal for now. I promise to make it up to you later. Just as I was about to decline, a thought struck me during my 9th live broadcast. I had received a distress call from the Underworld show, and the location mentioned was precisely the morgue of Jiangxing Central Hospital. Could the deceased be another show host? The moment this notion crossed my mind, it ignited like wildfire, and my eyes gleamed as I hurried to catch up with Tai Ningxiang. Senior, I will accompany you. Outside the hospital, the sun shone brightly, yet the basement exuded an ominous chill. The forensic experts and detectives had already sealed the area. Even I was barred from entering the crime scene, left to wait outside in anticipation. I heard the body was discovered after 2 or 3 days. Yes, the caretaker had noticed a foul odor emanating from the morgue, but dismissed it as a normal occurrence. It wasn't until the entire corridor was filled with the stench that he realized something was amiss. Upon entering, he was nearly frightened to death. What happened? I urged, eager for details. The body was concealed remarkably well. Without a thorough search, it would have been nearly impossible to find. Moreover, the circumstances suggested as though the corpse had somehow come to life and committed the murder. The forensic expert has confirmed that the victim died from external injuries, and the assailant did not employ any weapon. All wounds were inflicted by teeth. Teeth. Indeed. They are currently taking dental impressions, and once the results are in, we will know who the true perpetrator is. This is terrifying. What if the corpse bit someone? I've heard tales of hauntings here. Just recently, a female patient jumped from a building. Her hospital room was adorned with grotesque images painted in blood and red medicine. I foolishly stared too long and have been plagued by nightmares ever since. How can we continue our night shifts here? It's truly distressing. The doctors and nurses around me whispered discreetly as I gazed into the depths of the morgue, silently absorbing their conversation. The wounds inflicted by teeth were evident. Supporting my chin with one hand, I pondered that if these were indeed the bite marks of a fox, the perpetrator must undoubtedly be a vixen. The crux of the matter was to ascertain the identity of the deceased, as it pertained to another spectral broadcaster from the underworld, a matter of utmost importance to me. Gao Jian wants you to go in. Wu Ming, wearing a mask, emerged from the basement, handing me a pair of sterilized gloves. There seems to be an issue with the body. You possess more knowledge in this area and should be able to provide valuable insights. Nodding in acknowledgement, I accepted the gloves and descended into the basement. I had visited this place long ago while investigating the death of Huang Guanhong. At that time, to protect his girlfriend, I had ventured into the underground mortuary of the central hospital, though I did not linger, as all doors were locked. The basement was divided into 3 levels. The body was discovered on the 2nd level. Upon entering, I was immediately greeted by a nauseating stench. Frowning, I surveyed my surroundings. The odor of decay was overwhelming. I've run out of masks, I lamented. Wu Ming scratched his head and extended his hands. Why don't you use mine for now? That was not my intention. My nostrils flared as I struggled against the acrid stench. I had grown accustomed to it after numerous broadcasts. Surely, more than one life had perished here. Could there be more bodies we had yet to discover? Wu Ming paused, a look of mild surprise crossing his face. It's quite possible. Let us proceed further. In the innermost room of the second level, I found Tai Ningxiang crouched beside the corpse, her expression intensely focused. Senior, doesn't the method of the murderer seem rather unorthodox? She queried, gesturing towards the body. Look here. Tai Ningxiang pointed to the corpse, which was beginning to show signs of decay. At the spot her fingertip touched, I discerned bite marks. The neck, wrists, and chest bore evidence of teeth. These appeared to belong to a small creature, likely an animal. Tai Ningxiang pondered, what sort of animal could be present in a hospital morgue? Could it be a rat? A giant rat attacking a living person? No, we have yet to confirm the identity of the deceased, but it is highly unlikely they were a hospital staff member. All body numbers have been screened. This individual entered from outside, and a rat would lack the capacity to transport a living human into the morgue. Could it possibly be a fox? I inquired, employing my discerning eye. The moment I observed the bite marks, I was convinced they were indeed left by a vixen. A vixen? Are you suggesting that a vixen is wreaking havoc? Bewildering people's minds? That is preposterous. Tai Ningxiang and Wu Ming dismissed my assertion, and I offered no rebuttal. My discerning gaze swept over every part of the deceased's body as I began to examine her, clad in sterilized gloves. She appeared to be around 25 years of age, with 3 unopened safety tees tucked into her pocket. Her fingers and toes were adorned with nail polish, and her attire was both revealing and inexpensive. Having been missing for several days without anyone reporting her absence, it was likely she was engaged in a rather unconventional profession. I paused, a new curiosity arising within me. What was the true cause of this woman's death? The wounds upon her body, though grotesque, did not seem fatal. Chapter 359. The 10th broadcast outside the morgue. Listening to the conversations of the doctors and nurses, I initially believed the victim had been gruesomely bitten to death. However, upon witnessing the corpse, I realized that while the wounds were indeed located in vital areas, they were not immediately lethal. I too have discerned that the specific forensic results must await the coroner's assessment. Tai Ningxiang instructed several detectives to transport the body back, and I did not impede them. Earlier, although I appeared to be determining the cause of death, I actually conducted a thorough search of the deceased's person and found nothing that could be linked to the underworld showcase. This woman was engaged in a rather peculiar profession. Judging by her appearance, her life seemed far from satisfactory, not resembling that of a host from the underworld showcase. She was an ordinary woman, devoid of any traits that might arouse suspicion. I was 50% certain that she had no connection to the underworld showcase. As the woman's body was taken away, Wu Ming observed my lingering presence at the crime scene and called out to me. Gao Jian, you mentioned on your way here that there is more than one victim. Should we not search the entire underground mortuary? The mortuary is a rather peculiar place, and I could not guarantee the accuracy of my conjectures. I shook my head and continued to wander through the room where the female victim was discovered, ensuring that no detail would elude my discerning gaze. While casually responding to Wu Ming, I ventured deeper into the mortuary, my flashlight illuminating the surroundings until I suddenly noticed something glimmering beneath one of the beds. What could that be? Maintaining a composed expression, I discreetly retrieved the object from beneath the bed, pinching it between my fingers, and upon inspection, I recognized it as a brooch shaped like a plum blossom. A surge of excitement welled up within me as I flipped the brooch over, revealing a pinhole camera embedded at its center. This could not be mere coincidence. It was undoubtedly a tool used for broadcasting in the underworld showcase. For the first time, I was certain that there were other hosts besides myself, and although this individual had left behind only an inconspicuous brooch, it represented a pivotal advancement for me. It appeared that the so-called distress call was not a ruse. That host was indeed in dire straits at the time. I felt no guilt for my passive observation. In the game of life and death, every decision could be fatal, and one must always choose the most prudent course of action. The fact that the broadcasting tool from the underworld showcase had not been retrieved suggested that the other party had likely encountered an unforeseen mishap. In my estimation, there was a 30% chance that the host had been slain by the corpse of a fox spirit, a 60% likelihood that they had sustained heavy losses in a mutual confrontation and managed to escape, and a final 10% chance that the host had successfully vanquished the fox spirit. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, it was fortuitous for me. The fox spirit's corpse harbored an inexplicable attachment to me, and the more its power was diminished, the more I would rejoice. Assuming that the host had survived, it was highly likely that they would seek my assistance in their next broadcast. Clearly, I needed to prepare in advance. I absent-mindedly touched my nose and placed the brooch into my pocket. Senior, I have not discovered anything significant here. We may depart. Following Tai Ningxiang back to the municipal bureau, the woman's identity was finally established by evening as a technician from a foot massage parlor in the suburbs, who had gone missing after accepting a private job a few days prior. The coroner had also determined the cause of death, massive blood loss leading to cardiac arrest and sudden death. When the coroner opened the chest of the deceased woman, they were astounded to find that her heart had shrunk to half its size, its surface riddled with wrinkles. This case would keep Tai Ningxiang occupied for quite some time, and I did not wish to intrude. Instead, I reminded her to exercise utmost caution and presented her with several talismans for safety before departing from the municipal bureau. The corpse of the fox spirit has already made its move. The Taoist priest Xianqing mentioned that this corpse has awakened spiritual intelligence and requires a substantial amount of blood essence to attain its peak state. This case appears to be merely the beginning of a series of incidents, and in the future, Tai Ningxiang will surely find herself troubled. Upon returning to Tingtang Road, the absence of Bai Qi and Wang Yu rendered the house somewhat desolate. Calculating meticulously, I realized that my little shop has not welcomed a regular customer for a month. Had I not become a host in the Underworld Showcase, my small establishment might have struggled to survive. I closed the shop early and engaged in meditation, practicing the yin-yang ghost arts, which operated autonomously within my body, requiring no effort on my part. I merely needed to cultivate the Miao Zhen heart method. If one day I were to master the Miao Zhen heart method to its highest realm, would those arrogant Taoists from Miao Zhen Guan dare to claim they could sever my meridians? In the state of forgetting oneself, time flew swiftly, and before I knew it, the day of my 10th live broadcast had arrived. During the day, I visited Bai Qi and Wang Yu at the Jiangning Sanatorium. Although Huang Buiyuan had enlisted the best psychologist, Wang Yu's condition showed no signs of improvement. With congenital autism, patience is essential. After a brief conversation with the doctor, I left feeling reassured. Sitting in my shop, I contemplated the preparations needed for the 10th live broadcast. Truth be told, I felt no confidence with each passing live session. In the 9th broadcast, I encountered the Ghost Mother, an entity far beyond my capacity to confront. Even wielding superior talismans, I felt utterly powerless. The official live broadcasts present a greater challenge than the assessment sessions. No one knows what bizarre occurrences may unfold. Often, survival hinges not only on strength, but also on fortune. I calculated my points and perused the product catalog of the Underworld Showcase. The items were alluring, yet most would offer me no direct assistance. Deciding to put those thoughts aside, I organized my broadcasting tools and talismans, the North Dipper Divine Spell, Suppression Talismans, and the business card for the Yin-Yang Ghost Arts. As I gazed at the card in my hand, I recalled my initial promise to Du Yu. He had defended me without guilt, and I would take him along for a live broadcast. I was uncertain whether I could endure the 10th broadcast, but having him with me might provide some security. However, the Underworld Showcase strictly prohibits live broadcasts with living beings present, and I would need to devise a clever plan to circumvent that rule. After a moment's hesitation, I took out my phone and called Du Yu. "I'll be at your shop in 30 minutes. Du Yu's response was crisp and decisive, mirroring his style as a defense attorney. 29 minutes and 50 seconds later, a discreet black sedan pulled up in front of my shop. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Du Yu emerged from the vehicle with a smile. "Your timing is impeccable," I remarked as I welcomed him inside and locked the door behind us, drawing the curtains. "Are we broadcasting tonight?" Du Yu inquired, a hint of excitement evident in his voice. I nodded. Truth be told, I still could not ascertain Du Yu's true intentions for insisting on joining me for the live session. After scrutinizing him with my discerning gaze to ensure he bore no listening devices or anything amiss, I finally spoke. "Indeed, it is tonight, but before we commence, there are a few rules I need to clarify with you." "Go ahead," Du Yu replied, still smiling, as if he were already prepared for this conversation. "The first matter is one that should remain known solely to you and me. Prior to the broadcast, refrain from disclosing it to others. It is advisable that you do not carry any recording or filming devices. Secondly, I must not be accompanied by any living beings before I reach the live stream venue. I shall send you an address after 8 o'clock this evening. You need only proceed directly there. Thirdly, The live stream I am about to undertake is exceedingly perilous, and one moment of carelessness could result in death. Brace yourself mentally. I have observed your streams on numerous occasions, and you are familiar with these principles. Do you appears to be unfazed by the dangers that loom over me, as if they are mere trifles to him. From his expression, I cannot discern his true thoughts. Taking a deep breath, I articulated my final request. Fourthly, I am uncertain of what I will encounter during this live stream. Yet I hope that you can place your complete trust in me this time, just as I shall in you. Only through absolute mutual trust can we enhance our chances of surviving this broadcast. Absolute trust? Duyu's unchanging smile froze for a few seconds. As if he was recalling some distant memory, his expression twisted slightly, and the smile gradually faded. I agree, but only this once. Observing the shift in Duyu's demeanor, I felt an inexplicable sense of relief. I lit a low-quality cigarette, placing it between my lips, and as the 10th live stream commenced, you would realize this was one of the most prudent decisions of your early life. Chapter 360. Candy. After bidding farewell to Duyu, I felt a great weight lift from my heart, instilling a measure of confidence regarding the upcoming live stream. For the remainder of the time, I remained in the shop, meditating and honing my skills in the Miao True Heart method and Yin Yang Ghost techniques. As darkness enveloped the sky outside, the small shop remained unlit, and I listened to the rhythmic ticking of the clock, slowly opening my eyes. When night fully descended, the phone on the table emanated a ghastly pale light. It was 8 o'clock. I picked up the phone, placing it to my ear, inhaled deeply, and pressed the answer button. Hello? On the other end, there was no response from a living person, only the howling of cold wind. After what felt like an eternity, a timid female voice finally emerged. I am lost. This is the only phone that connects. Can you help me? Upon hearing her voice, my scalp nearly exploded, goosebumps rising as my heart raced. How do you want me to assist you? My brother said he would come to pick me up, but it has been quite a long time. Can you help me find him? The uncertainty in her voice hinted at her kind nature, as she seemed to realize her request was somewhat unreasonable, softening her tone. I understood that I was asking too much, yet I had to find him. Please. My heart rate gradually normalized, and my voice steadied. Can you tell me where you are right now? Is there anything distinctive about your surroundings? I am in a phone booth. I have never been to this place before. It is devoid of light, surrounded by pitch-black paths. It seems to be a ghost town. Oh, and on the city streets, I often see water stains that match the height of ordinary people. They cling to the ground, some soaked into the walls. It is quite strange. When I look at them, I always feel as though they are watching me. Her voice was laden with uncertainty and a deeply buried terror, as if she harbored secrets that could not be spoken. My fingers tapped on the table as my mind raced. When did you arrive at that place? Before your brother departed, did he impart any significant words to you? Here, only darkness envelopes me, and I am uncertain how long I have lingered in this place. My brother left without uttering a word, merely assuring me that he would return swiftly to fetch me away. The girl's voice trembles, as if her body is unable to contain its shivers. Visions emerge in my mind. A bizarre city, shrouded in complete darkness, marked by eerie silhouettes of humanity, where a terrified girl hides within a phone booth, dialing a stranger's number for help. I have accepted your brother's commission. I shall assist you in your search. Yet, before we conclude, might you reveal your name? Thank you. My brother's name is Xia Qi, and I am Xia Qingzhi. The call disconnects, and the beeping sound fills my ears. Her final 3 words stir a tempest within my mind. If the girl on the line is indeed the true Xia Qingzhi, then who is the girl that has accompanied me all this time? If everyone else has forgotten my brother, and only she remembers who she is she Xia Qingzhi, or someone else entirely? Countless speculations surge from the depths of my mind, and I find my body drenched in cold sweat, unbeknownst to me when it transpired. Ding. The call concludes, and a text message arrives in the Underworld Showcase's mobile inbox. Attributing the emergence of evil to supernatural forces is unnecessary. Humanity itself is capable of enacting every form of malevolence. True demons are often merely ordinary mortals, inconspicuous in their malevolence, dining at our tables and sharing our beds. The live broadcast task requires me to arrive at Anshin Hotel, room 206, before 10 o'clock in the evening and consume the candies on the plate. Optional Task 1. Identify the extraneous individual for a reward of 5 points. Optional Task 2. Eliminate the traitor for a reward of 10 points, granting a chance to forego a live broadcast. Optional Task 3. Earn 1 point for each person slain. Note: the Underworld Showcase mobile features a special help hotline. When confronted with an insurmountable deadlock, you may dial this mysterious number. The other party may assist your escape or plunge you into deeper despair. The first call is complimentary, lasting 3 minutes. Subsequent calls require 10 points. The content of the Underworld Showcase's message remains succinct, yet I find myself ensnared in profound contemplation. This live broadcast presents complications. The calls and messages preceding the broadcast often provide me with subtle hints or, more aptly, suggestions. The broadcast location is Anshin Hotel, the very site of my inaugural live stream. It is uncommon to conduct 2 broadcasts in the same location, yet I cannot entirely dismiss this possibility. Another point of suspicion lies within the tasks required by the Underworld Showcase. Not only must I arrive at Anshin Hotel punctually, but I must also consume the candies on the plate. What significance do these candies hold? Reflecting on my past broadcasting experiences, I ponder the requirements. Arriving before 10 o'clock is atypical, as most broadcasts are scheduled for midnight. I have encountered similar pre-midnight tasks before. During my live stream at Hate Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, I was abducted due to a car accident. In retrospect, it was clearly a ploy of the Underworld Showcase to facilitate my entrance into the lair of the sorcerer without raising suspicion. Now, with the broadcast time set earlier at 10 o'clock, could this experience be reminiscent of my previous ordeal? A sense of unease lingered in my heart, prompting me to forego the black leather suitcase. Instead, I placed the mobile phone and several talismans into a bag, securing it to my calf with tape. While a brooch was discreetly positioned close to my person, glancing around, I remained unconvinced of my safety, so I concealed a few useful items on my person, such as fine wire and a fruit knife. The voice of Xia Qingzhi echoed through the phone, entrusting me with the task of locating Xia Qi. This implied that during my 10th live stream, I was likely to encounter the missing former host, Xia Qi. A thought crossed my mind, linking to the optional tasks set by the Underworld Show. The second optional task stated, eliminate the traitor, with a reward of 10 points and a chance to forego a live stream. This generous reward hinted that the Underworld Show was exceedingly eager for me to accomplish this task. Could it be that Xia Qi was indeed the traitor referred to by the Underworld Show? Killing him might signify the completion of the task. Regardless of the outcome, Xia Qi was crucial to me. The existence of the Underworld Show was shrouded in mystery. If Xia Qi dared to betray, he must possess some critical information unknown to me. Since killing the traitor was merely an optional task, I could entirely abandon it and covertly rescue Xia Qi, provided he could elucidate my queries. The prospect of this live stream thrilled me. It might become a pivotal turning point. After smoking 2 cigarettes to calm my nerves, I retrieved my phone to prepare a text for Do You. Before sending, I scanned every inch of the room with my discerning eye. The Underworld Show was fully aware of all significant events occurring in Jiangxing, and something might have been monitoring me all along. Once I confirmed my safety, I began drafting the message. Arrive at Anshin Hotel, room 206, between 9:50 and 10 o'clock p.m. Consume the candies on the plate. Proceed with caution. Do not reply. The text was completed and sent in mere seconds, and nothing seemed amiss in the shop. I surmised that the Underworld Show likely could not detect my subtle maneuvers. I tucked my phone away, locked the shop door, and hailed a taxi to Anshin Hotel. By 9:05 p.m., I had reached my destination. Anshin Hotel, situated in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng, was in close proximity to Henshan Prison, surrounded by desolation. Once night fell, even vehicles were rarely seen. This marked my 10th live stream, yet my feelings mirrored those of my very first, tinged with anxiety and a hint of anticipation. Walking along the dilapidated dirt road, I gazed at the dimly lit Anshin Hotel, its name outlined in colorful bulbs, though the letters had become obscured over time since the concealed corpse incident. After tearing the seal from the door, I illuminated the space with my phone. During my first live stream, I occupied room 203, but this time I was headed for room 206, where it seemed a victim of sudden cardiac arrest had once resided. I kicked the door open, revealing a sparsely furnished room, the only peculiar feature being a dining tray on the bed, which held 2 candies, one red and one green. Chapter 361, The True Death Game. They were ordinary fruit candies, their scent unremarkable, and nothing seemed amiss at first glance. The Underworld Show could not possibly set a fatal trap before the live stream officially commenced. To fulfill the task, I cautiously took one candy from the tray and placed it in my mouth. The taste was pleasant, yet my vision abruptly blurred, as if my soul were being extracted. and I collapsed heavily onto the floor. Before my consciousness completely faded, I managed to glance at the bed linens, where a single piece of candy lay on the plate. Oh no, it felt as though something had struck the back of my head with force. My body was sore. As if I had been lying on the floor for an eternity, my joints stiff. As my awareness gradually returned, I refrained from hastily rising, squinting through a narrow slit of my eyes to survey my surroundings. This was not room 206 of the Anshin Inn. I had been moved here while unconscious. Remaining prone on the floor, I feigned unconsciousness, stealthily observing my surroundings. A single bed, a writing desk, a desk lamp, and a dilapidated wooden barrel. This appeared to be a sealed confinement cell. Why had someone brought me here? Who could the perpetrator be? A deranged serial killer? A hellish spectacle? Or perhaps a duplicitous figure? With no one around and my limbs unbound, it seemed my captor merely wished to relocate me to this place. Rising from the floor, I flexed my wrists. All my belongings were intact. I retrieved my phone. Now it was 11:20, yet there was no signal or network. This place was either very deep underground or surrounded by signal jamming devices. Sitting on the single bed, my hands propping up my chin, I was utterly confounded by the meaning of this predicament. Approaching the desk, I noticed a white sheet of paper affixed to its center, emblazoned with bold black letters. You 11 are the most cunning, malicious, and ruthless criminals this city has ever known. Each of you bears one or more lives on your conscience. Your hands are stained with blood. You are devils in human guise. You are greedy. You are deceitful. For your own selfish desires, you have deprived others of life. You have cloaked yourselves in morality and kindness, fooling the police and the law, but you cannot deceive me. Tonight, I shall engage you in a most exhilarating game, pledging your lives to compel your repentance. Do you remember the candies you consumed before losing consciousness? There are 3 colors. Green represents prisoners, blue denotes police, and red signifies killers. After midnight, each of you must, in order of your room numbers, select one individual every half hour to confess. In the hall outside, there awaits an electric chair. The confessor must sit in the chair and recount their killing process. The chair is equipped with a lie detector. You may wish to discover the consequences of deceit. Once the confession is complete, everyone will cast votes for forgiveness. Each person has 1 vote, which may be abstained but cannot be cast for oneself. The candies you consumed contained a chronic psychoactive poison. After 11 confessions, the 5 individuals with the highest votes will be spared from death, and I shall provide the antidote. The remaining 6 shall face a unique form of punishment. Do not attempt to challenge the rules, for I am among you, and I can send you to your demise at any moment. Those who consumed the blue candy are designated as police officers, responsible for maintaining order until the final confession phase. If no one dies, a reward of 5 million awaits. For each death, 1 million shall be deducted from the prize. Once the funds are exhausted, bodily organs will be used as a substitute. Those who consumed the red candy are killers, which I presume is your favored vocation. When the number of surviving individuals dwindles to 6 for each death, the killer shall receive 1 million. Should all but the killers perish, victory shall be declared for them, and I shall bestow upon them a special reward. The police and prisoners have the opportunity to identify the killer every 2 hours, after which everyone will receive the antidote. Now, let us meet your companions, you wretched fiends. As I perused the rules of the game written on the white paper, I recalled the candy I had consumed. This game is decidedly unjust. There are myriad ways to resolve it, yet each is fraught with uncertainty. My gaze fell upon the opening line of the white paper. 11 of the most cunning, malevolent, and ruthless murderers from this city have been gathered together merely for the sake of confession? From the game rules, one can discern several fundamental points. First, all participants have committed murder and evaded legal punishment. They are exceedingly cunning scoundrels. Second, the puppet master is among these 11 individuals, and he must possess immense confidence. Third, many shall perish tonight. The game is set to commence at midnight, yet I do not rush to leave this cell. I first lean against the wall, listening to the sounds from the neighboring cell, then approach the door and gently turn the lock, opening it just a crack. The corridor is dimly lit, and I can vaguely discern shadowy figures. I close the door, contemplate for a moment, and retrieve the device bound to my calf, ready to stream. Once I step outside, I must confront those brutal and cunning murderers. Any extraneous movement may arouse their suspicion, and broadcasting cannot be conducted overtly. I take out the brooch for the stream, activate it, and pin it to my chest. Image acquisition in progress. Connecting to the barrage of comments. Data stable. Shall we commence the live broadcast? Yes. Welcome, Teletubbies, who met their demise through murder, to the live stream. Welcome, Iron Ridge Biao, to the live stream. Welcome. The streaming visuals stabilize, and I glance at my phone, which displays a third-person perspective captured by a pinhole camera. Iron Ridge Biao rewards the super spooky live stream with a gold ingot, declaring, "Today, I shall claim the first blood." Why is the broadcast ongoing, yet the host remains unseen? I fear I shall not sleep tonight, unable to behold the adorably grotesque visage of the host. The popularity skyrockets, and comments flood in. I am unsure if it is due to the previous female host's recommendation or some other reason, but within just 2 or 3 minutes, the number of viewers has exceeded 6,000. Such devoted fans, I exclaim, removing the brooch from my chest to direct it towards the camera. Welcome to the super spooky live stream. Before we commence today's broadcast, I must inform you that I am about to participate in a real death game. Just as I begin to speak, a sudden knock at the door startles me. Instinctively, I shove the device into my pocket and turn to face the door. A chilling voice calls from outside. I heard sounds from within and wish to invite you to discuss certain matters. The voice belongs to a man, articulate and unhurried. I secure the brooch and reach for the door handle. The cold wind from the corridor sweeps into the room, revealing a man approximately 175 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique, clad in oversized pajamas, his hair disheveled, and beard long overdue for trimming. While I assess him, he scrutinizes me, his eyes occasionally darting towards other parts of the cell. If convenient, could you step out to converse? I refer to discussing methods of escape. He spoke with utmost caution, and one could hardly discern from his appearance that he was a remorseless killer, with blood on his hands, still evading justice. Let us proceed, he said. I walked alongside him in the corridor, which housed a total of 12 rooms, my own designated as room 12. The long corridor was illuminated by merely 2 light bulbs, casting a dim glow. At the end of the hallway lay an expansive hall of 80 square meters, dominated by a colossal round table surrounded by 11 numbered chairs, 10 of which were already occupied. The last participant had arrived, and the game was poised to commence. The man in pajamas guided me to the hall and promptly seated me in chair number 1. Now, all 11 chairs were filled, and the gaze of the individuals present fixated upon me. Their scrutiny sent a chill down my spine, leaving me perplexed. The 11 chairs corresponded to the 11 participants of the game, yet with my inclusion, there were now 12 individuals in the hall. How could there be an extra one? Chapter 362. The detective fell at the outset. The game was intended for 11 participants, yet an additional individual had materialized. The hall contained only 11 chairs, a scenario that likely caught even the architect of this scheme by surprise. I scanned the round table and spotted Du seated in chair number 10. In that fleeting moment, we silently acknowledged each other, feigning unfamiliarity. "You are late, newcomer. There is no seat for you here," remarked a man occupying chair number 6. His tongue pressed against his teeth. He was a frail figure, barely 5 feet tall, with prominent scapulae and collarbones. What drew my attention further was the sharp blade he wielded, meticulously trimming his nails. The rules of the game were already known to all. Each of us was a competitor, with only 5 ultimately obtaining the antidote. As for this additional person, I suggested we eliminate him immediately. The wiry man, resembling a thin monkey, spoke with malice, the blade dancing dangerously at his fingertips, revealing a peculiar thirst for bloodshed. Following his proposal, several among the 11 appeared tempted, their gazes towards me turning icy. The game had yet to commence, and I found myself in peril. However, I remained composed. Do they wish to kill me? I would resist fiercely, at the very least injuring 2 or 3 of them. In such a scenario, they must understand what injury entails. Should they succeed in killing me, they would alleviate their competitive burden and increase their own chances of victory. In the face of life and death, all are inherently selfish. I trust this truth resonates within you. Upon voicing these thoughts, some regained their composure, while others merely concealed their murderous intent for the moment. For those present, taking a life was not a matter of high skill. Each could extinguish a life without resorting to overt violence. I chose to maintain my distance from them, standing several meters away, observing. The man in chair number 6, who appeared grotesque and diminutive, reiterated that we were all competitors. However, aside from the 5 participants who would secure the antidote at the conclusion of the game, there existed another potential outcome: the revelation of the killer who had consumed the red candy. Every 2 hours, there would be an opportunity for collective accusation. And should we identify the murderer, everyone would be granted the antidote. I paused momentarily, casting a faint gaze upon man 6. The rules were clearly delineated, yet he had deliberately chosen to disregard them, aiming to bring about my demise. Could this not indirectly implicate him as the assassin? If I were to accuse him, would it not ensure the survival of us all? My gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the slender figure of man 6. His countenance darkened as he carelessly thrust a blade into the round table, the edge embedded several centimeters deep into the wooden surface, revealing the immense strength of his wrist. "Are you seeking death?" he threatened. In response to his menace, I merely shrugged. "Can you truly kill me?" The atmosphere thickened with tension, and after a prolonged silence, it was the man seated in chair 3 who stepped forward to mediate. "There is no need for such hostility among us. We are not entirely adversaries. We have all been kidnapped and can be considered comrades in misfortune. We should unite our efforts to uncover the identity of the 12th individual among us, who is likely the orchestrator. Once we identify him, the rules of this game become irrelevant." This speaker, standing at 6 feet tall with an unusually slender frame, appeared particularly elongated. His elongated, hooked nose conveyed a sense of shrewdness and decisiveness. His square jaw lent him an impression of trustworthiness. Before the arrival of number 12, I had already surveyed our surroundings and could ascertain that we were underground, specifically within the confines of a prison. The furnishings in the cell resembled those of a jail, and I noted a dilapidated wooden bucket that had been cleaned but still retained a faint, unpleasant odor. This location lacked a restroom. The bucket served as a receptacle for waste, and the lingering scent suggested we were not the first to be confined here. The man in chair 3 had observed numerous details. Everyone was listening intently. The bucket, inadequately cleaned, still bore a faint stench, yet the entire underground area, including the hall and the cell, was devoid of any hint of bloodshed, with no visible traces of blood or dismembered bodies. This was decidedly illogical. Such a pristine environment seemed ill-suited for a murder game. I suspected that the so-called confession game was merely a tactic employed by the police for coercion. He smiled enigmatically. "All present here are skilled criminals. Some have fabricated perfect alibis, while others have created the illusion of a locked-room murder with techniques so sophisticated that even the police cannot unravel them, even if they suspect the identity of the perpetrator. Insufficient evidence prevents an arrest, which is why they resort to such methods for a unique interrogation, aiming to elicit confessions from us." Upon hearing his words, some individuals displayed flickers of recognition in their eyes, while many others remained expressionless, lost in contemplation. This is a common ploy of the police. Besides government agencies, I cannot conceive of any other force or individual capable of orchestrating our simultaneous abduction to this place. The man in chair 3 appeared to have a firm grasp on the situation, as if he had seen through it all. "Your analysis is quite astute. I am curious about your true identity in the real world," remarked the man in the pajamas seated in chair 1, casting a glance at chair 3. "I possess many identities. I was the first Chinese sheriff in Connecticut, a forensic expert, and a private detective invited by Yale University. Many renowned cases in my homeland bear my mark." "You are a private detective?" I exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to encounter a fellow professional here. However, judging by the introduction, he seemed far more specialized than I. "Are you surprised? However, speaking of which, I find myself more captivated by the act of crime than by its resolution. If we were to liken criminals to exceptionally creative artists, then detectives could merely be regarded as critics of their art." The third man, shifting his tone, gazed at me with keen interest. "And what about you? What is your profession?" I spread my hands and shook my head. "Compared to a successful individual like you, I consider myself a failure. Having been expelled from the police academy for fighting, now idling in society and unemployed. A promising young man. If we manage to escape this time, you could assist me." The third man grinned widely, rising from his seat to face the group. "We find ourselves in a confined space, devoid of doors or windows. I have identified 13 vents, each merely 15 centimeters in diameter. No one could escape through them. This raises the question, if there are no doors or windows, how did we enter?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Clearly, a door must exist within this space, merely concealed from view. Are you suggesting that as long as we locate the door, we can leave? We need not concern ourselves with any game rules." The man in the pajamas voiced his uncertainty. After all, such effort had been expended to bring us here. It seemed unlikely they would leave such an obvious flaw. Others chimed in with objections. Yet the third man shook his head. "I have already found the door. Whether you join me is up to you." With that, He walked towards the west wall of the hall, where an antiquated cabinet stood, our prison, devoid of food or water, allowing us merely one night's time. Given this, what purpose does this cabinet serve in the hall? It is cumbersome and takes up space. I can think of no other attributes. The third man beckoned for me and the pajama-clad man to assist him in moving the cabinet. Creaking, as the cabinet was pushed aside, the 10 individuals who had been seated around the round table rose, their gazes fixated on what lay behind the cabinet. This is the answer I present to you. The third man, the detective, pointed to the large iron door obscured by the cabinet, a hint of disdain in his smile. Can a mere security door confine me? He rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a rectangular alloy, forcefully inserting it into the lock. This alloy key, aptly named a master key, boasted a surface composed of over 3,000 tiny alloy particles, offering remarkable extendability and plasticity, capable of opening all conventional locks. No sooner had he spoken than a clicking sound emanated from the lock. The third man glanced at the crowd. It's that simple. Without even withdrawing the key, he grasped the door lock and pulled it open just enough when suddenly, something reached in from outside. Chapter 363, The Devil's Confession. The speed was astonishing. By the time the pajama-clad man and I comprehended the scene, half of the third detective's body had already been pulled out the door. He could no longer maintain his composure, screaming in agony, his face contorted as if his arm, being dragged outside, was enduring immense torment. Help me! Help me! The pajama-clad man and I exerted all our strength to grasp the third man's body, yet we remained powerless against the force from outside. As we watched the detective's form contort, resembling a victim of dismemberment, the others around the round table could no longer remain seated. What lies beyond? Damn it! Close the door. Each person harbored their own intentions, and the diminutive man numbered 6 approached me, wielding a blade. Help me! Help me! The body of the third individual had already been partially dragged through the door, his visage contorted in agony, his mouth agape wide enough to accommodate a fist, filling the room with his harrowing cries. As more blood flowed from his lips, his voice gradually weakened. I felt a sudden surge of strength in my hands as I exchanged a brief glance with the first man, simultaneously loosening my grip. Help me, he pleaded. In an instant, the third's body was engulfed by darkness, with no one knowing what lay beyond the half-open iron door, which the first man subsequently shut. Only the multifunctional key lodged in the lock bore witness to the existence of the third detective. A copious amount of blood seeped through the iron door into the room, the acrid scent of blood rapidly permeating the air. Is this game for real? The first man in pajamas extracted the universal key from the door and, alongside me, restored the cabinet to its original state to barricade the iron door. With 5 minutes remaining until the game commenced, I felt it was time for everyone to confront this unsettling reality. The first man tossed the universal key onto the round table. It stood as the sole testament to the third detective's existence. Had the third perished? Just like that? Typically, detectives in novels are portrayed as composed, keen observers with formidable deductive skills, overturning the case at the last moment. How could our esteemed detective meet his demise so swiftly? I harbored little fondness for detectives, and I found the third's manner of speaking quite irksome. He had brought this upon himself. His death had effectively eliminated a formidable rival. Indeed, his demise was not in vain. It at least confirmed that the iron door was a trap. No one felt sympathy for the third. Those who had come here to partake in the game had long forgotten the essence of compassion. With 13 vents providing no means of entry or exit, and the sole iron door serving as a trap, our only hope for survival lay in adhering to the game's rules. It was Diyu who articulated this, a faint smile adorning his face. Yet his gaze was fixed upon the first man in pajamas. The atmosphere gradually settled. All eyes were on the first man. According to the game's rules, the order of confession followed the room numbers. How the game would unfold and whether it would commence smoothly hinged on the first man's disposition. Suddenly the center of attention, the first man maintained a stoic expression, concealing the depths of his chaotic inner self beneath his disheveled attire. Very well. I agree to proceed with the game as per the rules. He cast a glance at the blood seeping from behind the cabinet, shuddering as he made his way towards the electric chair positioned on the eastern side of the hall. Midnight struck, and a red and blue light began to alternate behind the electric chair, accompanied by the jarring wail of a siren emanating from somewhere within the hall. To everyone's astonishment, as the siren blared, the iron door behind the cabinet began to thud ominously, as if some monstrous entity were battering against it. Is the electric chair urging you? Hurry. Do you wish for it to sound indefinitely? Damn it, the cabinet has begun to move. Amidst the shouts and curses from the crowd, the first man in pajamas gritted his teeth and took a seat in the electric chair, donning a helmet resembling that of a motorcycle. As the helmet's cover descended, the siren abruptly ceased. This was peculiar. I observed the first man. His movements appeared remarkably natural as he effortlessly donned the helmet. He was, after all, the pivotal figure whose presence could determine whether the game commenced smoothly. Was he a police officer? Or perhaps he was the 12th individual hidden among us. As I sat in uncertainty, the individual in the electric chair, donned with a helmet, began to wail in agony. The chair, worn and dilapidated, seemed to harbor circuits that faintly leaked electricity. Poor soul. Repent swiftly. Do not squander time. Once the crowd fell silent, the man in pajamas seated in the chair twitched his facial muscles and commenced to recount his transgressions. My name is Wang Shi, 31 years of age. Once known by the pen name Corpse-Faced Man, I am a writer of mystery novels. Upon uttering these words, many present exhibited expressions of astonishment. The name Wang Shi was unknown to all, yet the pseudonym Corpse-Faced Man was widely recognized. The king of narrative deception, the foremost figure in northern suspense literature, adept at employing structural intricacies and linguistic finesse to deliberately obscure certain truths from the reader, misleading them until the final revelation, evoking an indescribable astonishment. His narration was succinct and ruthless, the plot tumultuous and bizarre, with a story structure that bordered on the unfathomable. Was it truly the same figure who had absented himself from national award ceremonies? Legends spoke of him submitting works solely under a pseudonym, his true visage unseen by anyone. Goodness, I had even purchased his books. Upon discovering that others were familiar with his pen name, the man in the chair offered a bitter smile. Since you recognize me as Corpse-Faced Man, you must be aware of my seminal work, Diary of a Wife Killer. In truth, everything chronicled in that diary is real. I am the unequivocal pervert depicted in the narrative. Throughout my life, in the face of the woman I adored obsessively, I found myself in a frantic state, unable to see or hear, my spirit in disarray, yet too timid to express my feelings. Never daring to beseech her for the singular favor I desired during our moments of intimacy. My first wife, Bai Fangfang, was a high school classmate. After graduating, she gained admission to a prestigious university with exemplary grades, while I attended a vocational school, akin to a toad gazing upon a swan. My feelings of inferiority were sown on that day. 6 years later, my first book was published, and to my astonishment, we met once more, this time as author and reader. I devoted everything to pursuing her, and after a year, we wed. However, marital bliss eluded us. She was willful and spoiled, resembling a princess, while I was merely her servant. At the age of 26, another woman entered my life, Mu Shuiying, a student of Bai Fangfang, merely 20 years old. Her youthful allure tantalized me, drawing me into a web from which I could not extricate myself. Soon, we grew dissatisfied with our scant monthly meetings. I proposed a divorce to Bai Fangfang, yet my obsequiousness garnered no sympathy from her. She demanded half of our assets and threatened to disclose my privacy to all readers. Never before had I entertained thoughts of murder. I had once loved her deeply. Yet in an instant, all that affection transformed into hatred. I smiled, ingratiated myself, apologized, prepared her dinner, and offered to wash her feet. That night, we engaged in intimacy 6 or 7 times until exhaustion overcame us. I feigned greater affection than ever before. Yet from that moment, I had already begun to plot how to compose a wholly authentic diary of a wife killer. I pondered daily the means of committing murder until one day, I overheard Mu Shuiying mention a significant lapse in the management of toxic reagents at her school, where the laboratory doors are often left unlocked during the day. It was then that I realized an opportunity had presented itself. Under a pseudonym known only to me, I procured a highly toxic chemical element, thallium bromide, which changed hands twice before I finally obtained 3 bottles, each containing 5 grams of this lethal poison. To completely exonerate myself from suspicion, I chose not to employ the most straightforward method of food poisoning. Instead, I meticulously devised a death method tailored specifically for my wife, Bai Fangfang. In prior conversations, I had learned of Bai Fangfang's familial history of mental illness, and I was aware that she suffered from severe myopia, often opting to wear contact lenses for the sake of her appearance. Chapter 364, 0 votes. My objective was to disguise her cause of death. Thallium poisoning was exceedingly rare at the time, making it improbable for the hospital to conduct heavy metal toxicity screenings during routine examinations. Should the hospital fail to detect thallium poisoning, I would deliberately steer the narrative towards a hereditary mental illness. Naturally, the likelihood of this was slim, prompting me to prepare contingency plans. Wang Shitu's expression bore a hint of excitement, as if his tale was reaching its climax. I catered to Bai Fangfang's every whim, presenting ourselves to the world as a loving couple, devoid of any apparent motive for murder. In truth, due to her temperament, Bai Fangfang had a strained rapport with fellow teachers at her school and had garnered resentment from students for her rigid teaching style and stringent demands. Given the lapses in the management of toxic reagents in the school's laboratory, I contemplated poisoning, an elementary and easily detectable method of murder. Eventually, it became evident that the manner of poisoning would be pivotal in absolving me of suspicion. To silently eliminate a person, one must possess an intimate understanding of their habits. Thus, I devoted 3 months to committing every detail of my wife's daily routines to memory. This included her dietary preferences, work-related duties, and even her activities at specific times throughout the day. Once I had completed this preparatory work, I proceeded to the second phase of my plan. Bai Fangfang had a habitual fondness for honey water, and I would personally prepare a cup for her each morning before she left for work. As the year drew to a close, with students graduating and her duties as a teacher becoming increasingly burdensome, she began to occasionally bring home locked lesson plans and work records, working late into the night. It was at this juncture that I recognized my opportunity had arrived. I discreetly purchased 2 identical-looking cups from different parts of the city to evade surveillance. I began to use the new cup to prepare honey water for Bai Fangfang, allowing her to take it with her each day while simultaneously introducing thallium bromide into her lesson plans. Thallium, a highly toxic substance, can induce acute poisoning through inhalation or ingestion, with severe reactions manifesting within 3 to 5 days. However, mere skin contact would not reveal toxicity immediately. Symptoms such as vomiting and diarrhea would only appear weeks later. After 2 weeks, Bai Fangfang began to experience discomfort. She lost her hair, and her extremities felt as though they were being scorched by fire. I feigned concern and accompanied her to the hospital, yet the examination results returned normal. The following day, I retrieved the other identical cup I had purchased and prepared her honey water once more. This time, it was a special concoction infused with a lethal dose of thallium bromide. As night fell, my wife returned home with an empty water cup. Her once regal demeanor, reminiscent of a swan, now appeared haggard. An unprecedented thrill surged within me. That evening, we engaged in numerous intimacies. Her frailty and tremors ignited a peculiar exhilaration within me. The following day, I reverted to the ordinary water cup, while the poison vessel was concealed in a place known only to me. On the 3rd day post-poisoning, my wife collapsed at school and, alas, never regained consciousness. I rushed to the hospital, where I found her nearly naked, lying in the ICU bed, tubes protruding from her body. I displayed a profound sorrow that moved everyone around me. Even the kind-hearted Mu Shuiying could not bear to witness my grief. 21 days later, my wife was confirmed to have suffered from thallium poisoning, leading the police to officially open an investigation. They scoured my home but found no trace of any chemical substances until the 7th day post-incident, when bromide thallium was discovered in Bai Fangfang's work records. Everyone who had come into contact with that record was interrogated by the police according to the timeline of the illness, but naturally, they yielded no results. The true perpetrator was I, a person who could not possibly have accessed that work record during the acute poisoning period. To this day, they remain oblivious to my method of poisoning. Years have passed, yet that useless document, merely a distraction, still resides in the evidence room of the police station. A truly absurd situation. As I recounted this, Wang Shi wore a smile, but everyone present could sense the bitterness lurking beneath it. I never envisioned that I would one day share these experiences. It felt like an unending nightmare, reminiscent of scenes I had encountered in my dreams multiple times. He gazed at the round table, raising his voice gradually. After Bai Fangfang's death, I married Mu Shuiying. Yet our life together deteriorated rapidly, leading us to divorce not long after. I do not believe I am guilty, nor do I know if I should repent. Perhaps I erred in my actions. Each individual is destined to love only once in a lifetime. With her death, I have lost everything. Silence enveloped the hall for a while until, after several minutes, Wang Shi attempted to remove his helmet and rise from the electric chair. Dressed in pajamas, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he walked unsteadily, as if the weight of his words had drained all his strength. Returning to his seat, Wang Shi looked at the others, declaring, "My story is complete, devoid of any falsehood. I hope you will cast your vote for me." Expressions varied among the attendees as I contemplated silently. Merely verbalizing votes lacked fairness. How could these murderers possibly be convinced? No, the organizer was among these 12. Having devised the rules and participated, there were no obvious flaws left behind. Minutes passed, yet no one prepared to vote for Wang Shi. Humanity is inherently selfish to a certain extent, and this was no exception. Each individual possessed but one voting right, with the 5 individuals receiving the most votes destined to acquire the antidote. Casting a vote for another could very well extinguish one's own chance of survival. As time slipped away, Wang Shi's countenance grew increasingly grim. By 12:30, the alarm rang for the second time, and still, not a single vote had been cast for him. Poor fellow. The man seated in chair number 2 cast a fleeting smile toward number 1. His complexion was dark, yet his teeth gleamed white. "The tale you weave fails to resonate with us," he remarked. "Fabrication? What I speak is nothing but the truth," retorted Wang, casting a dark glare at number 2, silencing him with his demeanor. Number 2's attire was unpretentious, reminiscent of a laborer freshly arrived from the countryside, and his speech bore no artifice. As he settled into the electric chair and donned the helmet, the alarm ceased, and a projector behind the chair illuminated a bright light, casting 12 numbered slots upon the wall, with 0 votes inscribed behind number 1. Are there surveillance cameras in this room? How is it that they are so acutely aware of our situation? I pondered, casting furtive glances at each individual in the hall, noting that none possessed a remote control or displayed any unusual behavior, rendering the circumstances inscrutable for the moment. With the helmet secured, witnessing Wang safely disembark from the electric chair, number 2 appeared considerably more relaxed. "Damn it, how much sweat did you just lose? This helmet is drenched," he exclaimed, smiling at Wang before surveying the others, and then commenced his confession. "As for myself, I am Pan Shui, 26 years of age. At 17, I accompanied my uncle in the renovation business, traversing numerous locales. I was youthful, nimble, though somewhat lacking in eloquence. To be frank, I have no ulterior motives. The genesis of this tale of murder traces back to my uncle. For years prior, we arrived in Jiangcheng, where my uncle treated me like his own son, taking pity on my plight of having no place to stay, and offered me refuge in his home. My uncle, having amassed considerable wealth over years of renovation, owned a grand house in the city, opulently adorned like a crystal palace, each visit leaving my eyes aching from its splendor. My affection for my uncle's home stemmed not only from the comfort of the bed I occupied, but also from another reason. Number 2 smacked his lips as if savoring a delicacy from the past. At that time, my uncle was 44, recently divorced, and had taken a young wife, Gui Yujing, in her late 20s. Upon my initial visit, my aunt received me with little warmth, her demeanor cold, upon learning I would be residing there for some time. She and my uncle had a fierce argument. Chapter 365. The price of deceit. In those days, I was timid and shy, too afraid to speak. My gaze cast downwards as I covertly observed my aunt. My intention was to evoke her sympathy, but my eyes were drawn to her delicate feet, elegantly concealed within her slippers, to her rounded ankles, and up her fair calves, rendering me breathless. I dared not meet her gaze, yet my eyes betrayed me. She wore an oversized shirt paired with short trousers, and it was the first time I realized that clothing could be worn so stylishly and beautifully. My aunt was fashionable, alluring, with a splendid figure, and her occasional playful gestures would leave my uncle in a flurry. She was a beguiling enchantress. The events that ensued after that day have faded from my memory, but I remained at my uncle's house for a time. While my aunt treated my uncle reasonably well, her attitude towards me was markedly harsh, disregarding my uncle's feelings as she frequently belittled me in his presence with scornful taunts and cruel words. I endured her disdain in silence, feeling wronged, until one fateful day when my uncle left for Xinhu to collect debts, leaving only my aunt and me in the house. I suddenly realized that my aunt's demeanor towards me had changed significantly, although she still wore a stern expression. There were moments when she would deliberately sit close to me while watching television in the living room or dining at the table. The temperature radiating from her was palpable, akin to an electric shock, as she wore stockings, presenting an ordinary dining situation that nonetheless sparked a flurry of imagination. After dinner, my aunt instructed me to wash the basin in the bathroom, where her recently discarded lingerie lingered with the scent of her perfume. To my astonishment, midway through my task, she entered the bathroom, locked the door behind her, and made her way into the shower, followed by the sounds of water mingled with other indistinct noises. Pan Shui's words dripped with vulgarity, his face flushed with excitement as he recounted these events, his demeanor resembling that of a boastful individual rather than one seeking forgiveness. When my uncle returned, life should have resumed its normalcy, yet the taste of forbidden fruit haunted my nights, compelling me to eavesdrop outside their door. My uncle, aging and physically diminished, rarely ventured out alone, and it seemed that prolonged proximity had birthed a semblance of suspicion towards me. I had never harbored harmful thoughts towards my uncle, yet the terrifying Gui Yujing approached me, using both her body and wealth as bait, attempting to incite me to kill him. None of this was my fault. I was but a pawn in her scheme. Pan Shui, though appearing innocent, spoke in a manner that reeked of deceit. I knew there were police among them, and I merely wished to convey to the hidden figure that they had apprehended the wrong person. The true perpetrator was Gui Yujing, who had pressured me into contemplating the murder of my own uncle before vanishing. No, she must have fled. Pan Shui shouted to the crowd, his expression and voice exuding authenticity. Yet immediately after his proclamation, the police lights behind the electric chair flickered to life, visible currents surging from the chair into the helmet. Ah! Pan Shui's head slammed back against the chair, the electric shock nearly bursting his eyes, the agony rendering him incapable of maintaining his facade as he erupted into a frenzied scream. I was wrong. I forced my aunt. I killed their entire family. I am guilty. He grasped the helmet with both hands, desperate to remove it, but in that instant, more electricity surged forth, the chair crackling with sparks until it finally ceased after a minute. The police lights extinguished, and a charred stench filled the room as Pan Shui lay rigid on the floor, his body twisted grotesquely, his scorched head still trapped within the helmet. Electric torture. Must one pay with their life for deceit? Everyone sat around the round table, gazing at Pan Shui's lifeless form, the atmosphere in the room plunging to an icy stillness. The lie detector's function intertwined with the heart rate. How was it connected to the electric chair? The more I pondered, the more I sensed something was amiss. This entire scenario was likely orchestrated, with the true orchestrator hidden among the remaining 10 individuals. To orchestrate one's own demise, the organizers could not have imprisoned you in silence without thoroughly investigating your background. Perhaps death was preferable. The slender figure, number 6, toyed with a blade, now relieved of a rival. Regrettably, I had yet to witness the process of his killings, but considering how he had eluded the police for so long, his methods of concealment would undoubtedly be intriguing. It seems you wish to exchange experiences with him. If you are so eager to know the answer, why not descend earlier and accompany him? I observed a faint smirk at the corner of number 6's mouth. You should first be concerned about yourself. Seated in the third position, you ought to take number 3's place. The slender figure of number 6 glared at me with a fierce intensity, shouting, I suspect you are the hidden mole among us. I spread my hands apologetically, stating that number 2 had violated the game rules, and his fate was evident. As number 12, I must naturally be the last to go. It is obvious that being the last to participate grants an advantage. If I were indeed the organizer, would I engage in such foolishness? The most ordinary and unremarkable individuals are the easiest to conceal. Smiling at number 6, I maintained my tone. Moreover, if I truly were the organizer, you would already be dead. With your unattractive and diminutive stature, your appearance is quite bizarre. I am curious why the police have yet to apprehend you. Number 6 appeared genuinely enraged this time, refraining from further banter. His eyes narrowed into slits, fixating on me as if he intended to memorize my features. Regardless of the outcome tonight, number 12, your demise is inevitable. I ignored him and turned to the enchanting number 4 beside me. Number 3, the detective, has perished outside the door. It is now your turn. Indeed, number 4 was a beauty, with a voluptuous figure surpassing even Zhang Fei's, though marred by 2 scars on her neck and chin, resembling those inflicted by a bite. Could you perhaps take my place this once? That individual just died in the electric chair, and his head remains trapped within the helmet. Would you allow me to stand behind you? Number 4 clasped her hands over her chest, adopting a pitiful demeanor. You are quite adept at leveraging your physical advantages. But alas, that holds no sway over me. I sat in the third chair, tapping my fingers on the table. Fear the corpse? Everyone seated here is a murderer. How could we possibly fear the dead? The longer the wait, the greater the advantage. I would never relinquish my number. Number 4 continued to speak at length. But upon realizing my unwavering resolve, she did not grow frustrated. Instead, she persisted in her portrayal of a weakling, turning her gaze toward number 5. I am truly frightened. Could we switch just this once? Number 5 was a stout individual, standing at 165 centimeters and weighing over 110 kilograms, his face marred by acne, appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Her words stirred something within number 5, perhaps sensing a potential. Number 4, with her delicate, boneless fingers, rested them on his leg, which was thicker than her waist. Let us trade this one time. Afterward, you may do as you wish tonight. We could form an alliance. If we both survive, I can accompany you. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Number 5 appeared intrigued, and number 4's hand began to move gently on his thigh. Please assist me. I wish to help you, but altering the game rules could lead to my immediate electrocution. Number 5 spoke for the first time, his voice muffled and reeking. Why not consider a different form of collaboration? Rising, he approached the electric chair, yanked number 2's lifeless body aside, and placed his broad hand on number 4's back. I have cleared the body for you. Proceed with your confession. Once you are done, I will cast my vote for you. When I ascend to confess later, will you cast your vote for me? So that each of us holds a vote in our hands. Can I trust you? Number 4 clung to number 5, her delicate visage starkly contrasting with the ample flesh of number 5. Chapter 366, The Devil's New Clothes, Part 1, certainly. Number 5's large hand adhered to number 4, a sound of swallowing echoing in his throat. Number 4 nestled her face into the soft flesh of number 5's chest, extending her petite tongue to gently caress him. You cannot deceive me. We agreed on this. The sight of her in such a manner left onlookers parched, while the grotesquely rotund number 5 exhibited a strong reaction, his hand reluctant to part from her. The alarm blared for the third time, yet number 4 and number 5 remained reluctant to separate, resembling lovers who had endured life and death together. Go on. Tonight I will protect you. The flesh on number 5 quivered, his small eyes, nearly obscured by fat, glimmered as they fixated on number 4's perfect curves. Number 4 softly acknowledged, slowly making her way to the electric chair, donning the helmet that emitted a strange odor and was somewhat warm under the eager gazes of the crowd. The alarm ceased. The helmet was slightly oversized, covering her entire face. After a brief silence, a voice, tinged with sweetness and confusion, emerged from the helmet. Before arriving here, I had not experienced a peaceful sleep in a long time. Each time I closed my eyes, it felt as if he crawled out from under the bed, from the blanket, onto me, seeking to strangle me, to devour me piece by piece. Even with the aid of medication, he would invade my dreams, relentlessly haunting me. I do not necessarily wish to kill him. I know that if I do not, one day he will ultimately destroy me. I have no choice but to proceed this way. My name is Wang Yechen, and I am an actress. Upon hearing this name, my eyes widened. Wang Yechen? Is she not the first girlfriend of Huang Buiyuan's younger son? An actress, rumored to have been supported by a mysterious benefactor. How did she end up here? How could she commit murder? The reactions of those surrounding the round table mirrored my astonishment. Wang Yechen had recently skyrocketed to fame due to a particular film, making a leap from a third-tier model to a second-tier star, truly a remarkable ascent. Yet, after that film, no further news of her emerged. A star, indeed, I thought. Why does she seem so familiar? Such swift advancement must harbor secrets. I just witnessed her leave that rotund man utterly entranced. She's no ordinary woman. One should only believe a woman's words with a grain of salt. Regardless of how pitiful her tale may seem, my vote shall not go to her. The crowd's murmurs were intentionally subdued, yet Wang Yechen heard them clearly. The helmet obscured her face, leaving her expression a mystery. I am an actress, and I admit to having engaged in unsavory deeds, but is this truly my fault? I hail from humble beginnings, lacking connections and wealth. Upon graduating from film school, I entered a production crew and observed producers and directors scrutinizing actresses' photographs, uttering lewd remarks without a hint of discretion. I merely sought a role. I poured my heart into my performances, yet sadly discovered that no matter how hard I tried, I could only attain a minor role, one that held little significance and could be cut at any moment. Those individuals have consistently implied to me how a discerning person ought to behave. My heart, however, remained steadfast, unwilling to succumb to their insidious influence. The consequence of my resolve is that while other girls have ascended to great heights, I find myself stagnant, merely wandering in place. My perseverance has yielded naught but superficial scars, unseen and unacknowledged, leaving no one aware of my existence. Upon joining a new production, I transformed into a more compliant and considerate individual. I resembled a docile sheep, meticulously groomed, feigning innocence and virtue, delivered right into the jaws of a wolf. In that production, I earned a substantial sum of 11,000, of which 10,000 was sent home. Subsequently, my career trajectory broadened, and the status of those around me elevated. I presumed I would finally secure my place in the entertainment industry, yet who could have foreseen the impending nightmare? A few months ago, Li Changwei, the actual controlling shareholder of the largest free trade company in central and southern China and the newly crowned richest individual in Shanghai, graced the box office celebration of my new film. At that time, I was merely a second-tier star, a stark contrast to his towering stature. Yet he exhibited profound admiration for me. With gentle inquiries and lavish gifts, he resembled both a benevolent father and an elegant gentleman. Before long, at his behest, I accepted him as my godfather and moved into his villa. Initially, he did not impose any inappropriate demands upon me. He merely invited me to accompany him fishing and playing golf. I held him in high esteem, treating him internally as a paternal figure. The helmet obscured my expression, preventing anyone from perceiving the subtle changes in Wang Yuchen's countenance, though her voice trembled slightly, betraying the fear that began to surface from the depths of her soul. Weeks passed in this manner until one day, as I sought to venture outside, I was abruptly warned by Li Changwei's bodyguard, prohibiting my departure. It was then that I realized something was amiss. I hurried to find Li Changwei, who lounged on the sofa in an expensive robe. Upon my arrival, he said little, merely gesturing toward 3 items on the table. The first item was my personal dossier, comprising hundreds of pages detailing my family ties, my parents' occupations, and all significant events since my admission to the Film Academy. The dossier concluded with records of hotel bookings and numerous secretly taken photographs of me. Li Changwei had long been scrutinizing me. He possessed an intimate understanding of my life, rendering me akin to a helpless infant just learning to walk. The second item on the table was a contract and a bank card. The contract stipulated that I would accompany Li Changwei for a year in exchange for a payment of 3 million. The final item was a collar, one of those ordinary collars worn by dogs. His intentions were unmistakable. He was coercing and enticing me, making it clear that if I wished to continue my acting career, I could only yield to his demands. From that day forth, I became Li Changwei's personal slave, the man I once regarded as a paternal figure revealing an entirely different side. Wang Yuchen lifted her fair arms, placing them before her chest, her fingers slowly unfastening each button. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, she proceeded with caution. I sat at the table, observing her peculiar actions. Li Changwei, the newly crowned richest man in Shanghai, was portrayed in the media as a stern, unyielding elder. Had his recent sudden demise anything to do with Wang Yuchen? I do not possess a profound impression of Li Changwei. However, I have personally encountered his second daughter, Li Jingyu. She was chosen as the final offering, bearing the ominous fate of the death door during the ritual to appease the heavens as Lu Xing sought to destroy the dam. She was expelled from the company by her brother, leaving behind a letter for me to open. Is it merely a coincidence that these seemingly unrelated individuals are entangled in such a manner? I find myself perplexed, left only to wait. For this game has only just begun. Wang Yuchen unfastened all her buttons, revealing her bare skin, an expanse of white that should evoke a rush of blood to the head. Yet, in this moment, it appeared rather surreal. Bite marks? Her body, devoid of clothing, bore numerous scars, delicate as teeth impressions, as if she had been gnawed upon by a madman. Li Changwei, now in his 60s, presents an image of vitality. Yet in reality, he has long been depleted by indulgence, nearly losing his physical capabilities, deriving a perverse pleasure only from torment. Wang Yuchen remained unfazed by her exposed form. Sitting calmly in the electric chair, these wounds were the result of his savage bites. The scars seemed inescapable, akin to a garment representing shame and nightmares. In Li Changwei's villa, I was not treated as a human. Rather, I was regarded as a mere dog, an object for his sadistic release, subjected to relentless torment. Initially, I would plead for mercy, weep, and resist, yet such actions only exacerbated my suffering. To survive, I learned to acquiesce, enduring for a year, believing it would eventually pass. What is the worth of a toy that does not resist? For his own amusement, Li Changwei began experimenting with various substances on me, forcing me to ingest stimulants, compelling me to perform grotesque acts for his entertainment, followed by humiliation and physical violence. There was a time when I nearly suffocated at his hands, and another when I was so weak I nearly lost my life, only to be rescued by a doctor he had arranged to be present in the villa. Such incidents were far too frequent, and I feared I would not survive until the year's end. It wouldn't be long before he would play me to death. I could not remain passive. I attempted to seek help and escape. In truth, I had succeeded, but Li Changwei was even more sinister than I had imagined. He threatened me with surreptitious photographs, exerting pressure through connections, and during this time, my parents suffered a car accident, a deed I knew he orchestrated. I was trapped within his grasp. Upon returning to the villa, Li Changwei's torment intensified. Each night, I would scream, succumbing to unconsciousness, only to awaken the following day, only to be subjected to another round of torment once darkness fell. Such days appeared endless, and I realized that the only way to rid myself of Li Changwei was through his demise. This thought had crossed my mind countless times. Yet in terms of strength and stature, I was no match for him. The villa was surrounded by security, and within its confines, cameras were densely placed, rendering me under constant surveillance. Li Changwei was an exceedingly cautious man. Even sharp or pointed objects were hard to come by within the villa, let alone any knives. During that period, I had succumbed to madness, my thoughts consumed solely by how to please Li Changwei and the individuals tasked with supervising me in his absence, while simultaneously plotting his demise. After enduring several days of torment, I finally gleaned a vulnerability of his from the doctor who was my keeper. Li Changwei suffered from a heart condition that necessitated his daily intake of medication before breakfast. For a certain time post-ingestion, he was prohibited from engaging in strenuous activities or experiencing significant emotional distress, lest it hinder his cardiac recovery. This was why he only tormented me at night. Armed with this knowledge, I devised a plan to entice him in the mornings, not through overt seduction, but by invoking fear and resentment while feigning a lack of resistance. I would deliberately present myself before him and then flee like a frightened prey. It did not take long for Li Changwei to take the bait. The old man, lacking the ability for more intimate pursuits, resorted to tormenting my body, seeking to bend me to his will and assert his masculinity. Feigning despair, anger, and helplessness, I was, in truth, halfway through executing my plan. Although he lacked the capacity to engage in certain acts, he relished forcing me to take medication, reveling in my distress. However, due to his heart issues, he never touched any stimulants himself. He was cautious about his health, with every meal meticulously prepared by a nutritionist and a doctor, leaving me no opportunity to administer poison. Yet, I did not relinquish any chance to collect those pills. When he coerced me into consuming stimulants, I would secretly stash a few beneath my tongue, hiding them in various corners of the villa when he was not paying attention. Those tiny tablets were my only hope for eliminating Li Changwei and the driving force for my survival. Before long, I conceived a brilliant method to ensure that Li Changwei would inadvertently ingest the stimulants. The following morning, after bathing and evading surveillance, I ground a pill into powder and applied it to my body, focusing on the areas he most delighted in tormenting. As expected, he pounced upon me like an eager dog. This session of torment was more intense than ever. Blood marked my skin as Li Changwei's movements grew rougher, his eyes bloodshot, even regaining a semblance of masculine vigor. The repugnant creature was entirely unaware that it was the drug enhancing his prowess. He believed instead that his years of regimen had finally borne fruit. He instructed the nutritionist to prepare a diet to bolster his vitality, and his gaze toward me grew increasingly fervent. I remained patient, enticing him slowly while gradually increasing the dosage, until the fateful morning arrived when I ground all the hidden pills into powder and meticulously applied a thin layer over my body, akin to a transparent garment. Gazing at my reflection, I beheld a beautiful, voluptuous figure adorned in the finest attire, an ethereal, invisible garment bestowed upon me by fate to alter my destiny. Indeed, I stepped out of the bathroom clad in this new attire, a day I would remember as my most exquisite. Li Changwei soon caught sight of me from afar, and I heard the sound of his heavy breaths. Subsequently, I found myself pinned against the dining table, pastries and soup scattered everywhere. Li Changwei had finally achieved his long-sought desire, having completely obtained me. His movements were brutish, seemingly fueled by all the strength he had accumulated over the years. This time, I refrained from crying out, exerting myself to cooperate with him. I shouted his name, a hint of pride glimmering in my eyes. This old dog was exhausting the remnants of his life. The drug's potency was overwhelming, and I had long lost track of time, my memory lingering on Li Changgui's final visage. From the nape of his neck to his forehead, he flushed crimson, his face a mixture of excitement and ferocity. Yet his pupils began to dilate, extinguishing any remnants of resistance in his gaze. The old dog overturned the dishes, clutching his heart like a drowning man, reaching out to grasp at the air before collapsing to the ground. I let out a piercing scream, and both the doctor and security rushed over, while I cowered in the corner. The subsequent events are rather unremarkable. In order to protect Li Changgui's public persona and ensure the stable development of the company, this incident was kept under wraps. The public only learned of Li Changgui's sudden demise, with his eldest son, Li Chuanxiang, assuming control of the company. Only doctors and Li Changgui himself had access to those pharmaceuticals. I was merely a humble slave. The police expressed sympathy for my plight, and later, Li Chuanxiang compensated me with 3 million as hush money. As for Li Changgui's death, he was indifferent, or perhaps it was precisely what he had hoped for. Having concluded my tale, Wang Yuchen of Group 4 fastened her blouse. I did not lie. I acknowledged my own filth. Yet I harbor no remorse for having killed Li Changgui. With her buttons secured, Wang Yuchen cradled her helmet in her hands and removed it. This time without any electric shocks or adverse effects. Her words were likely the truth. Rising from the electric chair, Wang Yuchen felt a wave of dizziness. And number 5 hurried over to steady her, his plump hands unusually gentle, refraining from taking advantage of her vulnerability. A fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed Wang Yuchen's eyes as she leaned against number 5's chest. I speak nothing but the truth. Would you consider casting your vote for me? Her voice was soft and delicate, as she lifted her exquisite face to gaze at number 5. Certainly, I shall cast my vote for you. Your confession has deeply moved me, number 5 chuckled, guiding Wang Yuchen back to the round table. Foolish fatso, are you sure you wish to give her your vote? She is merely exploiting you. Number 6, the slender monkey, frowned at the two. Should Wang Yuchen secure the fat man's vote, the delicate balance among the group would be disrupted. Number 5 disregarded number 6's corpulent figure, squeezing himself beside Wang Yuchen, his eyes greedily surveying her form. Group 4 has already garnered 1 vote. Who among you intends to vote for her? Number 1, Wang Shi, inquired with an expressionless demeanor, seemingly casual. No one responded, and Wang Yuchen's countenance soured. She intended to push number 5 away and make promises to others, offering special conditions, yet she feared losing number 5's support. By the time the 4th alarm rang, her votes totaled only 1. Let us collaborate for a while. Remember to cast your vote for me, number 5 said, gently massaging Wang Yuchen's shoulder. Wang Yuchen offered a sweet smile in response, yet she refrained from providing him with a definitive answer. Leaving the round table, number 5's corpulent form struggled to fit into the electric chair. He cautiously inhaled the aroma within the helmet, murmuring softly before finally donning it. The alarm ceased, and number 5's mouth cracked open, revealing a set of uneven teeth. He expressed delight at encountering everyone, remarking on the scent emanating from them with evident satisfaction. I am experiencing such a potent stench for the first time. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tian Tung, and I am a third-year high school repeat student endowed with a peculiar ability. Chapter 368. The one who follows the stench. Every individual possesses an inherent odor, a scent that no perfume can mask. His unkempt hair obscured his forehead, while his small, beady eyes, hidden beneath layers of flesh, sparkled with an incomprehensible light. As Tian Tung surveyed the crowd, his gaze unexpectedly landed upon me. The stench of rotting fruit, the foulness of decay, the odor of corpses, these emanated from you all, more intense than any I had encountered prior to my arrival here. Number 5 quivered with excitement, his corpulence jiggling with each movement. What unsettled me further was his unwavering gaze fixed upon me, which I found exceedingly uncomfortable. Can you truly smell our odors? Number 4, Wang Yuchen, raised her arms, lifting her shirt to catch a whiff of her own body. I had just bathed before losing consciousness. All I smell is the fragrance of my body wash. She extended her milky white arm toward my face, urging, Number 12, you should take a sniff. Wang Yuchen's beautiful visage adopted an innocent expression, seemingly unintentional in revealing a considerable expanse of her fair skin. Few men can resist her gentleness. Alas, I am an exception. This is not merely a game of murder. It is a live showcase from the underworld where a misstep could cost one their life. You should let number 6 take a whiff instead. You seem deprived of affection and have likely never sniffed a girl's arm. I subtly evaded Wang Yuchen, contemplating her motives for showing me favor. Firstly, my proximity to her was notable. Secondly, she might have mistaken me for a puppet master. Witnessing Wang Yuchen's disingenuous performance, number 5, Tian Teng, grew irate, his bean-sized eyes nearly bulging. He shouted at Wang Yuchen, number 4, keep your distance from number 12. That individual is exceedingly dangerous. The odor emanating from him is the second most potent among us. It is almost entirely the stench of death, a foulness that seeps into one's very bones. Tian Teng's remarks rendered my predicament precarious. Number 5, do not speak recklessly. If I truly bore such a potent scent of decay, would I not be aware of it myself? I countered. This odor is imperceptible to you. It is I who can discern it. Perhaps my sense of smell is rather unique. While I cannot detect the fragrances that you perceive, the stench resonates with a peculiar allure for me. The more pungent the odor, the more exhilarated I become. Fragrances can be masked with perfumes, shampoos, or body washes. But odors of this nature have fused with your very essence. Only the most unsavory individuals are worthy of such a scent. Number 5 inhaled deeply, reveling in the intensity of the odor, exclaiming, "What a magnificent stench! If I could spend my entire life enveloped in this aroma, it would be worth dying for." A follower of stench. This is not an extraordinary ability. It is a psychological affliction, remarked number 1, Wang Shi, casting a sympathetic glance towards number 5. You mentioned that the odor from number 12 is the second most potent among us. I wonder who possesses the most overpowering scent. Wang Shi's inquiry captured the attention of all, for in this room filled with murderers, the strength of one's odor could indirectly indicate their level of danger. The most potent? Tian Teng's gaze shifted away from me, sweeping over all the others behind. His plump face grew increasingly animated. I dared not voice it, but the odor emanating from that person was utterly distinctive. I had never encountered such a potent and peculiar stench. This imbecile was profoundly repugnant. I harbored a violent desire to plunge a knife into him. Number 6 cursed vehemently, fully aware that number 5's attention had never lingered on him, a testament to the fact that, despite his fierce exterior, he was not the most dangerous among them. Number 1, Wang Shi, regarded him with some trepidation. He was merely a novelist, and the only time he had taken a life was through external means. Physically frail, he held no advantage in tonight's deadly game. Continue your narrative. Time is fleeting, spoke number 7, a physician clad in work attire. Tian Teng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his chest heaving as he began to recount his tale. I was a premature infant, with intellect inferior to most. I only learned to speak and communicate at the age of 6. The memories of my childhood are now somewhat blurred. My parents divorced, and since I can remember, I lived with my grandfather. He treated me with great kindness. Whenever someone bullied me, he was the first to intervene. The change began when I was 5. On a summer morning when my grandfather collapsed in the kitchen and never rose again. It was years later that I learned of his long-standing health issues. He had been enduring great hardship to care for me. Unfortunately, I grasped this too late. Driven by instinct, my 5-year-old self dragged him to the bedside, mimicking the tender care he had shown me, covering him with a blanket. I did not know when my grandfather would awaken. I remained by his side, drinking water when thirsty and scavenging the refrigerator for food, regardless of its state, shoving it into my mouth. I lost track of how many days passed, 5, 10, perhaps half a month. Then one day, the door of my grandfather's home was kicked open by the police, and a multitude rushed in. Their first reaction was to cover their mouths and noses. A neighbor had reported the stench emanating from my grandfather's house, and I, terrified, hid behind him as those individuals entered. They pointed at my grandfather, their expressions revealing fear and astonishment. They exchanged various remarks, a few of which I vaguely recall. Has he been dead long? It reeks. How is there still a child here? I did not fully comprehend their words at the time, but I etched the keywords, stench, grandfather, into my memory. From that moment onward, my sense of smell underwent a transformation. It became extraordinary. I could not detect pleasant scents, yet I could intricately discern every foul odor, and I became obsessively enamored with the myriad of different smells, unable to extricate myself from this fascination. Tian Teng appeared lost in reminiscence, speaking with utter sincerity. You may find it hard to believe, but I can, solely by smell, determine the approximate time of death of a corpse. The sense of a body deceased for 10 days and one for 11 days possess subtle differences. I apologize. I do not mean to boast. In truth, this peculiar ability has not altered my wretched existence. My mind operates slowly, and I am often bullied by my peers. My academic performance is dismal, and my classmates, teachers, and even my father all harbor disdain for me. The phrase my father uttered most frequently was, "You worthless garbage. Why don't you just die?" He is a coarse and irritable man. Otherwise, my mother would not have eloped with another. Thus, my childhood, shrouded in a somber gray, was defined by my passion for food until the age of 16. I was devoid of friends, incapable of playing games. The only solace I found was in the sensation of my stomach nearing its limit, a feeling of profound satisfaction. My father, however, could not condone such indulgence, for he was impoverished. To experience the thrill of a distended belly, I sought refuge in restaurants and snack streets, not by spending money, but by scavenging discarded delicacies from the refuse bins behind kitchens, racing against the arrival of garbage trucks. This exhilarating existence persisted until I began attending a third-rate high school at 16. For others, it was a novel environment. For me, it was scarcely a change. I continued to sit in the last row of the classroom, fully aware that no one would desire to share space with a repugnant, overweight boy such as myself. Nor did I harbor any illusions of fitting in. Yet, fate has its peculiar ways. On the very first day of school, as the morning class was already in progress, a female classmate burst into the classroom. To uphold his authority, the teacher ordered her to stand in the back row. She approached me. Her shortened uniform clung to her waist, and her skirt was significantly shorter than those of her peers, revealing most of her skin above the knee. What struck me most was the faint odor that wafted from her as she passed by. I dared not gaze upon her face, my eyes concealed beneath my bangs. Fixated on her legs and feet throughout the lesson, I believe my scrutiny was discreet, yet she seemed to have noticed. "Is it beautiful?" This was her first utterance to me, her melodious voice resonating in my mind, leaving my corpulent face utterly dumbfounded. I was at a loss for how to respond, unsure of the expression I should wear. Seconds slipped by, yet I remained silent. At this moment, Tian Tung, with his small, bean-sized eyes squinting amidst his chubby visage, continued, revealing a face so round that his features were nearly indistinguishable. I sat there, nervous, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand, believing that perhaps this would divert her attention. Alas, I was mistaken. She seemed to delight in teasing me, lifting her foot to rest upon my desk. Her shoe rested atop my textbook, and her voice rang in my ears once more. "Is it beautiful?" Instinctively, I swallowed hard, my gaze fixed upon the delicate, white high-heeled sandals that should not have adorned the feet of a schoolgirl, as they exuded an air of undue maturity. Yet, disregarding her identity, the shoes were simply a perfect match for her. So exquisite. I had not even glimpsed her face, yet I was engulfed by profound inferiority. It was truly inconceivable that I could feel diminished by merely her foot. The others in the classroom had also taken notice of me, their eyes scrutinizing my disheveled hair, my unattractive face, and my corpulent form. Their gazes were sharp as daggers, laced with malice and mockery. I can scarcely recall when she departed. That morning left me in a haze of disorientation. Upon returning home, aside from indulging in gluttony, I seemed to have discovered a newfound passion, though I am yet to ascertain its nature. I scoured the internet for diverse information, ultimately concluding that I may have fallen in love, a notion both astonishing and perplexing. How could one develop affection for a girl whose face remains unseen? Is it possible that the faint, peculiar sense surrounding her has bewitched me? The following day, I arrived at school with a heart full of anticipation, only to find that she was once again tardy and consequently sentenced to stand at the back of the classroom. This time, I summoned the courage to discreetly shift my gaze towards her visage. Adorned with earrings and subtle makeup, she presented herself as a quintessential rebellious girl. Yet it was impossible to deny the most fundamental truth. She is remarkably beautiful. Indeed, the most stunning girl I have ever encountered. A week passed, and it seemed as though we had entered into some unspoken agreement. She arrived late each morning, was punished by our homeroom teacher, and spent a class period lingering by my side. Gradually, I became accustomed to her presence. She would lean against me to rest when fatigued, or outright commandeer my chair to perch upon my desk. She engaged in audacious banter, relishing the attention she garnered from me and the other boys, despite being a student under punishment. She bore herself with the regal air of a queen presiding over her court. 3 weeks into the semester. She received numerous love letters and was the object of many admirers, yet she regarded them all with disdain, save for me. It remains a mystery to me that the person with whom she conversed most frequently during those initial weeks was none other than I, a once overlooked, portly boy who had endured countless scornful glances throughout my life. I pondered whether our shared affinity for that unmistakable scent was the reason for her unusual attention towards me. This speculation ignited a sense of exhilaration within me. At last, I was no longer alone in this world. In a burst of enthusiasm, I retrieved my saved coins to purchase the finest pastry for her and arrived at school early. She consistently arrived late, her dark circles betraying her lack of breakfast, a habit detrimental to her health. I yearned to bridge the gap between us, yet reality dealt me a harsh blow. The next day, as I watched her enter the classroom, my hand delved into my bag to retrieve the pastry, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Our teacher did not enforce her punishment this time, instead coldly gesturing for her to return to her seat. She responded with a playful tongue gesture and a mock face, as if their relationship had dramatically shifted overnight. I was oblivious to the dynamics between them, yet I could sense the intensifying aroma that enveloped her. From that moment on, she continued to arrive late, but the teacher no longer punished her, often granting her leniency. She quickly became popular among the boys, seamlessly integrating into the class and seemingly forgetting about me. Logically, I should have felt content and refrained from intruding upon her newfound social life. However, the scent that clung to her grew ever more intoxicating, a fragrance that tantalized my senses and tormented my nerves. At this juncture, I was certain that it was not her beauty that captivated me, but rather the alluring aroma she exuded. Driven nearly to madness, I yearned for her, longing to possess the essence of her scent. One day after school, I surreptitiously followed her. Instead of returning home, she meandered through the streets, eventually heading towards a certain venue well past 9 o'clock, her phone in hand. The location was shrouded in secrecy. Upon her arrival at the entrance, a man drove up to accompany her upstairs. From merely observing his silhouette, I instantly recognized him as my homeroom teacher. Certain matters may appear exceedingly complex, yet from an alternate perspective, they become quite comprehensible. I lingered outside the club for an entire night, and around 3 or 4 in the morning, my teacher departed, exhibiting signs of fatigue and satisfaction. I stealthily slipped inside, where the scenes were somewhat lascivious, and fled in haste before the security arrived. The following day, everything returned to normal. My teacher did not notice my presence, yet she cast several meaningful glances my way, her smile laden with implications. I understood that my presence had been compromised, given my physique. It was nearly impossible for me to trail her without being detected. As these thoughts occupied my mind, I found myself unable to resist following her again after school. This time, she was accompanied by a different man to the same establishment. Witnessing this evoked a peculiar emotional turmoil within me. A mixture of confusion that I could not quite decipher, anger, shame, excitement. It seemed none of these emotions fully encapsulated my feelings. For several consecutive days, I pursued her to that location, observing her ascend with various men until the final day of that week. She stood at the entrance of the club, glancing toward the corner where I was concealed, and that day, it was I who accompanied her upstairs. As the night deepened in the solitude of a dimly lit room, she imparted many lessons to me. I felt as though I were in paradise, forgetting everything but greedily inhaling the foul odor that clung to her, a scent deeply embedded in her very essence. A smile broke across my lips as memories flooded back, my eyes barely opened, fixating on Wang Yuchen, whose flesh quivered, seemingly reliving those sensations. To continue savoring this repugnant aroma, I sacrificed much. A few days later, she entrusted me with a task that was neither simple nor complex. Her demeanor was calm, as if casually requesting class notes from a peer, and she instructed me to eliminate our homeroom teacher. The concept of death had been ingrained in me since I was 5, representing an ultimate stench, and without hesitation, I acquiesced to her request. In my barren existence, she was an indispensable part of my life. The act took place in the dead of night. Clad provocatively, she lured the teacher to a deserted alley. In their moment of abandon, I struck my homeroom teacher's skull with an iron rod. To be frank, I had no prior knowledge of the fragility of the human body. I exerted all my strength, and the teacher offered little resistance before ceasing to breathe. We absconded with all his belongings, phone, wallet, and incinerated his clothes, concealing his corpse within a refuse pile in the neglected alley. The teacher's disappearance prompted police inquiries at the school, yet they harbored no suspicion toward us. To distance ourselves from the incident, we maintained minimal contact until the teacher's body was discovered, at which point she sought me out. She was filled with terror, contemplating surrender, but no amount of persuasion could dissuade her. Ultimately, I had no choice but to bury her in my backyard. I could not live without her. I needed to accompany her as I once did with my grandfather, and this time, no one would intrude upon our solitude. Chapter 370. The First Accusation. Even among these murderers, Tian Tung was an anomaly. His motives for committing the crime differ from those of several others. I shall neither stand as a mere bystander to condemn him nor attempt to empathize with his plight. In this life, every individual grapples with some form of psychological affliction, albeit to varying degrees. Yet, Tian Tung's condition is severe, and he remains oblivious to it. On the other side of the electric chair, Tian Tung's narrative has reached its conclusion, and the gazes of the onlookers have shifted in tone. After a couple of vigorous attempts, he finally removed the helmet. His eyes nestled within the folds of his flesh, a peculiar smile gracing his face, as if sharing these experiences with others brought him joy. With a cumbersome twist of his corpulent body, Number 5, Tian Tung, vacated the electric chair, gasping for breath as he settled beside Number 4, Wang Yechen. You nearly scared me to death. Just now, I thought I heard the sound of electricity coursing through my ears. He lifted his large hand toward Wang Yechen's shoulder. Let us commence the voting. Once my vote is cast, our business here concludes. We shall retreat to our chambers and await the final outcome. Wang Yechen's expression stiffened under Tian Tung's grip, yet she remained silent. It is my fortune to encounter you all here, and I hope for your generous support in voting for me. Tian Tung's mouth stretched into a grin, revealing his uneven teeth in a bashful smile. Were this smile to belong to another high school student, no one would find it amiss. Yet, on a psychologically troubled deviant, it becomes utterly intolerable. Half a minute elapsed, and not a single person around the round table cast a vote for him, including Wang Yechen, who remained mute. Sensing the shift, Tian Tung tightened his hold on Wang Yechen's shoulder. Number 4, we are allies. I have already cast my vote for you. What are you hesitating for? You're hurting me. Wang Yechen forcefully pushed Tian Tung away, abandoning her seat to occupy the vacant Number 2 position. I never agreed to cast my vote for you. Reflect on our conversation. I have made no such promise. It was all your own delusion. With the facade shattered, Wang Yechen's eyes brimmed with disdain, no longer concealed. She rubbed vigorously at the spot Tian Tung had touched, wishing to erase every trace of his contact. Bang! The chair crashed to the ground, and Tian Tung seemed unable to fully accept the reality. He stood at the table's edge, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. As he pounded his fist upon the round table, Number 4, I offer you one last chance. Cast your vote for me. Dream on. That vote is crucial to my survival tonight. I cannot entrust my life to your hands. Wang Yechen unfastened a few buttons at her collar, glancing toward those further down the numbered list. If any among you is willing to cast a vote for me, I shall willingly offer my own vote and my entire being to him. I guarantee it. I am a star, and I will employ all my learned skills to serve him. Furthermore, should I survive and escape, I will pay him an additional 1 million as an act of revenge. Wang Yechen spoke with unwavering determination. Beauty, wealth, and a reliable accomplice. These 3 factors stirred even my own interest. This woman is no ordinary figure. She first exploits Tian Tung's ignorance to secure a vote, and should she acquire another, she would undoubtedly secure her place among the top 5. She could use her own vote to attract a formidable ally. In this enclosed hall, her beauty represents an alternative form of capital, complemented by her promise of 1 million in cash upon survival. The intricacies of her calculations are indeed astute. Wang Yechen, cast your vote for me. Do not force my hand to eliminate you. Tian Tung trembled with rage, his corpulent form quaking violently. However, no one paid him any heed. The gazes of the crowd were devoid of compassion, only infused with mockery. I shook my head in silence, reluctant to intervene in their affairs. Yet trouble had a way of knocking at my door. A soft sensation coursed through my calf as someone brushed against it, and I found Wang Yechen's thigh inexplicably pressed against mine. Her eyes, slightly dazed, bore into me as she murmured, Number 12, we are united tonight. I am yours. And so is my vote. You dare. Tian Tung's small eyes bulged in fury as he seized a chair and hurled it towards Wang Yechen. Help me. Help me. Wang Yechen shrieked, her voice cracking. I have no interest, I replied, unwilling to take action. It was not yet the time to declare my stance. Don't look for me. I cannot assist you. Number 1, Wang Shi, also declined with decisive finality. Tian Tong, with his pea-sized eyes fixed on Wang Yuchen, demanded, "Give me your vote, and I will still protect you. Besides, I won't ask for a single penny once we are outside." Clutching her chest, Wang Yuchen was too frightened to remain seated. She fled to the other side of the round table, her face twisted in conflict. "Give me the vote." Number 5, Tian Tong, resembled a wounded beast, stout and strong. As he raised the chair overhead, Wang Yuchen's pitiful gaze was heart-wrenching. She was on the brink of despair, ready to acquiesce to Tian Tong when a man's hand encircled her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Number 9, Wang Yuchen seemed to have found her savior, leaning against his chest like a compliant little fox. "Thank you. From now on, everything I have is yours, as long as you keep me alive." "Very well." Number 9, a man of few words, finally spoke. I surveyed him, clad in ordinary attire, possessing an unremarkable appearance. He was the kind of individual who would vanish into a crowd without a trace. Though Number 9 remained taciturn, Tian Tong's reaction left everyone puzzled. He trembled in rage, yet dared not confront Number 9, slamming the chair down behind him as he returned to his seat with a sullen expression. Tian Tong dared not provoke him? Was this unassuming individual truly the most dangerous among us? Hearing whispers about Tian Tong, fueled by a desire for revenge, he glared viciously at Number 9, asserting that he was the third foulest smelling among us, reeking of death, specifically the stench of female corpses. At this, Wang Yuchen's expression soured. "Nonsense. The scent of male and female corpses is different? You pervert," she retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Tian Tong, while Number 9 remained unfazed, holding Wang Yuchen, lost in thought. As their argument persisted, the alarm suddenly blared throughout the room. I realized time was slipping away, glancing at my phone. I saw there were still 10 minutes until the hour. Why did the alarm go off so abruptly? All fell silent, turning their attention to the electric chair. Behind it, in addition to the vote-counting projection, a new screen appeared, announcing, "The game is about to commence. You now have 10 minutes to determine who the killer is." According to the principle of majority rule, the person identified must sit in the electric chair for identity verification, regardless of whether they were the killer or not. They would face electrocution. If they were indeed the killer, the game would end, and everyone would receive the antidote and an escape route. If not, the game would continue. The verification time was limited to 10 minutes, ending at 2 o'clock. Should no one occupy the electric chair, the opportunity for identification would be nullified, and the game would persist. The words projected before us were clear to all, and the accused would need to sit in the electric chair for their identity to be verified. Regardless of whether he was a murderer or not, he would face execution. This was, in essence, a protective mechanism for the killer, although the rules stated that the minority must yield to the majority. As long as the discrepancy in numbers was not too great, the accused could resort to violence to refuse the chair. Thus, verification of identity became impossible. Hence, as long as the killer was not overly foolish and had not incurred the wrath of the masses, evasion of accusation was feasible. The so-called identification phase was less about identifying the killer and more about the organizers encouraging participants to turn against one another. This was a blatant conspiracy. I refrained from being the first to speak, despite my desire to accuse Number 6. He glanced at me, fully aware of the wisdom behind not sticking one's neck out. With a cold scoff, he turned his head away. There were 3 opportunities for accusation, at 2, 4, and 6 in the morning, after every 4 participants had confessed. The organizers had timed this exquisitely. Number 1, Wang, expressed his opinion, stating that he did not wish to squander this opportunity, yet feared inciting the crowd's ire. After a few words, he fell silent. 10 minutes slipped away in silence, and the first opportunity for accusation was squandered, thus ushering the game into its second phase. At 2 in the morning, the alarm sounded once more, and all eyes turned to Number 6. Chapter 371. The deceased from 18 years ago. The alarm blared incessantly. The iron door behind the cabinet rattled with a series of ominous bangs, sending tremors of anxiety through every person present. Number 6, it is your turn, I said, leaning back in my chair, appearing at ease. You are the last. There is no rush. Number 6 gritted his teeth, struggling to rise and gaze at the electric chair. Was the machine even calibrated after the first accusation? If they executed me as the killer without due process, would that not be a grave injustice? No, I must wait another 3 minutes. His words sparked impatience among the others at the round table. They could afford to wait. But the unknown entity outside might not be so forgiving. The banging grew louder, and more frighteningly, amidst the singular strikes arose a cacophony, suggesting that something new had arrived at the door. The alarm could attract even more unknown horrors. Number 6. Do you wish to bring about our demise? Number 1. Wang sat closest to the cabinet. Should the iron door swing open, he would be the first to suffer. Perhaps, I replied casually. The killer's role is to disrupt the rules and eliminate everyone to claim the reward for himself. The fear we feel towards that unknown entity stems from our ignorance. Had some individuals been privy to its true nature, they might not feel so alarmed. I'll tear your mouth apart. Number 12. Number 6 glared at me with fierce intensity, recognizing my insinuation that he was either the murderer or a hidden threat. I am seated right here. Dare you to try? I retorted, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Do not revel in your confidence. I shall not allow you an easy death tonight. With a swift motion, Number 6 concealed a sharp blade within his palm, its whereabouts a mystery. You seem quite assured. Do you hold the secrets of this place? I feigned surprise at Number 6. He said nothing, aware that speaking too much could lead to his downfall, and approached the electric chair to don the helmet. My name is Zhang Bei, and at the age of 34, I find myself unable to compare to you esteemed writers and celebrities. I am merely an ordinary worker at a feed factory in the village of Qianlian. The first time I took a life was 18 years ago. If my memory serves me well, when I was a mere 16 years old. The reason behind that act is quite absurd, since I cannot lie here. I shall divulge this long-hidden secret to you. The first person I killed was a fellow student whose name I do not recall, nor did I harbor any animosity towards her. The fateful day was nothing short of an accident. 18 years ago, Jiangqing was not as it is now. The suburbs were desolate, sparsely populated, with vast fish ponds and vegetable fields separating a few villages. That evening, as it drizzled lightly, darkness descended earlier than usual. The girl, riding her bicycle home from school, passed through our village of Qianlian. In a moment of youthful impetuosity, I waved my flashlight in her eyes, and as she rode past, she spat in my face. Unable to bear this indignity, I chased after her. Upon reaching a fish pond, I finally caught up with her. She retaliated with both blows and curses. In a fit of rage, I seized her hair and pushed her into the water, grasping a dry branch to stab into her body. Initially, my intent was merely to retaliate, but to my horror, I soon realized she was no longer breathing, her body growing cold. In a panic, I abandoned the corpse and fled home, where I consumed 2 bowls of hot porridge, oddly finding solace in the warmth. Yet, as I lay in bed that night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The desolation of the fish pond, coupled with the rain and the absence of streetlights, led me to believe that no one had yet discovered the body. However, with the dawn, I knew her family would inevitably report her missing. Resolute in my decision, I stealthily pilfered a kitchen knife and returned to the pond under the cover of darkness. Though I had never killed before, I had assisted in slaughtering pigs in the village, an endeavor I personally relished for the reward of extra pork. Upon my arrival, I dismembered the girl, intending to further dissect her, but the rain intensified, forcing me to make a hasty retreat. Upon sneaking back home, I awoke the next morning to the news that her body had been discovered, along with her raincoat, backpack, and bicycle. I ventured to the scene, where a throng of police vehicles and officers surrounded the area, drawing a crowd of onlookers, including the village head. The sight terrified me to the point of wetting my pants, and I contemplated confessing my crime. However, an expert emerged from the crowd, engaged in discussion with the local police about my method. He remarked upon the perpetrator's apparent skill in dismemberment, noting that even he could not have achieved such precision without breaking the internal organs. In that moment, a sense of pride welled within me, almost compelling me to confess my guilt before them. Subsequently, I was driven away by the village elders, while the police issued a bulletin seeking suspects from nearby villages. Speculating that the assailant was between 25 and 40 years of age, possessed medical knowledge, and exhibited psychopathic tendencies. Given such criteria, how could they ever find me? For years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Had I been apprehended early on, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. Astonishingly, not only was I never caught, but I was never even suspected. Do you understand this feeling? It is akin to committing an act that could reverberate throughout the entire city, yet receiving no recognition whatsoever. The notion of murder has always been acknowledged as reprehensible, yet I found myself ensnared in its allure. At that time, I was unable to extricate myself from such an impulse. My motivations for taking a life were not driven by any ulterior motive. Rather, it was a mere release of pent-up frustration towards everything surrounding me. The second individual I killed was entirely unconnected to me. I did not even know her name, only that she was a factory worker who traversed secluded paths on her way to night shifts. For years have elapsed, and the village has undergone significant changes. The advent of surveillance cameras has rendered me cautious about acting impulsively. After determining the woman's routine, I meticulously calculated the timing to avoid detection, stealthily noting the locations of every camera along her route before finalizing my point of attack. I buried my weapon, a knife, in a vegetable patch several hours in advance, lying in wait. At approximately 11 o'clock that night, as she returned from her afternoon shift, I ambushed her, swiftly plunging the blade into a vital area. The act of murder itself is not particularly challenging. Concealing the body and destroying evidence is where the true difficulty lies. Drawing from my experience 4 years prior, I was thoroughly prepared this time, equipped with an axe, razor, and utility knife. The entire ordeal spanned 3 hours, and even now, the memory lingers tantalizingly in my mind. Where did I begin? Ah, yes. I targeted her spine and hip bones, areas where the joints are densely packed and complex, making them arduous to dismantle with a mere knife. Hence, I wielded the axe to cleave through the joints. The axe's efficacy lies not in its sharpness, but in its weight, which assists in severing the joints. My technique was proficient. I detached the limbs using only the knife. I pried open the joints from the spine upwards, delicately dislodging the ligaments. The most tender flesh was found in the tenderloin, followed by the limbs. The ribcage, with its uncomplicated structure, was manageable. The musculature around the neck proved to be a tedious endeavor. As the thin man recounted his tale, the expressions of those seated around the table grew increasingly grim. His detailed description of each bone's disassembly was chilling. Once the dismemberment was complete, I departed with my tools, merely covering the body with a basic burial. This case, unsurprisingly, sent shockwaves through the police once more, yet, with the knowledge gained from my previous experience, I was no longer apprehensive. Being apprehended was merely an eventuality. The thin man wore a nonchalant smile, perhaps resembling the very visage of a devil. The act of murder can indeed become addictive. 2 years later, I began plotting to kill a third person, the very woman who would eventually become my wife. My schemes lingered for a protracted period without fruition, primarily due to my lack of absolute assurance in evading capture once more, compounded by the arrival of my daughter. I could not shake the feeling that she bore a striking resemblance to the classmate I had slain. Regardless, the third act of violence has been indefinitely postponed. Upon concluding my narrative, the sixth participant removed his helmet, acknowledging that aside from myself, no one else was privy to these events. I found myself curious about how the game organizers had discovered my identity. With a self-deprecating chuckle, I mused that unless the souls of my victims had returned to expose me, such a revelation was impossible. Chapter 372, The Condemned Doctor Now. You may cast your votes for me. The sixth participant returned to his seat, hoping that his remarkable criminal prowess would captivate the audience. In truth, the survivors encircling the table felt predominantly repulsed by him. A minute passed, and the sixth received not a single vote. Are you certain you will not grant me even one? The slender blade danced upon the fingertip of number 6 like a butterfly, while his countenance darkened, resembling a wolf poised for the hunt. To secure a single vote was the only chance of breaching the top 5. 50 votes foretold inevitable punishment. A fate that would not allow survival beyond this night. Your confession exudes no semblance of sincerity. It is merely a display of arrogance. As I observed the assembly here with number 6, it became evident to me that they were all madmen. Although they acknowledged their culpability in the electric chair and recounted their heinous deeds, none exhibited a semblance of remorse, deviating from the organizers' intentions. To permit murderers to cast votes for one another is inherently flawed. We are the most selfish of beings, willing to resort to any means for the preservation of our own lives. Number 7, closest to number 6, spoke without betraying an ounce of fear, seemingly oblivious to the veiled threat in number 6's words. Number 7, cast your vote for me, and I shall reciprocate. Number 6, his finger pressed against the blade, grinned menacingly at number 7. Number 7 shook his head in outright rejection. You are not the optimal partner. Your criminal history makes that quite evident. In my eyes, you are less than human, merely a wretched creature who engages in bloody rituals to satiate base desires. merging murder with survival instincts to transform killing into a form of inner spiritual stimulation. You are but a slave to your desires, a pitiable pawn, committing the most primitive of crimes. With his hands tucked into his lab coat, Number 7 shook his head, having spent the prior moments searching for loopholes in this game, uncovering many, including those concerning the venue and the rules. However, the game's most cunning aspect lies not in its regulations, but in the identities of its participants. All present are convicted murderers, our identities hidden. Yet here, we share our murderous experiences with one another. Even if we manage to escape alive, what becomes of those who have learned our identities? His lips curled into a slight smile, undoubtedly contemplating murder to silence any potential threats, thus ensuring his own safety. This is the insurmountable dilemma of this game. Among us, there is not merely one killer. Rather, each of us is a murderer. To put it plainly, only one victor will emerge from this night's game, the one who survives until the end. Many have pondered what Number 7 articulated, yet none dared to voice such thoughts. Aside from the 5th, who was duped out of a vote, it seems everyone present will retain 0 votes until the game's conclusion. With a sidelong glance at the anxious Wang Yuchen in Number 7's embrace, he remarked that those who garnered votes were not to be envied. According to my deductions, those who disrupted the game's balance would meet their demise first. Wang Yuchen, unnerved by Number 7's gaze, clung to her neck, her ample bosom pressed against Number 9. There were 5 slots available. I needed only one of them for our alliance. Alliance? Number 7 retorted. Only those of equal strength can unite. You are a clever woman, adept at leveraging those around you. Yet you overlook a crucial point. Those capable of sitting in this room have, to some extent, forfeited their humanity. Number 7 observed Wang Yuchen, trembling and feigning a pitiful demeanor as the beauty she yearned for disintegrated before her. This is the fundamental psychology of a serial killer. Had you initially aligned with that foolish, plump man, perhaps you would have had a sliver of chance for survival, as his motivations for murder differ from ours. However, now that you have become another person, greedily desiring to acquire 2 votes, it encroaches upon the interests of many, and thus, you shall not survive the night. Number 7 spoke with unwavering certainty, and I could not help but nod in agreement. His analysis was astute. The alarm sounded once more, and Number 7 rose, calmly adjusting his attire and donning his helmet. As you can see, I am a doctor, specifically one who provides psychological counseling to criminals. He retrieved his work ID from his pocket and tossed it onto the round table with no hint of concealment. I utilized my discerning eye to read the inscription as the ID landed. Jean Zhozha, psychological counselor for Class A Serious Offenders, Special Ward of Hensan Prison. Allow me to briefly elucidate my profession. Within the prison, a myriad of offenders reside, among whom 2 categories are particularly prone to losing control. One group consists of those sentenced to death with a stay of execution, while the other comprises individuals whose execution dates have been firmly established. They may be billionaires in the outside world, influential officials, or psychologically distorted ordinary individuals. My duty is to provide them with psychological guidance, not to assist them in seeking redemption, but rather to help them accept their impending demise. Engaging in such work over an extended period has subtly influenced my own mental state. Within the hearts of each individual lie 2 seeds, one representing greed, compulsion, envy, suspicion, arrogance, paranoia, and delusion, while the other embodies responsibility, courage, tolerance, kindness, understanding, and wisdom. The question we all must confront is which seed will take root in our hearts? Prolonged counseling of death row inmates has, while addressing their distorted psyches, led me to inadvertently embrace certain ideologies which have quietly accumulated in the recesses of my mind, nourishing the seed of malevolence. Throughout the first half of my life, I have pondered why these individuals resort to murder. What drives them to commit serial killings? Most serial killers are not motivated by greed or targeted revenge. Rather, they kill for the sake of killing, deriving a perverse pleasure from it. It seems that the fantasy and act of murder are the only forms of amusement that bring them comfort and joy. Consequently, I became enamored with the idea of further exploring the pleasure derived from murder, seeking to analyze and understand how to counteract this unique gratification. Is my discourse somewhat perplexing? To simplify, I am preparing to commit murder to experience that legendary thrill. The prison is a realm far beyond the imagination of outsiders, filled with filth at every turn. I quickly identified my target, a man with a clear propensity for violence, soon to be released. He had a history of brawling, and the reason for his incarceration was nearly beating his wife to death. I spent 3 months investigating my prey. He was an ordinary man, and killing an ordinary person requires little preparation, as they are utterly unprepared for danger. Planning a crime is a delightful endeavor. It is a meticulous, unprecedented game. I have heard many accounts of criminal acts and witnessed countless astonishing methods of crime, yet it is within the prison that I have learned all of this, proving that such actions will ultimately be uncovered by the authorities. Injecting to kill leaves behind needle marks, while poisoning can be detected by forensic experts in the stomach. I once witnessed a criminal who, after dismembering a victim, used strong acids and bases to nearly dissolve the body, yet ultimately, evidence was retrieved from the sewer by the police. The notion of a flawless crime is a mere illusion. The idea of a traceless murder is nothing but a jest. Including all of you present here, your continued freedom does not stem from your criminal prowess, but rather from the timing being unfavorable. Even if no orchestrator were to bring you here, rest assured that one day, you too shall be apprehended. Number 7 observed the crowd, seemingly indifferent to whether his words would incite outrage. I digress. Let me continue my confession. I have amalgamated all the criminal methods I heard while imprisoned and concluded that the simplest cases are often the most challenging to solve. I am a doctor, yet I have not prepared an array of convoluted tools. Armed only with a fruit knife purchased years ago, I evade surveillance and pass by my victims on desolate streets, striking precisely at their vital points to deliver a fatal blow. If there is any skill in this entire affair, it resides in my ability to inflict death without causing a profuse spill of blood. Chapter 373. Do you not remember me? My motives for murder differ from yours. Each prey is meticulously selected. Their continued existence only prolongs the suffering of others. Thus, I prefer the title of executioner over that of a mere murderer, for I am, in essence, healing this era. Number 7. Qingzhi recounted 3 homicide methods, his psychological composure disturbingly adept, as if ending a life were as mundane as eating or drinking. Upon finishing, he removed his helmet, revealing the truth of his words, urging others not to conflate him with the majority. He is acutely aware of his actions and has maintained his rationality. At this juncture, he paused. The excess of my words merely serves to demonstrate one point. I am a highly reliable ally, and collaboration with me will exponentially enhance your chances of survival. Rising to return to the round table, number 7, Qingzhi did not overtly solicit votes, yet his words stirred a ripple of contemplation in the hearts of those present. Before his confession, he warned that those with abundant votes would inevitably incur public wrath. After his confession, he began to propose a coalition to express his value, a strategy far more astute than Wang Yuqian's, even prompting number 9 to feel a twinge of intrigue. He remains oblivious to the harm he has inflicted upon others, devoid of guilt or remorse, unable to comprehend the suffering of his victims, audaciously claiming to be a healer of this age. All superheroes are, in essence, criminals. This is especially true for one so self-righteous as a prison doctor. Just as doubts lingered among the assembly about aligning with number 7, a voice unexpectedly emerged. Calm and collected, the tone was familiar to me. I turned slightly to see Du, clad in a sharp suit, sitting in position 10, an incongruous presence among the others. Number 7, do not attempt to justify your crimes. Murder ultimately demands retribution. Outside of the law, no one possesses the right to interfere with another's life. Oh, number 7, Qingzhi raised an eyebrow, anticipating that the first to speak would be his collaborator, not someone questioning the essence of his actions. I neither deny my criminality nor disrespect the law. I merely seek to refine it in my own manner. To recognize the flaws within our legal system is essential. Otherwise, I would not have evaded justice for so long nor found myself in this conversation with you. The commission of a crime invariably leaves traces, but the ability to uncover them often hinges more on fortune than on the law itself. Du's unexpected assertiveness bewilders me. I cannot fathom why he would choose to confront Qingzhi, who is evidently a formidable opponent. What are your intentions? Number 10. We did not come here to partake in your legal education. Number 7 remains composed, yet a cold glimmer flickers in his eyes. Your reasoning for murder, attributable to your unconventional thought processes or emotional deficiencies, is not a valid excuse. Your confessions sound childish and absurd to me, reminiscent of a madman's ramblings or a child's desperate yearning for praise. Du rises, surveying the assembly. You fail to grasp the true purpose behind the organizer's gathering of you. You do not comprehend repentance, nor will you ever. In your hearts, the world is perpetually at fault, not yourselves. After his remarks, he departs his seat, leaving behind a pitiful group. You are blinded by your own delusions and shall ultimately perish by your own hand. Do you seems to have discerned the essence of this game, striding away towards the prison cell without a backward glance. What is going on? Have you lost your mind? Number 6 calls out to do you. The game has not yet concluded. Let us disregard him. When it is his turn, we shall retrieve him. If he refuses to take a seat in the electric chair, we shall simply dispose of him. Qingzhi watches do you retreat, a sense of foreboding creeping upon him, yet he cannot quite articulate why this individual seems so peculiar. Could he be the elusive 12th person among us? His tone suggests a defense of law and order, akin to that of a police officer or a lawyer. Wang Shi also observes do you, uncertain. Would a concealed 12th person be foolish enough to utter such words? His actions seem to eliminate him as a suspect. He is likely not the hidden one or the killer. I suspect he might be the police officer who consumed the blue candy. Number 9's hand glides over Wang Yuqin as he speaks, playfully toying with her. Since someone has exited, I am indifferent. You may continue your discussions. Before the onlookers, Number 9 tears open the collar of Wang Yuqin's shirt and seizes her hands, deliberately passing by Number 5, Tian Tung. I need to confer with Number 4 in private. Grant me half an hour. Wang Yuqin, possessing both beauty and a certain star quality, is currently docile in Number 9's grip, akin to a house cat, leaving the spectators parched with anticipation. Half an hour? You truly are swift, Number 6 remarks, gritting his teeth in envy. This is a transaction between Number 4 and myself. If any of you wish to partake, simply cast your votes in my favor. Number 9 utters no more, licking his lips as he ushers Wang Yuqin into his cell. The round table suddenly feels vacuous, and I survey the remaining individuals, pondering who the hidden 12th person might be. Time swiftly passes, and predictably, Number 7, Qingzhi, receives 0 votes as the alarm sounds. The previously silent Number 8 emerges. I had taken note of Number 8 before. He stands over 6 feet tall, his physique well-proportioned, and beneath his thin shirt, the outline of his muscles is subtly discernible. His age appears to be youthful, reminiscent of an undergraduate, strikingly handsome, yet bearing a pallid complexion. This pallor is not indicative of malnutrition, but rather a spectral whiteness accentuated by the pulsating blue veins beneath his skin. I feel a sense of familiarity, as though I have encountered this individual before. Resting my chin on my hand, I fixate on participant Number 8. Upon donning his helmet, he brushes his bangs aside, his gaze vacant and filled with dread, as if he were staring at a corpse, surveying the other participants around the round table. What is wrong with you? Why are you staring? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Do you possess some insider knowledge? The reactions of the crowd vary, yet I remain silent. Comparing the visage of Number 8 with the faces etched in my memory, that sense of recognition intensifies. I must have seen him before. Unperturbed by the murmurs of the group, Number 8's gaze eventually settles upon me. You probably don't remember me, do you? Upon his utterance, an unsettling atmosphere envelopes the hall. Had these two individuals previously known each other? It seemed implausible. Serial killers typically act alone, and if they were indeed allied, it would render the game inequitable. Yet, this game is inherently unfair. I propose that during the next accusation of the killer, we eliminate one of the two. It is not so simple. Number 8 appears to be deliberately leading us astray. Among us, Wang Shi remains the most composed. I have sketched numerous characters, and 12 has been seated beside me. Every subtle change in his expression meticulously observed. It is evident that the two do not recognize each other. There is something amiss with both individuals. 12's shifts in expression align with psychological transformation, suggesting he has encountered Number 8 before, though his mind has chosen to forget. Qingzhi watches us with keen interest. Regardless of the circumstances, both individuals harbor secrets. If they conspire together, the equilibrium among us would be irrevocably disrupted. I listen intently to the voices around me. Yet the most bewildered individual here is undoubtedly myself, as a crucial piece of information eludes my mind, leaving me in discomfort as I inadvertently clench my fists. Who are you? Have we met? Indeed, but the version of me within your memory is no longer able to be articulated, he replies, gently pushing back his helmet to reveal his full face. He strives to conjure a smile, yet it manifests only as a strained twitch of his lips. I am Xia Qingzhi, formerly a paranormal broadcaster. Bang! My chair crashes to the floor as I leap to my feet, eyes wide, rendered speechless. Memories flood back of my first visit to Xia Qing's residence, where she showed me that blood-stained family portrait. Devoid of faces yet uncanny in resemblance to the man before me. No, who exactly are you? Chapter 374. The Tale of Number 8. I am Xia Qi. The reason I am only revealing this now is due to a lack of opportunity. Number 8 gestures towards the electric chair and helmet. I shall not deceive you. Entering this scenario was solely for this moment. Your suspicion and caution are understandable. Under normal circumstances, you would likely doubt my intentions. However, you witnessed the fate of Number 2. Liars are subjected to electrocution. His voice is steady yet tinged with exhaustion, and his gaze towards me is laden with an emotion I cannot yet comprehend. Perhaps it is not as simple as the electric chair and lie detector being intrinsically linked. It may be that Number 2's demise was not a consequence of deceit, but rather the organizer's intent to ensure his death. This is a rather straightforward hypothesis. The 12th individual, who remains hidden, possesses knowledge of all the secrets held by the other participants. He manipulates events from the shadows. The person seated in the electric chair, upon uttering a falsehood, is subjected to remote-controlled electric shocks, thereby creating the illusion that the chair itself possesses a lie-detecting capability. Whether you believe this or not lies within your own discretion. However, I must caution you, when you take a seat there, do not lie, for it may indeed lead to fatal consequences. Number 8, grasping the arms of the electric chair, spoke with gravitas. My presence here today serves but to convey one message. The specifics I cannot disclose, as the answer resides within the narrative that follows. Number 8 furrowed his brow and added, prior to my tale, I hope you will remove your brooch and turn off your phone, for some matters must not reach ears beyond this place. You are aware of the brooch? I replied, taken aback, for in my recollection, Xia Qi had never undergone a live assessment, and pinhole cameras are typically granted only during live broadcasts of the Infernal Showcase. I possess much more knowledge. Number 8 remarked cryptically. I removed the brooch and tucked it into my pocket. Is this acceptable? He nodded, assuring me that he harbored no intentions of harm. My name is Xia Qi. 5 years ago, I was merely an ordinary student at Xinhou High School, lacking in exceptional talent and with average academic performance. The only aspect that distinguished me was my extraordinary deskmate. She was an astute girl, possessing a sweet appearance, mature demeanor, and meticulous thought processes. Her greatest passion lay in reading detective novels and exploring supernatural phenomena. For the time being, I shall refer to her as Little A. Xinhou High School is a closed boarding institution where students inevitably share tales of campus legends during late-night conversations, such as the ghost of Miss Huazi in the last stall of the restroom or the haunting piano music emanating from the music room, alongside animated doll models. Most students regarded these legends as mere jokes, yet Little A was different. She had been observed on multiple occasions wandering late at night, wielding a peculiar large-screen phone, visiting each site associated with these campus tales. She was an eccentric girl, yet this did not diminish my affection for her. Alas, unrequited love can be a cruel fate. Little A seemed to inhabit a realm far beyond my reach, displaying no interest in romance. The transformation began on the eve of the school's closure. One morning, Little A handed me 3 bottles of water purchased from outside the school and instructed me never to drink the water provided by the institution. Initially, I failed to grasp her meaning, but I began to understand when students started to leap from the building. Just the day before, classmates had been laughing and chatting, and in the next moment, they shattered upon the cold ground, blooming into a shocking spray of crimson. The school appeared to be under some sort of curse, as both teachers and students became increasingly unhinged. In the nights leading up to the complete lockdown of the school, torrential rain fell, and anxiety permeated the air, with rumors of ghosts spreading among students and faculty, growing increasingly absurd. Teachers forbade students from venturing outside, while many areas of the school were sealed off, with police patrolling the grounds daily. Yet, none of this could alter the grim reality. Suicides occurred daily as if orchestrated, with the victims ascending to the rooftop and plummeting down like dumplings into boiling water. Once, I beheld the countenance of one who had succumbed to despair, his visage haunting, as he wore a dazed smile in his final moments, clutching the railing as if entranced, before leaping into the void. This harrowing scene lingers in my memory, an indelible imprint, as the souls of those departed haunt my dreams. On the last evening before the school was shut down, the administration had already suspended classes, sending the remaining students home. I hastily packed my belongings, eager to escape that cursed place. Unexpectedly, Xiaowei sought me out, confiding that I had been her sole confidant throughout our 2 years as desk mates, imploring my assistance with a pressing matter. Having harbored feelings for her, and sensing that this might be our last encounter, I readily acquiesced. She warned me of impending chaos on a rainy night in Jiangqing, where a deranged killer would unleash his fury, and she wished for me to intervene. She provided me with a series of locations to surveil in succession. I nodded in agreement. Yet that very night, my sister fell gravely ill, forcing me to rush her to the hospital, thereby abandoning the task Xiaowei had entrusted to me. After that night, contact with Xiaowei ceased, and she faded from my life. 5 years passed, and the tranquility of my existence was shattered a few months ago when, after graduating from university and facing unemployment, I received a call from Xiaowei. She expressed a desire for my assistance once more, a promise from 5 years prior that had haunted me with guilt, and without hesitation, I agreed. We arranged to meet at Xinhou High School. Upon our reunion, our conversation was but a casual exchange. 5 years had dulled many memories. I attempted to reminisce, but she insisted that the past was irretrievable, leaving me with an unsettling impression of her demeanor. As we prepared to part, she handed me an advertisement card, uttering cryptic words, suggesting that the task of earning 10,000 points was an insurmountable challenge, and she wished for me to substitute her in several live broadcasts. Unaware of the sinister undercurrents, I accepted and took her phone to conduct the broadcasts in her stead. This was our clandestine secret, unbeknownst to anyone. As I donned the mask she had given me for each session, the phone periodically dispatched live task notifications. The initial assignments were innocuous, such as pilfering a specific blood bag from a hospital or entering a haunted house to decapitate a puppet. However, the tasks gradually escalated to grotesque extremities, including mutilating a stray cat in an alley or slaughtering 10 small birds within a designated time. In my determination to aid her, I complied with each request. But the final task left me utterly petrified. The directive demanded that, by any means necessary, I eliminate my own sister, Xia Qingzhi, within a span of 3 days. I began to grasp the gravity of this live broadcast, desperately searching for Xiaowei, who had seemingly vanished. My calls went unanswered, and my messages elicited no response. I contemplated alerting the authorities, but upon returning home that very afternoon, I discovered my sister was missing. My parents informed me that Xia Qingzhi had departed with the show advertisement card I had carelessly left in my drawer, but they were oblivious to her whereabouts. At just past 4 in the morning, Xia Qingzhi returned home, her appearance, tone, and gaze indistinguishable from my sister's. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within me, as if an unfamiliar soul had taken residence in my sister's body. Driven by a desire to uncover the truth, I followed the address on the promotional card to that place. I believe you have visited it as well, a corridor lined with countless rooms, where no one knows what lies behind the doors until they are opened. On the night I ventured there, all doors from the 1st to the 4th underground levels were shut. In my quest to locate my sister, I had no choice but to descend to the 5th underground level. At this point, the expression on number 8's face finally shifted, revealing a deep sense of regret. Below the 4th level is not a place for the living. Once you go there, you may never return. Chapter 375, Lost Memories. Number 8 held his helmet with one hand while gently grazing his face with the other, his nails leaving a slight mark, causing pale skin to bleed a dark, thin blood. Never go below the 4th level. This is my first piece of advice. He pointed at the dark blood on his face, seemingly intent on ensuring I remembered its color. I cannot yet disclose the events that transpired afterward. One day, when you unlock the 9 great locks, everything will come back to you. Your kidney's pathway lock is nearly ready to burst open, but the pace remains too slow. Time is not on your side. To survive, you must act swiftly. Are you telling me this to help me? I inquired, standing by the table, my gaze fixed on number 8, who claimed to be Xia Qi. The show is omnipresent, in the live streams, daily life, and even among those you trust most. Someone close to you is sent by the show. I can only converse with you during a formal live broadcast. Only then does the show refrain from direct interference to avoid causal repercussions and to gain merit. Each live stream poses a life or death challenge, yet it also presents a rare opportunity. My intention in sharing this information is not solely to assist you, should you miraculously survive. I hope you can rescue Xia Qingzhi. Regardless of my actions, she remains innocent. Number 8's voice began to change, and the wound on his face showed no signs of healing. As if he were afflicted with septicemia, his skin was as thin as paper, and the wounds bled profusely, proving difficult to heal. I have prepared extensively for this meeting, managing to deceive the show, but the next encounter will likely not be as simple. Pay close attention to what I am about to say. Never venture below the 4th floor of that building. If a woman with an I in her name approaches you, do not hesitate. Kill her on the spot. I do not know the exact whereabouts of the real Xia Qingzhi, but the false one certainly does. Moreover, the most crucial point is this. Until all 9 locks are opened and your memories restored, do not trust anyone. Survive well. When all 9 locks are unlocked, you will remember everything. Number 8 exclaimed, nearly shouting the last part. My expression turned to one of confusion, his words sending shivers down my spine. According to number 8, I lacked a portion of my memory. However, I felt no such void within my mind. The events of the past years unfolded vividly before me, each moment crystal clear. Could it be that I truly had forgotten something? On the 8th, he removed his helmet, his face etched with profound fatigue, and approached me, lowering his voice to a whisper. The term 9 locks carries 2 meanings, the ones upon you and those within the great grave of Jiangqing. My body is nearing its limit, but I shall assist you one last time. His voice grew even more somber. I am unaware of the identity of the game's organizer. The original 8 was slain by my hand. I am merely a substitute, neither the organizer nor the hidden player. The additional 12th person remains among you. What I just uttered may infringe upon the rules of the show, so it is prudent for you to eliminate the others tonight. I will deceive them into taking the bait and do my utmost to help you dispose of a few. As for my life or death, do not concern yourself. Even if this body is destroyed, I have other means to meet you. He glanced at the alloy key on the table, but did not return to his seat, instead standing at a distance closer to the cabinet. Is that all? What about the process of your killings? Number 1, Wang Shi, turned to look at 8, feeling a deep discomfort. At that moment, the wounds on 8's face had widened, showing signs of tearing. It was hard to believe they had been merely scratched with a fingernail. What nonsense are you spouting? Number 6 toyed with a blade, concealing his crime. You are cheating. I propose we point the finger at 8 next time. The crowd debated for a moment until number 9, embracing Wang Yuchen, emerged from the cell, bringing the discussion to a halt. Fatty, the one you adore lies now in another's embrace. Moments ago, they were entwined in passion. I am quite curious about how you feel now. Number 6 mocked the nearby number 5, Tian Tong, who swallowed hard. Why are you so cowardly? It's not as if you've never killed before. Tian Tong's small eyes fixated on the bulging flesh of number 9's belly, quivering slightly. Are you angry? Do you wish to strike me? Number 9, unfazed, called out from the table. Lawyer Du, you cannot turn a blind eye to this. After a moment, Du emerged from his cell with a furrowed brow and returned to his seat. We are merely temporarily allied. Once we exit, our ties will sever. Allied. Number 7. Jean Zhozha glanced at number 9, 4, and Du. Have the 3 of you formed an alliance? How intriguing. Aren't you afraid of a killer among you? Number 9 waved dismissively. Who the killer is does not matter. In such a confined environment, individual strength is limited. Collaboration is the key. Before everyone, he pressed Wang Yuchen down on the table. In the end, 5 can acquire the antidote. My team can add 2 more. Who among you has an interest? I wish to join. As soon as number 9 finished speaking, number 6, the thin monkey, stood up. I have a vote in used. I can exchange it with one of you. A wise choice. Number 9 beckoned to 6, who decisively left his seat to occupy 8's position. He then recounted the story 8 had just shared. We shall unite to accuse 8 as the killer. Number 9 smiled and nodded in agreement, while 8 himself remained indifferent, barely glancing at the others, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the dilapidated cabinet. Suddenly, an alarm blared within the room. Number 9 stood and moved towards the electric chair, but 8 abruptly blocked his path. Do you wish to join us? Number 9 cast a glance at 8, sensing an eerie aura about him, and was about to refuse when 8 spoke. I have a hypothesis that has a 50% chance of saving everyone. What hypothesis? 9th halted amidst the shrill blaring of alarms, drawing the gazes of the crowd towards 8th. It was a simple manifestation of a cognitive blind spot. Detective 3 was the first to perish, yet his demise differed from that of 2nd. He had met his fate outside the door. We had neither witnessed his corpse nor the circumstances surrounding his death, and solely based on the blood upon the ground, we concluded the result of 3's fatality, an illogical conclusion indeed. 8th pointed towards the cabinet as the alarm resonated, and the iron door behind it was rattled. What lay beyond was a mystery to us. Humanity engages with the external world through its five senses. And the escalating noise of the alarm coupled with the frantic banging at the door incited a natural panic, clouding our judgment. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps there was nothing outside at all, merely a sound-activated mechanism devised by the orchestrator. Eighth, resting a hand on the edge of the cabinet. Conceived a bold hypothesis. The concealed 12th participant was none other than Detective 3, who had fabricated his own death and might now be lurking just outside, remotely controlling everything within the room, including the electric chair, the alarms, and so forth. You present a compelling argument, yet we lack the means to verify it. This is a jest with our lives at stake, Ninth countered, disagreeing with Eighth, who had formed an alliance under the game's rules, positioning himself for a considerable advantage. Do you all share this sentiment? Eighth surveyed the participants around the round table. If you value your lives, I can attempt this alone. You merely need to assist me in moving the cabinet. Once I open the door, should danger arise, you can push me out, ensuring no harm befalls the rest of you. Are you certain? The group's interest peaked. Sacrificing another's life to increase one's own survival odds seemed a tempting proposition. Fearful inertia would ultimately lead to our demise here. Since you are reluctant, allow me to take the risk. Eighth gestured to Ninth, 11th, and do you? You three assist me in moving the cabinet. 11th remained seated, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. After a moment of contemplation, do you join Ninth at the cabinet's side, offering his help? Eighth retrieved the alloy key left by Detective 3, and together, the three of them pushed against the cabinet. With the cabinet moved aside, the distorted frame of the iron door came into view, threatening to burst open with each tremor. Chapter 376. The silent do you the iron door reverberated violently, the force of the collision intensifying, sending shivers through those who beheld it. Hurry, everyone come help. Ninth called to the others around the table, yet only first, Wang Shi hesitated before rising to block the door. You are all mad. Ninth, get to the electric chair immediately. Do not challenge the rules of the game any further. Seventh, Jean Zhozha appeared increasingly anxious, his calm demeanor shattered by the unfolding chaos, a scene I observed closely. If Eighth were indeed Xia Qi, then his foresight regarding danger and understanding of the game should surpass my own. Having previously agreed to assist me, he now specifically called upon Ninth, 11th, and do you, indicating a potential issue at hand. I remained an observant bystander, indifferent to the unknown lurking outside. In Xia Qi's mind, 9th, 11th, and do you pose the greatest threat to me? Hence, I deemed it prudent to watch them closely. Do not open the door. For heaven's sake, do not. As 9 opened the cabinet, a wave of regret washed over him, coinciding with Jean Zhozha's urging, which ignited a sense of retreat within him. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Just as 9's body had turned halfway, the door lock rattled, and 8 forcefully inserted the alloy key. With a twist of the latch, the door swung open wide as if struck by a mighty wave, gaping half a foot ajar. Quick, close it. A chill and darkness surged into the room, sending a shiver down my spine as I sat at the table. The iron door trembled, sending a wave of fear through several onlookers. 6, initially intending to assist, inadvertently glanced through the gap of the open door and, feeling his legs weaken, collapsed to the ground, his face contorted with disbelief. Impossible. You are dead. I shattered you into pieces. Every step I took is etched in my memory. How can you still be outside? His outcry startled those at the door, momentarily freezing them in place as the iron door inched open further. Before they could react, 8 seized 9 with one hand while reaching for Do You with the other, who deftly sidestepped the grab. What are you doing, 8? 9 instinctively sensed something was amiss, an indescribable terror enveloping him. Let go. Release me. Despite his frantic cries, 8 remained resolute, gripping the doorframe as an irresistible force from outside pulled him, dragging 8 out into the void. Damn it. Let go. 9 struggled fiercely, but 8's fingers dug into his flesh like iron claws. Outside, 8's voice echoed faintly. Unfortunately, 10 has escaped. You shall accompany me to hell. Soon. Half of 9's arm was pulled beyond the threshold, followed by a shocking sight. Dozens of slender, scarred female arms emerged through the crack, tearing at 9's skin and flesh. Blood splattering profusely. Pull me back. Save me. As half of his body was dragged outward, 9 flailed desperately, seeking to grasp something, anything. Save you? We're all going to die? Get out. As 9 fought for his life, Wang Shi mustered his resolve and kicked him outside, then braced himself against the iron door. Are you just going to watch? Help. 6 and 5, Tian Tung, rushed to support the door, while 10, Do you, dashed to the electric chair and sat down. The alarm ceased, and the force against the door gradually weakened. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, with one, Wang Shi, collapsing against the door, exhausted. Who among you saw what those things look like outside? His casual inquiry cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere once more. Why is everyone silent? The gap is wide enough for you to have seen something. I did save you. Sharing such a small request isn't unreasonable, is it? Wang Shi rose from the ground and withdrew the alloy key from the lock. It's too dark. I saw nothing. 7, Jean Zhozha, was the first to speak, and I nodded in agreement. You should ask 6. His expression has changed dramatically. He must have witnessed something extraordinary. All eyes turned to 6, whose already grim countenance darkened further. Earlier, through the crack, I vaguely saw Zhang Yinxia, the very worker I disassembled into parts. You didn't team as C? Could it be someone impersonating her, deliberately disguised? Soon, Jean Zhozha from Team 7 raised doubts about the integration of psychology and philosophy, dismissing the notion that the foundation rests on the reality of ghosts as mere fantasy. In his view, if the world indeed operated on the principles of reincarnation and retribution, he would never have taken on the role of a death penalty physician, administering justice through execution. I longed to tell him that I had misjudged. Yet Zhang Yinxia's visage was indelibly etched in my memory. That night, as I dismembered her, I committed each part of her body to the depths of my consciousness, and the recollection always brought me a peculiar thrill. I could never mistake her. The souls of the departed stood outside, knocking on the door, consuming every living being that dared to step out. Repentance? Atonement? It seemed I was beginning to comprehend. Wang Shi retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the iron gate. Do you truly believe in ghosts? He queried, but the question felt futile, unworthy of exploration. Jean Zhozha rose and approached the deformed doorframe, observing that the iron gate could not withstand much longer. Next time, we must not allow the alarm to dictate our actions. We must consciously adhere to the rules of the game. Otherwise, when the gate is breached, we shall all meet our doom. He and Tian Tung propped the cabinet against the door, concealing the still fresh blood on the ground, as new blood seeped through the cracks. The faint metallic scent assaulting our senses. The actions of the 8th participant were peculiar. It was as if he was resigned to his fate, yet insisted on dragging others down with him. Wang Shi returned to his seat, furrowing his brow. Had it not been for the 10th's swift evasion, he too might have been ensnared by the 8th. There is something amiss with him, he declared, raising his gaze. He addressed me, aware that the others around the circular table perceived a unique connection between the 8th and myself. Their glances were anything but friendly. What did the 8th whisper to you after he stepped down from the electric chair? How did you two come to know each other? Are you the mastermind? Is the 8th your subordinate? Have you conspired together to deceive us? You must answer for the 8th's demise, and for the 9th's death as well. Confronted by their inquiries, I found myself at a loss for words. Even if the 8th was indeed Xia Qingzhi, I had lost all recollection of him. He had become an enigma to me. You all heard my conversation with the 8th. I had once experienced amnesia. He remembered me, but I did not recognize him. As for the curious whispers he shared, I have no qualms in disclosing them. He warned me to be wary of the 9th, 10th, and 11th. Those 3 are exceedingly dangerous. With the 9th now deceased, the 10th and 11th exchanged glances, their scrutiny shifting between each other without further probing. Let the deceased remain at rest. We should rejoice at the reduction of our competitors. Wang Shi interjected, striving to ease the tension. The others returned to their seats, casting their attention towards Du Yu, as the hall fell into an unexpected silence. Donning the helmet, Du Yu's placid smile vanished. He tapped the edge of the electric chair with one hand while cradling his chin with the other, eschewing the directness typical of other criminals. Confounded, we exchanged glances, uncertain of Du Yu's intentions, while my curiosity was piqued. Initially, I had speculated that the call to the underworld was made by Xia Qingzhi, commissioned to locate her brother. It seemed likely that the true orchestrator of this deadly game was Xia Qingzhi, while the additional figure was Du Yu, who had not originally been among the invitees but was drawn in by my hints. If Du Yu had never taken a life, it could serve as evidence that he is merely an additional participant. However, should he indeed have committed murder, the most dreadful scenario would unfold. Du Yu was always a player in this game. My invitation merely coincided with his involvement. After a few minutes of silence, Du Yu finally spoke. The matter had been concealed within my heart for so many years. How could the organizers possibly know? I left no trace behind. It was a flawless crime, one that would undoubtedly evade detection. Chapter 377. Psychological suggestion. Upon hearing "do use initial words," my heart skipped a beat. He is guilty. Thus, both of my previous assumptions were utterly erroneous. Xia Qingzhi is not the organizer, merely a substitute. Du Yu is not the elusive 12th individual, but rather an ordinary participant. Thoughts raced through my mind as I feigned earnestness in listening to Du Yu's confession, all the while re-evaluating the narratives of each participant. Had I overlooked something? Seated in the electric chair, Du Yu appeared calm, speaking in a measured tone. I am Du Yu, a lawyer who had been working abroad until recently returning to the country. Unlike your heinous acts of murder or torture, I rarely engage in such base endeavors. Intelligent individuals do not commit crimes. Often, one can achieve their desires simply by navigating the rules. I went abroad 5 years ago to survive, providing legal assistance to various Chinese communities in my capacity as a lawyer. I specialize in acquittals and have garnered considerable support in Chinatown. Over the past 5 years, I have turned black into white, helping many scoundrels evade justice. Though the deeds I performed weigh heavily on my conscience, their impact is far more profound than that of murder. Yet, I do not perceive myself as guilty, nor do I believe anyone has the authority to judge me. After all, this is merely a means of survival within the confines of the rules. Now that I have elucidated my background, let me share the deepest secret I harbor. No one willingly leaves their homeland to assist those wicked scoundrels, and I am no exception. My sudden departure abroad 5 years ago was indeed a matter of necessity. To understand the situation, one must go back 8 years, to the time when I had just completed dual master's degrees in law and criminal psychology, and was embarking on my first role at a law firm. Eager to quickly establish my reputation and make a mark, I took on a particularly challenging case as my inaugural defense. The case itself was not overly complex. The victim was the daughter of the plaintiff, who worked at a KTV and was taken out by a group of wealthy second-generation elites after hours. The following day, her body was discovered in the city lake. There was no clear evidence to identify the murderer. Rather, all individuals present that night were suspect. The police investigation yielded vague results, prompting me to pursue the case personally. I unearthed crucial evidence, confronted the perpetrator in court, and restored the victim's honor. The victim's family faced significant hardships, and they only compensated me after receiving their settlement. Believing I had solidified my footing in that first-tier city, I was taken aback when the firm dismissed me a few days later, citing my strong-willed nature as a hindrance to collegial relations. In my youth, I was brash and unaware of the necessity for discretion. I later discovered that the individual I had sent to prison for life had a grandfather in high military ranks and a father of considerable influence. A significant reason no one was willing to take on the girl's case was the profound connections of the group of elites present that night. Losing my job does not invoke regret within me. Everything can be restarted, and I refuse to believe they possess the power to manipulate the world so effortlessly. It has, however, become painfully apparent that I was gravely mistaken. Merely days later, my fiancée was fatally stabbed multiple times by a bag snatcher at the station and succumbed to her injuries in the hospital. The thief was apprehended by the police on the spot, yet my beloved could not be returned to me. The entire incident reeked of peculiarity, prompting me to conduct my own investigation. I discovered the bag snatcher had intricate ties to a wealthy Scion-esque family. After weeks of diligent inquiry, I confirmed that the thief was a retired soldier, an underling of the Scion-esque grandfather, who was afflicted with HIV and numerous complications, already given a death notice by the hospital. This entire affair was a vindictive act from the wealthy family directed at me. To pursue legal recourse against such a formidable adversary would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, leading me to resolve to adopt a more drastic approach to vengeance. Over the course of a year, I meticulously investigated the entire family of the Scion, discerning the nuances of each member's character. The Scion, originally named Wang Kuai, had a father named Wang Jiyuan and a mother named Yuan Mei. He also had a half-brother, Wang Xian, who was currently in junior high. Wang Xian's mother, rumored to be a young model, was sent away with money after giving birth, resulting in Wang Xian's precarious position within the Wang household. Neglected by a father who showed no affection and a mother who exhibited no love, with only a nanny to care for him. With this understanding, I devised a comprehensive plan. Murder need not always be executed by one's own hands. The most sophisticated method of killing does not lie in the perfection or cunning of the crime, but rather in the psychological manipulation that leads one to self-destruction. The key to penetrating the Wang family's defenses lay in Wang Xian, who was at an age ripe for independent thought, yet devoid of subjective judgment, rendering him susceptible to psychological suggestion and an ideal pawn in my scheme. Psychological suggestion is not as mysterious as outsiders might presume. However, it carries certain risks, which is why many are aware of its existence, but few master it. Numerous examples of psychological suggestion pervade daily life. For instance, if a group of children diagnosed with stuttering is isolated together, interspersed with a few normal children and told they are all stutterers, within days, the normal children may begin to mirror the stutterers, demonstrating the power of self-suggestion. Psychological suggestion can be categorized into strong and weak forms. To ensure my safety, I employed a more subtle and less detectable weak suggestion approach with the boy. I initially approached him as a mysterious outsider via a messaging application, seeking to understand his inner world while offering him guidance. Every word I spoke was imbued with positivity, encouraging him to become more cheerful and lively. Yet I would inadvertently reveal hints of my own pessimism during our conversations. Every topic I broached was carefully selected to resonate with the boy while exacerbating the deep-seated pain stemming from his lack of parental love and care. He began to view me as a lifeline, while all I required was his trust. Without a well-rounded value system, individuals are most easily manipulated and altered. I began sending him inspirational, uplifting films, not the so-called horror movies or terrifying music that could drive him to the brink of despair, but rather films with the most positive and commendable themes. Naturally, all these films and videos were meticulously altered by my hand. In a standard video frame, there are 24 frames per second. I have replaced the final frame of each second with a photograph of my wife, covered in blood, taken before her demise. The eyes and ears serve as conduits for memories to be inscribed in the brain. However, human vision possesses a lingering effect, rendering this particular frame imperceptible to him. Yet, the imagery has been silently etched into his memory. If I were to prompt him to identify my wife's photograph from a collection of images immediately after viewing the video, even if he had never seen her before, he would be able to locate it, guided by the fragments inscribed in his mind, all unbeknownst to him. This is the essence of psychological suggestion. I intend to cultivate him into a seemingly cheerful and confident individual, while in reality, he is fraught with anxiety and fragile, like a glass figurine. A month later, the boy reached out to me, expressing that he often dreams of a woman drenched in blood. At times, he experiences delusions as if she were hiding beside him. Upon hearing the boy's lamentations, I realized the first phase of my plan had succeeded. I did not divulge a solution to the boy. Rather, I encouraged him to seek the cause himself and suggested he watch inspirational films to ease his mind or to engage in conversation with his parents. I was acutely aware of his predicament. His biological mother had vanished after taking money. His stepmother harbored disdain for him, and his only reliable source of support, his father, was preoccupied with business affairs. He had no one to confide in and was sinking deeper into fear. As I had anticipated, the boy began searching for answers online, where so-called shamans and internet charlatans became his unwitting accomplices, distorting reality and terrorizing him with ghostly threats, further entrenching his self-imposed psychological torment. Fear spread like wildfire. Beneath the boy's sunny and cheerful facade lay a heart that was fragile and riddled with affliction, nearing its breaking point. Chapter 378. Regrets during that period. I became Wang Xian's sole confidant. He trusted no one but me. To mask his inner turmoil, Wang Xian made every effort to present himself as just another ordinary child. A typical psychological response, especially for a young person. Deprived of parental affection, lacking a sense of security and belonging, his psyche began to distort. The phantoms from his subconscious took root firmly in his mind, a form of self-suggestion that became increasingly inescapable the more he pondered it. Throughout our conversations, I continually offered solace to Wang Xian while subtly instilling in him the concepts of karma and retribution. I reassured him that if he led a righteous life, he had nothing to fear from malevolent spirits. I encouraged him to engage in extracurricular activities, to interact with others, and to perform acts of kindness, believing that perhaps this would liberate him from the clutches of the malevolent specter. A week later, Wang Xian was on the brink of collapse. He had grown thin and increasingly withdrawn, and every night, as soon as he closed his eyes, the image of a woman's tragic demise would invade his mind. During those days, he never dared to sleep with the lights off, feared entering confined spaces alone, and felt an incessant dread that a bloodied woman might suddenly materialize from any shadowy corner. In truth, these are merely figments of his imagination, akin to individuals who immerse themselves in ghost stories and subsequently reinforce the notion that a specter lurks behind them. Over time, their sleeping posture shifts from lying on their side to lying flat on their back, as if something unclean truly resides behind them. Wang Xian's predicament is 100-fold more severe than that of those who indulge in ghost tales, for he is acutely aware that he is not engaged with any horror-laden literature or videos. The image of the tragically deceased woman seems to have materialized out of thin air in his life. He is entirely bewildered by her origin, unable to ascertain her source, which breeds his terror. This fear leads him to incessantly ponder solutions to his plight. With no one to confide in, he turns to me for help. However, I do not genuinely assist him, instead deepening his impression of the deceased woman, thereby creating a vicious cycle. When Wang Xian begins to exhibit self-harm tendencies, I recognize that it is time to intervene, for his fear of the tragically deceased woman has transcended the physical pain of his body. Having played the role of a confidant, I initiate the second phase of my plan. I inform Wang Xian that his situation has escalated to a critical level and that he must consult his family seriously, revealing the entirety of the story concerning the tragically deceased woman. Wang Xian obediently follows my advice, but unsurprisingly, neither his bothersome stepmother nor his biological father pays heed to his plight, dismissing it as a mere cry for parental attention. With his parents indifferent, Wang Xian once again seeks me out. Confronting this despondent boy, I attempt to console him, suggesting that even if the tragically deceased woman were a ghost, she would not arbitrarily fixate on him. There may be some misunderstanding at play. Could it be that someone in his family has committed a grievous act, resulting in a vengeful spirit seeking retribution? With a gentle nudge, Wang Xian recalls his brother, who had originally been sentenced to life imprisonment, but, due to good behavior, had his sentence reduced to 20 years. He recounts the tale of Wang Kuai, and I feign excitement, urging him to examine photos of the woman who had drowned years prior. Days later, Wang Xian returns to me, stating that the deceased is not the tragically deceased woman he had envisioned. I feign calmness, gradually guiding him to seek his own answers. Humans tend to harbor an inexplicable trust for answers they unearth themselves. I completely relinquish control over Wang Xian while beginning to create a new video. This time, I employ a more cheerful cinematic approach. In the final frame, I not only include a photograph of his fiancée at the moment of her death, but also add a few words. Du Yu's previously even tone finally shifts at this juncture. I can vaguely anticipate the events that will unfold next. However, observing the pain etched on his face, I clasp my hands and remain silent. After a prolonged pause, Du Yu continues, revealing that I had instructed him to kill his entire family. Everything I had done prior was merely to prepare for this moment. Psychological suggestion indeed exists, yet subtle suggestions are often too easily overlooked, requiring long-term, insidious interference. After all, information retained in the subconscious mind is subject to a limited duration, and after a certain period, it will be forgotten. To achieve significant effects, one must control the suggestive environment and eliminate other distracting information. Moreover, it is crucial that the suggestive information does not diverge too greatly from the subjective will of the one being suggested. It is utterly implausible to expect a middle school student to successfully commit the heinous act of murdering his family. Thus, I first sought to embed the haunting image of his deceased wife within Wang Xian's memory, leveraging this to disrupt his subjective will and unravel his life. Throughout our ongoing conversations, I continuously instilled in him the notion that life is splendid and should be approached with optimism. However, this comes with the caveat of possessing a loving family. In every film and video I presented to him, regardless of the protagonist's humble or impoverished beginnings, there was invariably a supportive loved one steadfastly by their side. While such positive influences might have a beneficial effect on Wang Xian, they also serve to convey a more sinister reality. He was merely a worthless being, abandoned even by his own parents, irredeemable. Through videos, music, and seemingly casual conversations, I incessantly suggested to him during his most impressionable and rebellious years the cruel truth that he was entirely alone. The combination of the subjective implication of lacking familial love and the subconscious suggestion of the woman's tragic demise took nearly 2 months to breach Wang Xian's psychological defenses, leading him to no longer oppose the horrifying concept of killing his family. The second phase of my psychological manipulation aimed to instill in him the belief that killing his family was justified, that they had wronged him. The seed had taken root and was beginning to sprout, yet further patience was required for fruition. After another month, Wang Xian sent me several photographs depicting crimson blood flowing from my fiancé's body, having discovered some media images from that time. I learned from Wang Xian the intricate details of the entire affair. He was engulfed in fear and confusion, with his stepmother orchestrating everything from the shadows. Why had the ghost chosen to haunt him specifically? The emergence of my fiancé's photograph acted as a switch within Wang Xian's subconscious. As a wholly fabricated ghost materialized in his reality, relentlessly pursuing him for a reason that manifested in the form of his stepmother. His demeanor toward his family grew increasingly extreme, his yearning for affection morphing into anger and hatred. His subjective will had shifted, marking the completion of the second stage of psychological suggestion. Murder can be categorized into 2 types, impulsive and premeditated. For a middle school student, orchestrating a premeditated murder is exceedingly challenging. Thus, I initiated the third phase of my plan, aiming to undermine Wang Xian's self-control and lay the groundwork for a crime of passion. I eagerly assisted Wang Xian with strategies, suggesting that the haunting spirit sought vengeance, and that if he could coax his stepmother into confessing or visit the deceased's grave to pay respects, he would earn the ghost's forgiveness. Wang Xian's stepmother already harbored disdain for the illegitimate child born of an affair, and coupled with her mental instability, her attitude toward Wang Xian was exceedingly hostile. Had Wang Xian remained his former self, he would have endured the contempt. However, the current Wang Xian was transformed, a puppet ensnared by fear and manipulated thoughts. Events unfolded even more favorably than I had anticipated, as I soon read about the Wang family's tragic incident in the newspaper. Wang Xian had plunged a kitchen knife into his stepmother 17 times, a number eerily identical to the wounds inflicted upon my fiancée. Subsequently, he also attacked his father and the housekeeper. In a state of panic and without refuge, he ultimately ascended to a high building, bidding farewell to this world. After 1.5 years, I finally exacted my revenge upon my adversary. However, as I perused the report, I found myself devoid of any joy. Instead, upon witnessing Wang Xian leap from the heights, an unexpected wave of regret washed over me. Chapter 379, Execution. The one who orchestrated the assassination of my fiancée was Wang Xian's stepmother, while his father rendered my life unbearable, yet in my quest for vengeance, I condemned Wang Xian to death. Throughout the months of my interactions with him, I bore witness to his gradual descent into despair. Ensnared within the trap I had meticulously woven, I transformed a bright, cheerful young man into a mere instrument of revenge, exploiting his innocence and amplifying his misfortunes, brainwashing him, and dismantling the life he had painstakingly built. Truth be told, I harbored regret from the very moment I learned of Wang Xian's tragic leap. The once mighty Wang family now lay in ruins, and though I had avenged my fiancée, this affair should have concluded there. Yet, an inexplicable incident lingered in my mind. That fateful night, as I grasped my phone and powered on my computer to obliterate all traces of Wang Xian, his contact avatar flickered unexpectedly. I assure you, I was not lying. The deceased Wang Xian had sent me a message. As a staunch atheist who venerates reason and logic, I initially dismissed this as a ploy from the authorities, paying it no mind. After deactivating all accounts, I hastily gathered my belongings and fled. I arrived in an entirely unfamiliar city, intent on commencing a new chapter in my life, yet an inexplicable sorrow and guilt replaced the smile that once adorned my face. It appeared that Wang Xian had accompanied me in spirit. Much like the psychological suggestions I had once implanted in him, I could still hear his voice, a persistent reminder of his presence. Occasionally, my newly acquired phone would receive enigmatic messages, their tone and mannerisms unmistakably reminiscent of the deceased Wang Xian. I could not believe anyone was impersonating him, for those messages would vanish after a time, and I had never heard of the police possessing such capabilities. I forced myself to remain calm and reflect on the entire situation, scrutinizing my existence, and even retreating to the mountains to seek tranquility. Yet Wang Xian's essence would still find its way to my ears. I began to suspect that my deep psychological manipulation of Wang Xian had led me to develop a mental affliction myself. I sought help from numerous physicians, all of whom deemed my mental state to be entirely normal. I had neither succumbed to reverse hypnosis nor lost myself in self-suggestion. Yet traces of Wang Xian incessantly permeated my life. In pursuit of answers, I fled abroad to study at a prestigious institution, yet regardless of the methods I employed, Wang Xian remained by my side. His presence was palpable to me alone, defying explanation through psychology, neuroscience, or philosophy. I was tormented by him, oscillating between fear and numbness. Over the 5 years spent abroad, Wang Xian's manifestations grew increasingly frequent, leading me to ponder the possibility that he was not a figment of my imagination, but rather an alternate form of existence. As a non-believer, I could not utter the word ghost irresponsibly. Akin to a courtroom defense, I required ample evidence to convince myself of the truth. Thus, I commenced my quest for evidence regarding the existence of spirits in this world. The inquiry into whether ghosts truly inhabit our realm is a challenging one, particularly from a materialistic standpoint, which foretells the arduous nature of my exploration. A few weeks prior, I returned home to commemorate my late fiancée, and it was during this time that I stumbled upon a rather intriguing live-streaming paranormal investigation program. Live broadcasts, unlike pre-edited recordings, are difficult to fabricate, and each session is rife with unforeseen occurrences, deviating from any scripted narrative. Although that particular broadcast delivered a rather dismal viewing experience, frequent blackouts, instances where the host fled the streaming room in terror, the disarray imparted an undeniable sense of authenticity. The host was not merely acting. He may have genuinely encountered supernatural phenomena. As a staunch skeptic, I sought to ascertain the veracity of the stream. I offered my assistance to the host, with the sole reward being the opportunity to join him in a subsequent live session. If I could witness supernatural occurrences beyond the realm of Wang Xian, then the enigma of his existence could be elucidated, unveiling the hidden veils of this world. Du Yu's tale concluded here, transitioning from the tangible to the ethereal, from the incredulous psychological implications of murder to being ensnared by the spirit of a boy who had leapt to his demise. The thrilling essence of his narrative faded into the mundane as he spoke. Upon his conclusion, the reactions of the others varied, and the absence of electric shocks confirmed the authenticity of Du Yu's account. Are there truly ghosts in this world? Wang Shi gazed upward at the dim yellow light, expressing his disbelief. As a traditional mystery novelist, I hold in disdain those who exploit the guise of the supernatural to elucidate inexplicable occurrences. Had I not arrived here, I would have remained a skeptic. Yet, moments ago, I witnessed the apparition of a dismembered woman standing outside the door. What alternative explanation could there be? Since witnessing the scene outside, number 6 had become disoriented. Could it be the victim's twin sister, or merely a projection? Given the dim lighting and the urgency of the situation, it was not inconceivable to experience such an illusion in a state of panic. Wang Shi countered, while the others remained silent. The results of Du Yu's vote emerged swiftly, 0 votes. He appeared to have anticipated this outcome, indifferent as he returned to his seat, lost in contemplation. Soon, an alarm sounded within the room, 10 minutes earlier than expected. The second identification period had commenced. As the alarm rang, a rustling sound emanated from beyond the iron door, resembling footsteps or perhaps the scratching of nails against the doorframe. The doorframe had begun to warp. If we did not swiftly select an individual to occupy the electric chair, we would all be in peril. The deaths of number 8 and number 9 had illuminated the assembly to the reality that the inside and outside of that door constituted 2 distinct worlds, one that must not be breached. Regardless of whether the identified individual was the perpetrator, death awaited them. To ensure fairness, let us cast our votes. Number 7, Jin Zhozha, was the first to speak. Do not hesitate any longer. With each passing second, our predicament becomes tenfold more perilous. Let us commence the voting. Wang Shibiao's expression fluctuated like the weather, his gaze ultimately landing on Wang Yuchen, whose body trembled subtly under the piercing intensity of his stare. I believe the assassin is number 4, Wang Yuchen. The moment these words escaped his lips, the meaning became abundantly clear to all present. Wang Yuchen was the sole individual who had received a reprieve, and eliminating her would return everyone to the starting line. Furthermore, her inherent fragility, with her delicate arms lacking any semblance of resistance, reinforced this notion. I too surmised that the assassin was indeed number 4. Number 6, Zhang Bei, smirked slyly, seizing the opportunity to grasp Wang Yuchen. We are allied with number 6. Think carefully. We can vote against others together. Wang Yuchen shrieked in protest, her disheveled hair cascading as she pleaded, spare me. I am truly not the assassin. I swear on everything I hold dear that I am absolutely innocent. I agree to execute number 4, declared number 7, Jean Zhozha, his voice devoid of any emotion, chillingly cold. I could have protected you. But now I too believe you are the assassin. Number 5, Tian Tung, pounded his chest, grinning widely. I also choose number 4. Number 11 cast a faintly sympathetic glance at Wang Yechen. If you survive, we shall all perish. Among the 8, 5 have cast their votes against you, Wang Yechen. You must make the ultimate sacrifice. Just a moment ago, number 6 had been speaking, but in the blink of an eye, he brandished a knife and severed Wang Yechen's right wrist. Do not resist, accept your fate. Simultaneously, number 1, Wang Shi, and number 6, Zhang Bei, restrained Wang Yechen, forcing her down beside the electric chair. Under the threat of death, she struggled like a wild beast, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Wait a moment. Du Yu interjected, hastily retrieving a chair and dashing to the electric chair, smashing it down onto the alarm. The blaring siren shattered, and the flashing lights ceased, momentarily halting the commotion outside. Yet just as the group thought they had averted disaster, a more piercing sound erupted from the cell. What is that noise? Are you mad? Destroying the game rules for the sake of a wretched person? Forget it. Just pin number 4 to the chair. Amidst the chaos, Du Yu, hearing the new alarm emanating from the cell, swiftly stepped aside. Though he had aided Wang Yechen out of sympathy, he deemed it unnecessary to offend everyone for her sake. The alarm was likely not the key to the specter outside. It was merely one of the methods employed by the organizers to remind the participants of the game. I understood some things better than Du Yu. Since the appearance of unknown entities from beyond the Iron Gate, this situation had exceeded all expectations. This was no ordinary show. It was a live broadcast from the underworld, and the identity of the organizers remained shrouded in mystery, as did their motives. The true answer would soon be revealed. And with the conclusion of the second accusation, this deadly game would officially approach its denouement. I observed the rather grim scene by the electric chair, choosing to remain silent. Wang Shi held Wang Yechen's arms, while Tian Tung grasped her legs, pinning her to the chair, rendering her struggles futile. On the count of 3, we will release her. Number 6, Zhang Bei, forcefully placed a helmet upon Wang Yechen's head. As sparks erupted from the wires behind the electric chair, the 3 men simultaneously retreated. Upon regaining her freedom, Wang Yechen instinctively reached to remove the helmet, but before her fingers could brush the cold surface, a high-voltage current surged through the wires and into the helmet. The scene is somewhat brutal. The more exquisite and beautiful things are destroyed, the stronger the contrast that emerges. The once delicate skin has turned charred and blackened, and the face that once captivated has been rendered unrecognizable. When the alarm ceased, Wang Yechen's lifeless body continued to spasm, marking yet another reduction in the number of participants. The hall fell into a hushed silence. The executioners exhibited no remorse, and after a few minutes, only Tian Tung remarked, "This woman smells worse now." Following her death, her name faded from the projection on the wall, and aside from that, no other changes occurred. It seemed she was not the assassin. Wang Shi shook his head, having previously harbored a flicker of hope. At 4 in the morning, the alarm blared again. The previously inconspicuous 11th dragged Wang Yechen's corpse away, casually donning his helmet. As he passed by the 5th, I noticed a subtle detail. Tian Tang's legs trembled involuntarily, the motion so slight that he was unaware of it himself. Was it a reflex of excitement or fear? I raised my gaze to observe the tall, slender figure of the 11th, resembling a bamboo stalk, with a square face and darker skin, his head fitting the helmet perfectly. This person struck me as oddly familiar, an intriguing sensation. At 4 in the morning, only 7 individuals remained. If 2 more died, the game would conclude. The 6th, Zhang Bei, shifted his gaze among us, initially glancing at me before quickly abandoning that thought, ultimately fixating on Tian Tung, Wang Shi, and the 11th. He toyed with a blade, his expression growing increasingly sinister. In contrast to the others in the room, the 11th appeared distinctly unique. His calmness was striking. I am Hebo, a profession that many of you may not have heard of. I am a corpse retrieval worker along the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Since ancient times, individuals have relied on the rivers for sustenance. A river nurtures life on both banks, serving as both a conduit of vitality and a channel of the afterlife. The profession of retrieving corpses is indeed known to me. I have heard of bodies being fished from the river and then extorted from those who come to claim them. It is said that a single body can fetch thousands of yuan, yielding an annual income of no less than 100,000. Jean Jojo wore a smile that did not reach his eyes as he regarded the 11th, saying, "Hebo, I wonder if any of the bodies you've retrieved belong to those I once killed and discarded." I had come across this occupation in a best-selling novel titled The Yangtze River Corpse Retrieval Man, authored by the 6th, Zhang Bei. Suddenly, he turned to the 1st, Wang Shi, and exclaimed, "The author of that book is you." "Indeed, it is I. So what? Everything in that book is mere fabrication. How was I to know such a profession truly existed?" Wang Shi spread his hands, a look of curiosity adorning his face as he regarded Hebo, whose sun-kissed, robust physique resembled that of a fisherman. While retrieving corpses for monetary gain is not illegal, it is morally questionable. "Do you?" remarked blandly, and fell silent. The 11th, seated in the electric chair, paid no heed to the others and continued speaking. "Corpses are not an everyday occurrence. We are often wrongfully labeled as water ghosts. More often than not, we make a living by clearing the debris that accumulates on the water's surface. Each of us is assigned a specific section of the river, and the government provides certain subsidies. Additionally, many plastic bottles and other refuse can be sold. Retrieving corpses is merely a side job." This statement was impeccable, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the 11th was concealing something. He was not lying. He simply omitted the most crucial details. The reason I was brought here might be related to the periodic flooding caused by the release of water from an upstream dam. A high-ranking official, while driving his family home across the Fika Bridge, encountered disaster as the floodwaters collapsed the long-standing structure, sweeping the family into the turbulent waters. I cannot ascertain whether the official was corrupt, but after the calamity struck, he fulfilled his duties as a father and husband, desperately pushing his wife and children from the vehicle, while he himself was engulfed by the bridge and submerged beneath the surface. I was present on the riverbank, witnessing the entire ordeal. However, at the time of the reservoir's release, there was a strict order prohibiting navigation on the river, so I merely marked the location and began to pursue the high official's wife and children. Once the waves subsided, I discovered them downstream, approximately 5 or 6 miles away, clinging to a piece of driftwood, miraculously still alive when I reached them. The official's wife was adorned in gold and silver, her fingers graced with a large diamond ring. Her beauty striking. The value of her jewelry could have sustained me for an entire year of retrieving bodies. The place where the mother and child ultimately came to rest was known as Qingzhi Bend, a location fraught with peril and seldom frequented by humans. Faced with two choices, I could either rescue them and take them to the hospital, which would waste a day of labor and yield only a few thousand yuan, far less than the worth of a single piece of the official's wife's jewelry. Blinded by greed, I stood at a distance, refraining from extending a hand, and instead awaited their demise. Later, the woman, having regained consciousness, inexplicably summoned the strength to wave at me, pleading for the rescue of her child. In my eyes, her condition seemed merely a fleeting flicker of life. Indeed, it wasn't long before both she and her child sank beneath the waves. I watched as they perished before me, then approached in my boat, using a fork to retrieve their bodies, which I bound to the stern with hemp rope. I rifled through the woman's pockets, seizing all valuables, before delivering their remains back to Hulian village, where I sold them for a handsome profit. As Hebo recounted this tale, his expression remained impassive, leaving me uncertain whether he was deliberately concealing his emotions or had simply grown numb from witnessing too much life and death. Upon finishing, he removed his helmet, stating that the time for confession was the briefest among us. Was that it? Was failing to save a life tantamount to direct murder? Such an act could not be classified as a crime. At most, it could be deemed a moral dilemma. Reactions among the crowd varied, but my attention was drawn to the 5th participant, Tian Tong, who sat at the table, unable to even glance at Hebo, beads of sweat glistening between the folds of his flesh. Something was amiss. I sensed deception. My gaze sharpened as I observed Hebo, who was about to rise from the electric chair. "You are certainly not a mere corpse retrieval worker. You must be concealing something significant. Lying could lead to your demise by electrocution." Hebo, seemingly unfazed, returned to his seat. Whether he had lied or not was clear to him. Evading a lie detector was not a daunting task. My eyes fixated on Hebo's square face, growing increasingly familiar, my voice darkening. Tian Tong could discern the stench emanating from others. He trembled as I passed by, though I could not tell if it was from fear or exhilaration. One thing was certain. Among all participants, the odor surrounding you was the most pungent, marking you as the most dangerous individual among us. Perhaps, Hebo pondered for a moment before responding. I have been in the business of retrieving bodies for over a decade, having encountered hundreds of corpses. Relying solely on the stench of death does not signify anything. Chapter 381, The Only Solution. On the surface, Hebo's statement seemed impeccable, leaving me momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. I was particularly cautious of number 11, who was dangerously unpredictable. Hebo's confession ultimately yielded 0 votes. And at this juncture, any single vote cast would disrupt the delicate equilibrium of the game. Half an hour passed, and the sound of alarms reverberated within the room, drawing the gaze of everyone present towards me. As the final person to confess, the game ought to culminate in my hands. Approaching the electric chair, I calculated the time outside. Dawn was imminent. I lifted the helmet, which emanated a faint odor and proved heavier than I had anticipated. The unsettling sensation of having one's life beyond personal control was disheartening. Next time, I would become the architect of the game's rules. Without further ado, I donned the helmet and seated myself in the center of the electric chair. My name is Gao Jian. I attended police academy for a time before being expelled. Subsequently, I opened an adult store, which, despite my diligent efforts, was on the brink of collapse. To survive, I began accepting private jobs. I have committed murder, yet only a handful of times with intent and awareness. The only incident that comes to mind occurred a few days prior, during a relentless downpour in Jiangxing, where the risk of dam failure loomed large. Reports indicated that a long-wanted criminal was hiding within the dam, intending to sabotage it and flood the city. To protect Jiangxing, I intervened, injuring one individual and subsequently falling from the dam alongside another, from which I miraculously escaped, while the fate of my adversary remained unknown. As I recounted this, a vivid memory surged forth. My eyes widened in realization, and I exclaimed, I remember. That day, I was swept ashore by the river, regaining consciousness to see a tall, slender figure across the water. It was you. I pointed at Hebo, astonishment evident in my eyes, a revelation I had not even recognized in myself. Now that you mention it, I do recall, Hebo replied with a slight nod. The dam's floodwaters carried you downstream. It's quite remarkable that you survived. Fortunately, I am resilient. Otherwise, I would have required your assistance to pull me ashore, I commented, and seeing Hebo acknowledge my words, I refrained from further discussion, exchanging a few trivialities before removing the helmet. My confession had lasted only a few minutes, the briefest among all. Returning to the table, the remaining 7 gathered around the round table, the atmosphere palpably tense. According to the game's rules, only 5 out of the 7 could obtain the antidote, implying that 2 more must perish. Anyone could be a hunter, and anyone could become prey. The human heart is inscrutable, and those present were all selfish, ruthless murderers. When one's life is threatened, anything is conceivable. Perhaps we should engage in a meaningful discussion. Waiting idly is not a viable strategy, suggested Du Yu, placing his hands on the table to signal his lack of hostility. We have been held captive here for nearly 6 hours. By dawn, our families and friends are likely to alert the authorities, meaning if we can endure for a while longer, the possibility of rescue remains. I cannot speak to your circumstances, but I am certain that no one will come to my rescue. I have long been solitary, engrossed in my writing, seldom venturing out. Even if I were to perish within my home, as long as my body does not emit a foul odor, it is unlikely anyone would notice. The first individual, Wang, expressed a sense of resignation. This must be the plight of a writer. I find myself in a similar predicament. I too am alone, with no one to care for my well-being. The 6th participant, Zhang Bei, absent-mindedly sliced his fingertip with a blade, lamenting the scarcity of food and water. How are we 7 to sustain ourselves? Shall we resort to consuming corpses or drinking human blood? I propose we adhere to the game's rules. The victor shall emerge, and none should harbor grievances. The 7th participant, Jin Zhozha, the calmest among us, suggested that before the next accusation arises, we must deduce the identity of the perpetrator. If we can identify the killer, the remaining 6 may yet survive. But what if we cannot identify the killer? The 5th participant, Tian Tong, cast his gaze upon his own abdomen, pondering. It is quite simple. We would have to take another life, and the game could conclude in the same manner. Jin Zhozha regarded the assembly with a tone of certainty, not devoid of compassion. This logic is understood by all present. I merely pierced through the veil of ignorance. Let us first analyze who is most likely to be the hidden one. In a game with 11 participants, the presence of a 12th intrigues me more than the killer. Upon reflection, this additional individual may pose an even greater terror. I propped my chin on my hands, enumerating the deceased and their causes of demise. The third, a detective, perished due to arrogance. The fourth, Wang Yuchen, succumbed to weakness and betrayal. The eighth and ninth appeared to have ended their own lives. Speaking of the eighth, I now harbor considerable suspicion towards you. It is evident that you and he were acquainted, and he may have died for your sake. There must be something amiss with the two of you. Zhang Bei interrupted, successfully garnering the attention of the group. The 12th participant. You harbor significant issues. Being the last to arrive confers an advantage, and others seem to know you, offering unsolicited assistance. Even if you are not the organizer, your identity must be anything but ordinary. I share this sentiment. Your earlier confession in the electric chair was evasive, culminating in the identification of the 11th participant to divert attention and hastily conclude your confession. Such behavior is uncharacteristic of an ordinary police academy student. Jean Zhozha now turned his gaze toward me. Should you fail to provide a plausible explanation, I shall cast my next accusation towards you. The 12th participant. With a sense of helplessness, I raised my hands. I have no recollection of the 8th participant, and you all heard his words. Perhaps I truly have experienced amnesia. Is it conceivable that the 12th participant is, in fact, the organizer? To partake in this game without revealing his true identity, he could have preemptively enlisted someone to hypnotize him, erasing his memory, and entered the game under the guise of an ordinary criminal. Wang also harbored doubts about me, and the situation began to turn against me. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are grossly mistaken. There remains ample time until the third accusation. I am in no rush to clarify my thoughts, so please allow me to speak. We have all been abducted and confined here. The structure resembles that of an underground prison. Before I lapsed into unconsciousness after consuming candy, I was at the Anshin Hotel, and the time was shortly past 9 o'clock in the evening. The assailants moved me to this location before 11:30 that same night, suggesting that this place is not far from the Anshin Hotel in the northern suburbs of Jiangqing. Based on my deductions, it is highly probable that we are situated beneath the Henshan prison in Jiangqing. Speaking of Henshan prison, we have among us an individual connected to the prison. What do you mean by that? Jean Zhozha shot me an incredulous glance. I believe you are well aware of what I mean. My strategy involves shifting suspicion onto others, drawing more individuals into this predicament. Dr. Jean, I am quite curious about how you ended up here. Could you elaborate on the entire process? Jean Zhozha, with a cold expression, replied, Yesterday, while on duty at the prison, I was knocked unconscious immediately after leaving work. I briefly regained consciousness only to be forcibly fed candy. And when I awoke a second time, I found myself in cell 7. He stood up, brushing his hair aside, revealing a noticeable lump on the back of his head. I have no reason to fabricate this. This is the evidence. Who knows if this is merely a self-inflicted ploy? I leaned back in my chair, my demeanor relaxed. Each individual present is, in truth, suspect. The organizers have expertly exploited our inherent mistrust and suspicion, allowing them to remain concealed. My intention in stating this is not to target anyone nor to identify the murderer, as the killer, having shed that identity, is a participant in this game. Just like us, our true adversary is not the murderer but the organizers, the superfluous 12th individual. This is easy to say, Zhang Bei interjected dismissively. Do you believe the organizers would infiltrate our ranks without meticulous preparation? We should swiftly decide on our next target and adhere to the rules of the game. You are mistaken. Even if we are reduced to 5 individuals, the game may not conclude. Reflect upon the rules. The organizers have merely stated that they will provide an antidote to spare us from death. They have not promised to release us. Chapter 382, The 7 Survivors. Isn't the distinction between sparing death and granting freedom significant? You seem to be creating trouble, Zhang Bei countered, doubting my ability to uncover the organizers. Indeed, there is a difference. The organizers may provide you with an antidote to survive the night. Yet the sole means of escape lies beyond those monstrous creatures at the door. I maintained a calm tone as I turned to Cabinet 6. Do you recall the appearance of those entities outside? You were the only one to witness them. Please describe them in detail. At the mention of this, Number 6 instinctively shrank back, perhaps merely a figment of my imagination. Since you remain silent, I shall venture a guess. Approaching the cabinet, I recalled that Number 5, Tian Tong, had remarked that the stench emanating from Number 9 was the third strongest among us, and it was solely the odor of female corpses. Am I mistaken? I did indeed say that, Tian Tong replied, shaking his head. The scent of male corpses differs from that of females. I cannot articulate it clearly. Just confirming that point suffices. I turned to the others, recalling the scene of number 9 being dragged out through the iron door. You all saw it too. The arms that pulled him were slender and swollen. If I am not mistaken, they must all belong to women. An eye for an eye. Number 9 killed so many women, and now he is being torn apart by the hands of those very women outside. Do you perceive any connection? Are you suggesting that the monsters outside are, in fact, the victims from before? Have they returned as vengeful spirits? Jean Joja shook his head, chuckling. Number 12. Your imagination is quite vivid. However, in doing so, you have shot yourself in the foot. By steering our thoughts towards ghosts, do you not inadvertently reveal your own guilt? Indeed, how could ghosts possibly exist? Wang Shi concurred with Jean Joja's viewpoint. In my youth, I visited many haunted places, and it was proven that so-called specters were simply the result of human mischief. The two of them were skeptical, but the others wore expressions of distress and remained silent for a prolonged period. Is there truly a specter in this world? Du Yu's face was devoid of mirth as he reclined against the chair, gazing up at the dim electric light, seemingly lost in memories of bizarre experiences buried deep within his mind. I concurred with number 12's perspective. Those entities outside might indeed be ghosts. The first to support me was Tian Tong, who rubbed his nose and confessed, I saw those entities, yet I could not sense their presence with my nose. Such an occurrence has never happened before. The only plausible explanation is that they do not exist. It is either our illusion or the ghosts that number 12 mentioned. Numbers 3, 8, and 9 were all forcibly dragged out by them. How could this possibly be an illusion? It must be ghosts. They have returned for vengeance. Number 6 began to lose control, oblivious to the blade that had sliced through his finger. Calm down. Do not let number 12 cloud your judgment, Jean Joja cautioned. He remained unconvinced that there were ghosts outside, as a well-educated individual finds it challenging to shift beliefs instantaneously. What lies beyond the door is of little consequence. Whether they are ghosts or humans, based on my previous observations, they do not seem to act with conscious intent for revenge, but rather adhere to certain patterns or rules, as if they are following the game's guidelines. Whenever the alarm sounds, they swarm, attempting to break through the door, only to disperse immediately once it ceases. To me, this does not resemble vengeful spirits. Their behavior suggests someone is manipulating them from behind the scenes. The organizer, concealed among us, utilizes the ghosts as referees of the game, exerting pressure to maintain the progression of this ordeal. Thus, regardless of whether the figures outside are human or ghostly, our only chance of escape lies in identifying the organizer and severing their connection with those entities. Otherwise, even if we acquire the antidote, we may still be trapped within this room, our fates hanging in the balance of others, with the deceased outside serving as the most poignant example. I paused momentarily to allow everyone to reflect before continuing. Identifying the organizer is our sole path to freedom. Eliminating them will naturally conclude the game. I am aware that the organizer is hidden among us, and voicing this carries significant risk, which is why I have hesitated until now. Wait a moment. If those entities outside are indeed the ghosts of those we have once slain, how does the organizer control them? Asked Wang Shi, raising his hand to express his doubt. Number 12. If you can reveal the method of control, I shall support you wholeheartedly. If I knew the method of control, would I be wasting time talking to you? I would simply eliminate all of them to avoid further delays, I retorted with a scoff. There is no need to test me. Only the organizer knows the method of manipulation, which is secretive and unique. At least for now, I cannot ascertain who it is. But I am confident the organizer will eventually reveal their true nature. You are quite optimistic, Jean Joja remarked, his tone now softened. Please, share your thoughts. If they prove useful, I would be willing to cast my vote for you, and even join forces wholeheartedly. Now that is more like it, I replied, easing my expression to reveal a hint of a smile. We hail from Jiangcheng and its surrounding counties, with a criminal timeline spanning over a decade. Nearly every case being a mystery. For instance, the case of number 10, who committed murder through psychological suggestion. How could the organizer have discovered this? Here, I boldly venture a hypothesis. It is the spirits that whisper, seeking to incite the organizers to punish us, the transgressors, to aid those wrongfully departed souls. The organizers have gone to great lengths to gather us together, aligning with the theme of this game, repentance. All participants are murderers, each possessing genuine experiences of taking a life. Whereas the organizers may never have committed such an act, their narratives are mere fabrications, devoid of personal truth. Thus, as we reflect upon our confessions, Identifying a logical inconsistency in anyone's tale may lead us to uncover the identity of the organizers. I brace myself against the table, surveying the remaining 6 individuals. Though we harbor mutual distrust, our survival hinges on our collective cooperation, at least for now. Should anyone deem my words nonsensical or wish to depart, I shall not impede their exit. You raise a valid point. None among us are mere impulsive killers, premeditated murderers, or serial offenders. Psychologically, we indeed share certain commonalities. While the methods of murder can be fabricated, the psychological state during the act cannot be conjured. Qingzhi concurs with my assertion, then articulates a crucial observation. I have another discovery to share with you all. A glimmer of insight sparkles in his eyes. Having worked in the prison system, I am aware of the staggering number of heinous crimes occurring annually in Jiangxing and its surrounding counties, figures that far exceed those reported by the media. Over the past decade, the number of unresolved cases and unapprehended murderers in Jiangxing is certainly substantial, yet the organizers have chosen to abduct only us. Have you considered the underlying intricacies of this situation? This particular point raised by Qingzhi had not crossed my mind. I am eager to learn more. Upon listening to everyone's confessions, I discerned a common thread among the majority of us, all related to the great river adjacent to Jiangxing. Qingzhi speaks with a hint of uncertainty. Number 11 was a corpse retrieval worker downstream. Number 12 committed murder at the dam before plunging into the river. Number 6, Zhang Bei, resides in Qinlian village, which, to my knowledge, lies by the riverbank. Number 5, Tian Tong, once concealed a body amidst refuse. Though I cannot ascertain his exact circumstances, there have long been rumors of 2 large waste treatment facilities along the Han River, situated not far from the Great River before their relocation. Lastly, regarding my own situation, after each murder, I would sever inconspicuous pieces of flesh from the victim as mementos, subsequently driving to the Great River to dispose of the murder weapon alongside the remains. Is this merely a coincidence? Wang Shi furrows his brow, glancing at the others. Then addresses Do you. Number 10, you should speak as well. It seems unlikely to be mere coincidence. Du's expression turns grave. After Wang Xian's demise, I continued to receive messages from him, and eventually, I disposed of all items related to him in the river. Chapter 383, The Final Alarm. Do you suspect the river water is tainted? What sort of logic is that? Wang Shi's countenance darkens, as his own murderous past bears no connection to the great river beside Jiangxing. We do not suspect the river water itself. We are merely seeking a commonality. Qingzhi's gaze towards Wang Shi becomes increasingly hostile. You are a renowned mystery novelist, skilled in crafting tales and possessing meticulous logical reasoning. If anyone here were to fabricate a murder experience, it would be you. We would find no loopholes in your story, would we, esteemed author? Spare us your sarcasm. I have no need to deceive you. The situation shifted abruptly, turning unfavorable for Wang Shi. It cannot be mere coincidence. Perhaps I have overlooked something. Or it could be that someone among you is fabricating stories. Fabricating? No one had even considered the possibility before I raised the point. Nor did they have the chance to do so, hence this cannot be mere happenstance. While I am uncertain why murderers associated with the river congregate here, I am aware that you are an exception among us. Qingzhi exuded confidence, as if he had finally identified the mole. Murderers, corpses submerged in the river. A traitor. At present, I cannot deduce the connections, but I sense that I have overlooked something. The quarrel between number 7 Qingzhi and No. 1 Wang Shi escalated once more, culminating in Wang Shi's furious departure. There is certainly something amiss with number 1. This is the 3rd accusation. And he must be the murderer. However, what if he is not? We still need to eliminate one more among the remaining 6. Let us not jump to conclusions. We should keep an eye on number 1 to prevent him from realizing his exposure and causing further disturbances. After some discussion, it was decided that Du would guard Wang Shi's door. The next accusation of the murderer would occur at 6 o'clock, leaving us an hour to meticulously recall the details and commonalities in each person's story. Surely, there are more connections than just the river. After a moment of contemplation, Qingzhi addressed number 12. I have a few personal inquiries to make. Would you be willing to enlighten me? Personal inquiries? I glanced at Qingzhi. Go ahead. Given the multitude of eyes here, it would be prudent to change locations. He beckoned for me to follow him into cell number 7. This marked my first entry into another cell, the furnishings largely identical. You summoned me privately. Others might misconstrue this as a collusion. If they turn against us, it could become troublesome. I could surmise the implications of number 7's words as I stood by the table, observing the game rules posted above. Collaboration is the best assurance of survival. The weak cling to the strong, becoming mere bargaining chips, while a partnership between the strong yields mutual benefit. Qingzhi seemed to know I would not refuse. Number 1 is a suspect. Number 5 harbors severe psychological issues. Number 6 is insidious and cruel. No. 10 has previously opposed my views, and number 11 is unfathomable. After considerable thought, I concluded you are the most suitable candidate. Are you not afraid I am the murderer? I pondered, itching to light a cigarette for a boost. Fearful, yes, but I am more terrified of death. What does it matter if one is a murderer? In this game, as long as I can survive, it matters not whom I ally with. Qingzhi's hands were buried in his pockets. Everyone in this room is a scoundrel. Comparatively, you are the most tolerable among them. Tolerable? I shook my head. During my confession in the electric chair, I concealed many truths. The real me is likely far removed from your imagination. Likewise, I too have buried parts of my murderous past, Qingzhi nonchalantly remarked. Initially, I killed to punish evil and promote good, but the thrill of slaughter became addictive, akin to the allure of opium. I can no longer break free. I must escape this place. Do you intend to continue your crimes once you are outside? I raised an eyebrow. I do not wish to kill. But the demon within me has been awakened. I am no longer myself. How can I assist you? I inquired. Quite simply. Just as Qingzhi and I were delving into detailed discussions, a sudden, piercing scream echoed through the hall, reminiscent of a hippopotamus struck by a shotgun. Has something happened? As I was the first to rush into the living room, the acrid stench of blood assailed my senses. Tian-Tung lay sprawled beside the cabinet, cradling the lifeless body of Wang Yuchen, resembling a grotesque mound of flesh. What on earth has transpired? I crouched beside Tian-Tung, who clutched Wang Yuchen's corpse tightly, contorting her form in his agony. Turning my head, I noticed blood oozing from the corner of Tian-Tung's mouth. He was unable to speak, his small, bean-sized eyes fixed in terror on something behind me. Blood streamed down his neck, increasing in flow, as his strength ebbed away along with it. I lifted Tian-Tung's head only to discover that the artery in his neck had been severed. The assailant, evidently fearing that fat might impede the incision, had inflicted a deep wound with great force. Who could have done this? My expression remained impassive as I glanced toward the other side of the hall, where Zhang Bei, number 6, lay groaning on the floor, struggling to rise. Number 11, wearing a smirk, sat in his seat, as if he had just witnessed an exceedingly amusing spectacle. After you all departed, 5 and 6 had an altercation. Subsequently, 5 attempted to return to his room with the corpse of number 4, only for number 6 to strike him from behind with ruthless determination, proving himself a true anatomy enthusiast. You ought to be grateful to me. I made a decision for you. With 5 dead, we are left with but 6. We can point fingers at Wangshi later, leaving 5 survivors. Zhang Bei, cursing, remained seated, one arm bent inward. Despite his robust strength, he had suffered a fracture from a single blow. His tone dripped with pride as he remarked, "See, 5 has been concealing his strength, undoubtedly surpassing us all, yet he never revealed it. Perhaps he harbored malicious intent and is the true killer." Spitting towards the corpse of 5, Tian-Tung retorted, "Returning to your room with that body is utterly revolting. It would be better for you to perish sooner." I scrutinized the wound on Tian-Tung's neck. Number 6 had struck with deadly precision, revealing a danger greater than anticipated. Before long, Wangshi and Du Yu emerged from the cell, exchanging not a word, as if they had reached a silent accord. As for Tian-Tung, lying lifeless on the floor, the others merely cast a cursory glance, offering no further commentary. Once deceased, he held no value for them. At 6 in the morning, the alarm rang out one final time, dispelling the chill that had settled in the room. Number 6, Zhang Bei, dragged his elbow toward Wangshi, a mocking grin on his face. "This damned game is finally coming to an end. Please, number 1. Wangshi remained seated, motionless. Casting a glance at Du Yu before stating, "I accuse number 6, Zhang Bei, of being the murderer. Does your accusation hold any weight now? You possess but 1 vote. While we hold 5, Zhang Bei dismissed him, though soon his amusement waned. I too accuse number 6, Zhang Bei, of being the murderer." Du Yu raised his hand, declaring his verdict. "What the hell? I haven't wronged you. What madness is this?" Zhang Bei's expression shifted as he turned to the nearest individual, number 7. "The doctor. You wouldn't vote against me too, would you?" Think carefully. It was your reasoning that brought this to light. The most suspicious is number 1, Wang Shi. Jin Zhozha, too, appeared bewildered by the situation, realizing that number 1 and number 10 had allied. But do not worry, they possess only 2 votes, while we hold 4. Before he could finish, a sudden gust swept past him, swift as lightning. Instinctively, he shielded his head, only to realize that the assailant was not aimed at him. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoed in the hall as I retracted my right fist and delivered another swift kick, sending Zhang Bei sprawling to the ground. I apologize, but I too believe that number 6, Zhang Bei, is the murderer. Zhang Bei, who had initially suffered a fracture, was caught off guard and had his other hand shattered by my strike. He collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his elbow, his face a mask of rage. Exclaiming in agony, I delivered a swift kick, sending Zhang Bei into the corner. My cultivation in the demonic arts has endowed me with physical prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with him. I am indifferent to who survives until the end. My only concern is that I find myself among the final 5. Given your prior injuries and frail physique, it is only natural that you are more vulnerable than Wang Shi. Despicable. I am merely assisting you. Zhang Bei, sprawled on the ground, was consumed by fury, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I agreed to point out the 6th. Number 11 observed Zhang Bei with pity, saying, "You overestimate your own cunning while underestimating the malice of your peers." I concurred. Jin Zhozha gazed at my back, lost in thought. Well then, 6-1. I shall escort you on your journey. Chapter 384. Outside the door, after seizing Zhang Bei's blade and rendering him incapable of resistance, number 1, Wang Shi, and I placed him in the electric chair and fitted him with a helmet. Farewell, as you descend into hell, strive to be a good ghost. I will not spare you. Even in death, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Bei's twisted visage contorted as the electric current coursed through him, his agonized screams echoing throughout the room. Zhang Bei's lifeless body became rigid and charred. Upon his death, the projections on the wall began to shift, leaving only the 5 survivors and a few lines of pre-written text. Congratulations on your rebirth. What I provided you was merely ordinary candy, not a slow-acting neurotoxin. The sole exit from this place lies behind the cabinet. Contemplate wisely before proceeding. Your confessions have already been overheard, and your chance for forgiveness rests in their judgment. The game is over. Your fate, life or death, lies in your own hands. These lines appeared somewhat glaring. For the sake of a phantom poison, 12 individuals schemed against one another, leaving only 5. Damn the organizers. Jin Zhozha muttered under his breath. Let us not alert him. He is among us. I smiled faintly. The moment number 6 perished, the text appeared, the timing barely separated by mere seconds. Who moved just now? Yet, such matters seemed trivial. You stood on the opposite side of the cabinet, gazing at the iron door with a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Whether or not ghosts exist is the purpose of my presence here. If I could witness one firsthand, I would die without regret. If ghosts do exist, you might find it difficult to meet your end, let alone the innocent victims you have slain, such as number 4 and number 6, who will not spare us. Number 1, Wang Shi, walked alongside Du, the two having formed an alliance. I cast a puzzled glance at them, uncertain of what terms Wang Shi had proposed to persuade Du to join forces. My initial assault on number 6, Zhang Bei, was driven by 2 motives: my lack of fondness for him and my belief in Du's decision to protect Wang Shi. Unexpectedly, we are compelled to exit through this door and confront the monstrosities beyond. What lies outside is a question with myriad answers among us. Jin Zhozha sighed. We are mere pawns in the organizer's game. The so-called confessions and mutual destruction resemble a farcical play. I held a different perspective. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity for redemption bestowed upon us by the organizers. Du glanced at his watch before he and Wang Shi pushed the cabinet aside. The iron door had become loose. With a firm pull, it could be opened without a key. Fragmented droplets of blood splattered against the iron door, and fresh, sticky stains marred the ground beneath. Yet, a glance around revealed no trace of a body. The stench was overwhelming. A pungent aroma mingled with humidity, assaulting the senses. Du led the way, covering his mouth and nose as he surveyed the world beyond the door. This place resembled an abandoned air raid shelter, with floodwaters inundating most areas. Only the main hall remained dry due to its elevated position. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, the murky water occasionally releasing ominous bubbles that surfaced, instilling a sense of dread. I picked up a stone and tossed it into the water, listening to the sound of it sinking, indicating a depth of over a meter. The air raid shelter was likely situated by the river, as the rising water suggested. Number 11 stared at the water's surface, lost in thought, before finally breaking the silence. The labyrinthine paths within the shelter could lead to us getting separated. We must stay together. My keen eyesight was untroubled by the darkness, and I instructed the others to follow closely behind me. Technically, it was already morning, but the convoluted passages of the shelter made it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. I was the first to leap into the frigid water, an icy chill enveloping my body almost instantaneously. Even in the depths of winter, the river could not be this cold. The others followed suit, jumping into the water one after another. Qingzhi brought up the rear, and number 9 was pulled out by several pairs of women's hands, indicating that at least a dozen individuals had gathered outside the door. Now, however, not a single soul was visible. They were likely hiding in some corner of the shelter. I suggested we remain still until noon, when the sun would be high in the sky, before making a dash for it. In this lightless void, noon and morning bore little difference. Sunlight would not grace us here. I pressed on, moving cautiously. The hall lay at the deepest part of the shelter, and the organizer was among our group of 5. Remaining indoors for too long could invite unforeseen consequences. After walking several meters, I suddenly stumbled over an object, nearly losing my balance. "Be careful," I warned, as a hand steadied me. Turning, I found it was number 11, his calloused hands and tough skin suggesting he was no ordinary person. "Thank you," I replied. As we rounded a corner near a broken wall, a solitary small boat floated on the water's surface. Iron nails affixed to the wall secured a rope. Our dry clothes indicated they had been brought here by this very vessel. I stood still, observing as Qingzhi and Du positioned themselves on either side of the boat, forming a triangle that encircled number 11. "We deserve an explanation, 11, I urged, slowly turning back to him. My legs were growing numb in the icy water, reminiscent of a river from the underworld. "What explanation?" he countered. "You can't assume I'm the organizer just because you see a boat. Besides, what era do we live in? Who still rows wooden boats? All I see are motorboats on the river." 11's expression shifted, and he shook his head with determination. "If I were truly the organizer, I would not leave such a glaring flaw. Why would I present evidence to you, knowing you would come? Let us not dwell on that. This water is freezing my legs," Wang Shi interjected, bracing himself against the wall, his pajamas soaked and his skin turning pale from the cold. The small boat could accommodate only 4 people, and it took considerable effort for 5 of us to squeeze aboard. The vessel swayed precariously as 11 and I positioned ourselves at the bow, while the other 3 crouched at the stern. "Do not rock the boat too much. It is so fragile that it may capsize at any moment." Number 11, without hesitation, grasped the only oar aboard and began to row with a fluidity that revealed his seasoned experience. I grew increasingly vigilant, directing most of my attention towards him. A few minutes later, the small vessel halted at a fork in the river. Number 11 refrained from making a unilateral decision and turned to the others, suggesting, "Choose one." With pathways diverging to the left and right, uncertainty enveloped us all. I activated my mental prowess to enhance my senses, diving into a realm of perception to discern the subtle differences between the 2 channels. My intention was to ascertain the exit direction based on the water flow and wind speed, but as I glanced over, an unexpected discovery caught my eye. Something lurked beneath the surface. A flurry of tiny bubbles ascended, reminiscent of fish exhaling air. Underwater? Qingzhi retrieved his phone, first checking for signal before illuminating the water's surface with its flashlight. The beam pierced through the murky darkness, and he leaned forward, directing his gaze downwards. Soon, a pallor washed over his face, and his lips quivered as if seized by a spasm. "What is the matter?" I too turned my gaze towards the light. With my discerning vision, I perceived the scene with greater clarity than Qingzhi. Beneath the inky waters floated bloated corpses, resembling grotesque, oversized dolls, instilling an indescribable terror. A river of corpses. Everyone witnessed the macabre sight. Wang Shi, standing at the stern of the boat, staggered back in fear, almost losing his footing and plunging into the river. "Stay calm. You've seen corpses before." I was the first to regain composure, suppressing my revulsion to examine the bodies closely. Most were devoid of flesh, their yellowed skeletons indicating they had long since perished. Stones were tied around their waists, anchoring them to the riverbed to prevent drifting. Upon scrutinizing several more bodies, I noted the wide temporal range of the corpses submerged in this hollow. Some were highly decomposed, reduced to mere skeletons, while others remained merely bloated, their clothing intact, indicating death had occurred only days prior. I suggest we leave quickly. This place is too sinister. Indeed, let us choose a path and mark it. If it proves to be a dead end, we can return. Wang Shi and Jin Zhozhou were eager to depart, while I, in stark contrast, squinted my eyes at the riverbed, where I discerned a detail among the submerged corpses. Chapter 385. A dead in one particular male corpse, clad in a suit, bore no visible wounds or signs of struggle. He had likely committed suicide by jumping into the river. His skin, whitened from decay, still revealed the shape of his face, suggesting he had died within the week. This body, too, was bound by stones, gently swaying with the current, yet unable to break free from the ropes that restrained it in the inky depths. At first glance, it seemed indistinguishable from the others. But I noticed a subtle detail. The suit jacket's pocket was turned inside out, indicating that someone had rummaged through it after his demise. The individual who had searched his pocket and secured him with stones must have been the same person. And who in the vast river would dare to sift through a floating corpse's pockets? The answer was evident. It was the corpse retrieval workers who lived off the dead. I shifted my gaze back to number 11. You have experience in recovering bodies from the river. You must possess a clearer understanding of the water's flow. What are your thoughts? To the left or to the right? Either path is acceptable. The crucial point is to make a clear mark, lest we forget the way back. He-Bo's words revealed no cracks in his composure as he stood at the bow of the boat, seemingly intent on observing the serene surface of the water, devoid of any wind. Both paths could potentially lead us to safety. Let us proceed to the left, suggested Jin Zhozhou, who had been scrutinizing his phone. The corpses at the bottom of the left passage appear relatively sparse. Then we shall take the left route. If need be, we can return later, Du stated, retrieving a key from his pocket and etching a long line on the wall of the air raid shelter. A few individuals settled into the small vessel and ventured into the left passage. After paddling a dozen meters, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The air grew oppressive, and it became unclear whether the water level had risen or the tunnel had narrowed. The boat's progress slowed, frequently snagged by the corpses beneath the surface. This is untenable. We can no longer row, someone exclaimed as the boat seemed ensnared by an unseen force. Number 11. He-Bo struck the water with the oar, and the group heard a resounding crack, akin to a rope snapping. We can move again. Before He-Bo could resume rowing, a male corpse drifted up from the depths, having evidently caught on the boat's underside. This attire seems oddly familiar, I mused, gripping the edge of the boat with one hand while grasping the deceased's trousers with the other. Lend me a hand. With collective effort, we managed to turn the body, revealing its face to all. It's Detective Number 3. How did he end up here? Enough chatter. Inspect his wounds, another urged. On the surface, it appeared he had drowned. But upon lifting his outer garment, a horrifying sight was unveiled. Number 3's abdomen had been grotesquely flattened. Has anyone encountered such a manner of death? Unheard of. His insides must be utterly pulverized. Could it be the work of a vengeful spirit? As I listened to their discourse, a chill coursed through me. A vengeful ghost, already steeped in resentment, would be a formidable adversary, especially with a 12th individual amongst us, more terrifying than any apparition. We must hasten our departure from this place. Everyone, lend your strength. I extended my hand into the water, paddling forward, occasionally brushing against indistinct objects, yet I dared not investigate further. Faster. Du Yu and Wang Shi mimicked my actions, while Jin Zhozhou hesitated, his scalp prickling at the sight of the inky river, crouched apprehensively at the stern. With 3 additional hands aiding, the boat's speed hardly improved. The passage grew ever narrower, compelling us to contort our bodies to proceed. This route can't possibly be safe. Shall we turn back? Wang Shi questioned. Just as he spoke, He-Bo, at the bow, shouted urgently, ahead lies a dead end. Still seated at the bow and struggling to comprehend the situation, I employed my judgment and peered ahead. The path merely a dozen meters away was completely obstructed by corpses, each marred with wounds, sealing our escape. As the current drew the boat closer to the morbid pile, it felt as if a collision were imminent. Stop rowing. Cease immediately. We must turn back. He-Bo urged in desperation, yet an unseen current seemed to pull the vessel inexorably onward. Damn it. Who chose this route? Calm down. It's merely a heap of corpses, someone retorted. Following the current must surely lead to an exit. Worst case, we can simply push through that mass of floating bodies. Qingzhi, who had selected the left path, now appeared flustered, attempting to maintain a facade of bravado. The corpses must have been swept here by the current. Once we clear them, surely there will be a way forward. As the undercurrents surged, it became increasingly arduous to steer the boat with a mere paddle. And as we drew nearer to the pile of female corpses, the ghostly infant nestled within my kidney suddenly awakened. Its 3 eyes widened, and the flow of dark energy surged within me at a pace several times greater than usual. It writhed and screamed, emitting a powerful warning. Alarmed, I dared not overlook any detail as I scrutinized the scene, only to discover at the center of the floating female bodies a man's severed head, none other than number 9. Before I could react further, his previously closed eyes shot open, revealing a bloodshot gaze filled with deep-seated resentment. He was still alive. My judgment sharpened, and I beheld the malevolent apparition before me. Number 9's body was ensnared by several corpses, their fingers seemingly driven by an intense hatred, embedding themselves deep within his flesh. Even more horrifying was the subtle rise and fall of his chest beneath the water's surface. He truly was alive. As our little boat approached within 10 meters, his tightly shut mouth began to slowly part, revealing a void where teeth and tongue once resided, oozing murky water and blood, accompanied by a sinister, mocking grin. Simultaneously, the grasping fingers appeared to loosen, and beneath the river's surface, strands of black hair spread like aquatic weeds. This was dire. Number 9 was amidst the pile of corpses. Something was approaching. I shouted urgently, but the current was unyielding, and the boat's speed remained unchanged. In no more than 10 seconds, we would collide with the ghastly heap. The situation was critical, yet the others on board, including Duyu, remained oblivious, dismissing my alarm as mere overreaction. With no time to explain, I gritted my teeth, leaped from the small boat, and pushed against the bow, rowing back with all my might. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my legs in the murky, dark waters. With a splash, Hebo seemed to recognize the urgency, handing the paddle to Duyu before plunging into the water alongside me. Together, we exerted ourselves and finally maneuvered the boat away from the treacherous current. To the right passage. This way is blocked, I thought, glancing back in trepidation at the river, where strands of black hair floated like weeds, drifting ominously towards us. How could these corpses possibly swim against the current? Wang Shi lamented, but I was paralyzed with fear, my legs trembling. These were no mere floating bodies. They were the restless spirits of those who had perished unjustly in the river, transformed into malevolent water ghosts. Get on the boat. In a moment of desperation, Hebo and I leaped back onto the vessel simultaneously, causing it to sway precariously. Duyu, seated at the bow, unhesitatingly reached out to me, pulling me aboard with a firm grip. Taking a deep breath, as Duyu and I considered rescuing Hebo, he suddenly faltered as if something had seized him, collapsing into the water. His face drained of color, his hands flailing like a drowning man's. I reached out, but nearby, a clump of black hair surfaced in the river, an indescribable sight that sent chills through my body, rendering me powerless. What was that? Were the dead coming back to life? Row the boat. Hurry. Half kneeling in the water, Hebo was sinking further. The water, once waist deep, now lapped at his neck, and we could all clearly see the terror etched on his face. His mouth opened, but before he could utter a complete word, his head was yanked beneath the surface. All that remained were a series of bubbles, testifying to the existence of a once-living soul. Another survivor lost. Qingzhi and Wang Shi paddled desperately, navigating through the left passage to return to the fork in the river. The countenances of the few present were far from pleasant. Although they were all executioners with bloodied hands, the emergence of this inexplicable and extraordinary phenomenon revealed the frailty inherent in human nature. What should we do next? The left path was a dead end, thus we had no choice but to traverse the right passage. Yet, the corpses submerged beneath the water on the right were even more densely packed than those on the left, instilling in me a fear of encountering even more horrifying entities. Qingzhi gazed at the murky water's surface, his expression conflicted. Monsters may not be terrifying, but the true horror lies within the human heart. I glanced at the others seated at the bow of the boat, reminding them not to forget that the orchestrator might be among the four of us. Chapter 386. Which one of you is the intruder? After number 11 vanished beneath the water, only 4 survivors remained, just enough to match the boat's capacity. The floating corpses beneath the turbid surface were carried by the current, creating an eerie spectacle. With no other option, we had to proceed to the right. Should we encounter anything peculiar, we could always retrace our steps back to the hall. Du Yu and I occupied the front of the boat, while Wang Shi and Jin Zhozha lagged behind. The right passage was evidently more spacious than the left, but correspondingly, the number of floating corpses beneath the water had significantly increased. This was no air raid shelter. It was akin to a burial chamber. Wang Shi twisted the hem of his wet pajamas, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. A black hemp rope was tied around his waist, anchoring a heavy stone to a corpse, reminiscent of the methods employed by corpse retrieval professionals. Do you think the bodies in this cave were created by No. 11 and Hebo? He inquired. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Now that Hebo is dead, your musings are of no consequence, Jin Zhozha retorted. Although he sat close to Wang Shi, he held no fondness for him. Earlier, I had suspected him to be the orchestrator, although number 6 was malicious and brainless. This conveniently ruled him out as a suspect. I truly could not fathom why you both simultaneously chose to support him. I cast a glance at Du Yu. Ever since he and Wang Shi emerged from the room, they had formed an alliance, and only they were privy to the events that transpired. I refrained from probing further, as I had decided to trust Du Yu, a pact made before the live broadcast commenced. Number 7, do you claim I am the orchestrator? Nonsense. I now doubt the existence of this so-called 12th person among us, much like a candy that is actually harmless. This is merely a ploy by the orchestrator to sow discord among us. Wang Shi's argument held some merit, yet I sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Can you two remain quiet for a moment? Arguing about this is futile. We must unite to survive. Sitting at the bow, my discerning eyes allowed me to perceive the hidden entities beneath the murky water. Floating corpses, some supine, others prone, each face bearing expressions of sorrow or mirth. I could only hope this path would lead us to safety. After paddling a few meters forward, various objects began to drift to the surface, most of which were children's toys. Something felt amiss. Caution was paramount. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket to retrieve the most potent talisman, the Northern Dipper charm, cradling it in my palm. Soon, a second fork in the path emerged. Du Yu marked the wall with a key, and the group found themselves at an impasse. Hesitant to decide. The last time we made a wrong choice, it resulted in number 11 falling into the water. This time, we had to be meticulous. I scrutinized the two winding, shadowy passages. Even with my discerning vision, I could not ascertain what lay within. I suggest we take the right path, I proposed. Jin Zhozha pointed toward the floating toys on the water's surface. Look closely at these children's toys. They have all been damaged and are drifting from the left passage, indicating that there must be an issue on that side. I concurred. Let us proceed to the right. As Du Yu poised to paddle into the right passage, Wang Shi number 1 suddenly leaned over the stern, nearly half of his body tipping over the edge of the boat. His sudden movement and peculiar expression prompted. Did you hear that noise? It sounded like someone calling for Daddy. No, wait, it's calling my name. Wang Shi number 1, don't frighten me. Sit back in the boat. Jin Zhozha, closest to him, urged. Can't you all hear it? The voice is growing louder. It's definitely calling me. There's a baby crying for Daddy. But I don't have any children. My ex-wife, Bai Fong, was always careful about her figure. We had safety measures in place every time. Could it be? Wang Shi seemed to suddenly realize something, his body trembling as he nearly fell into the water. Is it my second wife, Mu Shuang's child? He gazed toward the left passage, where a baby basket floated out, swaying precariously, the water continually threatening to submerge it. The sound emanated from the basket, beckoning him. Turn the boat around. Stop. I need to go over. Wang Shi shouted from the bow, his typically calm demeanor giving way to agitation. Calm down. We haven't heard any noise. It may just be your imagination. Be cautious. This place likely harbors something unusual. I attempted to soothe Wang Shi, but he was unyielding. I must at least take a look. If you wish to go, do so on your own. The water isn't too deep. We'll wait for you in the right passage. Jin Zhozha frowned, harboring suspicions about Wang Shi. During your confession, we heard nothing about your child. Could it be that you killed your own child? Get lost. Wang Shi exploded, his emotions spiraling out of control. Yet, his unraveling was precisely what revealed his deception during the lie detector test. I only killed Bai Fong. Mu Shuang left home on her own. I told her my heart belonged to Bai Fong. Love comes but once, even if I took her life myself. The small boat drifted further from the baby basket, and ultimately, Wang Shi lacked the courage to leap into the water. Gripping the stern, His expression fluctuated between fear and uncertainty. As the small vessel began to enter the right passage, Wang Shi abruptly stood, speaking to the murky water as if in a trance. Am I going mad? Perhaps cursed? Just as the boat was about to fully enter the right passage, Wang Shi leaned over the stern, extending his neck, his face nearly touching the water's surface, as though he were about to drink from the tainted river. What are you doing? I attempted to intervene, but before I could, he plunged head first into the water. No one knew what he witnessed in those final moments. All that was seen was him being dragged into the left passage, resembling a large fish ensnared by an unseen force. No resistance? Neurotoxin? Hallucinations? This is horrifying. Throughout this ordeal, Jean Zhozha refrained from stopping Wang Shi, terror evident in his eyes. Yes, it must be. The candy contains a chronic neurotoxin, and we have no antidote. That bastard organizer never intended to provide us with one. He wants us all to perish here, Jean Zhozha exclaimed, his pupils dilating as he turned to me and shrinking back toward the stern. The organizer is right between you two, isn't he? Please, don't kill me. I can trade everything I have. I shook my head, dismissing Jean Zhozha's irrational actions, which seemed quite reasonable when concealed by neurotoxins. As we advanced, the passage narrowed, revealing an increasing number of floating corpses upon the water's surface. Initially indifferent, my gaze became fixated on the lifeless body of a girl, around 8 or 9 years of age. There was no way she could have perished by accident. The marks on her limbs and torso indicated she had been bound with belts for an extended period, the flesh cruelly indented. Despite being submerged in the river, the peculiar ring of flesh remained unsettlingly conspicuous. Her tattered clothing showed evident signs of having been torn, and there were no fatal wounds, suggesting she had likely been drowned. Held beneath the water, upon sighting the girl's corpse, Jean Zhozha's eyelid twitched momentarily before he regained composure. Such subtle gestures did not escape my notice, but the time for confrontation had not yet arrived. After a few meters of navigating the right passage, the small boat seemed to become ensnared, unable to move forward or backward. Likely, it was impeded by the numerous bodies beneath. I intended to dive in and clear the obstruction. You handed me the oar, preparing to leap from the boat, but I stopped him, clarifying that the issue lay not beneath but at the stern, pointing to the rear of the vessel. I stirred the murky water with the oar, my discerning eye clearly identifying the girl's body clinging to the boat's tail, a lingering specter. Why did this corpse persist in following us? Could it recognize one among us? A cold laugh escaped me as I turned to Jean Zhozha. Dr. Jean, your confessions likely conceal many truths, do they not? His right eyelid twitched again, a normal reaction, much like Wang's earlier. Can you truly claim to have held nothing back? I was gradually grasping the essence of this game. Perhaps the organizers merely intended for you to confess, to alleviate the vengeful spirits with your sincere remorse. Regrettably, this opportunity was squandered by you all. I gestured towards the boat's rear. The souls you have slain should not expect us to accompany them in death. You must dispose of them yourself. Number 12. We are still in a united front. How quickly you betray that trust. Are you, perchance, the organizer? Jean Zhozha gritted his teeth, persistently winking at Duyu, attempting to forge an alliance. Chapter 387. I am a killer. Just as I was about to utter something, the vessel suddenly rocked, as if something had collided with its stern. Do not move. Have you noticed the increasing number of floating corpses around us? Duyu, seated at the bow, gestured towards the water's surface. The previously murky river now revealed patches of dark shadows, barely discernible as human forms. How had they all drawn near? The bodies, bound with black ropes at their waists, one end tethered to stones, could not have surfaced on their own. Had the ropes broken? Or had they risen from the dead? The more I contemplated, the more unnerved I became. I thrust the oar beneath the boat, vigorously attempting to push it away. Despite my considerable effort, the wooden vessel barely advanced a few centimeters, the dilemma persisting at the stern with the girl's body. Jean Zhozha, during our clandestine conversation in the cell, you mentioned that your initial intent in taking lives was to punish evil and promote good, but you later became addicted. Was this girl one of your past prey? So what if she was? I had always feigned randomness in my killings, but she fortuitously witnessed my act. I could not allow her to live. Jean Zhozha splashed the water with his hands, trying to hasten the boat's speed. I am a death penalty physician, a criminal psychology mentor. My life has only just begun. How could it possibly end because of a mere girl? I have taken the lives of many malevolent individuals who eluded the clutches of justice. Perhaps this girl represents a form of divine recompense for my actions. You truly consider yourself a hero, yet in my eyes, you are nothing but a deranged individual masquerading as a doctor on death row. Your thoughts are profoundly pathological. As I observe the girl's attire, I can discern from the wounds on her wrists and ankles that she has been clandestinely imprisoned for an extended period. Her garments are torn. Is it truly so difficult to fathom what you have done to her? If your only transgression was to eliminate those wicked souls, albeit in defiance of the law, I would have no words to offer. That is your chosen path. However, to regard an innocent girl as a reward from the heavens while indulging in your whims is no different from the contemptible scoundrels you so despise. Jean Zhoujia's countenance darkened like the clouds before a tempest. I never intended to kill her. She chose to flee. Having witnessed my acts, her life is irrevocably shattered. I am not here to listen to your tale, nor am I interested in your justifications for murder. If you truly feel remorse, direct your lamentations towards the lifeless form of the girl. I gestured towards the stern of the boat. The girl's body was lifted from the water by an unseen force, revealing a black cord tied around her waist, now taut. A resounding thud echoed beneath the vessel, reminiscent of a knock on the door, as shadowy figures surged forth from all directions. The murky depths appeared to harbor another chaotic realm. The girl's corpse had completely surfaced. Her face, distorted by the water, was unrecognizable. Yet, in that instant, as the body emerged, Jean Zhouji let out a piercing scream. No longer willing to remain at the stern, nor analyze psychological dilemmas, he gripped the edge of the boat, pressing towards me and do you. The cramped space of the wooden craft nearly capsized under his frantic movement. What are you doing? Apologize. Repent. The sounds from beneath the boat grew increasingly thunderous, akin to a torrential downpour against a window, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. I will not go. She will never forgive me. Hurry. Give me the oars. I shall row. One participant after another fell victim to death, and the relentless stimulation pushed Jean Zhouji to the brink of collapse. These are mere illusions. The chronic neurotoxin is manifesting. I had encountered the two of them in the records. There was no need for fear. These are merely figments of your imagination. I did not hand him the oars. The small boat was already wedged amidst the multitude of corpses, and the depths below were thick with insurmountable dread. This is no illusion. Your sins run far deeper than you comprehend. If you do not depart, these water spirits shall not allow us to escape. What do you intend to do? Jean Zhouji, sensing the shift in my tone, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. But his reaction was still a beat too slow. A sharp blade pierced his abdomen. To prevent him from thrashing about and overturning the small vessel, I lunged forward simultaneously. Watching him, number 7, lose his balance and plunge into the water, I noted the lingering confusion and fury in his eyes. I concealed the blade, obtained from number 6, back into my pocket and added, "You are mistaken. I am not the orchestrator. My true identity is that of a killer." Initially, at the Anshin Inn, I had consumed the crimson candy 3 times, each time punctuated by the assassin's mark, living in constant trepidation, balancing between remaining discreet and inciting wrath. The final mark was executed decisively. The rationale for injuring number 6 was straightforward. I preferred to avoid entanglements, rather than dally between number 1 and number 6. It was far more efficient to cut through the chaos and find a scapegoat to offer up. To speak candidly, my intention from the very beginning was to eliminate everyone except you. The points and wealth accumulated in the underworld showcase are what I urgently require at present. Amidst the murky waters, the harsh reprimands of Jean Zhouji echoed, as the female corpse that had persistently trailed behind the small boat, along with the floating bodies crammed beneath, dissipated. Shadows of figures submerged Jean Zhouji beneath the water. With a swift stroke of the oar, the small boat surged forward, ceaselessly gliding without a moment's pause. The wind's rush became increasingly distinct, and the air grew more invigorating. After a few moments, you let out a bitter smile, revealing, "It seems you are indeed an assassin," which takes me somewhat by surprise. Was it truly so hard to guess? By the way, what agreement did you reach with Wang Shi? Why are you willing to assist him? This perplexity lingered in my mind. It was evident that Wang Shi had convinced Du by promising some substantial benefit. "It's nothing much," he replied casually. He claimed he would give me 5 million as a reward once this is over, in addition to proving his identity as a police officer. Du continued, "A person with a police identity not only needs to maintain order, but also control the progression of the game. Furthermore, They possessed the authority to verify their identity twice. If you were to visit his room, you would discover 3 envelopes hidden beneath his bed. By writing the corresponding numbers on them, the envelopes would reveal their respective colors. You imply that he left midway to retrieve the envelopes for verification? I inquired. Indeed, he first verified number 11, then verified me. It turns out we are both prisoner assassins, and there is another involved. Du chuckled self-deprecatingly, adding, I was initially contemplating how to protect you, but it seems you are far more adept at this game than I. The number of floating corpses beneath the murky surface had diminished, suggesting we were not far from the exit. After a moment of contemplation, I posed my final question. Were you truly here tonight because of my text message? Or was there another reason? Text message? Du appeared even more astonished, pulling out his phone for me to examine his inbox. I never received any text from you. Upon returning home, I found my place in disarray, thinking it had been burglarized. Yet, as soon as I entered, I was knocked unconscious. I vaguely recall waking up at one point, with someone forcing a green candy into my mouth, and by the time I regained full consciousness, I was already in the cell. Then, does this mean you were one of the participants in the game? A foreboding sensation washed over me. Neither of us is the odd one out, indicating that the individual in question merely faked their death. They must be lurking somewhere, observing us. For me, it no longer holds significance. I came here to partake in your live broadcast primarily for. Du suddenly fell silent, his gaze fixed on the stern of the boat, a hint of anxiety breaking through his typically composed demeanor. After I had shoved Jean Zhozha off the small boat and settled at the rear, I noticed Du's altered expression and instantly became vigilant. The sound of water reached my ears, and as I touched the damp area beside me, I turned to find a slight boy who had inexplicably climbed aboard and was now seated beside me. His clothes were soaked, water continuously dripping from him, exuding a powerful stench. However, his skin showed no signs of decay or swelling, resembling that of an ordinary middle school student. Wang Xian, Du's expression grew complex, his voice tinged with a mix of fear and a sense of relief. After over 6 years of entanglement, you finally wish to meet with me? The boy kept his head lowered, obscuring his face from my view. He remained silent, a cacophony of clucking sounds emanating from his body. My right hand tightened around the talisman, poised to cast a spell at a moment's notice. Yet Du shook his head at me, letting out a sigh as he gazed at the boy. It is I who have wronged you, just as I confessed. All the suffering you have endured has been wrought by my own hand. Throughout my life, I have committed countless acts devoid of conscience. Yet the only thing I owe you is a heartfelt apology. Chapter 388, The Guans of Water Control, Part 1. Du's apology was profoundly sincere. Among the few penitents, he was the only one to explicitly express remorse. Perhaps given another chance, he might choose a different path to exact revenge on his enemies. One that would not implicate the boy. The tormented soul sat upon the boat, the river calm, the wooden vessel drifting with the current. No one knew where the journey would end. It resembled a solitary boat adrift on the banks of the Yellow Springs. The inextricable ties of fate and the intricacies of love and hatred would inevitably manifest. Wang Xian's head was buried deeply in his chest. Du was the one who had caused his demise. Yet, at this moment, it was I who sat beside the child. A chill emanated from him, resentment coiling like fine chains upon his pallid skin. I recalled the incantation of the Big Dipper deity, the starlight twinkling in my grasp. Should this malevolent spirit dare to assault Du, I would be the first to intervene. I could not ascertain whether Wang Xian comprehended Du's words. His foul-smelling body oozed murky filth, his hair concealing his eyes, and his slender fingers bore 4 distinct knife wounds, likely inflicted by the very blade that had once betrayed him. The knife, when plunged into flesh, could easily become ensnared by bone. A forceful tug could result in self-inflicted injury. From these scars, I could envision the scene. Wang Xian, driven mad by fear and rage, clumsily yet resolutely seized a fruit knife from the coffee table and plunged it into the heart of the stepmother who had stolen everything from him. This tragedy was orchestrated by Du. However, had Wang Xian's family been more understanding and attentive, this calamity might have been averted. I sat on the boat, side by side with the ghost, pondering the complexities of right and wrong, warmth and coldness in the human realm. Du, through psychological manipulation, had driven Wang Xian to madness solely for revenge. His extremism was culpable, yet it was Wang Xian's father and stepmother who had pushed Du to such a precipice. A man's fury can spill blood in mere moments. His fiancée murdered, his job lost, cast out of the city in disgrace. These resentments had festered within him, transforming Du Yu into a calm lunatic. Perhaps it was precisely because he had once endured such tribulations that he came to my aid when the Jiang family cornered me without recourse. He must have seen a reflection of his younger self in me. When I was dragged to court, I too had contemplated escape. If there were even a glimmer of hope, I would not submit willingly. Once free, the Jiang family would undoubtedly become my targets for vengeance. From my perspective, Du Yu's actions could be understood. Yet regardless of my justifications, Wang Xian remained innocent. Du Yu sat at the bow of the boat, recounting the tale of his relationship with Wang Xian. Memories flowed like a river, drifting away with the wooden vessel. Initially, he had merely sought to exploit Wang Xian, but as their connection deepened, Du Yu repeatedly prepared to withdraw. He removed his suit jacket, rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal his arms. Upon the solid muscles lay scars carved by a blade. His visage remained serene, adorned with that ever-present smile. Each time I sought to relent, I would carve another line upon my arm. The pain serves to remind me of all the kindness bestowed upon the perpetrator, a reflection of the malevolence directed towards the deceased. Whether it be the drowned KTV princess or my fiancé, blood debts must be repaid in blood. The unwritten rules of human relationships surpassing the law do not apply to me. If I cannot obtain fairness, I shall reclaim it in my own manner. In my quest for vengeance, I have wrought ruin upon your existence. You have tormented me for 6 years. I do not believe this can absolve my sins. Thus I yearn for the day we may meet again. Regardless of whether you demand my life or restitution, I shall acquiesce. After all, I have exhausted every means to await this day. Du Yu squatted before Wang Xian, his face devoid of fear, as if this scene had played in his mind countless times. Du Yu remained calm. I have a way to ensure your safety. The starlight emanated from his hand, the water droplets cascading from the boy, unable to penetrate even an inch of my being. No need. I have never feared death, nor do I dread spirits. I have ruined its life. It is only fair for it to demand my own in return. Du Yu smiled with nonchalance. Over the years abroad, working for the Chinese community, he had encountered many dark aspects of life, his heart tempered by such trials. I have always felt the presence of something by my side, but I dared not confirm it. I hope to share this live stream with you to ascertain its existence. The answer I have found renders it unnecessary to burden you further. Du Yu gently bowed and handed me a golden bank card. The entire city is on the lookout for you. Your prowess in live-streamed murder surpasses my own from years past. This card contains some of my savings. I hope it aids you. Today, I fear I cannot leave. Further challenges await you, so exercise caution, especially concerning the one known as 11. I suspect he is not dead. The floating corpses in this cave must be linked to him. After speaking, Du Yu turned to Wang Xian. I accompany you in penance. Even if I remain in this dark abyss, half alive, I shall stay with you. Your sole wish back then was to receive love, to find a confidant with whom you could share everything. Now your desire has been fulfilled. As Du Yu spoke, he prepared to leap from the boat. I seized him, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? The floating corpses have dispersed. We can soon escape. Do not act foolishly. This is what I owe him." Du Yu was not feigning. He broke free from my grasp and reached out towards Wang Xian's head. "The first time I saw you was in a newspaper 3 months ago. Though we had never met, we shared an unspoken bond. Thank you for your trust." As his hand was about to touch Wang Xian's hair, Wang Xian, who had kept his head bowed, slowly lifted it. It was a face of innocence, but alas, the most innocent souls are often the most vulnerable to harm. Du Yu's hand did not reach the pure visage, as it swiftly contorted, malice and suffering dominating its features, with only a hint of hesitation remaining. Not good. It seeks to harm you. The enmity of killing cannot be altered by mere words. Obsession is the foundation of a spirit's existence, and once the obsession dissipates, the soul is scattered. I forcefully pushed Du Yu aside, uttering incantations as starlight burst forth from my hand, akin to the North Star's might, striking towards Wang Xian. Startled, it turned and leaped into the river, causing not a ripple. On the wooden boat, only a waterlogged, paint-chipped phone remained. "Gao Jian, why must you do this? You have witnessed the aftermath of Wang Shi and Jin Zhou's demise, where the floating corpses retaliate, leaving us no avenue of escape. It would be far better for me to remain here in penance. There are countless methods of atonement. Who decrees that one must be confined within this pitch-black cave? I fear what you might irrationally do." With one hand grasping him and the other wielding the oar, I navigate the vessel with swiftness. In this regard, my experience surpasses yours. Stay put, and should I invite you into this endeavor, I shall assuredly lead you out. The wooden boat glides rapidly through the passage. Yet before long, a terrifying spectacle unfolds. Dark shadows emerge from beneath the river, their numbers ever increasing. Gao Jian and his companions pursue us from behind. Du calls out, warning that in the rear, long strands of black hair, resembling waterweeds, drift ominously. You may leave, though I have not directly intervened. Wang Xian's suicide is inextricably linked to me. Enough chatter. Row. I cast the oar to do you, wielding the northern dipper divine charm, and shout toward the shadowy end of the passage. 10 out of 12 participants have perished. Your objectives must be nearing completion, no? Should you persist in your actions? Do not blame me if we are left with no recourse. Stars gleam in my hand. This talisman, bestowed by a female broadcaster, is undoubtedly inscribed by a celestial master, brimming with potent energy. The passage offers no response as the floating corpses crowd toward our wooden vessel, soon rendering it nearly immovable. Should I invoke the northern dipper divine charm, the trace of innate energy within me would be drained, leaving me in a state of weakness. Furthermore, the charm is singular. If utilized and the adversary employs other lethal tactics, I shall possess no further trump card. With a furrowed brow, I reconsider and decide to retract the northern dipper divine charm, pressing my hand against the acupoint to temporarily suppress the mystical heart method. The water spirits are indeed specters. You manipulate them from the shadows. Today, I shall test whether your mastery over corpses is as adept as my commanding ghostly arts. I step forth, standing at the bow of the boat, where the chilling aura seeps through to my very bones. By the decree of yin and yang, let wandering souls be transcended. Should one defy this command, let them be cast into the underworld, their bones scattered to the winds. Chapter 389. The Water-Controlling Yin Attendant, Part 2. Though my practice of yin-yang ghostly arts has been brief, I possess a rare talent in this domain. Within mere days of acquiring these skills, I have ascended to the second realm of spirit exorcism and ghostly servitude. The yin energy surges through the yin meridian, disrupting the balance of yin and yang within my body. My momentum escalates as I stand at the bow, and not a single floating corpse dares approach. I shall forge the path. The formidable yin-yang ghostly arts instill a sense of awe in all the drifting corpses. Du grips the ear tightly, exerting his strength to row. The sound of rushing wind becomes increasingly distinct, while the foul stench in the air gradually dissipates, and a faint glimmer of light emerges from the distant cave. We are nearing our escape. The tunnel opens up, its walls mottled, revealing faint remnants of slogans from a bygone era. As we round a bend, a wooden gate appears, obstructing our passage. A door signifies an exit. It seems we have not strayed from our course. The wooden stakes driven into the riverbed suggest that the architect of this gate was not concerned with preventing human passage, but rather feared the corpses being swept away by the current. Du and I leap from the small boat, dismantling the wooden barrier, wading through water that reaches our waists. Time elapses unknowingly until the river no longer feels frigid, and as our eyes discern the flicker of light, a sigh suddenly resonates in my ears. You two have managed to reach this point, which astonishes me, yet your journey ends here. From the distance, a raft drifts closer, upon which sits a slender figure with dark skin, as thin as a reed. You did not perish? It is indeed you. Standing side by side with Du in the water, we remain vigilant, observing the approaching raft number 11. You concealed yourself quite well. Your feigned demise nearly deceived us. On the raft, Hebo still donned the attire of a grim reaper, appearing utterly ordinary, akin to fishermen on the great river. If I were to inform you that only one survivor may depart, would you two turn against each other and engage in a deadly struggle? Such division would serve no purpose for us. I had already resolved to face death, as Gao Jian had rescued me, at the very least. I owe him a life in this place, one he may claim at will. Du remarked casually, his tone indifferent to life and death, which even I found admirable. What I had not anticipated was that you two were acquainted beforehand. Below lies the final trial of this game. Should you navigate it successfully, I shall grant you a unique reward in accordance with the rules. Hebo, from any vantage point, appeared exceedingly mundane, making it difficult to associate him with the orchestrators behind the scenes. Before the trial commences, might you divulge the elaborate scheme that led to our gathering here? I suspect it is not merely to assist vengeful spirits, is it? The oppressive aura surrounding me repelled the floating corpses from approaching. Once you pass the trial, I shall reveal everything, Hebo replied, as his raft halted. Suddenly, the water before him rippled, revealing the faces of hidden corpses surfacing one by one. Familiar visages. Struggling souls. Wang Shi, the worker number 2, Detective Wang Yuchen, and Tian Tung. A line of bodies emerged, presenting the final challenge you must confront. Originally, this was intended solely for the assassin, but now it bears consequence and rationale for you. If they choose to let you go, I shall not utter another word. A subtle smile appeared on He Bo's honest face. Should you abandon hope, you shall remain here forever. The secrets of the corpse cave must remain concealed for decades. Are you the one manipulating the corpses from the shadows? Or have they transformed into water ghosts? My fists clenched. The ghostly infant within me screamed in terror. Sensing immense peril. An eye for an eye. If you possess true skill, prove it and eradicate them. He Bo sat cross-legged on the raft, cradling an ancient seal in his hands. Do you truly believe I lack the courage? I can confront an entire city. You are far from threatening me. Though the wall of corpses appeared daunting, I remained unfazed. I feared the defeated adversaries still breathing, let alone the deceased. Young man, do not presume that a few tricks of ghostly arts grant you dominion. Your heinous acts in Jiangcheng have incurred a heavy toll on your virtue, and today, you shall face retribution. I have harmed Jiangcheng. Which of your eyes witnessed that? The three-eyed, ghostly infant crawled out, baring its teeth at the wall of corpses before me. I was prepared to charge through, my mastery of both yin and yang, summoning spirits and commanding ghosts, led me to believe that these water ghosts would not dare act brazenly before me. Arrogant, He Bo grasped the black ancient seal, pressing it downward. I wield the river goddess seal, commanding the waterway of the Yangtze River, suppressing evil spirits and ferrying souls across the underworld. I am the 29th generation of the river's guardian. Aside from the water dragon king, none dare speak to me in such a manner. He rose, and though still clad in coarse hemp garments, the presence he commanded transformed dramatically as he held the ancient seal. Gentlemen, do you harbor some misunderstanding? The authorities may be perplexed while the bystanders perceive the truth. Du Yu raised his hands, signaling that he bore no ill intent. I listened to He Bo, understanding his implication that Gao Jian was responsible for the harm befalling Jiangcheng. However, to my knowledge, he had not only refrained from causing any detriment to Jiangcheng, but had also valiantly defended the Lanjing Dam during the recent flood, an act that benefited countless lives. Could one truly diminish his merit for saving millions of souls? Enough of your chatter. If you too can traverse the sea of corpses, I shall remain silent and allow your passage. If not, prepare for your demise. The dark ancient seal was stamped down, and the murky river water seeped into the bodies, creating an eerie spectacle. Du Yu's words raised a sense of unease within me. The real threat to the Lanjing Dam was Lu Xing, who had plunged into the river alongside me. In a flurry of thoughts, I recollected the moment I regained consciousness on the riverbank, where I first encountered He Bo, who stood across the river, observing me. He Bo, during our initial meeting by the river, did you happen to see a peculiar figure with a scarred half-face? Upon uttering this, I noticed a subtle shift in He Bo's expression. Are you referring to a fu? I did rescue a frail man that day, bearing knife wounds, one side of his face strikingly handsome, while the other was a gruesome sight. Do you know him? Know him. I loathe him to the extent that I would relish the opportunity to dismember him. The revelation of Lu Xing's whereabouts ignited a fervor within me. That man was exceedingly dangerous, and I could find no peace until he was eliminated. He Bo scoffed, revealing his true nature. A fu spoke truly. You are a merciless fiend, showing no mercy to any adversary. A fu is but an alias. His true name is Lu Xing. He is a Class A wanted criminal. I urged the ghostly infant to retreat, realizing that if this was indeed a misunderstanding, further conflict was unnecessary. He Bo fished out a crumpled wanted poster from his pocket and unfolded it before me. I cannot speak to whether he is a fugitive, but you undoubtedly are. Mr. You rarely watch television, do you? Do you interjected, defending me. Gao Jian is falsely accused. I was his defense attorney during a live courtroom session upon his arrest. He surely had not witnessed that trial, or he would comprehend our relationship. I focused on the row of corpses, actively dissipating the ghostly aura. You have been exploited by Lu Xing. He is the true murderer. I chuckled helplessly, realizing that I was the protagonist in this scenario, while the others merely played supporting roles. The information regarding his deliberate sabotage of the Lanjing Dam had yet to be made public. I could report this to the authorities to exonerate myself. He Bo remained silent for a while, scrutinizing me and do you with the seal in his hand. I still cannot trust you. Let us step outside. Leave number 10 here as a hostage. Gao Jian, do not worry about me. This is the best solution. Do you stated gravely? I nodded, clutching my phone in one hand and the Beidou talisman in the other, navigating through the corpses to ascend onto He Bo's wooden raft. You must ensure the safety of number 10. If he is innocent, nothing will befall him. He Bo rode for a considerable distance, navigating around 2 bends. The sound of the water grew louder, and my phone emitted a gentle ping, finally receiving a signal. I will prove it to you. I located the edited courtroom video online, along with the wanted notice issued by the Public Security Bureau, and handed my phone to He Bo. Upon seeing Lu Xing's photograph on the wanted poster, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 390. 6th of September, do you now believe? I tucked my phone into my pocket, realizing that you saved a wanted criminal and, swayed by malicious words, attempted to bring about my demise. This was his insidious plan to use you as a weapon against me. The raft retraced its path as He Bo brought you out. The misunderstanding was cleared. Mr. He merely sought to punish evil and promote good, albeit with misguided intentions. Du Yu sat on the raft, a smile gracing his face as he fiddled with the chipped phone left by Wang Xian. No one rises early without an ulterior motive. He had painstakingly bound several murderers together for a reason. I harbored resentment towards He Bo. That day, when Lu Xing and I fell from the dam. Lu Xing bore knife wounds. Even if he had miraculously survived, he would not have escaped the police, and yet, he fortuitously encountered He Bo. As we paddled the raft, He Bo furrowed his brow, sighing heavily after a prolonged silence. It is not entirely my fault, although Lu Xing had a fearsome appearance. He was enveloped in a protective aura, blessed with fortune. Had I not saved him, he likely would have survived. Conversely, you seem to bear the mark of an early demise. Shrouded in negative energy, lacking in virtue, presenting an image of one deeply culpable. I was incensed by He Bo's words, yet found it difficult to retort. I could hardly disclose that I was working for a nefarious showcase, where my virtues were stripped away, and I inadvertently unleashed a malevolent spirit, resulting in a deficit of over 500 in merit. Pardon me, Mr. He, what do you mean by virtue? Can you perceive the virtues we possess? Do you? Just back from abroad, was unfamiliar with such concepts as virtue and spirit. Virtue may be invisible and intangible, yet it manifests through a person's essence, energy, and spirit. He Bo's expression softened somewhat. How to explain? Virtue can be interpreted as a form of karmic reward, the universe's protection for those who have done good. It encompasses the fulfillment of one's desires, the alleviation of ailments, the acquisition of wisdom, and the blessing of longevity. It also involves the smooth flow of vital energy, the elimination of karmic burdens, and the balancing of cause and effect. After he finished speaking, he sighed again. To be candid, I gathered the 11 of you here for the sake of virtue. Each of you is burdened by karmic obstacles. Your negative virtues have led to your deaths. Eliminating you would serve a purpose. In killing you, there lies the possibility of your repentance, which constitutes an act of virtue. Furthermore, if your repentance can liberate vengeful spirits, that would indeed be a significant act of merit. So, you brought us here by force? I glared at He Bo, the seemingly simple corpse retrieval worker, unaware of how many lives he had taken, as his appearance was but a facade. Isn't this a misunderstanding? In our town, the Inquan deal with corpses and spirits daily. Without sufficient protective virtue, accidents are all too common. I have no children, and as the sole resident of He family village, I cannot afford to meet an untimely end. He Bo grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. It seems we have made an acquaintance through adversity. I will keep your secret, and you must not disclose the circumstances here. Once we are outside, I shall bestow upon you some precious treasures as compensation. As the raft rounded the final bend, a beam of sunlight bathed us, dispelling the moisture and chill. Before us, the view opened up. The expansive river mirrored the towering, rugged mountains on either side. The nation plans to construct a dam to redirect the river, leaving the floating corpses without a resting place. Thus, I have sealed them within this air raid shelter, a form of repurposing, I suppose. Beside the cave entrance, a motorboat was anchored, and He Bo urged us all to board. In just 10 minutes, we would arrive at my residence. If you have any inquiries, now is the time to ask. Thereafter, we shall remain undisturbed, avoiding each other entirely. Upon hearing He Bo's words, I found myself with several questions that lingered in my mind. Since you are the organizer, you should possess knowledge of the participants' details, so tell me, What manner of person is the eighth participant? The eighth? Hibo's voice faltered, seemingly apprehensive about betraying his emotions. He quickly turned his gaze towards the flowing river. Among the contestants, aside from you, who was specifically mentioned by a fu, the others were selected based on vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits? I queried. These malevolent entities possess considerable power. If their desires are fulfilled, they may be appeased. The eighth participant hails from another province. Thus his information is elusive to Jiangxing. I do not know his name. I merely followed the guidance of a spectral entity to locate him. In retrospect, that spirit was indeed peculiar, possessing a certain level of intelligence. After I bound the eighth participant, it vanished. Hibo's words were vague, yielding no useful clues. Why did you choose this particular day for the game? Does it hold any special significance? In the Book of Changes, the number 6 is designated as yin and 9 as yang. The 9th day of the 9th month, with both the sun and moon in alignment, is known as the double ninth festival, celebrated in our realm. On this day, yang energy is at its peak, and lonely spirits refrain from roaming, hiding in remote mountains and deep pools until the 16th of September, when they dare to emerge. Hibo gazed at the surging waters and casually remarked, "Yesterday was the 5th day of the 9th lunar month, a time when the energy of the human realm ascends and yin energy descends." The vengeful spirits began to seek refuge. Beneath the great river lies a channel of yin energy, an ideal hiding place for these entities. Our lineage of water guardians has long safeguarded this area to prevent a multitude of spirits from infiltrating the yin channel, which could unleash immeasurable calamities. I first placated the most powerful of these spirits. By the night of the 6th, when all spirits lay dormant, I would conserve significant energy. That makes some sense. But are you not concerned that the corpses and spirits submerged in the air raid shelter might collectively revolt? I recalled the multitude of bodies within the shelter and rolled my eyes. There were no fewer than several hundred corpses. If they all transformed into water ghosts, even your abilities would struggle to contain them. That won't happen. Those floating corpses are bound by black cords soaked in the blood of the He family's demon-slaying lineage. And the stones used for their submersion are all ancient mountain rocks, imbued with the sun's energy. Moreover, with my control over the river god's seal, I hold sway over these waters. Hibo maneuvered the boat with one hand, allowing the river breeze to tousle his hair. This proclamation, meant to be imposing, seemed lacking in credibility when juxtaposed with his gaunt, dark figure clad in soiled work attire. Let us hope so, I replied. I removed my brooch and retrieved a smartphone from the underworld showcase, switching perspectives. To my surprise, the live stream continued. It was my first time using a third-person viewpoint, and I was uncertain how the audience would respond. This particular live stream was unique, as I had zero interaction with the viewers, yet the audience numbers did not plummet significantly, and the barrage of comments remained steady. Although the viewers could not communicate with me, they appeared to be thoroughly entertained. I was unaware of their earlier conversations, but as the live stream approached its conclusion, some viewers began discussing matters of the heart. Dear host, I have recently endured a heartbreak. Originally, I intended to watch your live stream to learn more sophisticated methods of coping with death, ones that would not subject me to ridicule by other spirits. However, I find myself deeply disappointed. I reside next door. My surname is Chun. Is it truly such a trivial matter for a young person to experience a breakup? You must remain resilient and steadfast. Allow me to share with you that merely a week ago, I personally witnessed my wife being unfaithful. Can you fathom the agony of that experience? 5 years of love, 5 whole years. The emotional investment I dedicated has only yielded betrayal in return. Even inebriation fails to numb my pain. I find myself instinctively calling out her name, unable to detach from her, forced to endure in silence. My heart aches for you for just a moment. What happened to the promised supernatural live stream? Naturally, I have chosen to forgive her. Living next door? My surname is Chun. You cannot possibly comprehend the depth of my anguish. She not only disregarded my pleas, but also brought her lover to reside in our home. Can you bear such a reality? She not only invited her lover to live with us, but also expects me to cook and do laundry for them. Is that something you could accept? Damn it. After all this time, I discovered that my wife's lover is none other than my first love from high school. Suddenly, a notification alerts me. Supernatural live stream received a generous donation of 1 yuan. I report to the traffic police. I have witnessed reckless driving on a bend. This curve is something even Hunan TV would hesitate to depict in such a manner. What just occurred upon logging in? Chapter 391, Donations. I barely had time to speak in the live stream before it abruptly ended. Sunlight kissed my face as a text message arrived in my inbox. Ding. Task completion yields 1 point. Peak viewership exceeded 8,000, granting 8 points. Total gifts received during the stream surpassed 5 yuan, adding 5 points. Fulfilling a commission from the underworld grants an additional point. Optional Task 1. Identify the extra person for a reward of 5 points. Optional Task 2. Eliminate the traitor. Task failure. Optional Task 3. Kill one person during the live stream for a reward of 1 point. The assistance phone feature was not utilized in this live stream. The free opportunity remains for the next session. Upon reviewing, this live stream has accrued a total of 21 points, bringing my overall total to 89 points. In the merit statistics of this live stream, avenging the spirits of the deceased grants an additional 10 points. Completing the 10th live stream unlocks a new product catalog. Great Sun Golden Elixir protects from spirits, enlightening the mind, 30 points. Taishan Fengshan Stone, renowned for millennia, revered across the world, 5 points. Yellow Springs Fairy crosses the underworld, enters the underworld veins, 50 points. Enchanting Ghost maximizes allure, 3 points. Filthy Ghost, born of foulness, cowardly, 3 points. Lustful Ghost, fierce and difficult to control, 4 points. Inyang Bone Mirror, a treasure of traditional medicine, 20 points. Guide for Serial Killers, 1 point. Doctrine of Merit, 10 points. River Offering Poem for the Deceased, 10 points. 6 sections of Hidden Elephant Theory, a secret classic of traditional medicine, 10 points. Damaged Inyang Ghost Ring, a treasure for ghost cultivation, 10 points. The 10th live stream has officially concluded, and I exhale a sigh of relief. This session, while fraught with tension, proved to be less perilous than anticipated. The malevolence of humanity, though starkly frightening, poses little threat to me. 10 minutes later, the speedboat arrived at the secluded Hejia village, nestled in the shadow of the mountains. Where there existed no land routes connecting it to the outside world, the sole means of transportation for villagers was by boat. Previously, 2 dirt paths led north to Henshan Prison, but with the alteration of the river course, they have since been submerged, prompting a mass relocation of villagers. Hebo secured the speedboat and stepped onto the makeshift dock he had crafted. The entire village has relocated. Why haven't you? He inquired. The government designated our relocation area in the county, far from the Great River. How can we maintain our town's water management? Hebo led the way, lamenting that his once formidable skills, akin to a water dragon's prowess, were now limited to clearing debris from the river and recycling plastic bottles for sustenance. Truly, times have changed. The trio entered the village, which could be likened to a hidden paradise, backed by verdant mountains and surrounded on 3 sides by water. It was but a few steps before they encountered a crooked fruit tree, occasionally revealing free-range chickens and ducks peeking from the ground. Feel free to pick anything you desire. It's all organic. Upon reaching the end of the dirt path, Hebo guided us into a mud brick house that once belonged to the village secretary. After he and his wife departed, Hebo had taken it over. Make yourselves comfortable, he offered. Hebo ventured outside to pluck some fruits and returned after rinsing them by the riverside. I surveyed the interior, noting the half-finished fishing nets drying in the yard and a pile of plastic bottles in the corner. This didn't resemble the abode of an ethereal hermit. Lu Xiaozi, despite his struggles with urban authorities, at least had an abundance of scriptures and Taoist texts, hinting at a distinguished lineage with notable ancestors. Perhaps sensing my confusion, Hebo scratched his head awkwardly. I brought you here mainly to atone for my sins. The wanted criminal I saved is named Lu Xing, correct? This act of penance was largely his idea. He devised the plans, and after that, he departed to seek his master in Xinhua. I cannot ascertain whether he lied, but I can tell you he is likely in Xinhua City. This was a critical lead. Thank you, I replied. Hebo had been deceived by Lu Xing into acting against me. Ignorance is no excuse, and I had no intention of holding a grudge. No need for thanks. I was in the wrong from the start. Hebo retrieved 3 wooden boxes, 2 small and 1 large, from his bedroom and handed them to me and Duyu. The small boxes contained a pair of colorful koi fish eyes, which, when consumed, were said to enhance vision, beautify the skin, and clear heat, providing significant health benefits. The larger box held a fish pearl, extracted from a large fish during the recent floods. This pearl, commonly referred to as a water-avoiding pearl when held in the mouth, could prolong one's time submerged underwater. Duyu and I opened the boxes. The colorful koi fish eyes gleamed like pearls. aptly embodying the phrase fish eyes mixed with pearls. In contrast, the larger and more precious water-avoiding pearl appeared ordinary, yet exuded a restrained elegance. "Thank you, Mr. He," you said, taking only one fish eye and pushing the remaining boxes towards me. "If it weren't for you, I doubt I would have survived this long. I owe you my life." "Such words are excessive," I replied, not wishing to be overly sentimental. I accepted the boxes and engaged in a few more casual exchanges with Hebo before he sent us off in the speedboat. Once back on shore, we made our way along the road toward the city, dragging our weary bodies, with Henshan Prison not far off in the distance. Throughout the journey, Du was fiddling with his old and paint-chipped mobile phone. I initially hesitated to intrude, but a sudden thought crossed my mind. "Du, could you share your live streaming account with me? The interface for viewers may differ from that of the streamer." He responded, "You can't view it. I've previously had someone attempt to use that software, and it only works when one is alone." Du took out his phone, pointed to his black and white photo, and tapped it several times, yet there was no response. "This must be a protective measure of the streaming platform." I nodded and gently placed my arm around Du's shoulder, whispering my true intention. "How about we make a trade, Lawyer Du?" His sudden friendliness made me feel uneasy. "This matter must remain confidential. I need to find someone I can trust to handle it." I lowered my voice again. "The rewards and gifts you bestow while watching the live stream are immensely valuable to me. Substantial contributions could allow me to exchange for exceptionally rare items." "So, you wish for me to reward you?" he inquired. "I can fund it myself. I've just never found anyone I could fully trust. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 grams of pure gold, yet the value of 100 grams of pure gold pales in comparison to 1 point. I've long harbored similar thoughts, but have struggled to find a stable partner. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you," Du replied, raising his hands in resignation. "This streaming platform does not allow monetary transactions. All gifts given to the streamer cannot be purchased with money." "Not with money?" I echoed, perplexed. "Gifts can only be exchanged for certain special items, such as the merits Mr. He mentioned before, along with longevity, virtue, and other esoteric concepts." I stood frozen, suddenly feeling a cold sweat drench my back. I had long pondered the origins of the Underworld live stream, and now it appeared that viewer contributions were a crucial element. The platform would not incur losses. It extracts the life essence from all viewers within the live stream. Certain essential aspects had been unwittingly siphoned away from them. Many early viewers have vanished, including Officer Huang from Class 2, Year 3, and the youngest son of Huang Buyuan, both of whom have already perished. What of the many other viewers in different cities whose fates I remain unaware of? Did their disappearances result from breaking free of the stream's grasp, or had they met a more dire fate? How could such a terrifying behemoth possibly be measured in monetary terms? I chuckled bitterly and chose to remain silent. Observing my despondency, Du patted my shoulder, saying, "There are many things I cannot disclose, many questions I cannot ask, but I will assist you to the best of my ability. I believe many others in the live stream share my sentiments." At the end of the road, a taxi approached, and he waved under the sunlight. "As long as you continue streaming, you will never be alone. We viewers may not seem reliable, but we are dependable in critical moments." Chapter 392. Enchantress. I took a taxi to first drop Du at home before heading directly to the Central Bank of Jiangqing. Among the newly added items in the Underworld live stream, several piqued my interest, such as the Enchantress and the Foul Spectre. The true power of yin-yang ghost techniques can only be unleashed through ghostly entities, and at present, I possess only a single ghost infant with limited capabilities. Thus, I must endeavor to gather as many ghostly objects as possible. These various spirits, categorized within the Underworld showcase, should possess unique efficacy points. Yet they do not require an excessive amount. I took out my mobile device and sent a redemption request, opting for the alluring ghost, the foul spirit, the lustful specter, and the damaged yin-yang ghost ring. The redemption was successful, costing me a total of 20 points, leaving me with 69 points. Soon after, I received a confirmation message from the Underworld showcase, and upon noticing the deduction of 20 points, I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. I had only acquired 21 points from this live broadcast, and to spend 20 points so readily felt imprudent. It would be wise to consult Lu Xiezi before my next redemption. Regret aside, the exchange was necessary. These ghostly items could enhance my personal prowess, and the yin-yang ghost ring is a rare artifact, akin to the soul-capturing bell wielded by a corpse-reviving Taoist. Since I had the opportunity to obtain it, I had no reason to let it slip away. Upon reaching the central bank of Jiangcheng, I was greeted by a middle-aged manager, who wore a stern demeanor yet conducted his duties with meticulous precision. Upon presenting the black card from the underworld showcase, he discreetly led me into the underground vault, ensuring no third party accompanied us, exhibiting utmost caution. The middle-aged manager was not one for idle chatter, and I refrained from making small talk. After receiving the black package, I took a vehicle back to Tingtang Road. I indulged in a light meal along the way and collapsed into sleep upon arriving at the adult shop, only waking at noon. After freshening up, I practiced the Miao Zhen Xinfa, which, in terms of calming and centering the mind, certainly surpassed ghostly arts. After 2 full cycles, I felt invigorated and unwrapped the black cloth package, revealing merely a dull black cord adorned with 7 jade beads. Was this the damaged yin-yang ghost ring? 10 points for this. It was described as a ghost ring, yet it resembled a tattered bracelet, with 3 intricately carved jade beads and 4 others that were smooth and translucent, lacking any remarkable features. Had I been deceived? Was the underworld showcase aware of my intentions to betray, using this as a warning? With a grimace, I attempted to channel my true energy into the ghost ring, but it yielded no response. Perhaps my method was flawed. I pondered for a moment, then drew the curtains and situated myself at the dimly lit corner of the adult shop, where the yin energy was most potent, directing my focus. Invisible strands of yin energy emanated from my meridians, entering the ghost ring's black cord, yet it remained unresponsive, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Reluctantly, I focused my yin energy on one of the intricately patterned jade beads. It seemed I had connected with something, feeling a harmonious blend. However, as I withdrew my yin energy, I suddenly noticed the patterns on the bead had vanished. Just moments ago, I had sensed something within the bead, but as I attempted to delve deeper, my yin energy retreated. What was happening? As I prepared to channel my yin energy into the second jade bead, I was abruptly met with a chilling gust of wind, brushing past my ear like a cold bite from an ice cube on a scorching summer day. Turning to look, I beheld a woman's face. Though not one of unparalleled beauty, she exuded an enchanting allure, captivating enough to ensnare the gaze of any man, turning their bones to mush. Wang Yuchen, the very person who had perished the previous night, now stood before me. I could not afford to admire her beauty. Instinctively drawing out the North Star mantra, the talisman radiated an aura of celestial mastery, and Wang Yuchen recoiled into the shadows, curling up in pain, yet to an outsider. She appeared heartbreakingly delicate. Something is amiss. She could not possibly have emerged from the air raid shelter. Gazing at the featureless jade beads, I exchanged them for the yin-yang ghost ring and 3 ghostly rings capable of transforming spirits into beads. Could these 3 patterned beads be the very spirits I acquired? I cast a glance at the enchanting Wang Yuchen and, with determination, probed the other 2 jade beads with yin energy. In the corridor, a chilling wind swept through, revealing 2 familiar faces alongside Wang Yuchen, the 5th spirit, Tian Tong, and the 9th, who had been dragged away by numerous female corpses. Weren't they supposed to be sealed within the air raid shelter? How did the underworld showcase manage to release them? Could it be that He Bo and the underworld showcase are in cahoots? Yet, this does not seem right. Perhaps these 3 spirits were merely reconstructed from the remnants of my memories? Confounded, I gazed at the 3 spirits on the staircase. Each wore the attire from their former lives. Though Wang Yuchen appeared frail, her every movement captivated the senses. Tian Tong wore a vacant grin, his wide mouth cracked open, exuding a somewhat terrifying aura in broad daylight. The most dangerous among them, the 9th spirit, whose name remains unknown to me, bore the deepest resentment, marred by scars and a fierce countenance that radiated hostility towards everything. So it is you 3 who have cost me 10 points? The sight of them filled me with regret, yet it is daytime, and I cannot gauge their abilities. Ghostly arts are largely confined to the night, a limitation of malevolent practices. I can only hope they prove useful. Each of these spirits possesses unique abilities. I remain uncertain about Tian Tong and the 9th spirit, but Wang Yuchen's capability is unmistakable. Any man would recognize the immoral deeds that must be avoided. It would be best for you to return for now. I adorned my left hand with the yin-yang ghost ring, channeling yin energy as I flicked my wrist, proclaiming, yin and yang command. Gather. The chilling wind dissipated, and warmth returned to the room. I lowered my sleeves to conceal the yin-yang ghost ring and prepared to step out for lunch when the door to the small shop swung open, and a blue-clad Taoist priest entered. Come forth. I know you have returned. The voice was cold and haughty. Frowning, I descended from the second floor to find the blue-robed Taoist, the Maoshan Yin master, Lung Qingxian. What brings you here? Selling safety talismans? I remarked nonchalantly, tucking the Big Dipper mantra into my pocket as I sat down to pour myself a glass of water. The events at the hotel last time had nothing to do with Maoshan. The ones plotting against you were merely the Miaozhen Dao. Lung Qingxuan's brows furrowed, and a trace of disdain lurked in his eyes, an attitude befitting their esteemed sect. Consider the implications of 1,000,000 merits. Should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it could spell disaster. To speak frankly, the 1,000,000 merits are no longer in my possession. As practitioners, you should be able to discern this through face reading and energy observation. Might you disclose to whom you entrusted those merits, or who forcefully seized them from you? A hint of murderous intent seeped into Lung Qingxuan's tone. In his view, the 1,000,000 merits had become the property of a great sect. Anyone daring to snatch it would face the united retribution of several major sections. It cannot be disclosed. I feigned a shake of my head, yet within my heart, I harbored a deep sorrow. As an ordinary citizen, I knew that my merits would serve little purpose. Were it not for the underworld stage, I would gladly offer my merits with both hands. It is crucial to understand that these prestigious sects and the upper echelons of Huaxia maintain a close relationship. Opposing them could very well position one against the entire state apparatus. Song Qingxian raised an eyebrow, seemingly convinced that I intended to hoard the merits for myself. Though these merits were earned at the cost of my life, my concern lies with the welfare of the world. I could easily relinquish them to you. However, you must have witnessed the actions of my Zendo. They nearly forced me to my demise before even claiming my merits and sought to sever my arms. If the so-called righteous sects you speak of behave in such a manner, then I would rather die than conspire with such petty individuals. My words resonated with conviction, largely rooted in truth. Song Qingxian fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the events that transpired at the Century New Garden. He too had seen how my Zendo suspected me of clandestinely learning their techniques. The essence of their teachings is indeed the foundation of their sect. Their actions, while understandable, do not reflect the demeanor of a great sect. How about this? He proposed. If you were to join our lineage of Maoshan masters, I would personally request my master to seek justice on your behalf. Joining Maoshan. The suggestion stirred a flicker of interest within me, but upon further reflection, I dismissed the notion. My 1,000,000 merits had long since been pilfered by the underworld stage. Should I join Maoshan, and they discover that I am merely a harbinger of misfortune devoid of merits, I would likely be cast out with a flurry of blows. You possess 1,000,000 merits. Following my master in cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate your progress, remarked Song Qingxian. I noticed you have previously studied ghostly arts. Our Maoshan masters also specialize in these arts, primarily dealing with various specters. Moreover, the techniques we practice are closely guarded secrets, far superior to the ghostly arts you have acquired from unknown sources. Song Qingxian, maintaining his composure, attempted to persuade me, stating, I understand your skepticism. Allow me to demonstrate the capabilities of the Maoshan masters today. With hands clasped behind his back, he cast a fleeting glance at the corner of the staircase, his pupils seemingly igniting with a hint of starlight. I have utilized the star gaze to perceive the lingering energy within this room. You must have summoned souls and refined ghosts at the staircase just now. Indeed, I replied. Recognizing this is hardly a feat. I possess the eye of judgment, allowing me to perceive the interplay of yin and yang, spirits and ghosts. So discerning the residual energy is not particularly challenging. Song Qingxian appeared oblivious to the impatience in my tone, pridefully continuing. The star gaze is a fundamental technique of the Maoshan masters. It enables one to draw in starlight, allowing the practitioner to perceive spirits and even see birds 100 meters away. Is it truly that impressive? I feigned indifference, contemplating how to extricate myself from this situation. Having offended my Zendo, I was reluctant to further antagonize Maoshan. Song Qingxian smiled, naturally. The star gaze is merely one of the introductory techniques of our sect. If you were to join my master's tutelage, you would be able to cultivate it within 6 months at the latest. He seemed pleased with my reaction. As his blue robe gently swayed, he added, Those who practice ghostly arts often have several ghostly servants. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to show you the authentic capabilities of the Maoshan masters. Chanting an incantation, he produced 4 talismans, 3 black and 1 purple, from his sleeve. As the incantation concluded, the sunlight in the shop twisted, transforming into an atmosphere thick with yin energy. Ghostly servants. Appear. Cold Qingxian let out a sharp command, causing the doors and windows of the room to shut automatically, with the curtains drawn as well. The light dimmed, and 4 indistinct, ghostly figures materialized around him. He seemed to exert some effort, murmuring incantations while biting his finger to draw blood, which he then used to mark the ghostly apparitions. The room echoed with several piercing howls as the 4 specters gradually solidified. The 3 black talismans contained nothing more than ordinary wandering souls, their movements sluggish and, despite receiving nourishment from cold Qingxuan's blood, at risk of dissipating at any moment. Only the entity encapsulated within the purple talisman appeared truly formidable, its corpulent form exuding a fierce demeanor, reminiscent of a butcher in life. It was noon, making the summoning of spirits somewhat challenging. Had it been midnight, I could effortlessly call forth dozens of minor ghosts with a mere wave of my hand. Cold Qingxian felt a sense of satisfaction, recalling a saying that circulates within the Taoist community: better to deceive the king of hell than to provoke the Yin messengers, the latter referring to the Yin masters of Maoshan. I took a sip from my teacup and quietly lit a cigarette, casting a sympathetic glance at the 3 feeble wandering souls he had summoned. Cold Taoist, your minor spirits are on the verge of collapsing. Unhappy with my indifferent response, Cold Qingxian remarked, summoning spirits is merely the initial step. The true methods of a Yin master lie ahead. Watch closely. He retrieved a folding fan from his waist and, using his blood, inscribed a talisman on its surface. His complexion grew even paler as he did so. This demon-suppressing fan is one of the 3 treasures of the Yin masters, capable of subduing malevolent forces while maintaining one's righteous heart. Although the Maoshan Yin masters commune with spirits, they must uphold benevolent intentions. He gently pointed the folding fan at the 3 wandering souls, causing the runes upon them to illuminate. Reluctantly, they transformed into pure Yin energy, merging into the formidable butcher's form. Subsequently, the malevolent spirit's aura intensified, and a layer of skin-like armor manifested upon its body, giving it a remarkable appearance. The 3 wandering souls had become its protective armor. The butcher's power had surged instantaneously. I was taken aback by the Maoshan Yin master's capabilities. Witnessing such a transformative ability was unprecedented for me. Merely a trivial skill. Cold Qingxian dismissed, having expended considerable blood, his pallor evident. To impress me, he truly strained himself. May I inquire, Cold Taoist, what is the name of that enigmatic technique you just performed? My curiosity was piqued, having encountered numerous spirits and now possessing the Yin-Yang ghost ring. I wondered if I could master similar incantations to enhance the vengeful spirits, thereby acquiring powerful allies. With a smile that suggested profound mystery, Cold Qingxian replied, this is a closely guarded secret of the Maoshan Yin masters. Should you join our ranks and demonstrate exceptional aptitude, 2 years would suffice for mastery. 2 years? That is an eternity. I have no time. I shook my head. As a host of the Underworld Showcase, I could scarcely spare even 2 weeks. 2 years is not too long. Cold Qingxuan's smile faded, reverting to his usual cold demeanor. Considering you are an outsider, I shall not hold it against you. Allow me to offer personal advice. Cultivating the Tao is akin to constructing a building on flat ground. Do not aim too high too quickly. Spending 2 years learning such a technique pales in comparison to investing effort in capturing more formidable spirits. I contemplated the ghost ring on my wrist, beginning to devise a plan to venture to the crematorium at Bridge 3 to capture some wandering souls. Do you think capturing spirits is that simple? Lung Qingxian cast a disdainful glance at me, remarking that, generally speaking, ghostly entities can be categorized similarly to talismans into 4 realms: lower, middle, upper, and great. Each major realm is further subdivided into 4 minor stages: A, B, C, and D. The ghost I summoned using the black evil talisman belongs to the lower D stage, while the spectral being invoked from the purple Yin talisman is classified as a middle D stage. With the enhancement of my secret arts from Maoshan, sacrificing 3 lower D stage spirits can temporarily elevate a middle D stage malevolent ghost to a middle C stage. Such a leap in power can be life-saving in critical moments. Is it truly possible to categorize ghostly realms in such a manner? I had never engaged in discourse with practitioners of ghost cultivation before. This was my first encounter with contemporary cultivators' classification of these entities. I had evidently overestimated your knowledge previously. Despite Cold Qingxuan's pale complexion and somewhat disheveled appearance, His pride from being born into a prestigious lineage remained unscathed. The lower-tier ghosts are those lingering in the mortal realm, often devoid of malicious intent or capability. Through the cultivation of us masters, these lower-tier spirits may potentially ascend to become lower-tier ghost servants. Once a ghost enters the lower realm, it signifies a certain level of power, enabling it to manipulate energy and linger in the mortal realm for extended periods. However, the probability of lower-tier ghosts ascending to middle-tier status is a mere 1 in 1,000. Most of those who perpetrate evil and disrupt the order of the living are middle-tier entities. The most distinct difference between lower and middle-tier ghosts lies in the awakening of their intellect, bound by their resentments and blood feuds from their past lives. They possess immense aggression and are exceedingly difficult to subdue. Cold Qingzhi gestured towards the butcher within the room, asking if I had seen my purple ghost servant. It was the spirit of a butcher from 3 lifetimes, burdened by malevolent thoughts, who wreaked havoc in his locale, causing unrest after death. Ultimately, my master intervened, subduing its ferocity and bestowing it upon me as a protective ghost servant. When you join Mao Shan, my master will likewise grant you a middle-tier ghost as your life servant. As Cold Qingzhi regarded the fierce butcher, his unspoken pride was palpable. One cannot help but feel the weight of comparison. I have not been so fortunate in my choice of master. Exhaling a plume of smoke, I could not help but reflect on life spirits. I wondered if Cold Taoist had ever heard of life spirits. I once possessed a life spirit with the fate of a death god. Such nonsense. Cold Qingzhi interrupted. A life spirit, regardless of its former fate, must be of upper-tier status in this realm. Furthermore, given that life spirits possess the ability to substitute for one's fate, they should be elevated by an additional rank, making them at least upper-tier C grade. Upper-tier C grade? Wouldn't that be akin to wielding an upper-tier talisman? I exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, it surpasses the ordinary. You are unaware of the might of life spirits, yet you dare to deceive me? Cold Qingzhi scoffed coldly. Do not speak of such entities unless you have genuinely encountered them. It seems you have merely read about them in texts. With a sense of resignation, I extinguished my cigarette. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. However, I must assert that the most formidable ghost I released just days ago was a ghost mother. I witnessed it escape and remain uncertain of its realm. Chapter 394, A Friend's Departure, First Update, Ghost Mother. Cold Qingzhi's hand trembled, nearly losing grip on his folding fan, and even the butcher's spirit recoiled slightly. Such a mere mention sent the esteemed disciple of Mao Shan into a state of alarm, leading me to a newfound understanding of the terror associated with ghost mothers. Do you dare swear by your Tao heart that you truly witnessed the ghost mother escape? Cold Qingzhi's tone turned grave. What is this oath of the Taoist heart? As I held my teacup, I suddenly felt it inappropriate to discuss such lofty matters in an adult establishment, and I cleared my throat. I can assure you that the ghastly matron ultimately manifests at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital in Xi Village. You may wish to investigate personally. I believe you might uncover some clues. After a prolonged silence, Lung Qingzhi finally spoke. Recently, when my companion from Yaozhen Temple and I arrived in Jiangcheng, we sensed a pervasive aura of malevolence, suggesting an impending calamity. However, we did not anticipate it would be the ghastly matron. It seems necessary to relay this to my master. You have yet to explain the true nature of the ghastly matron. Is she significantly more formidable than the spirit of fate? The spirit of fate possesses limited combat prowess, but the ghastly matron is distinct. She can command hundreds, even thousands, of infant spirits and is nearly immortal. Given a few decades, she could potentially rival the entire sect of the Xianmen. A flicker of trepidation lingered in Lung Qingzhi's gaze. Currently, she has just escaped and should be at her most vulnerable, with her strength approximately at the upper tier of the 3rd rank. However, if given time to recuperate and to harmonize with the infant spirits, she could swiftly ascend to the upper tier of the 1st rank. I am uncertain about the true terror of an upper-tier ghost, yet I am well aware of the fearsome power of a top-tier talisman. That one lightning talisman, though damaged and usable only once, could unleash a thunderous roar that resounded throughout half of Jiangcheng. If the ghastly matron is not dealt with, she may become a significant threat. While I verbally concurred with Lung Qingzhi's assessment, my mind wandered to the fact that Wang Yu entrusted her child to my care. Should I align myself with the Xianmen sect or with the ghastly matron? The paths of humans and spirits diverge, yet I find myself entangled in irreconcilable conflicts with one of the major sects, Yaozhen Temple, which leaves me in a quandary. I sighed, pondering to take things one step at a time. Lung Qingxian, observing my demeanor, presumed I was frightened. A fleeting look of disdain crossed his eyes. Fear not. Though the ghastly matron is fearsome, she is beyond our current capacity to confront. However, once my master intervenes, he will surely subdue her and restore the revered name of Mao Shan. As he uttered Mao Shan, his tone brimmed with immense pride, and even the temporarily elevated malevolent spirit seemed to puff out its chest, as if serving as a ghostly aid to a Mao Shan disciple were a tremendous honor. You have misunderstood me once more. But, think as you will. I had no desire to engage further with Lung Qingxian. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a Mao Shan practitioner. I should seize the moment to seek further wisdom. I softened my tone, rolled up my sleeves, and placed my left hand before me. Reverend Lung, I have inadvertently acquired several ghostly entities of unknown rank. I hope you can assist me in their identification. As for the matter of 1,000,000 merits, that is negotiable. I practice the path of Mao Shan, and common ghostly entities do not capture my interest. Moreover, what treasures could possibly be found in this mundane realm? I advise you to return to the mountain with me and not remain in this trivial jiangqing, confined to a narrow perspective. Lung Qingxian spoke earnestly, retrieving a palm-sized incense burner from his pocket and placing it before him, inserting 3 slender sticks of incense. As a novice in ghostly arts, you must avoid summoning spirits during the zenith of daylight, as a moment's carelessness could result in a backlash from the entities. This incense burner, paired with the soul-preserving incense, will significantly alleviate the pressure of summoning spirits. In light of our future camaraderie, I shall lend you a hand. As the incense was lit, a refreshing coolness enveloped the room, and the sunlight seemed less scorching. The butcher spirit summoned by Lung Qingxian stood before the incense burner, seemingly deriving great benefit from the fragrance. I have limited time. You may begin. Cold Qingxian waved his blue robe at me, nodding in acknowledgement. To be honest, I felt a tinge of embarrassment watching him summon spirits, drawing talismans and biting his fingers. The chilling aura lightly brushed against the ghostly ring and the jade pearl. As a sinister wind swept through the room where the alluring ghost king, Wang Yuchen, reclined gracefully on the ground, her enchanting figure undulating as she occasionally flexed her calves. The malevolent presence solidified, unafraid of the sunlight, akin to a minor spirit of the 3rd rank. Cold Qingxian regarded Wang Yuchen's appearance. Even in death, her charm remained undiminished. Though one could hardly consider her more than a minor spirit of the 4th rank, her combat prowess feeble, inferior even to a lower-tier ghost. He directed his folding fan towards Wang Yuchen, mimicking a butcher's ferocity, which sent the seductive ghost scurrying about in terror. Such spirits are indeed precious. Yet for those who pursue the Tao, they bring nothing but harm. Cold Qingxian, with a knowing glance towards me, deemed it appropriate to address me as a fellow cultivator. This ghost can stir one's base desires. If you seek to cultivate the Tao, it would be wise to conceal her. The Taoist's wisdom was undeniable. I released a second spirit from the jade pearl, ghost number 5, a foul spirit transformed from Tian Tung. The rotund and large-eared Tian Tung immediately caught the butcher ghost's attention, creating a standoff where neither could overpower the other. This spirit was intriguing. Even in its ghostly form, it exuded a foul odor, and its rank seemed to be at least that of a minor spirit of the 4th rank. Cold Qingxian fanned himself, his composure slightly faltering. Indeed, the luck of having 2 minor spirits as companions is enviable. Merely a minor spirit of the 4th rank? I pondered, acknowledging the truth in his words. For one could not expect too much from a spirit earned through the exchange of 3 merit points. What does merely a minor spirit of the 4th rank mean? As a direct descendant of the Mao Shani master, I realized I had little room to complain. I had matters to attend to, so I would not linger. My visit was twofold: to recruit you into Mao Shan and to caution you that the practitioner Miaojin might take an interest in you. Although Lu Jin's skills are average, his elder brother, Lu Chun, is a formidable figure, so exercise caution. If things become dire, return to the mountain with me. Once you bear the identity of Mao Shan, they will think twice before acting against you. Cold Taoist's intentions were commendable. Regardless of our previous brief encounter, his warning about Lu Jin demonstrated his inherently good nature. 1,000,000 merits is no trivial sum. Many eyes are fixated on Jiangqing. With that said, I took my leave. Just as Cold Qingxian was about to subdue the butcher ghost, I halted him, saying, "Fellow cultivator, please wait. I have another restless spirit here, temperamental and unruly. Each time I summon it, There's a sense of impending chaos. Could you assess its rank? Another? Cold Qingxian rolled his eyes, suddenly tasting bitterness in his mouth. The Tao is busy. You must be expedient. Without further ado, I released the lustful ghost. It bore an uncanny resemblance to number 9, a character from the Death Game. Known as a perverse serial killer who preyed solely upon women, shrouded in an aura of malevolence. Given the gruesome manner of his demise, it was clear he was entombed amidst a pile of corpses, his hands likely stained with more blood than anyone else aside from myself and Hebo. I was uncertain why the Underworld Showcase had named him the Lustful Ghost. Perhaps he possessed some unique ability yet to be uncovered. As the sinister winds howled, the alluring ghost and the foul spirit retreated to the corners of the room. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and a gaunt middle-aged man materialized in the center of the room. His body bore wounds that seemed eternally unhealable, and his face twisted in agony, exuding an aura of lethal intent toward all he beheld. Cold Taoist was indeed this very man. I gently tapped the distracted Lung Qingxian, yet he exhibited no reaction, fixated on number 9. The room was suffused with the scent of soul-reviving incense, and number 9 inhaled deeply, a grin spreading across his face as he licked his lips at the butcher demon. Clad in leather armor, the butcher demon had been fortified by Lung Qingxuan's Taoist techniques. Though fearful, he stubbornly positioned himself before the rice altar and incense burner. After a tense standoff of several seconds, an unimaginable event unfolded. Without any command from me, number 9 leaped forth, landing atop the butcher demon's head. His 10 fingers, sharp as blades, aimed to sever the demon's head from his body. Come back. How dare you? Both Lung Qingxian and I shouted in unison, but no. 9 moved with lightning speed. By the time Lung Qingxian cast his talisman, number 9 had already torn off one of the butcher demon's arms and jumped aside. Gripping the demon's limb, he savagely bit into it, leaving even me, his master, aghast. Return at once, I commanded through the channel of Yin energy, summoning the 3 spirits back into the ghost ring. I glanced at the flustered Lung Qingxian, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My friend, this was an unforeseen incident. Such a hidden talent. You have concealed your abilities well. Lung Qingxian lamented as he retrieved the butcher demon into his talisman. I underestimated you. I, Lung Qingxian, failed to recognize the mountain of your prowess. Farewell. With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode towards the door. Wait, my friend. I hurriedly pursued him, only to discover that Lung Qingxian had vanished from the street corner. You left your incense burner behind. Chapter 395. Wang Yu's painting in his haste. Lung Qingxian had forgotten to take the incense burner, and I reluctantly decided to store it temporarily. This soul-reviving incense was a valuable item. I would keep it for now. As I placed the burner into a drawer, I suddenly noticed an unopened letter within. The brown paper envelope had not been torn open. What is this? I racked my brain, recalling that after the trial, I had discussed some matters with Tai Ningxiang in the municipal office. This letter was a handwritten note from the daughter of the richest man in New Shanghai, addressed to me. Her name was Li Jingyu, if I remember correctly. A vision of the figure caught in the fishing net at the Jiangbei Dam surfaced in my mind, followed by the image of Wang Yuchen from the murder game. The killer of Li Jingyu's father was indeed Wang Yuchen. The intricate web of fate and causality astonished me. Surely, it was merely a coincidence. I opened the envelope and read through the letter. In essence, Li Jingyu expressed her suspicion regarding her father's mysterious death, believing it to be orchestrated by her brother, Li Chuanxiang. Upon learning of my part-time work as a private investigator handling various gray matters, she felt compelled to seek my assistance in uncovering the truth. Regarding remuneration, she wished to discuss the details face-to-face in New Shanghai. The envelope bore her address and personal phone number. Number 15, Haixing District? To my knowledge, Haixing District is an industrial area where most residents are migrant workers. It was surprising that the second daughter of New Shanghai's wealthiest man resided in such a place. It seemed her circumstances were indeed dire. I noted down the phone number and address, closing my eyes in contemplation. Enhancing someone's fortune is far less valuable than providing aid in times of need. Although she was currently in distress, she was still the daughter of New Shanghai's wealthiest man, and her family's vast estate should rightfully include her share. If I could uncover evidence against Li Chuanxiang and assist her in toppling her elder brother, perhaps I could carve out a niche for myself in New Shanghai. At that time, as long as she and Huang Buiyuan join forces, the Jiang family will never rise again. Uncovering evidence is a challenging endeavor. However, with the assistance of the enchanting specter, fabricating proof is not overly daunting for me. It is worth attempting. As long as I do not reveal my identity, even if I fail, the loss to me would be minimal. After securing the letter, I lit another cigarette, watching the curling smoke ascend. The Jiang family is a lingering threat that must be eradicated completely. After finishing lunch, I refrained from contacting Li Jingyu, for I still harbored doubts that urgently needed validation. In the 10th live broadcast, Xia Qingzhi appeared, an individual who should have vanished, emerging in such an unexpected manner that it nearly overturned all my previous conjectures regarding the underworld performance arena. Initially, I was only aware that when points accumulate to 10,000, one can return to the starting point. Now it seems there must be other methods to escape the underworld performance arena, though I am currently unaware of these methods. Both Xia Qingzhi and his former first host of the underworld performance arena should be informed. According to various signs they have displayed, to leave the underworld performance arena, one must seek a scapegoat. It was Xia Qingzhi who dialed the underworld performance arena to propose a commissioned task, yet the calls to the underworld performance arena were predominantly made by the deceased. The Xia Qingzhi I know is evidently alive and well. Thus one of these two must be an imposter. My rational mind tells me that the Xia Qingzhi who led me to the underworld performance arena for the host audition is likely a counterfeit. Nevertheless, I am reluctant to accept this objectively. Firstly, I must ascertain whether the 8th number is indeed Xia Qingzhi and whether his sole intention was to inform me. Secondly, assuming the 8th number is Xia Qingzhi, he indicated that there is someone close to me who acts as an informant for the underworld performance arena. Who could that person be? Due to my personality, I have only a handful of friends, and I am unwilling to suspect any of them. Losing any one of them would be a profound regret for me. Thirdly, the 8th number disclosed that once the official live broadcast commences, the performance arena will have no authority to interfere with the host's actions, meaning that during the broadcast, the power of the underworld performance arena is at its weakest. Fourthly, I must return to the matter of Xia Qingzhi. The Xia Qingzhi on the underworld performance arena's line appeared lonely and frightened, entrusting me with the task of finding her brother. After encountering the 8th number, he then implored me to seek out his sister. What is the true nature of this sibling duo? Lastly, I find that a crucial portion of my memory is missing, requiring the unlocking of 9 locks to restore it. This raises the question, who placed these 9 locks within my body, and how might I unlock them? The kidney orifice, associated with water, hosts the infant spirit. Once the three-eyed infant spirit reaches a certain level of maturity, the locks of the kidney orifice will naturally open. Yet, this is merely one of the 9 locks, and the path ahead remains long. In comparison to the colossal entity of the underworld performance arena, I appear quite passive. However, as my strength continues to grow, this passivity is gradually shifting. Xia Qingzhi is currently the only clue and breakthrough I possess. I must gather sufficient information from her before she reacts. In the realm of priorities, I found myself reminiscing about every fleeting moment shared with Xia Qingzhi, each fragment of memory replaying vividly in my mind. From any perspective, she appeared no different from an ordinary girl. While practicing the Miao Zhan XINFA in the shop, I later visited the Jingying Sanatorium in the afternoon. Wang Yu's condition showed no signs of improvement. He remained as cold and distant as ever, his demeanor unchanging towards everyone. I inquired with the psychologist overseeing his care, who expressed his own frustration. He remarked that Wang Yu seemed devoid of the vibrant spirit typical of a child, functioning merely as a tool. Obediently following adult commands, but with an impenetrable heart, imprisoned within a vast and solitary cell. This cell represented his vision of the world. Seated in the garden, I observed Baiqi and Wang Yu engaged in their monotonous game of tossing objects. Resting my chin in contemplation, I was reminded of the news regarding the ghostly mother that had been relayed by Lung Qingxian back to Maoshan. It was certain that a celestial master would arrive in Jiangqing to vanquish the ghostly mother. Once subdued, it seemed unlikely that anyone would genuinely care for Wang Yu again. Strangely, gazing at Wang Yu, I recalled the poignant scene during the live stream at the crematorium on Bridge Number 3, where Yi and her mother shared their final moments together. It was a bittersweet recollection, tinged with relief that loved ones do not truly depart. They merely adopt a different form of guardianship. Perhaps the resonance between ghost and return lies in these sentiments. What are you thinking about? A melodious voice, akin to the sound of ice clinking in champagne, stirred a bittersweet memory within me. Souls are embodiments of obsession. If spirits indeed exist, could I not also encounter that one person I long to see? Turning my gaze, I beheld a vivacious girl who seemed to have stepped from the pages of a poem, adorned in a light-colored long dress, exuding tranquility and beauty. Her name was Huang Shui. Upon hearing my words, Huang Shui paused, as if struck by a thought, and silently sat beside me on the stone bench. "Who is the person you most wish to see in your memories?" she inquired. "It's hard to say," I replied, extracting a 5 yuan cigarette and tapping it against the exquisite marble table. "The last time we met, you were in a wheelchair. It appears your condition has significantly improved since I entered your dreams." At the mention of dreams, a faint blush graced Huang Shui's cheeks. "You're quite the conversationalist," she retorted, playfully chiding me. I chuckled and chose to remain silent, rising to depart. "Wait a moment," she called, retrieving several sketches from her bag and presenting them to me. The pencil sketches depicted a spirited, commanding dog, Baichi. Instantly, I recognized it. It was unmistakably a portrayal of Baichi. "Your little one is a prodigy in art. All these sketches are his work," she noted. "Wang, you drew these." The realization struck me like lightning. Recalling the crayon drawings from the maternal and child health hospital, which might also have been Wang Yu's creations. This child had hidden his talent well. If he enjoyed drawing, he should be encouraged, for his perception of the world might differ from ours. I tucked 2 sketches into my pocket, determined to keep them safe, hoping to show them to her mother someday. Perhaps they could save my life. Her mother? Huang Shui's bright eyes shimmered with curiosity as she bit her lip. Summoning courage to ask, "Are you suggesting that you have a special relationship with Wang Yu's mother?" Chapter 396. Bullying, third update. I stood frozen, momentarily bewildered, and failed to grasp the deeper implications in Huang Shui's words. I nodded absently, acknowledging that there was indeed something unique about our connection. As evening fell, I departed from the Jingying sanatorium and sent a message to Xia Qingzhi, but she did not respond. I pondered that at this hour, high school students were likely engrossed in their evening study sessions, so I dismissed my concerns. Arriving next to the high school attended by Xia Qingzhi, I wandered through a street filled with snacks, waiting until nearly 9 o'clock when students began to emerge from the school. Standing at the street corner, my keen observation quickly led me to spot Xia Qingzhi amidst the crowd. She was clad in her school uniform paired with form-fitting jeans, exuding a blend of competence and innocence. However, her typically vibrant face appeared shrouded in clouds, as if burdened by unspoken worries. She was pushing her bicycle, seemingly oblivious to my presence, as if intentionally evading someone. Her steps hurried while she glanced around anxiously, a rather suspicious demeanor. Based on my years of experience observing extramarital affairs, it was evident that Xia Qingzhi was likely facing some trouble. Without revealing myself, I discreetly trailed behind her. Once she maneuvered through the crowd and mounted her bicycle, a few girls in similar uniforms followed closely behind. These girls did not appear to be troublemakers. They were typical students, chatting and laughing, even greeting teachers as they passed. Had they not occasionally cast glances at Xia Qingzhi's retreating figure, I might not have noticed their peculiar interest in her. I hailed a taxi and followed her silently. As we approached her home and passed a night market stall, 2 ruffians loitering on the street rose to intercept her. One was on the phone while the other, seemingly inebriated, clutched a bottle of alcohol and sat on the sidewalk. As Xia Qingzhi cycled past them, the intoxicated man unexpectedly lunged forward, swinging the bottle toward her bicycle. The suddenness of the event caught everyone off guard. Xia Qingzhi, startled, had no time to evade, and both she and her bicycle toppled to the ground. Her delicate arm grazed the pavement, leaving a scrape, and before she could rise, the drunken man smashed the bottle and glared fiercely at her. "You dare collide with me?" Xia Qingzhi trembled, her eyes darting as she propped up her bicycle and quietly replied, "You came at me." "Bullshit." Another man, having concluded his call, approached and squatted beside his companion. "Can you get up? This girl doesn't even watch where she is going." He sat on the ground, refusing to budge, gripping her bicycle wheel to prevent her from leaving. "Apologize, or fork over 1,000 yuan, and we'll call it even," he insisted, pointing his phone at Xia Qingzhi. Relentless. The surrounding pedestrians were sparse, and the stall owner, seemingly acquainted with the 2 men, dared not intervene, feigning ignorance as they passed by. No one stepped forward to defend Xia Qingzhi. She picked up her backpack, lowered her head, and fumbled for her phone, seemingly intending to call for help. However, before she could find the number, the ruffian snatched the phone from her grasp. "Give it back," Xia Qingzhi exclaimed, her emotions rising. Her delicate and pristine visage caused the man to swallow hard. "She's quite the looker," he remarked. Just then, several girls riding bicycles in the distance approached. and I initially thought they would stand up for Xia Qingzhi, given their ordinary student attire. Isn't that our class flower? The sly vixen has finally learned her lesson. Hasn't she? No more running to adult shops? How can you speak of her so carelessly? Be wary. She might incite her male friends to harm you. I am filled with trepidation. The voice of the leading woman struck a chord of familiarity within me, and upon closer inspection, I recognized her as the student who had initially confronted Xia Qingzhi outside the adult store, adorned with ear studs and dyed hair. She has undergone quite a transformation. Yet one cannot change their inherent nature. I instructed the driver to halt across the street. After disembarking, I entered a shop instead of rushing to Xia Qingzhi's aid. Emotionally, this may not be the right choice, but a sliver of doubt lingered in my mind. I had previously sent her a message, yet she did not respond. Perhaps she was already aware of my impending arrival. The last time outside the adult store, she had fled without even retrieving her backpack. I intended to return her belongings, but unexpectedly encountered her being harassed by thugs. Now, a similar predicament unfolded, raising my suspicions once more. I ignited a cigarette, and through the haze, observed two female students hastily departing on bicycles, while the remaining trio encircled Xia Qingzhi. "Juanzi, I heard you were beaten by that vixen's husband last time," one of them remarked. "It's all that Chen's fault, boasting in front of me. I thought he was impressive, yet he was reduced to nothing. Do you still dare to provoke her? I also find this vixen intolerable, but boys are drawn to her, and even the teachers protect her. The more the teachers shield her, the more I yearn to bring her down. So what if she is beautiful? Her frequenting the adult store reveals her true character, which we all understand." The girl named Juanzi winked at the two thugs, lowering her tone to a more conciliatory pitch. "But Xiang and you are not like that useless Chun. They are brothers of Jiang Long, the big brother of Jiangbei. Juanzi, you must be mistaken. I saw on television that Jiang Long was killed," whispered the smallest girl beside her. "Regardless, Xiang and you possess formidable backing that ordinary people cannot offend. This time, it's not I who seeks trouble. It is Xiang's brother who has specifically targeted this vixen." Juanzi smirked, gazing at Xia Qingzhi's exquisitely flawless face, her mood suddenly shifting to one of discontent. "It's all because of you that I am grounded by my parents. I even dyed my hair back. You wield quite the power, Xia Qingzhi. I have done nothing. Please step aside." "Step aside? You think you can dismiss this incident?" Under pressure from the two thugs, Xia Qingzhi was compelled to lower her head. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. As long as you acknowledge your fault, we are here to help you amend it." The thugs refrained from striking her, while the three female students shoved Xia Qingzhi into the alley. In comparison to the fearless students, the thugs appeared far more seasoned. They whistled at the night market vendor before pushing the girls' bicycles to the mouth of the alley. They exchanged smirks, their faces betraying lascivious intentions, before entering the alley. I extinguished my cigarette, realizing I could no longer delay. Exiting the shop, I focused most of my attention on the alley. Juanzi had pushed Xia Qingzhi against the wall, instructing the shortest girl to take out her phone and record, while she unleashed a torrent of insults, venting a month's worth of pent-up grievances. The cacophony of profanities from the students was particularly jarring. After hurling insults, Juanzi was still unsatisfied, launching a barrage of kicks and punches at Xia Qingzhi, this time choosing to strike her below the belt to avoid leaving any visible marks on her body. How could one descend to such depths of cruelty against an innocent? As I crossed the street, aside from recording on my phone, others were also complicit to varying degrees in the assault on Xia Qingzhi. The hem of her school uniform was torn, her jeans bore the imprints of shoes, and she sat with her hands resting on her thighs, her forehead bowed low. Nearby, a woman pressed her phone against Xia's face, loudly demanding that she raise her head while tugging at her hair and forcing her chin upwards for the camera. Their laughter was reckless and unrestrained. Two thugs eyed Xia Qingzhi with a predatory gaze, for she was a rare gem compared to the three female students tormenting her. Xia Qingzhi's lack of resistance mirrored that of countless victims of bullying, swallowing her pain and revulsion deep within. The shame she felt was like a knife, slicing through her nerves and embedding itself in her mind, creating a wound that would never heal. She gritted her teeth, waiting for her tormentors to depart. Yet the footage on that phone would likely become an inescapable nightmare, shattering her last vestige of dignity into dust. No one acknowledges their own frailty. The most agonizing aspect for the humiliated is the knowledge that their disgrace is witnessed by all. Her eyes slowly reddened, and suddenly, a thought struck her as she caught a glimpse of the phone that had been snatched away. She hadn't even had the chance to make that call. Chapter 397. Strike Back. What are you looking at? Following Xia Qingzhi's gaze, Juanzi discovered her eyes fixated on one of the thugs. The sly vixen had revealed her true nature so swiftly, hadn't she? Were you not adept at pretending? Xia Qingzhi's focus remained solely on the phone that had been taken from her, and she averted her gaze, knowing that any defense would be futile. The woman before her would find endless ways to humiliate her. Speak up. Aren't you good at acting? With her hair gripped tightly, Juanzi resembled a vicious beast, yanking Xia's hair back with force. The other two female students participated, one recording while the other restrained Xia's hands. Speak. Juanzi raised her hand, poised to strike, but suddenly reconsidered, her force diminishing as she recalled something. Xiangge still needs your pretty face. I'll let you off this time. Was Juanzi truly letting her go? Wasn't he that too lenient? The overweight girl holding Xia's arms glimmered with jealousy towards her. This sly vixen had grown accustomed to being beaten. Besides, her worthless body would only dirty my hands. Juanzi wandered through the alley, picking up a brick from the ground. Shui Yuan, remember to record. We're going to have some fun with her today. With the brick in hand, she approached the garbage pile in the alley, occasionally striking certain spots with the brick. Just as everyone was oblivious to her intentions, she emerged holding something. Juanzi, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm just leaving a lovely memory for the class flower. She discarded the brick and presented what she held before her friends, an injured mouse, barely clinging to life. Get away from me, that's disgusting. The girl recording stepped back, fear evident on her face. Look at you, so cowardly. Jianzi twisted the mouse's tail and said to another girl, tear her clothes apart for me. I want to stuff it inside her. The cunning vixen is a perfect match for the dead mouse. Xiaoqing struggled with all her might, attempting to escape, but before she could break free, the thug named Xiangming approached the alleyway. Be obedient, are you eager? He said, his eyes aflame with fervor, his thirst evident as he forcefully held Xiaoqing's hands. Brother Xiang is truly formidable, Jianzi remarked as she and the overweight girl tore apart Xiaoqing's school uniform. The mouse, still struggling, was drawing closer to Xiaoqing. Today is merely the beginning. Unless I force you to transfer schools, what will I do? The bicycle blocking the alley was pushed aside, and the moon retreated behind the clouds, rendering the already dim alley even darker, devoid of any light. I was uncertain of Xiaoqing's identity and hesitated, unsure if she was merely a pawn in a sinister game. However, upon witnessing Jianzi pressuring Xiaoqing with the mouse, I could no longer remain a passive observer. What enmity could exist within the same class that would lead one to commit such acts against a fellow student? Human nature may be inherently evil or good, but such generalizations are too simplistic. Individuals possess both virtues and vices, and one cannot use childhood experiences or familial misfortunes as excuses. Some individuals are intrinsically malevolent, and tolerating their malice only inflicts greater harm upon the innocent. Where's the bravery in standing up for what's right? A thug named you glared at me. My sister is speaking with her classmates. Go away and avoid trouble. The light was dim, and those in the alley could hear commotion outside but could not discern the details. Is someone coming? Jianzi asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. It can't be the police. Can it? The girl recording with her phone seemed timid. Forget it. We have vented our frustrations for today. Isn't she pretending to be pure at school? Isn't she always aloof and indifferent to everyone? Today, I must expose this wretched girl, who is 100 times filthier than us. Strip her. I want her to witness the mouse being stuffed inside. Record everything. Jianzi's words were frantic, her demeanor betraying her nervousness. Xiaoqing was struggling fiercely while Xiangming and Shuyan firmly held her arms. You cunning vixen, your name is Jianzi, right? I gave you an opportunity last time. In the darkness, the night was as bright as day for me. I could see each movement of the girls clearly, yet Jianzi failed to appreciate the chance presented to her. Is Jianzi your friend? You turned to look, only to find Jianzi's lightly made-up face ashen and unnatural. Hearing her voice, he sensed something was amiss. She pulled out her phone and illuminated the scene, her tone rising sharply. You, Xiang, that guy is Xiaoqing's boyfriend. He was the one who assaulted me and Aiken last time. Your memory serves you well, but you seem to remember the food and forget the beating. I stepped into the alley, and you reached out to stop me. You're quite audacious, aren't you? Do you know who I am? I took half a step forward, my fist like an arrow. I clenched my fist and struck Yu's abdomen, interrupting his words. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, while I kicked him aside, disinterested in his plight. Standing before the three female students, I noted that they, like Xiaoqing, wore school uniforms, and carried backpacks. Just moments ago, I had seen the short girl greeting a teacher at the school gate. They appear no different from other students. Yet who could have guessed they would commit such acts against Xia Qingzhi? The facade of one's appearance and societal role serves as the finest disguise. A truth I have come to understand deeply in this deadly game. Let go, I utter softly. Only a few nearby can hear me. The plump woman named Shui Yuan shot a glance at Juanzi, but Juanzi kept her head down, trembling, oblivious to even a mouse scurrying by. Kid, think carefully. This girl is not someone we can toy with. If you dare to touch her, there will be consequences. After delivering his threat, Xiangming glanced at the figure sprawled on the ground and released his grip. Rest assured, I won't stoop to your level. I wish to discern who dares to harm this girl. I have many enemies in Jiangcheng, so I must ensure I do not retaliate against the wrong person. I retrieved my phone, activated the camera function, and handed it to the short girl. You will record with this. The girl, unsure of my intentions, held the phone without daring to move. Your name is Juanzi, correct? I regarded the student before me, pulling Xia Qingzhi behind me. Last time it was you. Why would you inflict such cruelty upon your classmate? Juanzi remained silent, clutching her pants, exuding an aura of innocence. The contrast between her current demeanor and the brazen girl who had previously berated Xia Qingzhi was stark. Tell me your reasoning. If it is indeed Qingzhi's fault, I will leave immediately. After a minute of silence, Juanzi still did not speak. Her silence indicated guilt, did it not? Previously, I spared you because you are a girl and only struck that shun. Now it seems you are the one in dire need of lessons. I gestured towards the camera, then seized Juanzi's uniform, pinning her against the wall that Xia Qingzhi had just leaned against. I swung my right hand in a wide arc slap. A vivid red handprint blossomed on Juanzi's face, the sudden force causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, her eyes swelling, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Kid, are you tired of living? Xiangming, a few meters away, swiftly drew a spring knife from his pocket and lunged at me from behind. The knife aimed for my chest, a perilous assault indeed. In a moment of clarity, I discerned the flaws in Xiangming's attack. I lifted my left foot and struck his knee in a preemptive move. As his assault faltered, I clenched my fist and struck his shoulder blade. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed through the alley. I followed up with 2 kicks, sending the spring knife flying before ceasing my assault. If you hadn't attacked, I would have had no reason to defend myself. Crouching down, I grasped Juanzi firmly. Do you understand your mistake? Yes, I promise I won't trouble her again. Slap. I struck Juanzi's face once more, exerting full force as if I were utterly indifferent to her fate. I am not your parents. I will not refrain from punishing you just because you admit your faults. Chapter 398, Long Street. Half of Juanzi's face was swollen. Her once somewhat attractive features now grotesquely altered. I gazed at her with a smile. I will ask you once more, do you understand your mistake? Tears welled in her eyes as she trembled, stammering, I should not have envied her. Slap. The resounding slap echoed so loudly that even pedestrians outside the alley could hear it. This time, I struck her other cheek. Acknowledging one's wrongdoing can lead to improvement. Alas, I am not a schoolteacher who would forego punishment simply because you admit your fault. Pausing momentarily, I continued. You claim she is like a fox and intend to stuff a mouse into her clothing? Do you believe your actions are justifiable? No, Juanzi hastily shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. The delicate makeup on her face was marred by the marks of my hand, and at last, she could no longer suppress her sobs, which echoed through the alley. Why, then, did you proceed with such actions? When you bully others, should you not consider how it would feel if you were in their place, cornered against the wall? I raised my hand again, and Juanzi crouched on the ground, tucking her head down. The judicial system has shown such tolerance towards individuals like you that it has devolved into indulgence, resulting in repeated acts of bullying. Juanzi, take note of what you just said. I have recorded every word. Do not harbor illusions of retaliation. There will be no next time. I glanced back at Xia Qingzhi, whose eyes were swollen and red yet remained dry of tears. I placed my hands on her shoulders, my inner rage boiling over. You shall confront her as she has treated you. Regardless of what Xia Qingzhi had done to Juanzi, I could comprehend it. However, this girl merely cowered behind me, clutching my arm, her head bowed and lips pressed tightly together, as if speaking would unleash her tears. I gently caressed her hair, easing her grip, and approached Xiangming, who was still wailing. Earlier, I had overheard Juanzi saying that you all intended to target this girl. How could a mere student have offended you? I seized Xiangming's injured shoulder, questioning, Are you preparing to use her as a pawn to target others? I rummaged through his phone, checking the call logs. Besides the flirtatious exchanges between him and Zhuangzi, there were 2 other contacts. One was an acquaintance of mine, the head of the security team at Shiji Xinyuan, Shiyufu, and the other was a person named Shi Qian. Is this related to the Jiang family? I'm used. I have yet to strike at you, yet you have already sought me out. Casually discarding Xiangming's phone, I smiled. Shiyufu is the security captain. Who is this Shi Qian? Do you think I would divulge that information? Xiangming retorted fiercely, his eyes blazing with fury. Ultimately, the Jiang family holds the reins in Jiangqing. You must think carefully before wading into this murky water. Such needless chatter. I signaled for Xia Qingzhi to remain outside as I dragged Xiangming deeper into the alley, releasing the foul specter. The unknown always brings an air of dread. Once Xiangming confessed, I brought Brother Yu into the alley to inquire further. The corroborating testimonies revealed that the Jiang family was already aware of the incidents at Qizhuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and that someone had witnessed me escorting Wang Yu in and out of the Jingying Sanatorium. The matter concerning the ghostly mother is of great significance. The Qizhuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital is one of the greatest secrets of the Sanyin sect. Should outsiders discover their illicit practices of refining ghostly infants and breeding them en masse, it would undoubtedly provoke an assault from righteous cultivators. In their quest to safeguard their secrets, they sought to coerce me into making a misstep. Unfortunately for them, I had not returned home last night, leaving them empty-handed. Fearing I might escape to another city, they resorted to targeting those around me to force my hand. The Shi Qian mentioned in Xiangming's call logs is a disciple of the Sanyin sect, the most accomplished among Shigong's apprentices, having gained the true teachings of Shigong. Upon clarifying these matters, I found myself unwilling to linger with Gu and Xiangming. They are merely inconsequential figures. The true peril lies with the Jiang family. The entity that truly instills fear within me is the Sanyin sect. After reviewing the video recorded by the short girl, I retrieved Xia Qingzhi's phone from Gu and returned it to her. Let us head home. I recall your residence is not far from here. I lit a cigarette and strolled toward the alleyway when I heard the sound of wheels turning behind me. Turning around, I saw Xia Qingzhi silently following me, pushing her bicycle. The zipper of her school uniform had been undone, revealing a snug white short-sleeved shirt beneath. Despite her instinctive attempts to cover up, a few muddy shoe prints were still visible. The desolate city glimmered with unfamiliar neon lights, and along the long street, a girl, disheveled and seemingly aggrieved, followed behind, pushing her bicycle as if she had nowhere to voice her grievances. It is getting late. We should head home. I extinguished the cheap cigarette, but found myself unable to voice the thoughts I had prepared for Xia Qingzhi. All the doubts and inquiries had been meticulously rehearsed for an entire afternoon prior to my arrival. I had enumerated all potential scenarios, even contemplating psychological tactics. Yet when I finally encountered Xia Qingzhi, I discovered I was utterly speechless. It was not solely due to her recent ordeal. Rather, it was a profound sense of resonance. Each time I saw Xia Qingzhi, it felt as though I were gazing into a mirror of my own experiences. The phrase underworld show is one that must never be uttered to outsiders, including the live-streaming audience like Du Yu and the balding uncle. They understood that the stream they watched was extraordinary, yet remained oblivious to the platform's name or address. However, Xia Qingzhi was different. She was the one who initially approached me with a recruitment card for the underworld show. In her presence, I dared to utter the words underworld show. In a sense, we both exist in solitude. From another perspective, Xia Qingzhi is the sole individual in this city who is aware of my true identity. Should my livestream fail, she may be the only one left to remember me. I felt akin to an undercover agent infiltrating a drug lord's inner circle, with Xia Qingzhi as my only point of contact. Vehicles occasionally sped by on the road, and the autumn wind crept into my collar. I turned and quickened my pace, standing half a step away from Xia Qingzhi, gazing into her beautiful, pure eyes, which resembled a misty lake. Ultimately, I refrained from questioning her and quietly uttered, "I met your brother." Xia Qingzhi's fingers trembled as she raised her head, gazing deeply into my eyes. I am not lying, am I? He truly exists, doesn't he? I solemnly nodded. I intended to say something more, but Xia Qingzhi's reaction was so fervent that she did not even realize tears had begun to stream down her cheeks. You know, there is finally a second person in this city who has seen my brother. Do you understand? Sometimes, I start to doubt myself. Am I going mad? Is my brother merely a figment of my imagination? I am gradually beginning to question my own reality. The usually quiet and reserved Xia Qingzhi stood on the street corner, uttering many words, her voice intertwining with her tears, rendering me unable to interrupt or reveal the harsh truth. After a considerable time, Xia Qingzhi began to cough violently. I helped her set aside her bicycle and gently wiped the remnants of tears from her cheeks. The fingertips lightly grazed what felt like a meticulously crafted jade artifact, imbued with a hint of coolness that tugged at the heart. "Qingzhi, your brother entrusted me with a task before he departed," I began. "What task? Does it concern me?" she inquired. I did not respond with a simple yes or no, instead continuing. "He asked me to save Xia Qingzhi." "Save me? My brother sent you to protect me?" she questioned. "No." I shook my head. "The Xia Qingzhi he wished for me to save is not the same as you. That Xia Qingzhi appears to have perished." I could not fathom why I divulged this to the girl before me. Perhaps remnants of the encounter I had with her a month prior at the adult shop lingered in the recesses of my mind. Without her, I would not have ventured into the underworld showcase. Without that showcase, I might have been trampled beneath Jiang Chen's feet. I was at a loss regarding how to confront her. Should I feel gratitude, resentment, or sympathy? "My first commission begins with you. You directed me to find Xia Qi, and I located him, yet he revealed that the true Xia Qingzhi had already died. Who should I trust? Which of you is deceiving me?" The echoes of my voice mingled with the cold wind as Xia Qingzhi and I stood face to face. She remained frozen in place for a prolonged moment before retrieving her phone from her pocket and presenting it to me. When she had been accosted by thugs, her instinct had been to call for help, and the number poised for dialing was mine. She pressed the call button, and the busy signal reverberated between us. I took out my phone, connected the call, and placed it to my ear, gazing at the girl before me while listening to the voice on the other end. "You are the most beautiful, unexpected encounter I found in my deepest despair. In this entire city, you are the only one willing to believe in me." Chapter 399. Li Jingyu. Xia Qingzhi was acutely sensitive to my doubts, akin to a drowning soul in a black river who, upon grasping a life-saving branch, suddenly discovers its roots are loosening and cannot bear her weight. The screen displayed my phone number, and in her moment of crisis, her instinct was to reach out to me for assistance, a subconscious act that signified immense trust. Holding the phone and observing the tear-streaked visage of Xia Qingzhi, a tumult of emotions surged within me. I would rather face vengeful spirits than be regarded with such despair by her. Her gaze seemed to question me. "You are the only one who chose to believe in me. Why do you now harbor doubts? Why the change of heart? Had I known this would transpire, why instill hope in me?" Standing before me was Xia Qingzhi, and her brother Xia Qi's words echoed in my mind, as if that long-vanished man were now behind me. Caught between the two siblings, I was uncertain whom to believe. Xia Qi represented a faction led by the first host of the Underworld Showcase, a group that had reaped substantial rewards from it, only to discover that accumulating 10,000 points was an insurmountable task. Consequently, they banded together to seek alternative methods to resist the showcase in the shadows. Logically, I should align myself with them, becoming a comrade in their camp. Xia Qi, risking much by contacting me during the 10th live broadcast, likely aimed to win me over and pave the way for my eventual alliance with them. I could perceive his goodwill, yet could I genuinely place my trust in him? On one hand, there is the high school girl who regards me as her sole lifeline, and on the other, the former host who once held the threads of my memories, now vanished from sight. Both possess qualities that inspire my trust, yet neither can wholly persuade me. I set my phone aside, attempting to glean some insight from Xia Qingzhi's expression, but even with my discerning gaze, I gleaned nothing. No one enjoys being falsely accused, especially by those they hold in the highest regard. To me, she appears as a seemingly delicate girl with an indomitable spirit and resilience. Leave your brother's matters to me. One day, I will bring him before you for a conversation face to face. I remain uncertain if any misunderstanding lingers between Xia Qingzhi and her brother, nor do I grasp the true meaning behind Xia Qi's words. Yet I feel that someone who has entrusted their hopes to another should not be betrayed. Let us go home. As long as I am alive, the commission shall not conclude. I will shoulder all truths and outcomes. As I turned to depart, my hand was suddenly grasped. Xia Qingzhi removed a plum blossom pendant from her phone and pressed it into my palm. "This is my talisman for you." After speaking, she pushed her bicycle and fled like the wind. I glanced at the pendant in my hand, its silver petals glimmering like the light of the morning star. "Thank you. It's beautiful," I called out to Xia Qingzhi, retrieving my phone only to find no place to hang the pendant. By some strange coincidence, I pulled out my large-screen phone from my pocket, once used in the underworld showcase. At the bottom of the phone, there was a small hole, and without further thought, I hung the pendant there. From that moment on, this phone became truly unique. With a wry smile, I took a taxi back to Ting Tang Road, silently practicing my true heart technique. Since becoming a host in the underworld showcase, I have discovered that this world is far larger than I ever imagined. Everything remains shrouded in mystery. I feel like an infant who has just learned to walk, compelled by the harsh training of the underworld showcase to grow stronger. Step by step, inching closer to the truth. After a night of silence, the next morning, I called Li Jingyu to arrange a meeting at 9 o'clock. Then took a taxi towards the new Haishing district. Nuhu City, located at the confluence of 3 provinces, is the largest among the second-tier cities in central and southern China. This city is renowned for its industry, attracting a significant influx of outsiders each year. In contrast to the millennium-old Jiang City, Nuhu is a burgeoning metropolis that has developed rapidly since the reform and opening up policy. Here, one can witness the evolution of the times and the grotesque urban chain formed by the stark disparity between the rich and the poor. Perhaps next to luxurious villas lies a dilapidated shanty town still inhabited by those awaiting relocation, with lush mountains and rivers on one side, and trash and rubble on the other. Nuhu is divided into 6 districts, with Haishing being one of the more underdeveloped areas, characterized by a dense cluster of factories and aging buildings, predominantly inhabited by factory workers from the vicinity. As the bus entered Nuhu's Haishing district, the once bright sky noticeably dimmed, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Hebo had mentioned that after Lu Xing left him, he might have gone to Nuhu, the lair of a murderer. If he is hiding here, it would indeed be difficult to uncover. I lit a cigarette as I stepped out of the bus station, surrounded by factory shuttle vans, each transporting workers laden with bags, making their way from the station to transfer to other vehicles. Life is undoubtedly challenging. I took out the envelope and glanced at the address before hailing a taxi. Half an hour later, as I beheld the housing before me, I found it hard to believe. The 6-story building has been transformed into rooms that resemble prisons, with various articles of clothing hanging outside the few windows that catch the sun. Can the second daughter of the esteemed new tycoon of Shanghai reside in such a place? Li Jingyu's situation is even more tragic than I had imagined. Comparing her life to Zhang Fei's, one can see that Li Jingyu has fallen from the clouds into the mud. As I rounded the back of the building, I found Li Jingyu waiting outside for quite some time. Over here, her attire and demeanor starkly contrasted with her surroundings, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. I nodded and followed her into the building. Her rented accommodation was on the 6th floor, largely due to the lower rent of the topmost level. Please come in. Let me get you a glass of water. The space behind the door was not particularly large, estimated at around 15 square meters, with the bathroom and kitchen separated only by a wooden door. The room was tidy. Although small, it did not feel cramped. On the stiff wooden bed lay only a single sheet, neatly topped with a thin blanket and a few books. The room was clean, though the sight of expensive underwear hanging by the window, wrinkled from being washed with detergent, was somewhat disheartening. Forgive the mess, Li Jingyu said, leaving the clothes unattended as she placed the cup of water in front of me. I didn't know you were coming. The space is too small, and I had to leave the clothes there after washing them. Witnessing her plight solidified my resolve to assist her. Let us get straight to the point. I am very interested in your proposal. I lifted the cup, observing the floating impurities in the water. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that the daughter of Shanghai's wealthiest man lived in such conditions. I am proud and assertive, and I have offended many in the company, from shareholders to the doorman, not to mention my ineffectual brother. Li Jingyu rubbed her forehead. At 39, she remained single, dedicating herself entirely to her work, which had helped stabilize the position of the tycoon, Li Changwei. Yet, she had not anticipated that upon his sudden passing, she would be ousted from the upper echelons of the company. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The CEO had reduced her to her current state. My father could not bear children. My brother and I are both adopted, lacking any blood ties. The old man's departure was abrupt, and worse still, my brother concealed the news of our father's death while I was away negotiating a project. My father's enterprises spanned dining, entertainment, electronics, and real estate. To seize complete control, my brother kept the truth from me for a full month. Li Jingyu regarded me with a faint smile. This woman, still possessing grace, had been shaped by time into a being of unique poise. When I returned, not only had my rights been stripped away, but my assets were also frozen. I admit that part of them stem from questionable income, but this is a well-known game within the industry. Now I have nothing, yet with my abilities, I could easily re-establish myself in any enterprise. However, I am unwilling to accept this. She spoke with a fierce determination, her eyes sharpening. I am unwilling to let my hard-earned legacy, built over 20 years, be usurped by a ruthless criminal. Her tone slowed, and she added, I suspect that my father did not die of natural causes. I believe it was murder. Chapter 400, The Reporter. Murder? A jolt coursed through me, my lips curling into a smile. Was it a woman's intuition at play? I indeed lacked direct evidence to substantiate my claims. Li Jingyu sat on the bed, gazing at her delicate, fair fingers. My father was an exceedingly selfish man. It is inconceivable that he would establish a will during his lifetime, bequeathing all his assets to my elder brother. Furthermore, how could a man in robust health suddenly succumb to a heart attack? These two perplexities have long haunted me, leading me to believe that my father's demise must have been a meticulously orchestrated murder. So, you wish for my assistance in this investigation? I shifted my tone, questioning why. Amidst the plethora of private detectives in Central and South Huazhong, you chose to seek me out. Li Jingyu paused, her beautiful eyes cast downward. You saved me on the dam. Thus, as a token of gratitude, I am offering you this lucrative opportunity. I fail to perceive this as a chance for wealth. I have already been designated as the top adversary by Jiangjin Real Estate. Now, further antagonizing the wealthiest individual in Xinhu would render my existence in Central and South Huazhong untenable. Do you wish for me to flee abroad? Setting down my cup, I met Li Jingyu's gaze directly. Let us discuss something tangible and see if you can persuade me. Had it not been for you on that day at the dam, I would have perished at the hands of villains. You saved my life, and thus I am willing to share this information with you. Human lives are at stake, and with assets worth billions involved, we cannot afford any mistakes. Li Jingyu had long grown accustomed to speaking in such a manner, devoid of subtlety or concession. It appears you still do not grasp my intent. Rising from my chair, I feigned departure. There is no motivation without profit. What I seek is a visible reward. If you can ascertain the cause of my father's death and uncover evidence that the will is forged, you may name your price. With a smile, Li Jingyu displayed her assertive demeanor. You certainly have a talent for making empty promises. Currently, you possess nothing. If my investigation reveals that the old man's death was due to natural causes and the will is legitimate, then my efforts would be in vain, would they not? I am acutely aware that Li Changwei's death was murder, yet I am not prepared to expose this. Conclusions drawn through diligent investigation carry far greater weight than mere assertions, and they may yield more substantial benefits. What do you propose? Without evidence, I cannot overthrow Li Chuanxiang. What do you believe I have left to offer you? Perched on the edge of the bed, the air grew somewhat stifling. Li Jingyu realized her words had been ill-considered and clasped her legs tightly. I am wagering, and you are as well. Should we succeed, I will pay you a sum exceeding 1 million. We can sign the contract now. 1 million holds little allure for me. However, your status intrigues me greatly. What are your intentions? The amount of compensation is inconsequential. I possess numerous means to earn money, and there is no need to undertake such considerable risks for this investigation. However, the influence of the wealthiest individual in Xinhu within the business realm is precisely what I require. I can assist you in reclaiming your family estate, but you must pledge that once you regain your position, you will spare no effort to suppress Jiangjin Real Estate. My words were resolute, devoid of hesitation. It seems you have anticipated this. Li Jingyu scrutinized me from head to toe. As a private investigator, what confidence do you possess in aiding me to reclaim my family estate? Or do you already possess crucial information regarding my father's death? No comment. I have long been aware of the discord between you and the Jiang family. I simply did not anticipate it had escalated to this extent. A fleeting glimmer of cunning passed through Li Jingyu's eyes. Very well, I can acquiesce to your request. Let us sign the contract now. She retrieved the contract that had been meticulously prepared from beneath her pillow and placed it before me. Take a look at the points you find objectionable, and I shall amend the contract. In the end, I will add a clause pertaining to Jiangjin Real Estate. You merchants are solely motivated by profit. Even if this contract is signed, you will conjure various reasons and excuses to evade your obligations. I shook my head, resolute in my refusal to sign, for there was no necessity to do so. Confronting the Jiang family was a nebulous concept, yet I hoped that once you achieved your goals, you would exert your utmost effort. Otherwise, what I helped you secure could just as easily lead to your ruin. You are undoubtedly aware of the events that transpired on that night of the citywide manhunt. I am not a merchant, so do not attempt to deceive me with your commercial tactics. With a casual flick, I pushed aside the contract that Li Jingyu had so carefully prepared and locked my gaze onto her eyes. She was a woman of remarkable ambition, and within the depths of her pupils, I could discern a burning flame. Even amidst her adversities, she held herself to the most stringent standards. Your confidence affirms my judgment of you. Once our endeavors bear fruit, I shall endeavor to persuade the shareholders to take action against the Jiang family. It is fortuitous that their influence is waning, and they have fallen into a trough. The shareholders would likely welcome the opportunity to see their brands penetrate Jiang City, thereby dismantling the Jiang family's monopoly in certain domains. After listening to Li Jingyu's words, I nodded in acknowledgement. This verbal accord suffices. Now, let us discuss the specific intelligence you possess. Li Jingyu reflected for a moment. My father has been reclusive, scarcely involving himself in company affairs over the past few years. He resides alone in a villa in the Shuangfo district of Zhenheshi. Shuangfo district? The sudden mention of this locality prompted an instinctive response from me. What is peculiar about a mere district name? Li Jingyu inquired, her expression one of confusion. It is nothing. I merely have a heightened sensitivity to Shuangfo. I replied with a quiet sigh, realizing that I had become a skittish bird, startled by the duality of the Buddha. My father, living in solitude in the villa, seldom engaged with the outside world, only occasionally summoning my elder brother to discuss certain matters. Just days before my father's passing, my brother had visited the villa. Li Jingyu paused, seemingly having made a decision, and continued, what transpired between them, I do not know. But there are rumors within the company that someone witnessed my brother bringing a young, beautiful model into the villa, yet when he emerged, she was conspicuously absent. In my mind, my father had always embodied seriousness, wisdom, and authority. I had never entertained such thoughts. Yet, the truth revealed that my father was not as formidable as I had perceived. He concealed another, unknown facet of his existence. Li Jingyu's voice carried a tinge of anguish, and I could empathize with the sensation of a once revered figure crumbling before one's eyes. In the days leading up to my father's incident, a tabloid journalist had concealed himself around the villa, capturing clandestine photographs. It was said that even from a distance, he heard the anguished cries emanating from within and recorded some astonishing occurrences that defied explanation. Subsequently, this incident was swept under the rug, with my brother stepping forward to clarify that it was all a fabrication, that no journalist had ever been present. Although this matter seemed trivial, upon auditing the company's accounts, I discovered that 4 million had been funneled into an ordinary account held by my brother, and further verification revealed that the account's owner was involved in the media industry. Li Jingyu took out paper and pen, reminiscing as she wrote down that the reporter was named Zhang Hong, an entertainment journalist from outside, residing in Haixing district. His previous reports could easily be found online. How to describe him? After much contemplation, she settled on the word unique. This individual was crucial. He surely held certain unspeakable secrets of her father and elder brother. Unraveling this mystery depended on locating him. Zhang Hong. His unexpected emergence diverged from my initial conjectures. Had he captured something inexplicable outside the villa? A sudden realization struck me. The matter concerning Li Changui appeared to be more intricate than I had presumed. Wang Yuchen, on the electric chair, may not have lied, yet she undoubtedly concealed something of immense significance. I withdrew my phone and began to search for news articles Zhang Hong had reported. Aside from a scant few pertaining to entertainment gossip, the majority revolved around Shuangfo district. The 3 words that appeared most frequently in his reports were Shuangmianfo, dual-faced Buddha. Reports of the resurgence of a sinister cult, believers engaging in self-immolation while invoking the unknown Buddha's name. A plethora of stone tablets lay in the underground palace, embodying duality, resembling both Buddha and demon. Recent developments in the skinning case revealed that the perpetrator was not human, but rather a punishment from the Buddha, serendipitously encountering the suspect, Liu Xing, in Jiangqing's serial murder case within Shuangfo district. Chapter 401, Candid Photos. Each news piece was alarming to me, yet the responses and total views were disappointingly low. Compared to the allure of celebrity gossip, these items indeed struggled to capture public attention. In this era, where sensational news abounds, Zhang Heng's reports concerning the supernatural failed to garner much notice. Even if a few individuals chanced upon them, they would likely dismiss them as mere ghost stories. This reporter did not chase the most popular or profitable material. Instead, he traversed Shuangfo district, delving into matters of cults and Buddhists. Even if such entities were real, those involved would not disclose the truth, reinforcing my belief that he was an extraordinary person. Li Jingyu rose and poured herself a glass of water, delicately blowing away the impurities on the surface, akin to an elegant Persian cat, before taking a sip. Indeed, he was an exceptional individual, and my interest in your commission intensified. I silently committed to memory the clues Li Jingyu had provided. His reports were largely framed with captivating headlines. Yet the content remained vague and lacking substance. Was he merely seeking to attract attention, or did he genuinely possess astonishing secrets he was reluctant to reveal? This remained unclear to me. Each profession has its specialty. You are the great detective, so you may analyze this matter. Li Jingyu smiled, and upon receiving my affirmative response, she visibly relaxed, her gaze towards me softening. In her moment of vulnerability, unable to offer any reward, I willingly extended my assistance in her investigation, viewing it as a kindness. Strategizing, I first needed to gather information about this individual. Setting my phone aside, I took up paper and pen, enumerating all 15 articles related to Shuangfo district that Zhang Heng had reported, 11 of which occurred within the district. One article even included his photograph, his eyes like those of a sheep, surrounded by white, a pointed head and narrow forehead, heavy eyebrows and scorched hair, a wide mouth with thin lips, a sharp nose, and a slender chin, with earlobes turned outward. Though I am not particularly versed in physiognomy, my immediate impression upon seeing him was that he bore a fierce countenance. This is not to imply that he possesses a cruel or violent nature, but rather that his fate seems fraught with peril and misfortune. He exhibits signs of premature aging, prompting me to hasten my departure to locate him. A delay could spell disaster. I set down my pen, stowed the paper filled with information into my pocket, and resolved to gather evidence promptly. I appreciate your patience during this interim period and eagerly await your good news. Upon exiting the residence of Li Jingyu, the clock struck 10 in the morning. Without pausing, I hailed a taxi to Zhang Heng's abode. Zhang Heng, also an outsider, resides in the Haixing district, albeit distanced from the factory. In the Nuhu area, it is considered a decent locale. The community is modest, comprising 3 rows of residential buildings that have seen better days. Instead of ascending directly to search for him, I first sought out the landlord, an elderly woman in her 60s. Under the pretense of inquiring about rental options, I accompanied her upstairs for a thorough inspection. As we passed Zhang Heng's door, I paid particular attention, engaging in casual conversation with the landlord to extract the information I sought. Indeed, Zhang Heng resides here, yet he is seldom home. According to the landlord, he is a taciturn and peculiar individual, rather reclusive. On one occasion during the Dragon Boat Festival, the kind-hearted elderly woman prepared zongzi and delivered them to each tenant, but Zhang Heng remained enigmatic, not permitting her entry into his apartment. Just 2 nights prior, she heard him shouting frantically within his quarters, behaving as though he had lost his sanity. As she approached to admonish him, she witnessed him hastily exiting the community with some object in hand, and he has yet to return. Despite the eccentricity of his character, a trace of concern was evident in the elderly woman's voice. Having acquired the desired intelligence, I withdrew and lit a cigarette, meandering around the vicinity of Zhang Heng's residence. His unexplained absence since the late night 2 days ago piqued my curiosity. I retrieved the paper filled with news articles. Zhang Heng's last report concerned the Jiangqing serial killer, Lu Xing, who was sighted in the Shuangfo district precisely 2 days ago, the same night the deadly game commenced. What connection could exist between these events? Could it be that Zhang Heng has truly encountered Lu Xing? Is Lu Xing currently hiding in the Shuangfo district? After suffering a fall from the dam and sustaining a wound from my blade, Lu Xing must still be in a state of recovery. Meanwhile, I have completed my 10th live broadcast, gaining 3 additional spectral allies, thus significantly enhancing my strength. This juxtaposition of power presents an opportune moment to confront him. Before venturing into the Shuangfo district, I must first locate the journalist to clarify the details. This precaution is necessary. I lingered outside the community until noon. Yet Zhang Heng had not appeared. After a brief period of hesitation, I resolved not to squander any further time. The hour was just past 1, the sun blazed overhead, and the streets were sparsely populated. I stealthily infiltrated the community. I had nearly acquainted myself with the residents' particulars and encountered no obstacles en route to Zhang Heng's doorstep. People may deceive, but objects remained truthful. I produced a universal key from my pocket, originally belonging to Detective Number 3, which I had surreptitiously acquired following the conclusion of the deadly game. The single-layer security door yielded in mere seconds. I acted swiftly and without hesitation, stepping into the interior. Circumstances dictate my actions, so I hope you will not cast blame upon me. I placed a sheet of paper at the threshold, closed the door behind me, and covered my mouth and nose with my hand. The room had not been cleaned for quite some time, exuding a faint, unpleasant odor. His modest living space, a bedroom, a living room, and a private bathroom, was relatively acceptable. The television in the living room remained plugged in, its screen glowing red. On the coffee table lay remnants of half-eaten fast food, now spoiled, and a scarcely sipped bottle of soda. These signs indicated he had left in a great hurry. What had transpired? I refrained from touching anything inside, standing at the doorway and casting a discerning glance over the disordered living room. Shoes were haphazardly strewn by the entrance, while clothes were carelessly tossed onto the sofa, an archetype of a single man's lair. I stepped inside and pushed open the bedroom door. The space was nearly unwalkable. Apart from a large bed, the remaining area was cluttered with various tools and materials. The books scattered around the room mostly delved into themes such as where does the soul go after death, the weight of the soul, and does Buddha exist? To avoid leaving fingerprints, I donned dust gloves and meticulously examined each volume, discovering notes pinned by Zhang Heng on nearly every few pages, an indication of his insatiable thirst for knowledge. After replacing the books, I crouched down, cautiously shifting my weight. The tools scattered on the floor were familiar to me: tripods, cameras, and non-extendable cameras. They were standard photography equipment, albeit all modified for enhanced convenience and portability. The non-extendable camera was encased in a homemade cover, resembling a gentleman's wallet. In the corner, a toolbox was neatly organized with various lenses, data cables, and repair tools. This individual was quite the professional. To someone knowledgeable, a chip, a lens, a data cable, and a casing could easily be assembled into a rudimentary covert recording device. As I pondered this, a faint red light caught my eye beneath the air conditioning unit. It was quite audacious to install cameras in one's own home. I retrieved a chair to dismantle the camera and discovered several modified surveillance devices scattered throughout the house: pins, belts, watches, all meticulously crafted. An unknowing observer might mistake this chap for a spy lurking in New Who. The surveillance footage was being simultaneously uploaded to the cloud. If I wished to depart undetected, I would need to delete these recordings first. I activated the sole computer in the room and was immediately startled by the desktop wallpaper, a gruesome image of a male corpse, beside which stood a man wearing a baseball cap, wielding a sharp knife as he plunged it into the back of the victim's neck, seemingly preparing to peel away the skin. The entire scene was captured without the man's awareness of the recording. Was this the skinning case Zhang Heng had mentioned? The more I gazed at the man in the cap, the more familiar he appeared. Wasn't that Lu Xing? Chapter 402. The Death Recording in the Image. Lu Xing exuded a handsome maturity tinged with an air of malevolence. The photo only captured half of his face, devoid of scars. According to my research, Zhang Heng's report on the skinning case had surfaced months prior, at a time when I was not yet a host in the Underworld Showcase. If Lu Xing was indeed the perpetrator of the skinning case, he must have been active in New Who prior to arriving in Jiang City. What was he doing here? Did the double Buddha district truly have connections to the dual-faced Buddha? I have arranged the sequence of events in my mind, yet my confusion only deepens. Zhang Heng's final article pertains to Lu Xing, yet he makes no mention of the notorious skinning case from years past. Instead, he speaks of the serial killer from Jiangcheng, Lu Xing, appearing in the Shuangfo district. His actions suggest he is not merely seeking to capture public attention. It is noteworthy that he has set the photographs of the murder scene as his computer desktop background, indicating that this incident is indelibly etched in his memory. I am perplexed by his motivations for such behavior. However, one thing remains certain: he gazes upon that image daily, and the individual within it is surely etched in his mind. Zhang Heng has long uncovered Lu Xing's true identity, knowing that the perpetrator of the Xinhu skinning case is the same as that of the Jiangcheng serial murders. Yet, why does he refrain from alerting the authorities? Upon researching the skinning case online, I was struck by a particularly glaring line: a substantial reward of 50,000 yuan for any valuable information provided by the public. Earning such a sum may be challenging for others, but for Zhang Heng, it would require little more than submitting the background image on his desktop to the police. thereby aiding them in identifying the suspect and securing a significant contribution. Yet, he not only fails to do so, but also deliberately conceals the truth, which leaves me baffled. Of course, a person who dares to use murder scene photographs as their computer wallpaper is unlikely to be of sound mind, making it difficult to apply conventional reasoning. I took out my phone and began recording the computer screen, opening each document on the desktop. Most document titles were indecipherable, having been encrypted in a peculiar manner. Zhang Heng's myriad actions have only served to deepen my confusion. The naming of documents can often reveal aspects of a person's character and suggest patterns that hint at the type of content within. His use of gibberish for file names is entirely unexpected. It appears quite professional, evoking a specific occupation in my mind, though I dismissed the thought with a wry smile, believing it to be a mere coincidence. I found nothing useful on the computer and had to seek alternative means. He has captured footage of the killer in action but opts not to report it to the police, instead conducting his own investigation. Does he see himself as a superhero? I perused Zhang Heng's previous reports regarding the skinning case. One article bore the title "Latest Developments in the Skinning Case." The killer is not human, but a divine punishment from the Buddha. His subconscious reveals a tendency towards idealism, indicating a belief in the existence of spirits, as evidenced by his reading choices. Could he also be a follower of the dual-faced Buddha? Shaking my head, I quickly dismissed this notion, although I have never met Zhang Heng. My impressions suggest he does not exhibit the characteristics of a disciple of the dual-faced Buddha, as their modus operandi starkly contrasts. Perhaps he has made a significant discovery in the Shuangfo district, and the skinning case could serve as corroborative evidence. He may be wary of alarming the perpetrators, which is why he has withheld the clues from the police. Lacking any evidence, I can only speculate. My bedroom is cluttered with numerous items. I spent 2 hours meticulously searching, yet unearthed nothing of value. This Zhang Heng proves to be more formidable than I initially imagined. There is no perfect crime, only careless police work. I must have overlooked something crucial. After searching once more, even knocking on the floor tiles and walls, I still found nothing. What exactly is this fellow, a journalist or a special police officer from the Public Security Bureau? With a resigned smile, I realized that the surveillance camera beneath the air conditioning unit had captured my image. To escape unscathed, I could only delete the videos on the computer, but therein lay the dilemma. All the documents on the computer were encrypted and utterly inaccessible. Watching the sun dip towards the horizon, I resolved to take decisive action. I retrieved tools from Zhang Heng's toolbox, disassembled his computer, and pocketed the hard drive. This cannot be deemed theft. Rather, I am indirectly safeguarding him. After persuading myself, I restored everything to its original state and exited the bedroom. As for the encrypted documents, I wondered if anyone in the criminal investigation team at the district bureau could decipher the password. This trip was originally meant to handle matters concerning Li Jingyu, yet I found myself entangled in further complications. I would tackle one issue at a time. Glancing at the clock, I realized that the extensive search had consumed too much time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. With little time left, I needed to leave before the other tenants returned from work. Though I had not intended to search the living room, I instinctively approached the sofa, where clothes were carelessly strewn about. Upon examining a pair of trousers, I noticed dirt on the knees, an unusual place for soil to accumulate under normal circumstances. The fabric also bore tiny tears, as if something had ripped it. Had he been in a fight? Or perhaps he had fallen. Upon closer inspection, I suddenly spotted a red hair caught at the cuff of a shirt. It was smooth and vibrant, not dyed. Could it belong to an animal? But what creature would have blood-red fur? I retrieved a piece of paper to wrap the hair carefully and placed it close to me, then continued to sift through the garments, soon making another discovery. Within a pair of black sweatpants, I found a pen. Its casing was plastic and significantly lighter than a standard pen. Twisting off the cap, I noticed 2 tiny holes. A recording device. A delightful surprise. I lifted the pen to my ear and switched it on. The audio quality was poor. Initially, I could only hear the sound of wind. After about 10 seconds, I faintly discerned 2 men conversing. 20 years of planning ruined in an instant. The Buddha is deeply disappointed in you. He believes your life is no longer worth altering. The Buddha's opinion of me is not for you to voice. As long as I, Lu Xing, am alive, you lack the authority to discuss my fate. From nothing to something, the auspicious signs favor him. It appears that the one who seeks to defy destiny is him. Are you threatening me? The one threatening you is not me. It is a person named Gao Jian. Have you uncovered his background? Unknown. He is likely another disciple of a fate-altering master. In Jiangcheng, The intricate feng shui has tempted many to ascend, but the karmic veil conceals the celestial secrets, making it impossible for those in the city to predict. All right, come back with me. The Buddha wishes to meet you. Now, is there anything I need to bring? I mean blood offerings. No need. Xinhu is different from Jiangxing. This is our territory. What you must do now is prepare your excuses. The Buddha is not as easily deceived as I am. I will personally retrieve what was lost. Once I recover, it will be Gao Jian's demise. The first recording concluded, and I stood in the room for a long while after listening. To hear my name within the eavesdropping device of a stranger, was it mere coincidence, or was there a force guiding me toward this revelation? I saved Li Jingyu, who was destined to perish at the dam, and in an unexpected turn of events, I stumbled upon the whereabouts of Luxing, as if fate itself were guiding my path. Xinhu is the territory of the dual-faced Buddha, and my presence here is fraught with peril. Their dialogue suggests they are still intent on eliminating me, which affirms that my preemptive strike was indeed a prudent strategy. After listening to the recording, I became increasingly cautious. Xinhu City is far from the tranquility it outwardly presents. This recording is of utmost importance to me, and I must safeguard it diligently. Zhang Heng brought an unexpected surprise. I yearned to return to Jiangcheng immediately to decipher the password of his documents and uncover the secrets they may hold. As I pondered, the second segment of the recording began to play automatically. A man's voice emerged, muffled as if he were speaking with something in his mouth. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the familiar sound of something tapping against the wall resounded, clearer than ever before. I could discern that the noise was drawing closer to me. This might be a consequence of my profession, yet I harbor no regrets. Chapter 403. Night exploration of the dual Buddha district. The room was eerily quiet. The weary male voice on the recording seemed to be engaging in soliloquy. The sound of dripping water and the shadowy figure on the ceiling, along with other inexplicable phenomena, were increasing in frequency, prompting me to reflect on when they had begun. Was it when I witnessed the murderer skinning a victim? When I entered the Li Manor? Or perhaps within the Buddha's tomb? It is difficult to ascertain. By the time I realized it, I was likely already ensnared. Today marks my final investigation. The hidden surveillance devices I had installed have been discovered, rendering Xinhu City unsafe for me. The recording device contained 3 segments, the last of which was unintelligible. I glanced at the time, restored everything to its original state, removed the universal key, and departed from Zhang Heng's rented room. Once outside the community, I hastily hailed a taxi and made my way to the dual Buddha district. Along the route, I gleaned some insights from the driver regarding this area. Overall, the dual Buddha district is not vast, economically backward, and inconvenient in terms of transportation. Were it not for the Li Group's sentimental attachment to this land, investing in its development, the dual Buddha district would likely remain a barren expanse, akin to the plot where Xinhu High School is situated. However, despite their substantial investment in constructing the dual Buddha district, its population still pales in comparison to other districts. At night, the area is almost devoid of illumination, as most who work there during the day return to other districts after their shifts. There are myriad reasons for this phenomenon. Experts from Xinhu have analyzed it, deeming it an inevitable process of economic development. Thus it has gone largely unheeded. Yet, I have taken the driver's words to heart. Every occurrence must have its underlying cause. By day, the dual Buddha district appears similar to others, but by night it resembles a ghost town. How can such a stark contrast be merely attributed to economic factors? People's subconscious choices often adhere to the fundamental principle of seeking advantage. Living beings instinctively evade danger. From my perspective, the behavior of individuals avoiding the dual Buddha district, even relocating to other areas while returning to work during the day, is profoundly peculiar. The cost of living is comparable on both sides, rendering such actions unnecessary. Upon exiting the taxi, I found myself wandering alone through the pristine streets of Shuangfo district. The surroundings were remarkably clean, yet shops were scarce, and the roads bore witness to a mere trickle of vehicles, with only the occasional delivery car zipping by. Within a few hundred meters, I could spot 3 or 4 individuals. Though it was not peak evening hours, this seemed rather peculiar. Lighting a cigarette, I observed the passers-by, who were predominantly elderly or disabled. The proportion of disabled individuals in Shuangfo district, when compared to the general population, appeared alarmingly high. Could it be that Shuangfo district serves as a sanctuary for the elderly in Xinhua City? I watched as a blind man led by a guide dog walked past, prompting me to meander aimlessly, noting the locations of the surveillance cameras. As the workday drew to a close, a throng of people surged forth from the various buildings, transforming the once quiet streets into a bustling scene. The roads became lively, with intersections experiencing congestion, and the mingling sounds of conversation and car horns infused the atmosphere with a semblance of urbanity. However, this vibrant spectacle lasted scarcely an hour before dissipating, as if orchestrated by an unseen conductor issuing a command for the crowd to retreat. The sidewalks became desolate once more, with only the rare vehicle traversing the road. This place was undeniably strange. After walking for some time, I finally encountered a large shopping plaza. Most of its shops adorned with notices of transfer or rental, while several others stood locked tight. The vast expanse of the plaza contained only 2 or 3 establishments still in operation. I approached a shopkeeper for casual conversation, but he merely lamented the difficulties of business and shared trivial grievances about life, offering little of substance. By 8 o'clock, the last remaining store shuttered its doors, leaving the shopping center eerily quiet, illuminated only by a few streetlights and some flickering advertisements, confirming that this indeed was a city inhabited by humans. The sparsity of people had its advantages, providing me with the solitude to reflect on the unusual atmosphere here. I began to grasp why Zhang Hong was so fixated on Shuangfo district. Those who have lived here for years may remain oblivious to its peculiar rhythm, but a newcomer would undoubtedly sense the oddity. This hardly resembled a typical urban district. It felt unsettling. Recalling the map of Xinhua City, I noted that Shuangfo district lies to the south, in close proximity to Jiangcheng, with Xinhua High School situated between Shuangfo district and the outskirts of Jiangqing. During the planning of Shuangmianfo in Jiangcheng, Xinhua High School was identified as a crucial point, second only to the Langjiang Dam. The current location of Shuangfo district is notably close to Xinhua High School, and it has come to my attention that the area has been undergoing continuous development. Were it not for Li Changgui's incident, the Li Group would have likely invested significantly in expanding Shuangfo district. What peculiarities does this place possess that warrants such considerable effort from the Shuangmianfo? Zhang Heng's recordings indicated that Shuangfo district is the domain of Shuangmianfo, and the Li Group has made substantial investments here. The relationship between the two is becoming increasingly apparent, and Li Jingyu's exclusion from the upper echelons faced no opposition, likely because she was unaware of her father's dealings with Shuangmianfo. As my thoughts deepened, I gradually contemplated a more profound layer. The reason behind Lixing's father adopting Xiaofeng was for the auspicious union of Red Luan and Tianxi. Thus, did Li Changgui adopt Li Jingyu with her fate in mind from the very beginning? I increasingly felt that this could elucidate how Lixing swiftly abducted Li Jingyu from Xinhou to Jiangqing. Her destiny had been predetermined from the moment of her birth. This realization sent a chill down my spine. Li Jingyu is now 39 years old. If she were indeed part of the dual-faced Buddha's scheme, I would need to reassess the formidable power of the dual-faced Buddha. After nearly 4 decades of accumulation, what a terrifying force would I be confronting? Calming my mind and invoking the profound heart technique, I proceeded to the Li family's private estate, following the address I had memorized. In comparison to the dual-faced Buddha, my advantage lay in the assistance of the underworld showcase, coupled with my ambiguous identity and unclear fate. According to Li Jingyu, the estate had remained idle since the incident involving Li Changgui, with Li Chuanxiang disbanding the security team and dismissing Li Changgui's private physician. The place should be devoid of personnel. It was past 10 o'clock by the time I arrived at the Li estate, having encountered not a single taxi on the road. Located near Hen Mountain, this secluded area seemed an odd choice for the wealthiest individual in Xinhou to forsake billions in fortune for a mere holiday retreat. A hint of bitterness laced my tone, for I had always been at odds with money, having taken on several commissions, but only recently managing to repay the 400,000 I owed for a dog purchase. The estate lay at the foot of Hen Mountain, surrounded by lush vegetation, suggesting it was well maintained during the day, with flourishing branches and impeccably clean pathways devoid of fallen leaves. I circled the estate, noting that only a small fraction of the surveillance cameras were still operational. Finding a blind spot, I scaled the wall effortlessly. My training in martial arts having significantly enhanced my physical capabilities, the 2-meter-high wall posed no obstacle. Inside the estate, numerous buildings loomed in darkness. Yet 2 rooms emanated a faint glow. Concealed among the trees, I utilized my perceptive abilities and discerned movement behind the window. Who would be present in a deceased individual's estate at such a late hour? Wasn't this Li Changgui's private domain? The presence of others within the estate was not entirely disadvantageous. Although the risk of exposure had increased, I might glean unexpected insights from this individual. With cautious footsteps, I edged along the wall toward the illuminated area. The window stood ajar, the night breeze stirring the curtains. Leaning against the wall, I positioned my phone's camera towards the interior. Gazing at the screen, I observed a bedroom furnished with a bed and wardrobe, seemingly ordinary, save for a tribute table directly opposite the window. Upon it rested Li Chonggui's black and white portrait alongside a statue of the dual-faced Buddha. Unlike the one I had seen in Jiangcheng, this statue held two calligraphy scrolls, the left inscribed with Yaoqi returns and the right with Huangquan difficult to cross. The tribute table, portrait, and Buddha statue starkly contrasted with the modern furnishings of the room. The door leading to the living room corridor stood partially ajar. After waiting several minutes without anyone entering, I took the leap and jumped into the room. Approaching the offering table, I gazed closely at the Buddha statue, its gentle features exuding a benevolent aura, while the calligraphy on one side, with characters reminiscent of a shimmering light, read Yaoqi return. On the opposing side, however, a more sinister inscription declared the yellow springs are hard to cross in crooked, unrefined strokes. The stark contrast between these two pieces of writing suggested they were penned by different hands. As I contemplated the duality of the Buddha's visage, an inexplicable notion dawned upon me. Could this entity embody two distinct personalities? I reached out to touch the calligraphy, its texture neither metallic nor silken, resembling paper or gossamer. To my astonishment, I discovered that this item could be removed. With no one around and no surveillance in sight, I donned the gloves I had previously used and carefully extracted it, tucking it into my pocket. Strangely, there were no offerings upon the table. Instead, it was occupied by the Buddha statue. Was there a contest for spiritual placement underway? Lacking expertise in such matters, I snapped a couple of photographs with my phone, intending to consult Lu the Blind upon my return. Photographing the offering table is considered a significant taboo, yet at that moment, I could not afford to dwell on superstitions. This dual-faced Buddha had established a monument for itself even before its demise. What motives lay beneath such actions? To avert any unforeseen incidents, I activated the camera function of the Underworld Showcase app on my phone, scanning the surroundings to ensure no anomalies were present before departing the chamber. The estate was vast, with several dimly lit rooms that exuded an eerie atmosphere. However, compared to the live broadcasts from the Underworld, this was trivial. At the end of the corridor, a faint light flickered through a door crack, and uncertain of the identity of those inside, I extinguished the light behind me. Accustomed to the darkness from numerous live streams, my innate energy surged, and my vision began to sharpen. Remaining in a place where death had recently occurred, the occupant of this abode undoubtedly possessed knowledge of the circumstances. I proceeded cautiously, adhering closely to the wall to avoid making a sound. The door at the corridor's end was firmly shut, yet I could discern the faint murmur of conversation within. Let us not linger here. What are you afraid of? Do you fear that seeing this place will remind you of that old wretch? Do not mock me. Ever since the old man's passing, this house has felt peculiar. Besides, the deceased deserves respect. He has only been gone a few days, and you are already eager to seek me out. Regardless, I am still yours. Yours what exactly? Please continue. I am listening intently. Remove your hand. I am discussing serious matters. What serious matters could the old man provide that I cannot? Everything he withheld, I can offer. Just serve me as you did him. My demands are not high. You're mistaken. I truly sense something amiss in this house. During the days you were absent, I consistently heard noises from the old man's bedroom. When I investigated, do you know what I found? Whatever you discovered. I care not. I only desire you. I saw the statue of the Buddha smiling. What? The conversation within the room abruptly ceased, and after a prolonged silence, a man's voice finally emerged. Are you certain you did not missee? I assure you, I did not err. 4 of the 5 events written in the old man's will have already transpired. Burial, serpents and insects unearthed the coffin, a severed lineage. The arrival of an offering a month later, and the dual Buddhas manifesting. Now, only the 5th remains, the return of the deceased by month's end, which has yet to occur. You are being foolish. The old man left a will, but why must you comply with him? That Wang Yuchen carries the old man's offspring, and you insist on her miscarriage, coincidentally occurring on the old man's 7th day? You are truly malicious. Your extraction is remarkably clean, but what is the purpose of my actions? Wang Yuchen is evidently not an easy opponent. Should she regain her composure, and insist on bearing the child to provide you with a brother to contend for the inheritance. I wonder if you would still be able to wear a smile. She dares not, for even if she were to give birth, I possess 1,000 ways to ensure she receives not a single penny. In this new Shanghai, I hold the reins. Only what I grant may be taken. And who would dare to touch it if I withhold? You see, you have said it well, and here I am, obediently presenting myself. I merely wish to offer you a word of caution. After all, you have altered the old man's will, and I fear the calamities mentioned above may indeed follow suit. The old man, having lived too long, is forever mulling over the supernatural. What age are we in now? The so-called fulfillments of fate are merely coincidences. Yet, I witnessed the expression of the Buddha statue on the offering table change. It smiled at me, mirroring the demeanor of the old man before his departure. It appears you too are entranced. Perhaps I must provide you with a thorough remedy. The conversation between the man and woman within the room gradually yielded to another voice. I concealed myself in the shadows, my fingers caressing the jade beads of the ghost ring. Having committed no transgressions, I fear not the ghostly knock at the door. Having received Li Changgui's 2 pages of writing, I shall take vengeance on his behalf. Silently, I departed and found the circuit breaker, pulling it down with a swift motion. Bang! The noise of the disrupted circuit echoed, heard from afar, plunging the manor into darkness. Leaning against the wall, I awakened the dormant, ghostly infant within my kidney orifice, infusing a wave of dark energy into the first jade bead. The enchanting Wang Yuchen emerged from the bead, her form seemingly boneless as she sprawled upon the sofa. "Can you comprehend my words?" I inquired, bending to gaze upon that familiar visage. Every expression beckoned to sin, yet her eyes lacked a spark of spirit, resembling a mere puppet, far from rivaling the demonic essence. "If you can understand me, blink once." Wang Yuchen remained motionless, instinctively stretching her body in a beguiling manner, devoid of any semblance of a sinister ghost. Communication proved impossible. Thus, I resorted to force. I inhaled deeply, channeling the dark energy within me, employing the yin-yang ghost technique. In the nebulous realms of life and death, disperse to become vapor, converge to take form. Ancestor of the 5 elements, essence of the 6 jia, ghosts heed my will and follow my command. With 2 fingers, I pointed at Wang Yuchen's forehead. A chill coursed through my fingertips, and to my astonishment, I noticed clarity replace a hint of chaos in her eyes. "Follow me." It remains uncertain whether Wang Yuchen is easily manipulated or whether her weakness facilitates my control. Utilizing the yin-yang ghost technique did not deplete much of my dark energy. Given the reserves I currently possess, I could sustain this for nearly half an hour. The corridor lights flickered to life, and with my discerning vision, I clearly observed a tall, robust man exiting a room, clutching a golf club, followed closely by a woman significantly younger than he. "Steady yourself and maintain your path. It is likely just a tripped circuit. This is all your fault. I warned you not to be here. The 5th condition of the old man's will is about to manifest. Why panic? The will states that the deceased shall return at month's end. What date is it? It's likely a thief." The couple encouraged one another as they stepped out of the door, not having gone far when the woman suddenly shook her phone. The man ahead was startled, exclaiming, "What's wrong? Are you asking me? Just now, you suddenly placed your hand on my shoulder. What was that about? Look closely." My hands have been firmly gripping the golf club. "Stop being so paranoid." The man muttered a curse under his breath, disregarding the woman as he hastened towards the electrical control panel. Yet, I truly felt as if something had pressed down upon my shoulder. "Hey, wait for me." The woman called out, her hand brushing against her forehead. Was it merely an illusion? She glanced back at the pitch-black corridor, finding nothing there. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination, all due to that old fool who could not rest in peace even in death. Upon turning around, her half-open eyes revealed a woman's face, pale, sudden, and eerily familiar. "Isn't that Wang Yu?" she barely uttered, her eyes widening in horror as if they might tear from their sockets, blood vessels creeping across her irises. Her mouth slowly gaped open, and in that instant, a scream erupted from deep within her throat. "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" The piercing cry shattered the stillness of the night. I stood silently at the opposite end of the corridor, observing their terrifying encounter. Having witnessed too much to not know how to provoke their innermost fears to the fullest extent, the illuminated phone slipped from the woman's grasp as she frantically dashed into the depths of the hallway, heedlessly flinging open a door to hide within. Chapter 405. 2 letters. The glow from the phone illuminated the ceiling, and as the door slammed shut, the corridor fell into an eerie silence. The middle-aged man, clutching a golf club, leaned against the wall, scanning his surroundings with frantic eyes, his palms slick with sweat. After a prolonged moment, he cautiously moved to retrieve the phone. That wretched woman, once I switch on the lights, she'll pay for this. The sound of his racing heart was audible even from a distance, despite his bravado. He was far more terrified than the woman. Above 3 feet, there are deities. One reaps what one sows. I caressed the second jade bead, and behind me, Tian Tung's corpulent form appeared. In the adult store, Tian Tung stood firm against the butcher and the malevolent spirit, neither yielding an inch in the battle. For the strength of the filthy specter surpassed that of the seductive ghost by far. Summoning 2 spirits simultaneously doubled the rate at which their dark energy was consumed. I ceased to toy with the couple in the room and began to execute my plan. With newfound resolve, the middle-aged man approached the electrical panel. Just as he exhaled in relief, his hand brushed against something cold, akin to human skin. He recoiled as though electrified, lifting his phone to illuminate the panel, finding it empty. A false alarm. Before he could regain his composure, a chilling sensation swept across the nape of his neck, reminiscent of a slithering serpent. "Who is there?" he exclaimed, swinging the golf club wildly, yet finding nothing but the sound of the wind rustling through the air. Standing frozen, he scanned the pitch-black hall, feeling an unfamiliar presence. Before he could turn around, a sharp pain shot through his hand, causing him to instinctively drop the phone. The light flickered, and moments later, the grand estate was engulfed in darkness. "Is anyone there? I am Li Chuangqiang, son of Li Changguei, the acting chairman of the Li Group. What do you want? We can sit down and discuss this," he shouted, crouching to search for his phone, yet it eluded him despite his frantic efforts. "You still remember you are Li Changguei's son?" I stood not far from him, my foot resting on the phone. "Who is speaking?" Li Chuangqiang roared, flailing the golf club like a cornered beast. I certainly would not be foolish enough to reveal myself, instead orchestrating the foul spirit to bring him down. The minor spirits have already acquired the capability to harm the living. Thus, Li Chuangqiang does not appear to be a decent individual. I did not instruct the filthy ghost to show mercy. A chilling wind swept through the air, causing Li Chuangqiang's legs to tremble. The distance to the manor's electrical switch, though merely a few steps away, felt like an insurmountable chasm. Was there a ghost within the house? The mere thought slithered into his mind like a venomous vine, constricting his heart and leaving him breathless. In the darkness, he glanced towards the bedroom where Li Changguei's portrait was displayed, his facial muscles twitching as he disregarded the woman hiding within the room and moved towards the door. Attempting to flee, I gestured with my hand towards the filthy ghost. The wind howled violently, and an invisible force knocked Li Chuangqiang to the ground. He crashed down like a frenzied dog, howling and wielding his golf club wildly. With one hand braced against the floor, he crawled hastily towards the door. He was a cunning individual, feigning utter terror and chaos while subtly altering his escape route. Merely slowing his pace, I remained silent to avoid revealing my position, allowing the filthy ghost to continue teaching him a lesson. I approached only when he neared the doorway. Li Chuangqiang was indeed terrified. However, his will to survive was exceptionally strong. He crawled to within 3 or 4 meters of the door before abruptly halting. His fingers, supporting his weight, brushed against something on the floor. Lowering his head in the dim light, he nearly pressed his face against the ground before discerning what it was. A pair of exquisitely delicate and beautiful female feet lay before him. He followed the slender calves upwards, tilting his head at a 90-degree angle, to meet the gaze of the woman in front of him. What a familiar face. The owner of this visage had once sought his favor countless times, hoping he would assist her in escaping her torment, but he had consistently ignored her. After Li Changguei's demise, he had even generously rewarded this woman solely to conceal the true cause of the old man's death. "Wang Yechen, what are you doing here? Did I not give you money to ensure you would never return?" A fleeting question was swiftly supplanted by terror, for that familiar face bore an unmistakable pallor, cold and devoid of any sign of life. "Get away." The fear surged within him, transforming into a frenzied madness. He swung the golf club repeatedly at the woman before him, yet they seemed to inhabit entirely different realms. The club struck the ground, deforming, while the familiar, alluring woman smiled sweetly, swiftly lunging towards his body in the darkness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Every hair on Li Chuangqiang's body stood on end. His heart was already laden with guilt, and at that moment, his fear magnified 1,000-fold. He let out a piercing scream that shattered his voice, then executed an action I had not anticipated. He discarded the golf club and, like a sprinter, charged towards the hall's window. Shards of glass erupted in all directions as Li Chuanxiang tumbled to the ground, bloodied and howling, scrambling out of the manor. He likely had not run with such fervor in half a lifetime. By the time I contemplated pursuing him, he had already reached the manor's entrance. Was it truly that terrifying? I paid no heed to Li Chuanxiang. His desperate escape through the window would likely prompt him to return shortly with others to search the premises, leaving me with little time. With two ghosts leading the way, I ventured deeper into the corridor, retrieving the universal key to unlock the room where the woman was hiding. The decor of the bedroom is extravagantly luxurious, with most of the furniture handcrafted, especially the grand bed in the center, which could easily accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. The night breeze rustles the curtains, and the window is ajar. Unfortunately, the exterior is fortified with a security net, leaving the woman with no means of escape. Where has she hidden? I tilted my head, surveying the room, experiencing a rare moment akin to a scene from a horror film, albeit as the malevolent spirit in this scenario. I opened the wardrobe, filled with designer clothes seldom worn, then bent down to peer under the bed. Our gazes met, and the woman's scream echoed through the manor, reminiscent of a sparrow destined for the pot. The will. I commanded the malevolent spirit to drag the woman out, adopting a hoarse, false voice, demanding, "Bring me my will." Terrified, the woman took a long time to comprehend my words. Trembling, she exited the room and led me into a study. Perhaps due to the fundamental stakes involved, she hesitated before the safe, her greed gradually overpowering her fear. She turned to glance at me by the door, but the room was cloaked in darkness. She could sense my presence, yet could not discern my face. The will. Handed over. A cold wind swept through, as if I were standing in winter rain clad in thin garments. She shivered, crouching before the safe to input the password. Her fingers moved sluggishly, as if each digit required an eternity to enter. I keenly memorized the numbers she inputted and directed the seductive spirit to perch atop the safe. Her slender legs dangled, gently swaying, and the woman emitted another shriek, gritting her teeth as she completed the sequence, then retrieved an urn from within the safe. The urn rested amidst stacks of cash and gold bricks, indicating its significance. I refrained from retrieving it myself, instead instructing her to place it by the door and allowing the spirit to observe her as she opened the urn outside. The interior was spacious, yet contained merely 2 letters. The first, dated 5 years prior, detailed Li Changgui's declining health and his intention to prepare for his affairs, specifying a comprehensive distribution of his assets. To my astonishment, he expressed a willingness to allocate 60% of his total assets for medical donations and the establishment of a charitable foundation to aid in the search for missing children. Enclosed was a notarized document from the new Shanghai Notary Office, confirming his genuine intent rather than a mere whim. It is indeed complex to perceive the humanity of a cruel old man, stripped of certain faculties, yet capable of such benevolence. I refrained from judging Li Changui, securing the first letter before unsealing the second. The second letter bore no signature or date, yet its handwriting mirrored that of the first precisely. Chapter 406, Mr. Paper. In his second letter, Li Changui did not mention his estate, but rather instructed his descendants to accomplish 3 tasks before his burial. First, to construct 2 Buddhist halls at the foot of Hen Mountain, one facing the sun and the other in shadow, housing the 8 treasures Buddha, which must not possess facial features, signifying a worship of a faceless Buddha. Second, to strictly safeguard the commercial secrets of the Li Group. Should a man named Lu Xing come seeking assistance, they were to lend him their utmost support. Third, to journey deep into Hen Mountain to Lock Dragon Village to retrieve the clay effigies from the ancestral hall to accompany him in burial. The 3 points that Li Changui elucidated in his letter were exceedingly clear. However, his descendants paid no heed, failing to adhere to even one. At the conclusion of the letter, he expressed that should these 3 matters remain unfulfilled, he would rest uneasily in death. Yet, he underestimated the shamelessness and treachery of his adopted son, Li Chuanxiang, who disregarded his words entirely and even forged a false will to seize the inheritance for himself. Despite having navigated the bustling maritime trade of Xinhu for many years, Li Changui could not have anticipated that he would ultimately meet his downfall at the hands of his own son. Such is the caprice of fate. Upon reading the line in the letter that implored assistance for Luxing, I became convinced of a connection between Li Changui and the enigmatic figure known as the dual-faced Buddha. Fortuitously, his sudden death allowed Li Chuanxiang to alter the will. Otherwise, I would have likely faced a formidable alliance between the Zhenhu Li family and the Jiang clan in a bid to suppress me. The final request of the will pertained to a visit to Soalong village, a desolate hamlet nestled deep within the hateful mountains. It was here that, during the initial pursuit of Luxing, police had ventured, though the circumstances were grim. One officer had fallen into a dry well, descending into madness, while another had vanished entirely amidst the vast mountains, never to be found. Soalong village's ancestral hall. Could that location also be linked to the dual-faced Buddha? Why would Li Changwei desire to be buried alongside a clay sculpture? Was there some deeper significance? My mind raced, and it dawned on me that I knew little of Li Changwei. All my information about him was nebulous, and Li Jingyu had not revealed much regarding her father. To rise to the status of the wealthiest in Zhenhu is no small feat. How, then, did he become entwined with the dual-faced Buddha? Could it be that the one supporting him from behind was indeed the Buddha? In my search of the villa, the only object associated with the Buddha was the statue on the offering table. After a cursory glance at the portrait and the Buddha sculpture, I felt an odd sensation. It seemed as though someone within the room was locking eyes with me, an uncomfortable feeling, for I could not discern whether it was the statue of the dual-faced Buddha or the black-and-white photograph of Li Changwei that was gazing back. Death extinguishes life like a snuffed candle. Do not concern yourself with matters of this world any longer. I shall ensure justice is served. With a wave, I laid the photograph of Li Changwei down and lifted the statue of the dual-faced Buddha, returning to the study. The woman was standing in the corner, her eyes occasionally darting toward Wang Yechen, who was seated atop the safe. I placed the statue before her and, getting straight to the point, demanded that she divulge everything she knew about Li Changwei and the dual Buddha district. I insisted on the truth, should she dare to conceal or fabricate any details. I gestured toward Wang Yechen and Tian Tong, who flanked her, exuding a chilling aura. I will tell you everything, she replied. In the ensuing conversation, I learned that this woman was Li Changwei's personal secretary. Beyond attending to his daily needs, she was also responsible for conveying his directives to the company. Originally a university student funded by Li Changwei, she was sweet and sensible, endearing herself to him. Yet this was merely a facade she maintained in his presence. In truth, she had been involved with Li Chuanxiang for some time. Since the moment Li Chuanxiang first eavesdropped on the contents of the wolf 5 years prior, they had been plotting together, eagerly anticipating Li Changwei's demise. Li Changwei was a man of rigid principles and traditional values, having established his foundation during his youth in Zhenhu. In middle age, he turned to Buddhism, immersing himself in charitable endeavors, often engaging in inexplicable actions. Yet, curiously, each of these seemingly nonsensical decisions would later prove to be fortuitous. During the zenith of Li Changwei's company, many aspired for him to expand into other provinces. However, he plunged headlong into the real estate sector, acquiring vast tracts of land from the government and willingly shouldering the responsibility of developing the Shuangfo district. It can be asserted that without the Li Group, the Shuangfo district would not exist. Presently, the location of the new Xuanhu Shuangfo district is somewhat precarious. Yet at the height of the real estate boom, Li Changwei's bold initiative revitalized the entire economy of Xuanhu City. Following the establishment of Shuangfo district, industrial zones such as Haixing district gradually began to emerge. According to the recollections of a female secretary, Li Changwei did not initially intend to invest in Shuangfo district. It was only after encountering an enigmatic individual that he altered his course. This individual, now a member of the Li Group, holds 7% of the company's shares, making him the second largest shareholder after Li Chuanxiang. Li Changwei refers to this person as Mr. Xi, though his true name remains unknown. His attire is exceedingly peculiar, consistently donning the same white coat whenever he is seen. I am uncertain if there exists a surname Xi among the many family names, but I patiently listened as the secretary continued. As her understanding deepened, she gradually discerned that many of Li Changwei's bizarre actions were influenced by Mr. Xi. For instance, the original design for Shuangfo district was to be crafted by experts from other provinces, with aspirations of transforming it into the most prosperous area in Xuanhu. Regrettably, before the experts could present their designs, Mr. Xi produced a set of architectural blueprints, insisting that Li Changwei adhere strictly to the proposed layout for the development of Shuangfo district. The plans, which the secretary secretly perused, revealed chaotic road layouts with a haphazard mix of diverse structures, rendering the development utterly nonsensical and incapable of attracting commerce. Yet, this nonsensical design was revered by Li Qingzhi, who disregarded opposition and invested funds into its construction. After several years, Shuangfo district was completed, but since then, peculiar occurrences have transpired within the area. As time has progressed, one can scarcely find living souls, let alone stray cats and dogs, along the roads at night. Even more bizarrely, the number of disabled individuals residing in the district has inexplicably surged, as if the entire disabled population of Xuanhu and its surrounding counties has converged here. On one occasion, the secretary eavesdropped on a conversation between Mr. Xi and Li Qingzhi, wherein the essence was that the Buddha intended to establish Shuangfo district as a sacred land, emulating the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva in cultivating merit. Within Taoist philosophy, there exists a tenet that the way of heaven diminishes excess to replenish deficiency. The Buddha seeks to integrate the path of enlightenment with the imperfect, guiding followers through suffering towards perfection. The secretary speculated that Li Qingzhi himself might be a devotee of the Buddha, for he too bore a physical imperfection, his inability to conceive, as revealed in earlier medical records. However, intriguingly, Wang Yuchen later became pregnant with his child, which could very well signify a miraculous manifestation of the Buddha, a reward for Li Qingzhi's numerous contributions. The secretary, merely echoing fragments of memories, occasionally revealed pivotal phrases. After summarizing my findings, I discovered a forged will in the safe, which she had concocted with Li Chuanxiang. I then activated my phone's recording function to inquire about the details of their collaboration in fabricating the will and bribing the notary, urging her to clarify the specifics of their actions. She divulged only part of the story when a faint light flickered outside, using my discerning gaze. I identified several cars approaching the villa. It is highly likely that Li Chuanxiang has returned. I dared not linger, having incapacitated the female secretary. I swiftly fled with both the temptress and the lewd spirit. After departing from the villa, I hurriedly left the Shuangfo district and did not relax until after 11 o'clock when I returned to the Haixing district. I called Li Jingyu, determined not to waste time and avoid an additional trip the following day. Irrespective of her agreement, I proceeded directly to her residence. After a few minutes, the door creaked open, and Li Jingyu's initial displeasure and wariness began to shift upon my presentation of my phone and the forged will. Once she listened to the contents of the recording, her silver teeth gritted tightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. These elements should sufficiently assist you. I hope you can fulfill your promise soon. I refrained from leaving the evidence with Li Jingyu, as she currently lacks the capability to safeguard it. Thank you. I truly did not anticipate that you could investigate to such an extent in a single day. Li Jingyu's demeanor transformed from her previous aloofness, her voice tinged with excitement, even as the strap of her long dress slipped down unnoticed. Chapter 407, The Heart's Inquiry. So now you want to drive me away? I produced a cigarette, though I did not light it. Li Jingyu appeared somewhat embarrassed, murmuring softly, "Can you blame me? It's past 11 at night. And you insist on coming to find me. Who wouldn't think twice?" The conversation had progressed to the next stage. Whether you choose to pursue legal avenues or rely on your abilities to resolve it is entirely up to you. My counsel is not to rush. The evidence you presently possess is sufficient for you to reclaim your rightful inheritance at the company, but to completely topple Li Chuanxiang will prove challenging. I cast a subtle glance at Li Jingyu, steering clear of the previous topic. I trust you do not desire a discordant voice within the company, do you? You seem to understand me well, she replied, her eyes blinking like a languid fox. She removed her high-heeled shoes, seated herself on a modest wooden bed, and rubbed her ankle. The market is akin to a battlefield. If Li Chuanxiang shows no mercy, he must not expect my own righteousness. During this period, I have been clandestinely in contact with the provincial division that I single-handedly developed, and there are also individuals within the company who wish for my return. Just as long as you are aware, I replied. The situation of a solitary man and woman sharing a room late at night is indeed somewhat inappropriate. Li Jingyu and I finalized part of our plan, and at her earnest insistence, I transcribed the recording for her and left with the other pieces of evidence. On my way, I hailed a taxi and returned to Jiangxing overnight. Upon reaching Tingtang Road, it was already past 1 in the morning. Exhausted, I entered an adult store, and as I opened the door to the second floor, I was met by a shadow quietly standing in the center of the room. I paused for a moment. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors was stark, and a chilling breeze swept through, confirming that the shadow within was far from benign. I retrieved the Beidou Great Spell. While normal talismans may weaken at night, the Beidou Great Spell is different. It draws upon the starlight of the Big Dipper. The more stars that shine, the stronger its power becomes. Silver threads and golden lines entwined the talisman, and specks of starlight sparkled like brilliant diamonds, causing the ghostly figure to bow its head in the darkness. I raised the talisman high and stepped into the room, and the malevolent spirit retreated a few steps. Cowering in the corner, I sensed no malice emanating from it. Gazing intently at the shadow, I employed my discerning vision and discerned that this malevolent entity was grotesque in appearance and possessed only one arm, reminiscent of the small servant spirit of Lung Qingxian. Have you come to demand the incense burner? Why does Lung Qingxian not come personally? I found myself in a state of bewilderment as the malevolent butcher, a ghastly figure, remained oblivious to my words, maintaining its ominous posture with its remaining arm pointed towards the table. Following the direction of its gesture, I noticed a sheet of white paper pressed down by a cup. A letter? Is it a message from Lung Qingxian? I turned on the light on the second floor and began to read it word by word, filled with confusion. Lu Chun personally intervened to capture your blood relative, questioning you to compel compliance. Exercise caution. The brevity of the message left me perplexed as I read it repeatedly without grasping its full implications. Capture my blood relative? Was this a threat against those close to me? What did it mean to question the heart? A sense of unease gripped me as I felt an impending crisis. Yet I could not articulate its origin. Lu Jin aimed to pressure me into submission, but as a solitary individual, what leverage could he possibly wield against me? Others might fear his status as a disciple of Miaozhen, yet I held no fear of death and certainly did not concern myself with the presence of a mere Miaozhen Taoist. I could not fathom it all, and resolutely decided to seek out Lu Xiezi that very night to discuss these matters. He would likely possess greater insight into these esteemed sections. As for Lung Qingxian, my encounters with him had been scarce, yet my impression of him was largely positive. His sending of a ghoul in the dead of night to deliver this message was a kindness I would remember. My gratitude was directed towards him. Upon folding the letter, the butcher-like specter completed its task and swiftly fled, as if I were the true embodiment of a vicious demon, and it merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The reminder from Lung Qingxian banished my drowsiness, and I donned a coat before making my way to Lu Xiezi's residence. At 2 a.m, I stood outside his humble abode, noticing that his lights were still aglow. The warm yellow light spilled through the window as I gently knocked on the door, soon to be greeted by Lu Xiezi. A square wooden table sat beneath the light bulb, adorned with 2 sheets of yellow paper and a brush holder sprinkled with cinnabar, resembling a flickering flame. Old Lu, you couldn't have anticipated my visit and waited for me, could you? I held a belief in the existence of spirits, yet I remained skeptical of metaphysical matters such as fortune-telling and destiny. I firmly believe that the future is beyond our control and unpredictable. Nothing is fated. And as long as one is willing to act, there will always be a glimmer of opportunity for change. These thoughts may have been influenced by Lu Xing. Despite being my adversary, there was one undeniable aspect of his behavior. The calamities of the 8 characters are destined to bring loneliness. Yet if one is unwilling to submit to fate, they may defy the heavens and alter their destiny. Like Lu Xing, I held no reverence for the heavens above. Perhaps this was one reason I had been recognized by the 8 characters as a practitioner of fate alteration. You are ever elusive, and no one can predict your movements. I have recently had a persistent feeling that something significant is on the horizon, Lu Xiezi remarked, retrieving a bamboo shoulder pole from the corner and pointing to the uppermost sections. I leaned closer and observed the fine cracks forming along the bamboo joints. This pole, seemingly ordinary, was in fact decades older than I, having endured no incidents for years. It was natural for such an aged item to show signs of wear. I did not take it to heart, merely feeling a twinge of regret. Do you know when this first crack appeared? Lu Xiezi cast me a curious glance. Do you remember the rainy night when Lu Xing sought to destroy the Jiang River Dam, and you called me? I paused for a moment, recalling that indeed there was such an incident. He sighed and continued. That day when I hung up the phone, the carrying pole produced a sharp sound, and the first crack appeared. I was at a loss for how to respond to Lu the Blind's words. He nearly lost his eyesight to help me, and to this day, I still carry a sense of guilt. Could it be that this carrying pole possesses the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune? I cannot say for certain. It has been passed down through generations. The Lu family has always been honest and upright, never engaging in anything out of the ordinary until my generation. He set the carrying pole down and walked to the window. Did you notice the bamboo outside flowering when you entered the courtyard? I hadn't paid attention. The flowering of bamboo signifies the ruin of a family. Enough of that. Tell me why you have come to seek me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Lou the Blind's tone was heavy, as if he had made a grave decision regarding life and death. Observing his demeanor, I suddenly realized that the situation might be more serious than I had imagined. Old Lou, you need not intervene this time. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. I confided in Lou the Blind without reservation, sharing everything, including the three insects' threats against those close to me, Li Chongwei's peculiar will, and Lung Qingxuan's warnings. After listening, Lou the Blind furrowed his brow, and after a prolonged silence, he looked at me with a bitter smile. You truly are a calamity of the highest order. I once thought that offending the Jiang family and Luxing would be the worst of it. Yet here you are, with the three evil sect plotting against you, and even the esteemed Miaozhen Temple, a leading faction, unwilling to spare you. The paths of righteousness and evil, spirits and Buddhas, are all entwined. Gao Jian, you leave no room for escape. Is it really that severe? I feel as if I have done nothing to deserve being a thorn in their side. My expression was somewhat innocent. To be honest, I was merely focused on my live broadcasts, striving to survive, and somehow found myself entangled with various factions. Don't you find it excessive to ask these questions now? If I were you, I would first visit the crematorium at bridge number 3. What for? To unravel the seal of the cursed object and perish with them? Upon seeing my earnest expression, Lou the Blind's words faltered. I meant for you to choose a good burial plot while you still live. Now let's get back on track. How can I assist you? I was aware that these factions wished to harm me, yet I was uncertain of their methods. Gradually, I calmed down and began to analyze the situation rationally. The dual-faced Buddha had not yet healed from the injuries inflicted by Luxing, so they likely would not act against me. The real threats were the Jiang family, the Three-Yin sect, and Miaozhen Temple. The Three-Yin sect is a malevolent sect divided into 3 branches, Shigong, Mingpa, and Guijing. They have clandestinely established their influence in Jiangcheng, and I am uncertain of their tactics against me. I can only respond with force against force and water against water. Although the Taoists of Miaozhen Temple may be unscrupulous, they are still a reputable sect and would disdain employing underhanded schemes. They would probably resort to overt tactics to compel my compliance. After a moment's reflection, I added, the Yin master from Maoshan, Lung Qingxian, has sent me a message. He says that Lu Chen wishes to capture my blood relatives to interrogate me, setting aside whether there are any of my blood relatives in Jiangcheng. What does this interrogation involve? It is truly absurd for a dignified heavenly master from Miaozhen Temple to resort to such despicable methods. Lou the Blind's voice carried a hint of anger. As the ancients said, to hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. The interrogation contains this very implication. A punishment reserved for those who betray the sect. Punishment? But why involve blood relatives? The sin of betraying one's faith, regardless of righteousness or wrongdoing, remains an unparalleled transgression throughout the ages. Different sects impose varying punitive measures on the traitors, and the term exquisite inquiry of the heart may sound elegant. Yet it is insidiously cruel. The illustrious Master Miaozhen would compel the parents or offspring of the traitor to a shadowy cavern, forcing them to consume a concoction laced with the poison of a nurturing maggot. The toxin, upon entering the throat, disperses into the Yin energy, merging with their very blood. Externally, the afflicted may appear unremarkable, but in truth, they shall not survive beyond a week. The sole means of salvation lies in locating a blood relative to ingest the mother maggot's potion, thereby drawing out the offspring maggot. During this extraction, any disturbance of the mind could spell disaster, leading to both individuals perishing from the ravages of myriad worms devouring their hearts. At that critical juncture, the Master Miaozhen would interrogate the traitor, compelling them to confess their myriad transgressions willingly. Chapter 408. To save or not to save. In the process of mutual attraction between the mother and offspring maggots, any significant emotional upheaval could lead to chaos, inflicting the practitioner with excruciating torment from the parasitic creatures. This is the essence of heart's judgment. In the throes of this torment, the master would demand the traitor's rationale for their betrayal, forcing them to admit their sins and accept their punishment. This latter phase is referred to as the inquiry of the path. The dim yellow light of the bulb illuminated my slowly fading smile. For the exquisite inquiry of the heart represents a dual torment of body and spirit, the harshest punishment reserved for traitors. Should the condemned possess a clear conscience or ultimately prove their innocence, Lu the Blind interjected, asserting that even if the mother maggot extracts the offspring maggot entirely, the victim would not survive beyond 5 years. Furthermore, in the time that follows, their body would rot from within, leading to an exceedingly tragic demise. Clenching my fists, I pondered how deeply rooted Lu's enmity must be for Master Miaozhen to employ such means against me. Lao Lu, if my kin were ensnared by their poisonous maggot, how might I counter this? A gentleman does not seek revenge until a decade has passed. If you truly wish for my counsel, I would suggest that you temporarily evade the situation. The offspring maggot gnaws at the flesh of blood relatives, and the master will utilize special talismans to manipulate the connections within your bloodline, draining your fortune and invoking calamities upon your being. Even if you do not perish, you will suffer greatly. Lu sighed, expressing that attempting to rescue my kin would undoubtedly lead to my demise and further humiliation. Hiding in the shadows, though it may harm your spirit, could at least preserve your life for a future resurgence. Is there truly no better course of action? I inquired. It is not Lu Jin who seeks your harm, but Lu Chun, a figure of considerable renown and profound mastery, esteemed among the Miaozhen sect's masters. Even 100 of me would be no match for him. I advise you to avoid direct confrontation at all costs. If it is possible to evade him, do so. Lu's intent was abundantly clear. Even if a relative were captured and poisoned, he hoped I would refrain from intervening and prioritize my own safety. I merely posed a casual inquiry, for those related to me by blood were not entangled in Lu Jin's schemes, destined to be a futile endeavor. I managed to force a semblance of a smile. Lu Jin's intention to employ the exquisite inquiry of the heart was a perilous sign. He was certain I had studied the Miaozhen teachings, emboldening him to seek my demise with the sect's backing. Even if I were to escape this ordeal, it was likely that greater troubles awaited me in the future. A more enduring solution must be devised, perhaps orchestrating Lu Jin's quiet disappearance from this world. I whispered to myself, and Lu the Blind coughed, feigning ignorance of what had been said. Gao Jian, as you spoke, I realized your greatest adversary is not the enigmatic Miaozhen Dao, but rather the local Sanyin sect of Jiangqing. You are aware of them, are you not? Naturally, those who cultivate the way possess keen perception, observing all around them. Though my Lu family has secluded itself in Jiangqing, we remain cognizant of both grand and trivial affairs within this city. Lu the Blind, removing the black cloth from his eyes, approached the table and dipped his brush into the cinnabar ink of the inkstone. The lineage of the Sanyin sect is shrouded in mystery. They, like my Lu family, once dwelled in obscurity until they unexpectedly allied with Jiang de Tao over 20 years ago, stepping out from the shadows to stir up a storm in the city, ultimately subduing the dragon vein and establishing their dominance in Jiangqing. Their strength is formidable, though I cannot fully ascertain its extent. Allow me to provide a simple illustration. Within the Sanyin sect, the Mengpo lineage is unfathomable, having never revealed itself in public. While the Guiying lineage once contended with the 36 caves of Maoshan, emerging from that battle with honor despite their defeat. Presently, only the Shigong lineage maintains the underground order of Jiangqing. Surely, you recall the tumultuous events 5 years ago when the Yuan Chun divine calamity wreaked havoc at Xinhu High School. At that time, a gathering of 20 to 30 cultivators was required to seal Yuan Chun, who wielded the Lu Tong Seng talisman, and among that assembly, over half hailed from the Shigong lineage. Just one lineage boasts more than 10 young cultivators who rival my own strength. The depth of their sect's foundation is beyond imagination. Can any force surpass the dual-faced Buddha? My eyes gleamed with resolve, devoid of fear. Lu the Blind shook his head in silence, stating, "Your spirit is too fervent. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Each person has their destiny. How you choose to proceed is yours alone." Holding his brush, he continued to inscribe upon the yellow paper. The Lu family has guarded Jiangqing for generations. Should you engage in conflict with the Sanyin sect, I cannot intervene. I bestow upon you this set of Qinghui Songhua talismans. Though they consist entirely of lower-grade talismans, when employed as a complete set, their power can rival that of top-tier minor talismans. Moreover, this talisman paper can summon moonlight to dispel malevolent forces, making it most suitable for nocturnal confrontations with wicked cultivators. I comprehended Lu the Blind's predicament and refrained from unnecessary sentimentality, accepting the meticulously crafted set of talismans. Your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. You have aided me immensely. I, Gao Jian, shall remember this grace and repay it in due time. If you truly wish to repay me, then refrain from courting trouble. Why must you persist in making life difficult for yourself? Each time we meet, your visage bears the weight of dark clouds or the foreboding of calamity, yet the following day, I see you, still donning that ominous expression, vibrant and alive. I scarcely know what to say. A bitter smile graced Lu the Blind's face. I have placed all my bets upon you. I hope you can endure until you master the dragon seizing technique. Old Lu, do not be so pessimistic. A path will surely emerge as we approach the mountain. My optimism had been forged through adversity. Since survival is inevitable, it is better to transform all fears into a driving force for progress. Am I truly the pessimist? Or are you excessively optimistic? Lu the Blind proceeded to address my inquiries in detail, generously providing me with numerous tools for talisman crafting. In his concern, he also offered me 2 ancestral protective talismans before allowing me to depart. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, I exited Lu the Blind's modest abode, the amber glow of the lamp lingering until I stepped out of the alley. The night enveloped all, and I lit a cigarette, standing at the mouth of the alley. During the 10th live broadcast, Xia Qingzhi had mentioned that a figure from the Underworld showcase concealed themselves beside me. Who could that individual be? This question pricked at my heart like a thorn, and after finishing my cigarette, I remained unwilling to look back. Regardless of the time, Lu Xiezi has always been a source of solace for me. Although he lacks formidable strength and cannot directly assist me through my tribulations, he serves as a mentor on my path of cultivation. Without him, I might have perished during previous live streams. Returning to Tingtang Road at 3:30 in the morning, the sun has yet to rise, and the night is at its most profound. I opened the window and sat cross-legged on my bed, my gaze fixed on the distant city, its indistinct black silhouette resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour. Restless, with my right eye twitching, I forced myself to circulate the Miao Zhen heart method, yet it failed to dispel my unease. At approximately 4 o'clock, my phone abruptly rang, the sound piercingly jarring. Upon seeing that the caller was Mr. Gu, an ominous premonition slowly morphed into reality. Hello? Gao Jian. Hurry to the Jing Ing Sanatorium. Wang Yu is missing. Mr. Gu gasped, his tone urgent, as if he were running from some unseen threat. Do not panic. Speak slowly, I replied, my expression as dark as water, various conjectures racing through my mind. Today, the psychological counselor scheduled to treat Wang Yu had not arrived due to other commitments. And it was Bai Qi who had been keeping Wang Yu company. I had observed them playing in the bedroom and thought little of it. After venturing out to harness moonlight for my cultivation, I returned only to find Bai Qi immobilized by a golden talisman, with Wang Yu vanished without a trace. Immobilized by a golden talisman? I urged Mr. Gu to describe the talisman's appearance and the runes inscribed upon it. It was indeed the Miao Zhen Dao's earth prison spell. So it is truly you. The presence of the golden talisman indicated that they were unafraid of exposure. It could even be interpreted as a deliberate message that the Miao Zhenguan had taken Wang Yu. If I wished for Wang Yu to survive, I would have no choice but to obediently seek them out and comply with their demands. Reflecting upon the correspondence from the cold Qing Xian, the sequence of events became clear. Lu Jin and Lu Chun must have learned of Wang Yu's existence from some source, misunderstanding the nature of my relationship with her, and thus intended to use her as bait to torment me psychologically. How despicable! Their actions are akin to those of a cult, falsely claiming to be a righteous sect. The inexplicable emergence of a child in my life, placed within the most opulent Jing Ing sanatorium, and the lavish expenditure on a psychologist for round-the-clock treatment, indeed lends itself to misinterpretation. Yet, in truth, my care for Wang Yu stems solely from a promise, a vow made to her mother. Chapter 409. Despicable Wang Yu's biological mother is the ghost mother. If Lu Jin intends to use Wang Yu against me, their efforts are destined to fail. They share no blood relation. Regardless of how they persecute Wang Yu, I shall remain untouched. I could easily follow Lu Xiezi's advice to preserve my own safety and avoid the storm, but this would unjustly burden Wang Yu. At her tender age, if subjected to toxic concoctions, she would likely not survive 3 days. To save or not to save, this dilemma weighs heavily on my heart. Should I choose not to intervene, Wang Yu may suffer to the point of death. Yet I would gain time, waiting until the next live stream to adequately prepare and acquire sufficient talismans and tools. Conversely, if I attempt to rescue her, I possess only a 30% chance of bringing Wang Yu back safely, a perilous gamble indeed. Moreover, I have learned from 2 ruffians who bullied Xia Qingzhi that the members of the San'in sect will soon make their move against me. Even if I manage to wrest Wang Yu's body back from Lu Jin, I will undoubtedly be unable to maintain the peak state that I have accumulated. My means of survival will likely be exhausted. In such a scenario, should I encounter the San'in sect's people again, I will be utterly defenseless. Lu Shezi will not intervene against Lu Jin, and Lu Chun, representing the formidable background of the Miaojin Temple, ensures that the Jiangqing Public Security Agency would never risk offending the other party over such trivial matters. Even if I persuade the city's criminal investigation team to accompany me, it is likely that a mere phone call from Lu Jin would summon the armed police to intervene. After all, both Qin Zhangwo and the Jiang family harbor a deep-seated hatred for me, wishing nothing less than to flay my skin and drain my blood. Tonight, I cannot rely on the police or Lu Shezi. I must depend solely on myself. Matters occurring in the shadows of the city must be resolved with the means available within those shadows. This is a world inaccessible to ordinary people, governed by its own rules. Failing to rescue Wang Yu may grant me temporary safety, yet it could lead to animosity with the vengeful ghost mother, which would not be a wise long-term strategy. Furthermore, witnessing death without offering aid contradicts my true nature. If I harbor guilt, it will hinder my future cultivation. After some contemplation, I reached a decision. I shall save her. Splashing my face with cold water, I hurriedly left for the Jing-ing sanatorium. During a brief nap in the taxi, I arrived at the destination where Mr. Gu greeted me alongside 2 security guards. Every time I botch your instructions, I have nowhere to hide this old face. Once that little girl returns, I shall return to Miaojiang and never emerge again. The male Miao adept, known for his forbidden practice of poison crafting, seemed resigned to his fate. Underneath his black robe, Mr. Gu appeared older than when I first met him. There is no need for such despair. It is I who have implicated you. I gently patted Mr. Gu's shoulder, assuring him that once this matter is settled, I will wholeheartedly seek out Xiao Feng to assist him in controlling the chilling energy within him. You need not feel guilty. This is my debt to you. I bore no resentment towards Mr. Gu. Our acquaintance, though fraught, has afforded me profound insight into this Miao poison master. He is engrossed in his studies of poison and pays little mind to other matters. Compared to the bustling outside world, the remote Miaojiang is far more suited to him. At least there, treachery is absent, and no venomous creature can rival the malice of the human heart. Upon entering Wang Yu's residence, I found Bai Qi squatting at the door. Upon seeing me, it trotted over, clutching something in its mouth. In the days of our separation, Bai Qi had grown significantly quieter, its dark eyes resembling 2 everlasting black pearls. I scratched its chin and retrieved the object from its mouth, a torn piece of fabric. Is this from Wang Yu's clothing? Can you track her by its scent? As I stroked Bai Qi's head, I noted its distrust of anyone besides me, evident in its tight grip on the fabric until I arrived. I called out to it, and Bai Qi nudged against my leg before darting outside. I contacted Huang Buiyuan to prepare a vehicle for departure. Following closely behind Bai Qi, I also took out my phone and dialed Chen Ergo. Dogsy, gather some trustworthy brothers and prepare your weapons. Blood may be shed today. All right, I've been cooped up for so long. I'm eager to stretch my limbs. Where shall I meet you, Jingo? Do not rush. I will notify you once I arrive at the location. Upon hanging up the phone, I noticed a delicate silhouette peering through the railing, smiling as she waved at me. Gao Jian, what are you up to? It's still dark outside. Has something happened to Wang Yu? The voice belonged to Huang Shui, a kind-hearted and gentle woman who embodies all the virtues of her mother. Do not worry. I am merely going to converse with a few old friends, I reassured her. The security personnel at Jingying Sanatorium soon received orders from Huang Buiyuan to drive out, as Wang Yu had encountered trouble under their watch. Strictly speaking, they bore an undeniable responsibility, hence their overly accommodating demeanor. They had not closed their eyes throughout the night and were still eager to assist. Initially, the security team trailed behind Bai Qi's vehicle, but realizing the pace was too slow, I simply lifted Bai Qi into my car, allowing him to guide us when we approached intersections. After traversing much of Jiangqing, we ultimately found ourselves back on Tingtang Road. Upon stopping the car, I noticed a tattered children's coat hanging at the entrance of an adult shop. When I removed it, a yellow paper slipped out. Gao Jian, today's disgrace shall be repaid in kind. We shall meet at Xinhu High School in 3 days. Should you fail to appear, I will pay you a visit, bringing along a meager gift, a half-alive, half-dead poisoned child. Veins surfaced on the back of my hand as I stifled my anger, folding the yellow paper and placing it in my pocket. What does that paper say? Gu Master inquired as he stepped out of the car. Tonight, someone is destined to die. It is a funeral notice. Subsequently, I called Ergo and Director Huang to alter our plans for the evening. In a complete and heart-wrenching inquiry, I pondered the necessity of both the Gu worm and the Yin energy. They had chosen to wait for me at Xinhu High School during the midnight hour, which was somewhat plausible, yet I could not shake the feeling of a hidden agenda. On that day at Century New Garden, I had revealed my yin-yang ghostly arts. They were fully aware that the presence of Yin energy favored me, yet they still opted to confront me at a cursed sight. Was Lu Qin truly capable of disregarding the supernatural and dominating the ghost school in the dead of night? The righteous sect employs talismans to harness the yang of heaven and the essence of the earth. For them, the night only poses disadvantages. Besides, there are numerous cursed sites throughout Jiangcheng. Why must they specifically choose the desolate grounds of Xinhu High School? I was utterly perplexed, leaving Gu Master behind while I instructed the security personnel of Jingying Sanatorium to return. Around 9 in the morning, 2 dilapidated Wuling Hongguang vehicles parked outside my shop. And Chen Ergo arrived with his comrades. Brother Jian, we have brought the blades and daggers. When shall we depart? As the car door swung open, Ergo had brought only 6 individuals, including the driver. Tonight, we make our move. I scanned the faces of Ergo's companions. Each bore an intense resolve. This undertaking was perilous, and even I could not guarantee my own return. Have you conveyed this to them? I asked, knowing full well the dangers that lay ahead. I would never force anyone to accompany me. Some truths Ergo was reluctant to voice, but I felt it necessary to clarify. These 6 were not the strongest among Ergo's ranks, but they were the most loyal, some having witnessed Gu Master's capabilities. Aware that this world is not as simple as it appears. Brother Jian, I have taught them all the 8 steps breaking fist you imparted to me. Theoretically, we belong to the same faction or sect. Therefore, your affairs are our affairs. The illegitimate son of Brother Dai Guan has been kidnapped. How could we, as disciples, act as timid turtles? If we do not vent this grievance, how can we continue to navigate the path ahead? After Chen Erdog's convoluted reasoning, his subordinates nodded in agreement, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Initially troubled, I was rendered speechless by his assertion. Who informed you that my illegitimate child had been kidnapped? Wang Yu was entrusted to me by his mother for temporary care. Brother Jian, we are all adults and understand the principles involved. Rest assured, even if you do not acknowledge it, we will wholeheartedly treat him as our own nephew. Erdog turned and asked, isn't that right? Brother Dog is righteous. Brother Jian, you are Dog Brother's elder. We will heed your guidance. Amidst the chatter, I gently nodded in gratitude to everyone. Yet the events of tonight required careful deliberation. Chapter 4:10. Preparations before the battle. Lu Jing dared to kidnap Wang Yu, undoubtedly having made ample preparations. Tonight, Nuhu High School would transform into a den of peril, and I could not afford to underestimate the situation. I am deeply grateful to all of you for standing by me in this time of crisis. But tonight we are up against formidable adversaries whose methods exceed your imagination. If anyone wishes to withdraw, the opportunity remains. I scanned the brothers brought by Erdog, none showing the slightest inclination to retreat. I secretly nodded and continued, knowing the dangers yet willing to risk everything for a friend. I shall not be coy. You have been practicing boxing in this vicinity during the day. I shall offer you some guidance. Additionally, I will procure some fortifying medicinal concoctions from Qianding Pharmaceutical to assist in your physical conditioning, aiming to enhance your abilities before nightfall. In our dreams, Erdog and I practiced the 8-step burst fist, striking countless times to uncover the essence of internal force and comprehend various techniques. At this moment, I imparted these skills to them without reservation. On the other side of Ting Tang Road, there exists a Taekwondo dojo. You may begin your training there while I draft a detailed plan. After Erdog and the others departed, I called Secretary Zhang to inquire about the research progress of 2 medicinal concoctions, the Gu Ben Pei Yuan Dan and the Shi Ling San. I learned that both had been successfully developed into medicinal forms, but due to the rarity of several herbal ingredients, mass production was temporarily unfeasible. Their research department was tirelessly refining the formulas overnight. I instructed Secretary Zhang to keep a record, wishing to procure several sets of the finished medicines on credit. After some negotiation, Director Huang personally called to inform me that the medicines were still in the experimental phase and could only provide 5 sets at most. Approximately an hour later, Secretary Zhang arrived at the adult store, carrying a silver briefcase. Mr. Gao, we bear undeniable responsibility for Wang Yu's disappearance. Director Huang expressed with sincere regret, particularly emphasizing that this batch of medicine was a personal compensation from him to you. Director Huang's thoughtfulness was appreciated. I did not stand on ceremony with Secretary Zhang and opened the briefcase in his presence. Inside lay 10 Gu Bin Pei Yuan Dan and 5 sets of Shi Ling Sen ointment. 10. Is there a mistake? Gu Bin Pei Yuan Dan has been successfully developed. Director Huang knew you had a need and provided all the stock available. As for the Shi Ling San, the ingredients are indeed scarce. 5 sets are our limit. And we hope you can understand. Director Huang does not wish for this to affect our future cooperation, Secretary Zhang said, his face adorned with a conciliatory smile. Rest assured, even if you provide me with no medicine, I would not sever ties with Qianding Pharmaceutical. Nevertheless, please extend my gratitude to Director Huang. My heart is as clear as a mirror, fully aware of Huang Buiyuan's intentions. He seeks to cast a long line to catch a big fish, binding me tightly to Qianding Pharmaceutical for a future monopoly over the formulas I possess. After bidding farewell to Secretary Zhang, I first presented a Gu Bin Pei Yuan Dan to Mr. Gu, assisting him in restoring his health. And then I proceeded to the Taekwondo gym in search of Chun Ergu. Upon arrival, I was greeted by an extraordinary sight before even stepping through the door. The largest training area in the hall was occupied by Ergu and his companions, while the nearby Taekwondo enthusiasts watched with great enthusiasm, even the black belt instructor among them. I had underestimated the state of martial arts in Huaxia. Indeed, while many frauds masquerade under the banner of ancient martial arts, there are also individuals who truly master the art. The instructor observed Ergu's training intently, nodding occasionally in approval. Martial arts can be classified into 2 types, one for performance and the other for combat. I maneuvered through the crowd and joined them. Upon my entrance, Ergu and his companions halted their practice, turning in unison, nearly exclaiming, "Greetings, brother. You all are being rather ostentatious, aren't you? Ergu, find a smaller training area and keep outsiders out." 10 minutes later, I led Ergu and the others to a different training space, secured the door, and retrieved the elixirs from my case. The ancient martial art you practice, known as 8 steps to collapse fist, combined with this ancient formula prepared into an elixir, will yield remarkable effects. To avoid unnecessary complications, I refrained from disclosing the name of the elixir, as sometimes knowing too much can be perilous. After consuming the Gu Bin Pei Yuan Dan, they all appeared invigorated, their spirits soaring as they unleashed their punches, accompanied by a faint sound of wind breaking. Their strength had increased by at least 20 to 30%. "Brother Jian, do you have more of this miraculous elixir?" Ergu exclaimed. After taking it, "I feel as light as a swallow, as if I possess boundless energy. With one punch, I could likely fell a bull." Following Ergu's declaration, his comrades chimed in, praising the effects. I carefully stored the remaining elixirs, informing them that I also had another preparation that could significantly enhance their resistance to impact, rendering their skin as tough as rock and their bodies as solid as stone. However, I possessed only 5 doses. They would need to decide amongst themselves who would use it. Skin like rock. Would that not render one invulnerable? I find that hard to believe. It sounds too exaggerated. Li, you completed high school and are the most educated among us. Do you know anything about such a substance? Even though I studied abroad, I cannot fathom how to create such a thing. I raised my hand to signal for silence, clarifying that while invulnerability may be an exaggeration, the primary function of this ointment is to enhance their resistance to impact and bolster their self-defense capabilities. After a brief moment, Ergu and the other 4 stepped out, prepared for a night of perilous confrontation, as only the finest steel should be put to the blade. These 4, seasoned in combat, would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Ergu proceeded to introduce me to his companions, 2 brothers, Peng Qiu and Peng Dong, who bore a striking resemblance and both had military backgrounds, their prowess needing no further elaboration. The other 2, the tallest and strongest, named Zhang Dali, though simple-minded, was loyal. The shorter, leaner one, known as Daozi, was adept with flying knives, a skill he had honed during his time in a labor camp. Together with these 4 and my elixirs, we would form a formidable quintet. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I acknowledged their presence with a bow and turned to inquire about the 2 remaining individuals. What are the names of these brothers? Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure the ointment is provided to you as well. Whether or not it is necessary is inconsequential, as they are not particularly skilled fighters. Ergu pointed to a bespectacled individual, declaring, "This is Li Li, a schemer with a penchant for mischief. The rotund fellow beside him is Ma Pan, a fellow villager of mine, known for his prodigious appetite. His parents, at their wits' end, had no choice but to expel him, and now he serves as our dedicated driver. You have quite the diverse entourage," I remarked. After familiarizing my brothers with Ergu, I produced the stone spirit powder, instructing them to apply it to their skin. The powder, resembling silicone, formed merely a thin layer upon application, gradually permeating the flesh. Impacting the skin would facilitate its absorption, yet I cautioned them to exercise moderation. As we had pressing matters to attend to that evening, I demonstrated some basic boxing techniques and imparted the fundamental principles of meditation and abdominal breathing before taking my leave. Seeking solitude, I retrieved my phone from the underworld showcase and perused the catalog, contemplating the exchange for items that could ensure my survival. Continuing in this manner, I mused, would not only prevent the depletion of my accumulated points, but also raise the question of when I might amass the requisite 10,000 points. I shook my head, dismissing such thoughts from my mind. Currently, I had 69 points at my disposal. If I were to expend them entirely, I could procure something of considerable value. However, those treasures were prohibitively expensive and offered little in terms of cost-effectiveness. Furthermore, possessing such wealth could attract unwanted attention. What if I exchanged for a few superior talismans? A random superior talisman required 10 points, and given its unpredictable nature, I could not ascertain what I would receive. After some contemplation, I decided against it. My luck was notoriously poor, and obtaining an unnecessary talisman would squander points, severely undermining my future broadcasts. Even if I managed to rescue Wang Yu, I would lose the confidence to compete with them, making it imperative that I do not waste these 69 points. Retracting my phone, I returned to Ting Tang Road, closed my eyes, and began to cultivate the Miao Zhen heart method, seeking clarity. If I were to employ the Miao Zhen talisman technique tonight, it would equate to an admission of my illicit study of the Miao Zhen arts. However, if I refrained from hand seals and incantations, I could only harness half of my potential, leaving me in a precarious position. Was I truly to engage in open conflict with Miao Zhen? I was acutely aware that should I utilize the Miao Zhen talisman technique in front of Lu Jin and Lu Chun, there would be no turning back in my relationship with Miao Zhen. Chapter 411. The King of Hell takes up the pen. While I held a personal grudge against Lu Jin, revealing my clandestine acquisition of Miao Zhen's arts would elevate the matter to one threatening the very foundation of the sect. Miao Zhen might dispatch even more formidable adversaries to Jiangqing. The Miao Zhen technique was best avoided unless absolutely necessary. A fleeting flash of crimson flickered in my eyes before quickly returning to normal. Upon returning to the adult shop, I retrieved the vermilion powder and yellow paper gifted by Lu Xiaoji, along with the dragon-carved pen obtained from Lu Jin, and began to focus on drawing talismans. After numerous failures, I finally succeeded on the 13th attempt. Using the yellow paper as a base, I mixed the vermilion powder with glutinous rice to craft a talisman encapsulating a diminutive decree inscribed with the blessings of the three pure ones. This was a 100-fold pardon talisman, a technique I had recently learned from the detailed explanations of Miao Zhen arts following my breakthrough in the realm of breathing techniques before my 8th broadcast. This talisman offered pardons for myriad grievances, 1 for 1,000 years of sin, 2 for 10,000 years of sorrow, 3 for ailments of time, 4 for disasters of water and fire, 5 for the scourge of thieves, 6 for the woes of children, 7 for debts from past lives, 8 for slanderous words, 9 for house-related afflictions, and 10 for the tranquility of the home. Though merely a minor talisman, it encompassed the wishes of the populace, binding their hearts and ensuring protection against malevolent spirits and ghostly disturbances. I inscribed this talisman not for my own protection, but rather for Ergo and his companions. My practice of the yin-yang ghost arts renders me unperturbed by malevolent entities. Throughout the day, I expended nearly all my yellow paper and vermilion powder, managing to craft 8 Baishi talismans. Nevertheless, I did not emerge empty-handed. Through this arduous day of training, my comprehension of talismanic arts deepened significantly, ensuring a marked enhancement in my success rate for future creations. After meditating briefly, around 8 in the evening, Mr. Gu and I set out to reunite with Ergo and his group. Upon entering the Taekwondo studio, I observed that Ergo and his companions had fully assimilated the effects of the elixirs and ointments, their spirits vibrant and their skin notably smoother. "Brother Jian, your medicine is truly miraculous," Ergo exclaimed, rushing towards me, only to halt abruptly upon noticing Mr. Gu, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The memory of that day when Mr. Gu had incapacitated them with a mere wave of his hand still lingered, instilling a sense of apprehension in Ergo. "He's one of us. Mr. Gu is here to assist me." After sharing a meal, the atmosphere between us lightened considerably. I glanced at the time. It was nearly time to depart, so I instructed Ergo and his brothers to prepare their vehicles for our journey to Xinhu High School. 2 vans set off from Tingtang Road, one following the other. With ample time at our disposal, I urged them not to speed. Instead, leaning against the door to ponder how to extricate myself should the worst come to pass. If the Miao Zhen Dao and the Sanyin sect were to strike simultaneously tonight, even with a myriad of skills at my disposal, my chances of survival would be grim. Just days ago, had I not been live streaming or in Xinhushi, they would have struggled to locate me. Now that I had finally made an appearance, they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Facing both righteous and sinister forces was indeed a daunting prospect. I chuckled bitterly. Contending with the Miao Zhen Dao and the Sanyin sect was not my gravest concern. My true fear lay in the wrath of the Ghost Mother and the followers of the two-faced Buddha, who might trace my whereabouts from Xinhushi. After all, Xinhu High School is in close proximity to the Buddha Demon District. The convergence of these 4 factions, Buddha, Demon, Ghost, and Dao, rendered my situation perilous. It felt as though I were walking a tightrope over an abyss. A single misstep could lead to my utter demise. As I gazed out at the bustling traffic, my resolve began to solidify. Countless brushes with death had been averted in my past. This time, however, I felt a sudden jolt of recognition as I glimpsed a Taoist clad in black across the street, his collar adorned with a vividly embroidered venomous snake. His delicate features parted as if to call my name. Draped in a black robe with the snake's intricate design, he was undoubtedly a member of the Sanyin sect. Just as I prepared to shout for the driver to stop, Ergo abruptly slammed on the brakes, and our dilapidated van collided sideways with a tree. What just happened? My head spun dizzily, but fortunately, the vehicle had not been traveling fast, and I was buckled in. No one inside was injured. "Damn, we almost hit someone," Ergo exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I was driving normally when that kid suddenly dashed out from the sidewalk. We exited the vehicle to inspect the scene at the intersection, where a young mother cradled her bewildered son, who sat on the ground, visibly shaken. My vehicle is equipped with a dash cam. That entire episode was recorded. "If you intend to stage an accident, you might want to reconsider," I remarked. Ergo muttered a curse under his breath, while the young mother, far from angry, wore an expression of remorse, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what has gotten into him lately. He has been acting recklessly, as if possessed, and I can hardly keep him in check. If it weren't for Ergo's timely braking and swift maneuvering, that boy would have likely been caught beneath the vehicle. The inability to restrain oneself leads to misguided discipline." Ergo fiercely admonished the child, adding that this was how his father had raised him. The boy, cradled in his mother's arms, seemed to have just recovered from his shock, bursting into tears that drew concerned glances from those nearby. Ergo instructed Xiao Ma to stay behind for the traffic police while we moved on, not wishing to waste any more time. After inspecting the van and finding no significant damage, Ergo breathed a sigh of relief and warned the young mother to keep a closer watch on her son. Should he run off again, he might not be able to swerve in time. "Yes, I will certainly keep an eye on him. Xiao Yun, go apologize to the uncles." The young mother released her grip, and the boy, appearing somewhat timid, offered an apology to Ergo before running towards me. I was not particularly concerned and was just about to get into the car when I noticed the little boy hastening towards me. Suddenly, it dawned on me, and I instinctively assessed the situation. Beneath the traffic light, the boy's face morphed into a grotesque, contorted visage. Alarmed, I leapt away like a leopard, but it was too late. The boy gently grasped my hand, and with clarity, I perceived him slipping a black invitation into my palm. The King of Hell's invitation. My mind momentarily faltered as I gazed down the long street. The crowd thinned, and at the corner, 2 shadowy figures, one in black and the other in white, watched me intently. They wore tall hats, one inscribed with "Peace under Heaven," while the other proclaimed wealth at first sight. Bowing slightly, they were soon followed by a figure clad in a celestial robe, whose features remained obscured, whether a mere apparition or a tangible entity. As he inscribed a character for death before me, "Yama calls you to die at the 3rd watch. Who dares to let you linger until the 5th? The specter dissipated, transforming into a young Taoist in black, who laughed heartily as he departed. Within my essence, the three-eyed, ghostly infant shrieked, and the flow of dark energy accelerated, returning my consciousness to clarity. Were the emissaries of yin and yang here to collect souls? As I regained my senses, I glanced downward. The black invitation had vanished, but a dark vein on the back of my hand had swollen into a subtle character for death. Looking back at the boy, I noticed his pallid complexion as he collapsed to the ground. His mother screamed and rushed over, while chaos erupted around us. Some called for help. Others dialed emergency services, yet I remained silent against the van. The boy was innocent. He had been manipulated by malevolent forces. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly the black-clad Taoist I had just seen, adorned with an embroidered serpent at his collar, likely a disciple of the Snake King lineage. The possession of a living being typically requires a period of concealment, sometimes lasting 7 days or even half a month, before it can exert any influence over their will. When had he begun his scheme? Observing the tumultuous crowd, my mind was a whirlwind. I had fallen victim to the three yin sect's ploy before even meeting with Lu Jin of the Miaozhen sect. The king of hell's invitation signified the presence of death, and the emissaries of yin and yang could appear at any moment, pursuing me until my soul was scattered. The three yin sect would not let such an opportunity slip. The invitation was merely the initial phase of their plan. With both the three yin sect and Miaozhen sect striking simultaneously, signs of impending chaos were already surfacing. Clenching my hand inscribed with the character for death, I cast my gaze towards the other side of the city. Was I still to rescue Wanyu? An ambulance soon arrived, and the boy was taken away by the doctors, his mother weeping until the doors of the vehicle were shut. The crowd dispersed, and the road returned to normal. Ergo noticed my unusual demeanor and approached me. Brother Jian, it's time for us to leave. Indeed, it is time to depart. I covered my hand with my other hand, sat back in the van, and gazed out the window, my nails digging deeply into my flesh. Let us set off. Chapter 412. Nuhu High School. The atmosphere in the vehicle was somewhat oppressive. Ergo and Mr. Gu noticed something was amiss with me. Yet they chose to remain silent, maintaining their quietude throughout the journey. As the vehicle exited Jiangcheng, I rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. Did you bring the deer-slaying knife? After reclaiming the knife from Lu Jin, I had given it to Ergo for self-defense. Yes, it's underneath the seat. Wrapped in newspaper. Ergo, maintaining speed, asked, Brother Jian, do you have something on your mind? Is it because of that little boy? Having accompanied me for some time, Ergo was perceptive and had begun to sense something. Our enemies have already made their move. With one hand resting on the window, I watched the cigarette burn rapidly. This evening at Nuhu High School could very well be a trap. I have one request, and I hope you will agree to it. It is of utmost importance. If you cannot comply, then do not involve yourselves. What is it? Why so serious? If we find ourselves in a dire situation tonight, I want you to leave immediately if I tell you to. Do not linger, and do not concern yourselves with me. My tone was unusually earnest. Although you have gained some enhancements, you are still far inferior to those individuals. You exist in entirely different realms. There is no need to risk your lives for someone unrelated. If saving one person leads to the downfall of many, I would rather not intervene. We're not even there yet. Why such pessimistic talk? Brother Jian, I have not wasted a moment recently. I have devoted myself entirely to practicing the burst fist and have made breakthroughs. Soon, I will show you something remarkable. As the ancients said, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days. Just wait and see. Since my guidance, Ergo has taken to infusing his speech with idioms. Regardless of their appropriateness, perhaps as a means to appear cultured, it is a matter of pride that I lost face under your very eyes. If I do not reclaim it, I will be utterly disgraced. Mr. Gu, without further comment, stroked the palm of his hand, where a clay pot contained his life-bound Gu, the human-faced moth. You are unaware of their methods. Remember, do not overestimate yourselves. If you find yourselves outmatched, leave immediately. I have contingencies. Do not drag me down. I told a benevolent lie and offered no further explanation. I closed my eyes, regulated my breath, and ceased the operation of my mysterious heart technique, compressing a strand of innate true energy within my dantian. Due to the incident with the little boy, we were delayed for a while. By the time we arrived at Nuhu High School, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The 2 vans halted beside the desolate highway, and not a single household was visible within a kilometer. Is there such desolation surrounding Jiangxing? How could the City Development Committee allow this land to languish? Brother Jian, weren't we supposed to go to a school? What are we doing here? I distributed the talismans to Ergo and his companions, then carried Bai Qi down from another van. Glancing at my watch, it was 10:07 p.m. The school lay deep within the wilderness, the road now overgrown with weeds. 5 years ago, this place was not as it is now. At 11 o'clock in the evening, I am uncertain whether they have already set their ambush. It is prudent to remain cautious. Keep the talismans I provided close to you and refrain from displaying them carelessly. In the event of danger, raise your voice for assistance. Do not act impulsively. This place is far more terrifying than any conflict or skirmish you have previously encountered. A moment's negligence could cost you your life. After hearing my words, the group ceased their laughter and gradually adopted a serious demeanor. Once we enter, heed my instructions. If an unusual situation arises and I am not present, then follow the guidance of Master Gu. Do you understand? I retrieved a dagger from the van and concealed it on my person while handing the deer-slaying knife to Ergo. Armed and ready, we proceeded towards the school. Ergo's companions exchanged uncertain glances, scrutinizing the figure of Master Gu concealed within his black robe. Only Ergo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Master Gu, a Miaogu master, deserved our respect. He took the deer-slaying knife from my hand and swung it vigorously, the air whistling with its arc. Fully armed with knives and daggers, we followed into the depths of the wilderness. Dark clouds cloaked the sky, obscuring the stars and moon, and in the murkiness, a cluster of structures emerged, resembling buildings suspended in a black vortex, a mirage of Xinhu High School. The rusted iron gates stood like aged sentinels, guarding the perimeter of Xinhu High. After Ergo and the others had scaled the gates, I approached and picked up a no-entry sign from the ground, hanging it on the railing. How many times has it been now? The school, shrouded in darkness, bore an oppressive atmosphere, as if the heavens themselves were bearing down upon it. Crossing the gate, I once again checked my talismans and brushed my back to confirm the dagger's presence. The anxiety in my gaze gradually dissipated, leaving only calm. Upon entering through the main gate, I surveyed the overgrown wasteland, my eyes darting among the dilapidated buildings. Yet no signs of life were apparent. I had not anticipated that a school truly existed in such a desolate area. Ergo, this place sees little foot traffic. We might as well claim it as our own, hiding our more illicit activities here, I suggested. Ergo shot him a disapproving glance at the mention of relocating our base to this location, warning that one would not survive long in such a place. Years ago, I had heard whispers about this school, but all information regarding it had since been sealed. In retrospect, it was evident that something horrific was being concealed, something that, if revealed, would incite widespread panic among the populace. Li, ever the strategist among us, was the only one willing to analyze the situation with intellect. That is hardly enlightening, I remarked, as the knife wielder quietly toyed with his blade. Silence. From this moment onward, you must exercise utmost caution. I can assure you, this is a haunted school. The reasons for its closure are numerous, but primarily, it is due to the alarming number of students who committed suicide in rapid succession. I pointed towards the charred teaching building, where, 5 years prior, students had leaped from the rooftop like dumplings into boiling water. The small house at the back of the school was filled with charred remains. Upon finishing my account, Ergo's companions fell silent. Even the returning veterans, Peng Qiu and Peng Dong, dared not speak further. With still some time before 11 o'clock, I intended to familiarize you with the surroundings. I gestured towards Bai Qi, attempting to inquire if it could detect the scent of Wang Yu, but Bai Qi remained unresponsive. It seemed that the piece of cloth it had previously encountered had been tampered with, smeared with an intensely irritating odor specifically designed to diminish a dog's olfactory sensitivity. Unable to rely on Bai Qi for assistance, I hesitated to lead our group directly into the enclosed building for an investigation. Every time I approached this place, an unsettling feeling overwhelmed me, as if it were inhabited by otherworldly entities. After scouring the perimeter of the building without success, Ergo proposed that I lead the brothers into hiding, waiting for that scoundrel to arrive so we could ambush him from both sides. The van remained parked on the road. Provided they were not too dim-witted, they should suspect that I had summoned reinforcements. I cautioned them against acting impulsively. The absence of a stipulation in the letter allowing only my presence indicated that they were indifferent to the number of people involved. Standing before the experimental building, I gazed at the ajar window, recalling how I had entered through it and subsequently clashed with Lu Jin. So what shall we do? Just wait idly? If Wang Yu truly fell into their hands and was forced to consume the venomous concoction, I would find myself in a perilous predicament. The variety of cursed insects was vast, and even the master of curses could not guarantee a remedy for every toxin. The night was tranquil as water. Yet the chill in the air grew increasingly pronounced, quickly leading to the appointed hour. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a window on the third floor of the experimental building shattered outward. A burly man stood at the window, gripping a frail boy with one hand. Gao Jian. It has been a few days. I trust you are well. Zhong Jiao, clad in a thin garment and with a menacing expression, was clearly intent on humiliating me. Recalling our previous encounter in front of his master where I had bested him. Ah, it is brother Zhong Jiao. Have your injuries healed? It is said that you hail from the esteemed Miao Jin Dao, a sect of profound arts. Your resilience truly inspires envy. Enough of your sarcastic remarks, Zhong Jiao retorted. This lad is in my grasp, and if you wish to see him unharmed, I suggest you comply with my instructions. Otherwise, he tightened his grip on Wang Yu's neck, dangling half his body outside the window. What do you think might happen if my hand were to slip? Wang Yu's face turned a ghastly shade of purple, small veins crawling like centipedes upon his tender visage. In pain, his features contorted, and his thin lips resembled withered willow leaves. Zhong Jiao, though you come from Miao Jin Dao, a respectable sect, your current conduct is more disgraceful than that of a wicked practitioner. This child is innocent. If you wish to confront me, do so directly, but spare him further harm. I endeavored to suppress my emotions, softening my tone to avoid provoking Zhong Jiao. Are you concerned for this boy? Zhong Jiao laughed heartily. Fear not. I would never harm him. However, I must say, he is quite intriguing. He refuses to speak no matter what I ask, displaying quite the stubborn temperament. As he spoke, Zhong Jiao seemed to casually lift Wang Yu's shirt, revealing red marks on the child's skin left by a belt. Look, I merely wish to inquire about you. Yet he steadfastly refuses to divulge even his name. How rude. Alas, I had no choice but to teach him a lesson on your behalf. The flesh that has been lashed on Wang Yu's body is swollen and raised, evoking sympathy in anyone who lays eyes upon it. My fists clenched tightly as I struggled to contain my emotions. He is not withholding information. That child suffers from congenital autism and struggles with communication. Release him. He is not my child. You are inflicting harm upon an innocent outsider. Zhong Jiao tapped his ear, feigning ignorance. What? You say this child is ill? Should I assist in his treatment? As he spoke, he pressed down on the swollen welts on Wang Yu's back, the scorching pain compounded by external pressure, causing Wang Yu to shut his eyes tightly, his lips trembling. Stop. Blood surged in my eyes. Although I had previously harbored animosity towards Miao Jin Dao, I had never felt such intense murderous intent. Feeling heartache? Will you also scream and howl like a clown? Zhong Jiao propped Wang Yu against the windowsill, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief, a feeling he had never encountered since our acquaintance. I inhaled deeply, gritting my teeth to maintain composure. That child is innocent. He is unrelated to me. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards me. I will bear it all. Bear it all? Do you still possess the right to say such things? After Zhong Jiao finished speaking, he pushed Wang Yu further towards the window, his smile widening. Enough. Bring that child down. A soft voice emanated from below, seemingly detached from the mundane world, carrying an ethereal quality. It was Lu Chen who spoke. The main entrance of the experimental building was kicked open, revealing a wooden chair at the center of the hall, upon which sat a Taoist, sitting upright. Beneath him lay 4 talismans, and through my discerning eye, I observed that these talismans were merely a prelude. The truly terrifying aspect was the complex Chinese characters inscribed on the ground, forming a considerable formation that concentrated the malevolent energy of the entire experimental building into the hall. This person is formidable. Although Gu Master lacked knowledge of Taoist arts, he promptly alerted me. The ground is suppressing the malevolent energy of the first floor. This person's cultivation has transcended the ordinary. Gao Jian interjected. This building has already been ensnared by a formation laid down by my senior brother. No matter how many people you bring in, it will be futile. Considering your own practice of Miao Jin Dao, you may be deemed somewhat fated to this path. Enter. Declare your identity. Offer 1,000,000 merits, and this matter shall be laid to rest. Lu Jin stepped out from the entrance, followed closely by Lu Chun, dressed in a much more understated manner, clad in a simple Taoist robe. I cast a glance at Wang Yu in Zhong Jiao's grasp, suppressing the blood that surged in my eyes. Return to the mountain? Your Miao Jin Dao even resorts to beating a 4 or 5-year-old child. And you still dare to return to the mountain? You have the audacity to demand 1,000,000 merits from me? Stubborn and unyielding. I can't be bothered to waste words on you. Today, whether you agree or not, you must comply. You have no choice. I advise you to listen obediently before I take action. Don't wait until it's too late and a tragedy unfolds to regret it. Lu Jin smiled at me, showing no urgency, likely having already devised several methods to torment me in his mind. Stop pretending to be benevolent. Aren't you merely seeking to reclaim your lost face? Don't you desire my 1,000,000 merits? Why resort to such despicable tactics? Why harm a child? Gao Jian, you know well whether you have learned the Miaojian heart method. The sect has decreed that anyone caught secretly studying the sect's core techniques will have their dantian abolished and meridians severed. Will you take action yourself, or would you prefer my assistance? Lu Jin's smile remained undiminished as he remarked, once I deal with you, I shall inquire with your girlfriend to uncover the truth of that day at the Century New Garden, and perhaps finalize what was left unfinished. He uttered a few terse words before inviting him in. Lu Chun, with his eyes still closed, seemed utterly indifferent to the unfolding events, treating them as mere childish antics. Adhering to my senior's command, Lu Jin provocatively glanced at me before beckoning Zhong Jiao to the entrance, ensuring that Gao Jian could witness our interrogation methods. Indeed, Zhong Jiao stood at the doorway, his movements visible to all outside, one hand grasping Wang Yu while the other retrieved a flask from his bosom. Upon twisting the cap, an alluring aroma wafted from within, and then an astonishing scene unfolded. The thick, malevolent energy in the hall coalesced into massive black serpents, coiling around the flask. This flask contained the essence of yin soup, also known as the yellow spring water, concocted from a blend of rare, yin properties herbs. It possessed remarkable efficacy against spirits and insects, capable of transforming the ethereal into the corporeal, facilitating communication with the yin energy. However, for humans, it was a potent poison. Consuming it would result in an incessant assault of yin energy on the physical body, gradually dissipating the yang energy until one ultimately transformed into a specter. A hint of madness flickered in Lu Jin's smile. It seemed he had envisioned a particular scenario in his mind. He reached into his pocket and produced a vibrant silk pouch. The pouch was strikingly colorful, and he slowly opened it, shaking it towards the malevolent energy. Something within appeared restless, darting about, and just as it seemed ready to escape, Lu Jin directed the pouch towards the flask, allowing the vividly colored venomous creature to plunge inside. I could not name the creature within the pouch, only knowing it to be a variant of the mother and child goo. The figure in the black robe beside me, as my senior mentioned, was a goo master from Yaojiang. Perhaps you might inquire with him. Lu Jin securely tied the pouch, his demeanor relaxed. The goo master frowned, observing for a long moment before shaking his head. There are many brightly colored goo, but I have never seen the one in his possession. It is likely a mutated variant cultivated through special methods. Hearing this, my heart sank further, having never even witnessed it, let alone concoct an antidote. Bring that child here. Zhong Jiao roughly seized Wang Yu and approached Lu Jin. Gao Jian, I shall grant you one last opportunity to confess before my senior regarding your theft of the Miaojian heart technique, and to obediently return with us to the mountain gate. Think carefully. The child's life rests entirely in your hands. Do you dare to commit murder here? I retorted coldly, my hand reaching for the dagger concealed at my lower back. No, it's not murder. Lu Jin interjected, prying open Wang Yu's mouth. His handsome visage bore a sinister edge, declaring that what was to follow was 100-fold more agonizing than death. He erupted into laughter, and without warning, he tipped the contents of the flask into Wang Yu's mouth. Beast! My eyes reddened as I gripped the dagger and charged towards the experimental building, while Ergo and the others rushed in as well. The situation threatened to spiral out of control when suddenly, brilliant lights illuminated the scene. Ah, what a lively gathering! A soft, sinister laugh pierced the atmosphere. Upon hearing that voice, my nerves seemed to freeze. I forcibly halted and turned to look. 2 luxury SUVs roared into the wilderness, their headlights shining, as 5 men clad in black robes approached from the distance. The Sanine sect's serpent public lineage. My heart plummeted, caught between 2 formidable forces. In the experimental building, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings as Lu Jin spotted the black-clad Taoist, his brow slightly furrowed. Meanwhile, Lu Chun remained seated on the wooden chair, his eyes yet to open. Chapter 414, The 100 Solutions Talismans. It is better to arrive at the opportune moment than to come early, perfectly coinciding with this splendid drama. One among the newly arrived Taoists, clad in a black robe adorned with a colorful serpent, emerged, tall and robust. You have trespassed upon the sacred grounds of the Three-Yin sect, breaching taboos and unleashing infant ghosts, along with nearly 100 infant souls. Are you aware of your crimes? You commit heinous acts, nurturing ghostly infants without regard for human lives, establishing a malevolent hospital where countless souls perish annually. How many innocent lives have been lost there? You dare to turn the tables and accuse me? I gritted my teeth, knowing that neither the Three-Yin sect nor the Miaozhen Dao were righteous entities. I merely staged a ruse, yet you boldly admit your guilt. Such audacity. The leading black-clad Taoist let out a chilling laugh, his demeanor and appearance a blend of masculine and feminine qualities. I had seen him once on the streets of Xinhu High School. And what of it? Your sins are as grievous as a rat scurrying through the streets, deserving of eradication by all. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for me. I needed to weigh my options between the Miaozhen Dao and the Three-Yin sect, as confronting both simultaneously was utterly impossible. The optimal strategy was to concentrate my efforts on subduing one faction first. Deserving of eradication, you say? If I am not mistaken, the allies of the Miaozhen Dao seated within this hall would be more than willing to join forces to vanquish evil, I remarked, sensing a hint of amusement in the black-clad Taoist's gaze as he deliberately raised his voice, calling into the experimental building. I am Xia Qingzhi, a disciple of the Three-Yin sect. I have encountered the illustrious Miaozhen Tianshi. This individual, Gao Jian, has broken the seals of infant souls and killed our disciple who remained behind. His crimes are egregious, and I hope my fellow Taoists will assist us in capturing him. Inside the building, Lu Chun remained silent, while Lu Jin called out to several black-robed Taoists of the Three-Yin sect. This individual has illicitly learned the heart method of Miaozhen, his character twisted and malevolent. Our two factions must unite to restore peace to Jiang City. Indeed. Shi Qian clasped his hands, and Lu Jin nodded with a smile. The objectives of both factions were essentially aligned, both seeking to eliminate me. Amidst the chaos in the Jiang family and the destruction of the place where infant souls were nurtured, the Three-Yin sect naturally aimed to capture the instigator, to set an example and instill fear in Jiang City and its surroundings, declaring that it was their territory. Lu Jin consistently sought to provoke conflict under the pretense of my alleged theft of the Miaozhen heart method, with the ultimate goal of eliminating me and seizing all that I possessed. Among these individuals, the only one who bore no direct enmity towards me was Lu Chun. As Lu Jin was his junior disciple, and out of a sense of brotherhood, he ought to assist Lu Jin. However, given my suspicion of having pilfered the Miaozhen teachings, he also had reasons rooted in sect loyalty to oppose me. Perhaps in his heart, he did not view me as an enemy. Capturing me might have merely been a routine task, though it could also be due to the vast difference in our realms, rendering me inconsequential in his eyes. Shi Qian and Lu Jin swiftly reached an agreement. Regardless of the outcome, they would first join forces to capture me. Both sides remained watchful, and the time left for me dwindled. I surveyed my surroundings. The Three-Yin sect had come prepared, and since Xinhu High School was itself a vast nexus of malevolent energy, they could unleash their full strength here. In contrast, the Miaozhen Dao, which practiced orthodox methods, emphasized naturalness and the cultivation of one's character, was not particularly adept at conflict, although Lu Chun's cultivation was unfathomable. Suppressing the accumulated malevolent energy of an entire building for 5 years would likely prove burdensome for him. I swiftly analyzed the scene within the experimental building where Wang Yu had already ingested the toxic concoction. He lay on the ground, retching incessantly but unable to expel anything. His thin lips cracked and bleeding. With trembling hands, he clawed at his throat, his complexion alarmingly pale, eyebrows knotted like twisted ropes, and a sheen of cold sweat beading on his skin. He was enduring a torment that no one at his tender age should have to bear. Indeed, he had suffered far more than any child ought to. First, save Wang Yu. The agony of the poison coursing through him was something even an adult would struggle to withstand, let alone a mere child. Follow me, we must charge in. I surged ahead like a leading wolf, dashing straight into the hall of the experimental building. Ergo and the others followed closely behind, none faltering, while Mr. Gu, bringing up the rear, cradled a ceramic jar, cautiously watching the movements of the San-Yin sect behind us. Only when he observed that they remained still and did not intend to intervene did he exhale in relief and enter the building alongside us. Hi, Jian. It seems your audacity has grown in our brief absence, Lu Jin remarked as he and Zhong Jiu each grasped one of Wang Yu's arms. Retreating behind Lu Chun with peculiar smiles, their gazes fixed upon me. This world is inherently unequal. Humanity differs vastly. You could have lived as an ordinary person. Yet you squandered that chance, obliterating everything with your own hands. Enough with the prattle. With my physique repeatedly enhanced, I surged forward, my speed rivaling that of sprinting athletes. In a mere blink, I reached the distance of a few dozen meters. Hand over Wang Yu. You wish to release him? How deluded you are. Turn around and see for yourself, Lu Jin replied, exuding confidence, dismissing me entirely. With a casual gesture, I instinctively sensed a shift in the atmosphere and turned back to witness the malevolent energy within the building surging like a frenzied serpent, mercilessly assaulting Ergo and his companions. The oppressive energy was insufferable for ordinary people. Once it infiltrated the body, it could lead to severe illness or even death. A loud crack resounded as Li Li charged forward with his blade, only to be struck by the malevolent energy, sending him sprawling backward as if lashed by a giant whip. Li Zi, brotherly. Ergo's companions cried out in alarm as Li Li struggled momentarily before rising. A faint halo shimmered on his chest, peculiar characters emanating warmth and dispelling the sinister energy within him. What sorcery is this? He marveled at the writhing tendrils of malevolent energy in the hall, still shaken. I'm fine, stay cautious, he shouted before plunging back into the fray. An ordinary person untouched by malevolent energy? Lu Jin exclaimed in disbelief as he quickly discerned the faint halo on Li Li's chest. The 100 Forgiveness Talismans. These individuals are all equipped with 100 Forgiveness Talismans. Hi Jian. It seems you have not only pilfered the essence of the Miao Zhan inner teachings, but also our sect's secret talisman techniques. Brother, we have them dead to rights. Kindly take action to subdue them. Lu Chen's eyes half opened, seemingly intrigued. He scanned the auras surrounding Ergo and the others. The public petition talismans, imbued with the will of the people, they embody the principle that the heavens do not forsake the populace. This talisman bears a certain significance, differing from our teachings. Brother, how could you defend an outsider? The 100 Forgiveness Talismans are a secret transmission of Miao Zhan's minor talismans. Their appearance in the hands of outsiders surely indicates a problem with his identity, Lu Jin incited from the side. Lu Chen shook his head, stating, merely possessing a few modified talismans does not conclusively prove anything. However, I am somewhat curious about this person's limits. The last time he employed ghostly arts, and now, with Miao Zhan talismans appearing on his companions, I wonder if, under pressure, he might yet reveal other means. Lu Chen remained motionless, merely waving his left hand to release a few light-colored talismans. The 100 Solutions Talisman. The first resolves 10 calamities. The second addresses the 4 seasons' malevolent stars. The third dispels all taboos. The fourth alleviates ailments and injuries. The fifth mitigates legal disputes and slander. The sixth restores peace to households. The seventh neutralizes the threats of water and fire. The eighth counters ominous celestial bodies. The ninth dispels ominous omens. And the 10th resolves the malevolent specter of birds. As Lu Chun waved his hand, a sense of foreboding crept over me. I wished to caution the others, yet it was too late. Those talismans, akin to paper cranes in the wind, deftly avoided the malevolent energy and affixed themselves to each individual present. What are these? They are the talismans cast by that old Taoist. The others paid little heed, but only I and Mr. Gu discerned the faint glow dissipating from their chests, as the 100 Forgiveness Talisman was effortlessly shattered. Without the protection of the talismans, once exposed to the malevolent energy, their bodies would grow sluggish, poisoned by the chill that assails the heart. If not promptly dispelled, their fortunes and lifespans would be severely diminished. Soon, Li Li and Daozi were struck by the malevolent energy, their screams reverberating through the room. My heart raced as I shouted to them, "The talismans have failed. Get out quickly." The others fought while retreating. In the hall of the experimental building, only Ergo and Mr. Gu continued to inch closer to me. Without their assistance, how could you possibly contend with us? Just you alone? Lu Jin laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with mockery. I have awaited this day for a long time. Gao Jian, obediently follow my instructions, and you and this child may yet find a glimmer of hope. He stood behind Lu Chun, waiting for me to plead for mercy. Chapter 415, A Desperate Situation. To threaten you with an innocent child of 4 or 5. What does that say for the dignity of the Miao Zhan Dao? I clenched my teeth tightly. Ergo and Mr. Gu were struggling against the rampant malevolent energy, barely holding on, and could provide no assistance. The only piece of good news was that the three-eyed ghost infant within me had awakened, absorbing the malevolent energy and continuously strengthening my body's dark meridians. Have I ever threatened you? Lu Jin said brazenly. What I am doing is merely to assist you. I do not wish for you to err further. As for this child, he is closely tied to you, and it is uncertain whether he bears the legacy of Miao Jin Dao. I am also acting out of responsibility for the sect. Words exchanged in vain. I tightened my grip on the dagger, ceasing further conversation, dedicating myself entirely to evading the malevolent energy as the long whip swiftly closed the distance between Wang Yu and me. A futile struggle. What can you achieve by coming closer? My senior brother is here. Even if you possess celestial prowess, you cannot stir a single wave. Lu Jin was confident in Lu Chun, lifting Wang Yu from the ground and striking his face, the pain rendering Wang Yu nearly unconscious. After several blows, Wang Yu finally regained consciousness. He was far too young, lacking the ability to articulate his suffering. The pain was so intense that he could not shed a tear, his eyes reddening and bulging as if they might burst. What a pitiable child. However, worry not. He shall soon acclimate to this suffering, but by then, he will no longer be considered human. After all, a ghost cannot endure the light. At most, he would be akin to a nest of venomous insects. I pondered how to refer to such a tool. Lu Jin's voice echoed in my mind, igniting my fury, and in a moment of carelessness, I was struck by the malevolent energy, my body hurtling against the wall. The malevolent energy that invaded my body was absorbed by the three-eyed ghost infant, causing only superficial injuries. I had almost forgotten that you practiced both ghostly arts and Taoist techniques. It seems I can no longer afford to let you remain. Lu Jinchao waved his hand at Zhongjio and retrieved two resplendent talismans from his pocket, affixing them onto Zhongjio's body. These blood vitality talismans were crafted by his senior brother, and with the assistance of Yin energy, coupled with the enhancement from the blood vitality talismans. If he fails to vanquish the foe this time, he shall not return to the mountain gate. Do you understand? Understood. I shall exert my utmost efforts, Zhongjio declared, his fists colliding like stones, his blood vitality surging as the whites of his eyes gradually transformed to a pale red. Go forth and do not let me down. With the command given, Zhongjiu let out a mighty roar and charged towards me, his movements resembling a ferocious beast. Dai Gaojian. The blood vitality talismans were unfamiliar to me, yet their effects were evidently to significantly enhance physical strength. I remained vigilant, deftly dodging the Yin energy whips while engaging Zhongjio in combat. During our previous encounter, he had been shielded by the formidable 6 Ding and 6 Jia talismans. This time, the blood vitality talismans rendered him immensely powerful and swift, as though he were cheating with supernatural abilities. Get away. I narrowly evaded the Yin energy, launching a kick aimed at Zhongjio's chest. The blow landed solidly, yet he merely staggered back a step. His towering stature, coupled with the surging blood vitality, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to that of a legendary giant. Engaging him in the experimental hall was undeniably disadvantageous for me, and I fought while retreating toward the exit. Zhongjio, do not let him escape. Lu Jin's voice tinged with excitement, as he likely envisioned a scene of me sprawled on the ground. Hearing the command, Zhongjio exerted even greater effort, although my strength paled in comparison to his. I surpassed him in agility and speed. After deftly avoiding several Yin energy whips, I was mere meters from exiting the experimental building. Outside the door, a black-clad Taoist stood at the forefront, cackling ominously, suggesting that the friends of Miaojin Temple were lacking just a touch in their magical arts, and thus he would lend them a helping hand. Shi Qian, with his left hand, produced an object resembling a drum, while his right hand wielded a tattered black whip, which he lightly cracked, emitting an eerie sound akin to a thud. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, and most doors were secured. Only one remained unlocked, where incense was burned and drums were beaten to summon Yama, with the left hand grasping the soul-calling drum and the right wielding the soul-driving whip. He held a diminutive drum and whip adorned with colorful ribbons. One end bent downward while the other pointed skyward. A single strike would cause a tremor. 3 strikes would incite a commotion. The whip must crack, and the drum shall sound. When the drum sounds, Yama descends. Shi Qian sang a peculiar song, his voice haunting and unsettling, sending chills down my spine. I felt a sense of foreboding, as the lyrics seemed eerily directed at me. With each drumbeat coinciding with the line 1 strike, 3 tremors, my heart echoed the rhythm, and after the 9th tremor, my vision blurred. As though my consciousness was being forcibly extracted from my spiritual realm. My sight became hazy. Outside the experimental building, Ergo and the others receded into the distance. Faintly, I discerned 2 figures, one black and one white, approaching me. The last time I saw them was hundreds of meters away, but now they were within 50 meters, their attire casting an overwhelming dread around me. Black and white impermanence. Previously, I had thought I was merely hallucinating, yet their proximity rendered everything far more tangible this time. The flow of energy coursed through me, suddenly pierced by a chilling sensation, accompanied by the piercing wail of a ghostly infant. Instantly, I regained clarity, my mind returning to reclaim control over my body. In the harrowing clash between life and death, even a fleeting moment of distraction could determine the victor, let alone my prolonged stillness. Just as I regained my senses, excruciating pain surged through my body, accompanied by the sinister lashes of the ghostly whips and the merciless punches from Zhongjio. Upon witnessing my injuries, Ergo and the others rushed in. Yet lacking protective talismans, they were swiftly repelled by the spectral whips, each left gasping for breath. I had been naive. How could the strength of mere mortals contend with those from ancient sects that had persisted for millennia? My mouth was filled with blood as I struggled to withstand the onslaught, my body battered like leaves in a tempest. The laughter of Zhongjio and Lu Jin echoed in my ears, signaling a descent into the most dire of circumstances. The crimson hue in my vision gradually faded, replaced by an extraordinary calmness. Only the San'in sect and the Miaojin temple had engaged me. This was not the most hopeless situation. How could I possibly concede? So many had persevered through this live broadcast. I could not falter in such a place. Pain sharpened my senses as I narrowed my eyes, searching for an opportunity. Zhongjio reveled in the pleasure of inflicting pain, his vigilance waning. Another spectral whip lashed toward me, and Zhongjio effortlessly dodged it, intending to continue his torment once the whip struck me. This was an excellent opportunity for him, one he would not easily forsake. Nor would he allow me to perish without a fight. He stepped back, the ghostly whip grazing his body, and just as he prepared to relish my suffering, I pressed one hand to the ground, propelled myself with a powerful kick, and shot forward like a blade. The spectral whip struck heavily against my shoulder. But I endured the blow, closing the distance between Zhongjio and myself. Before he could react, I drew the dagger from my lower back and plunged it into his abdomen, sliding it upward. The smile on Zhongjio's face froze instantly. I denied him the chance to utter another word as I thrust the knife again. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions shifting only when blood spurted forth. Gao Jian, how dare you? Lu Jin nearly shrieked. Why not? I retorted, delivering a kick to Zhongjio's neck, sending him sprawling. I had warned him during our first encounter. Did he truly believe I would hesitate to kill him? My ferocity even caused Lu Chun to furrow his brow at the overwhelming scent of blood. Such audacity. Gao Jian, you are exceedingly bold. Lu Jin seized Wang Yu, pressing his head down, ready to unleash the pouch filled with venomous insects. Those who dare to kill from the Miaojin temple should prepare to pay with their lives, Lu Jin declared, attempting to immerse Wang Yu's head into the pouch. I was too far from Taiyuan to intervene in time, but just as I was about to step forward, the previously silent Lu Chen spoke up. This is madness. Do not complicate matters. Proceed with the heart's inquiry swiftly, for there are afflictions here that may lead to unforeseen changes. Dissuaded by Lu Chun, Lu Jin repressed his rage, fastening the pouch of venomous insects. Then, as if struck by another thought, he sneered, I shall heed my senior brother's advice. He produced another pouch, pouring the contents of the cursed insects into a water jug, placing it not far from himself. Gao Jian, if you wish for your son to live, you will obediently come forth and drink the contents of this jug. Chapter 416. Drinking poison. The jug filled with venomous substances sat before Lu Jin, its lid not secured tightly, and even from a distance, one could hear the unsettling sounds emanating from within, as if the lethal toxins were clashing against the jug's walls, echoing ominously like spirits in the river of the underworld. Gao Jian, you find yourself devoid of choices. I must candidly inform you that the boy has ingested a lethal concoction infused with a mother and child poison, designed to extract the malevolent entity within him. To save him, one must locate a person of the same bloodline, consume the mother poison, and perform a blood ritual. Lu Jin observed the cornered Zhongjiao, noting that his only injury was a gash in his abdomen, devoid of immediate life-threatening danger. He muttered a scornful remark, deeming him worthless, and redirected his focus entirely upon me. "Are you so certain he is my child?" I countered, gripping the dagger firmly, the warm blood from Zhongjiao dripping down the cold blade. "Whether or not it matters to me is inconsequential. However, you would do well to pray that you share a blood connection with the child. Otherwise, not only will you perish, but he too shall meet a most excruciating end within 3 days." Lu Jin intended to say more, yet was interrupted by Lu Chun, who for the first time fully opened his eyes, revealing depths akin to the ocean, resplendent with the brilliance of the cosmos. "Gao Jian, I care not for the grievances between you and Lu Jin. Such matters are yours to resolve. However, when it comes to the intricacies of the Miao Zhen heart technique, which is fundamental to our sect, there can be no room for negligence. Thus, I implore your understanding. Should you successfully navigate the heart's trial, I shall ensure my junior brother offers you an apology and presents you with rare treasures as recompense. Is my life forfeit? What good are treasures to me?" I lowered my head, concealing the cold glint in my eyes. "It appears you harbor misconceptions regarding the heart's trial. During the mutual attraction of the mother and child poison, the subject must remain entirely focused. As long as you respond to my inquiries truthfully during this process, I can guarantee the safety of both you and the child." Lu Chen spoke with an air of indifference. He bore no personal enmity towards me, having come only due to Lu Jin's instigation. Such words are easy to utter. Even if you offer apologies later, how do you intend to atone for the harm inflicted upon that child? He is innately shy and withdrawn, and now, plagued by poison and malevolent energy, he endures torment akin to that of hell. How will you allow him to live henceforth? You have irrevocably shattered a child's life before it even began. Such devastation cannot possibly be compensated with mere treasures. I gazed at Wang Yu, curled up on the ground, my grip tightening around the dagger. "Blame yourself for your ignorance and lack of discernment," Lu Jin retorted, adopting a condescending tone. "I lack discernment. It has always been you who has been aggressive. From our first encounter, you attempted to forcibly acquire my loyal companion, then resorted to abducting a young girl to seize the Tong Seng talisman, and subsequently attacked my girlfriend. You have persistently sought to hinder me, and yet you dare to accuse me of ignorance?" My voice dripped with icy disdain as I stood within the confines of the laboratory. Lu Jin opened his mouth to retort, but upon glancing at his senior brother, he waved his robe dismissively. "If you truly have not pilfered the Miaozhen technique, why not prove it? Your words are as empty as air. I have ingested a deadly poison, losing all ability to resist. What shall become of me if you renege on your word?" I rebuked sharply. "I am a disciple of Miao Zhen, hailing from a prestigious and righteous lineage. Would I ever go back on my word? How many times have you acted in bad faith, kidnapping a child of 4 or 5 years old to coerce me? What a fine display of righteousness and propriety." The atmosphere thickened with malevolence, as the shadows coiled into serpentine forms, multiplying and encircling, effectively sealing my fate within the laboratory. The two parties remained at an impasse until Lu Chen spoke again. "I am aware of your prejudices against the Miaozhen Dao, yet you find yourself with no alternative. You must consume the mother worm to extract the child's inner worm. Only then does he stand a chance of survival. The intensity of the Yin energy here exceeds my expectations. Should you hesitate further, the child's worm will burrow into his heart and lungs, merging with the Yin energy. And at that point, even divine intervention would be futile. You have a mere 15 minutes to consider. Should you fail to make a decision by midnight, I shall join forces with the San Yin sect to apprehend you and the child, sparing neither life nor death." Inside the laboratory, a chill wind swept through, and I sensed that the temperature was significantly lower than outside the school, though I could not discern whether it was due to the presence of restless spirits or the weight of Lu Chen's words. Outside the laboratory, most of Ergo's companions had succumbed to the invading Yin energy, their faces pale and drawn. Only Ergo, wielding a deer-slaying knife, and Master Gu possessed any remaining strength to fight. They were preoccupied with defending against the San Yin sect's Taoists, unable to extend their assistance to me. Caught in a dilemma, I found myself in a desperate situation. I had a 50% chance of escape, but Wang Yu was undoubtedly doomed. Gazing at the small figure huddled on the ground, I was at a loss as to how to confront this reality. When I had initially brought him out of the Qi Village Maternal and Child Health Hospital, it was out of kindness, a desire to provide him with a better life. though there was also an element of coercion from the ghost mother. However, I had since resolved the issue of the three-eyed ghost infant, effectively gaining an undeserved advantage. Did I still owe this child any responsibility? Given his inherent introversion, it was likely he would struggle to recover from this ordeal. A voice within me incessantly weighed the pros and cons, striving to persuade me to avoid danger and refrain from foolish actions. You have 10 minutes left. Lu Jin reminded leisurely, relishing this moment. His senior brother had spoken, and all he needed to do was quietly observe the unfolding drama. The Yin energy rampaged around me, and my internal Yin meridians continued to absorb the most refined essence of Yin, yet I still felt an overwhelming chill. I committed the events of today regarding the Miao Zhan Dao to memory. Should fortune allow me to survive, I would undoubtedly pay them a visit in the future. I stepped forward, treading upon the Yin energy, approaching Lu Jin. I will consume this poison. Jiangu. The Yin energy barred ergo from entering. But he could see everything happening inside. He swung his deer-slaying knife, attempting to rush in, only to be forcibly restrained by Master Gu. Do not complicate matters for Gao Jian. Master Gu, understanding the gravity of the situation, firmly held on to ergo. Trust me, do not enter. Before coming to Xinhu High School, I had instructed ergo and the others that if anything were to happen to me, they were to follow Master Gu's orders. Ergo struggled momentarily, his eyes reddened, standing outside the building and shouting loudly. His actions drew cold laughter from the black-clad Taoists of the Sanyin sect, who viewed ergo as nothing more than a mere mortal, belonging to a completely different realm. A mere wave of their hands would suffice to dispatch him. Ignoring ergo's pleas from outside, I approached Lu Chun and Lu Jin, bending down to grasp the water jug on the ground. What must I do for you to release this child? Drink the water from the jug containing the yellow springs water. Then use a knife to cut open your and his wrist. The blood will merge, and the child's worm will be drawn to the mother worm, crawling through his veins into your body. This process will take several minutes, during which I will pose some questions that you must answer truthfully. Otherwise, the poison worm will burrow into your heart and lungs, feasting upon your innards. Lu Chen spoke slowly. As the child's essence is extracted, what shall become of the dark energy within their body? My voice betrays neither sorrow nor joy, yet I sense the presence of a lesser curse. With the maternal curse simultaneously invading my being, how might I expel it? Once you have addressed my elder brother's inquiries, he shall relay the necessary information. Lu Jin glanced at the clock, urging a swift decision. You have but 7 minutes remaining. Holding the water container, I felt a living presence continually striking against its walls. Should an ordinary person consume this, they would surely meet a grim fate. Very well, I shall adhere to your counsel, hoping you do not renege on freeing this child. Taking a deep breath, I raised the vessel to my lips and gulped down its contents. My throat felt as if it had been lacerated by gravel, my mouth numbed. The water of the yellow springs is a potent elixir for the spirits. It activated the dark meridians within me, and the ghostly infant cried out in excitement, each dark aperture brimming with the purest essence of shadow. Unbeknownst to me, I had reached the pinnacle of the second realm of ghostly arts, poised to break through to the third at any moment. While the yellow springs water bestowed great benefits upon me, the maternal curse tormented my mind. Before I could finish the liquid, a pain akin to being sliced by blades surged through my abdomen. Chapter 417, Blossoms Bloom Before All. Crash. The vessel shattered upon the ground, and a sensation akin to silver needles pierced through my veins, agony radiating from every part of my being. My eyes bulged, veins turning a shade of dark blue, and my skin appeared to heave as if something writhed beneath the surface. My insides, save for the kidney meridian, were simultaneously torn by excruciating pain. I struggled to remain upright, unwilling to collapse before Miao Zhan Dao, blood vessels straining against my neck, lips turning a deep shade of purple. It was only then that I comprehended the torment endured by Wang Yu. I, an adult, could scarcely withstand this suffering. It was undeniably cruel for a child. The fact that he could still stand revealed a glimmer of courage. Lu Chen expressed surprise, drawing forth a jade knife from within his robe, proposing that perhaps by cutting his wrist to release blood, he might save the child's life. Taking the jade knife, I gritted my teeth and lifted Wang Yu, who resembled a mistreated cat on the brink of death. Endure a little longer. I shall take you outside. My right hand trembled as I gripped the jade knife, positioning it to sever my own wrist. The blood appeared murky. Once cut, the relief was somewhat palpable. Fear not, Wang Yu. My face turned pale as I grasped his hand, making a shallow incision before pressing my wrist against his. Lu Chun, will this act save one U.S. life? I must see the blood flow in reverse to ascertain. Lu Chun remained motionless, and as the splattered blood neared him, it was invariably repelled by the dark energy. As you wish. I tore away my garment, exposing a canvas of grotesque scars, some of which had yet to heal even to this day. You bear such scars? Are you truly an ordinary person? A hint of skepticism flickered in Lu Chun's eyes before he gently shook his head. When a black thread appears over your heart, it shall signify the merging of the lesser and maternal curses. Once the thread vanishes and the curse penetrates your heart and lungs, we can ascertain that the child is free of curses and temporarily out of peril. Throughout, Lu Chun had not once mentioned my own fate. It was evident that this heart-wrenching inquiry would inflict grave harm upon the practitioner, regardless of the outcome. It felt as though my insides were ablaze with poison, every meridian trembling as my lips bled. After what seemed an eternity of anguish, the first black thread emerged upon my chest. Beneath my skin, it felt as though a dark serpent was slithering towards my heart. I let out a muffled groan and glanced at Wang Yu in my embrace. His complexion appeared to have improved slightly. The concept of the mother and child intertwining, drilling into the lungs and devouring the heart, matched the descriptions found in ancient texts. Lu Chun nodded, his expression grave. You must answer my inquiries truthfully. Any deceit or significant emotional upheaval could provoke the goo insects within your body, sending them into a frenzy. Should even a single goo insect burrow into your heart's orifice, not even a deity could save you. Ask away. The phrase escaped my lips, sending vibrations through my vocal cords and causing sharp pain in my muscles. My first question, why did you obstruct my junior disciple, who was sent to retrieve the Tong Sang talisman from Xinhu High School? Upon finishing, Lu Jin stood frozen, astonished that his senior brother would pose such inquiries. Did they truly need to dwell on these matters? Would it not suffice to directly inquire whether I had clandestinely learned the Miaojin Dao techniques? The talisman was originally obtained by a girl capable of entering dreams. Lu Jin had seized it using methods as despicable and shameless as yours, coercing her into surrendering the talisman. The virtuous should possess treasures. Even if that girl had obtained the divine talisman, it would only attract further covetous eyes. She might have lost her life, rendering any gain futile. She should be grateful that I saved her life. Lu Jin understood that under the scrutiny of the heart's inquiry, I could not lie. Fearing his senior brother's wrath, he hastily added, what I have just stated is already my utmost limit. The pain prevents me from voicing further rebuttals. Fortunately, Lu Chun was not an unthinking fool. He fixated on the dark lines on my chest, which showed no signs of disturbance. The mother and child goo exhibited no abnormalities, indicating that I was indeed speaking the truth. Instead of reprimanding Lu Jin, he pressed on with the second question. What transpired that day at the Century New Garden? Was the assailant responsible for Lu Jin's severe injuries? No. In the throes of agony, I found an unexpected calm. The one who had severely injured Lu Jin was a disciple of a fate-altering master named Lu Xing. And by chance, I had arrived just in time. I could justifiably claim that I had saved Lu Jin, the ingrate. A fate-altering master? Lu Chen's tone shifted, only to regain its composure after a few seconds. Lu Jin, hearing my words, grew pale. First, he had been inexplicably wounded, only to be rescued by someone he considered beneath him. The humiliation was palpable. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the situation, dismissing my words with a scoff. Keep weaving your tale. After all, you won't be alive much longer. Ignoring Lu Jin, Lu Chun proceeded to ask the final question. Now, tell me, did you steal the Miaojin Dao techniques? I expect a detailed response, without omitting any particulars. Was this the moment I had been anticipating? My eyes darted. The physical pain merely a fragment of my concern. The impending question weighed heavily on my mind. Should I confess to having studied the Miaojin Dao techniques? It would align perfectly with Lu Jin's suspicions, and Lu Chun would inevitably press for the source of my knowledge. This would force me to reveal the Underworld Showcase. Betraying the Underworld Showcase would breach my contract, and the consequences of its methods would likely be far more terrifying than the Miaojin Dao. At that point, seeking death would be a challenge. Conversely, if I staunchly denied having learned the Miaojin Dao techniques, they might not relent. Yet I still held an undisclosed trump card that could offer a glimmer of hope. Faced with the choice between a fate worse than death and a slim chance of survival, the decision was not arduous. I have never studied the Miaojin Dao techniques. All of this is a fabricated pretext by Lu Jin to eliminate me. After I spoke, my eyes were inflamed, and my heart raced fiercely. The dark lines on my chest surged ominously. In what felt like a mere third of a second, the speed of those lines not only slowed, but also began to fade faintly. The pain within my body lessened. What was happening? My right hand, clutching Wang Yu, had become somewhat damp, and with a sidelong glance, I noticed the plum blossom wound on my wrist had split open, continuously oozing black blood. The plum blossom goo. It blossoms ahead of all flowers, heralding spring like no other. The dominance of the plum blossom goo ranks at the pinnacle of all poisons. I discreetly pressed my hand against Wang Yu's outer clothing to prevent a deluge of toxic blood from spilling out and being discovered by Lu Chun. The anguish on my face remained unchanged. I had long mastered the art of managing my expressions. The black lines on my chest, representing the mother and child poison goo, showed no significant change, leading Lu Chun and Lu Jin to believe I was not lying. How could this be? This mother and child poison must have gone awry. The Xia Qingzhi had not been used for many years, which inevitably could lead to mistakes. Lu Jin, skeptical, attempted to approach, but suddenly a wave of sinister energy pushed him back, causing him to look at Lu Chun, who was controlling the dark force, in astonishment. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" "Silence. Do you wish to embarrass us further?" Lu Chun's voice was stern, a stark contrast to his previous calm demeanor. "You are the youngest disciple of our master. I have been inclined to favor you, to trust you, and even to condone your use of Xia Qingzhi. Now, I have unraveled the circumstances surrounding this matter. If it were not for the decree of our sect, I would seize you without hesitation. Senior brother, he is undoubtedly deceiving you. This Gao Jian is cunning and treacherous. I swear by our master. I dare to swear by the 3 Qing ancestor." Lu Jin, in a panic, found himself in a situation he had never anticipated despite having envisioned countless scenarios before arriving. "Be quiet." Lu Chen's expression fluctuated as his gaze shifted between me and Lu Jin. He then sighed. Xia Qingzhi is irreversible. Once initiated, one party must fall victim to the goo's curse, and this poison has no antidote. Speak, what is your final wish? I of the Miaojin Dao shall devote all our sect's strength to fulfill it. His words were directed at me, and I could discern the sincerity within them. To be honest, I held no animosity toward Lu Chun. A wish? I forced out a bitter expression, pointing at Lu Jin. If you truly wish to earn my respect, then let this man pay with his life. Choose another. Lu Jin is, after all, a disciple of Miaojin Dao. Is your Miaojin Dao disciple human? While those harmed are not. My emotions surged, and I spat out a mouthful of black blood. To outsiders, I appeared disheveled, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, in reality, it was merely a clot of stagnant blood, as the majority of the mother and child goo had already flowed out through the plum blossom wound under the expulsion of the plum blossom goo. Chapter 418, Snake Qian. In response to my inquiry, Lu Chun remained silent. His silence was, at that moment, the most eloquent answer. He did not need to speak. Everyone present understood that regardless of Lu Jin's outrageous actions, he was ultimately a disciple of Miaojin, the favored pupil of the Miaojin sect. By this alone, Lu Chun could not allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. The Xia Qingzhi Dao employed a special goo poison documented in ancient texts, and no antidote was recorded within Miaojin Dao. Lu Chun retrieved a jade vial from his robe. "I possess a vial of life-sustaining powder. Take it for now, and within a month, make your way to Miaojiang to find the current Miao leader, Qing Pe. There may yet be a glimmer of hope." Lu Chun, the life-sustaining powder is a life-preserving treasure of our sect. How can you so readily bestow it upon one who threatens the very foundation of our order? Lu Jin, consumed by indignation and shame, even neglected to address his senior brother. He felt wronged and furious, confidently demanding to know why his efforts had proven futile. In the eyes of his senior, he had become nothing more than a petty villain seeking personal vendetta. "Senior brother, he is deceiving you. This Gao Jian possesses numerous cunning tactics. There must have been an error at some point." Lu Chun, however, paid no heed to Lu Jin and presented a jade vial, which I accepted without courtesy, placing it securely on my person. At this moment, under the full force of the Mei Hua Gu's expulsion, the dark thread at my chest not only ceased to spread but began to dissipate. Yet, for the sake of maintaining appearances, I donned a cloak, cradling Wang Yu, and turned to exit the experimental building. Once we left this place, I would have Wang Yu consume the life-saving powder, hoping to preserve his life, thus honoring the ghost mother. My legs trembled from the effects of the king of hell's affliction, having battled fiercely with Zhong Jiuzhu. My body struck by malevolent energy in multiple places, and having ingested the mother-child goo poison. To the onlookers, it appeared as though I had 1 foot already in the gates of the netherworld, teetering on the brink of death. Covered in blood, I staggered out of the experimental building, where Ergo and the others, upon witnessing my condition, had their eyes redden with emotion. I gestured for them to leave this place for the time being, for I had accomplished my objective of saving Wang Yu. Behind me, Lu Jin shrieked in a voice laden with resentment, attempting to impede my departure. Yet Lu Qian, who wielded the malevolent energy, remained unmoved and showed no intention of striking again. "Senior brother, you are mistaken," Lu Jin exclaimed in desperation. "Once the tiger returns to the mountain, opportunities such as this will never arise again." He hastened after me, and upon seeing me reunite with Ergo and the others, his expression darkened ominously. He turned back to the meditative Lu Qian, gritted his teeth, and resolutely called out to the black-clad Taoists, esteemed friends of the Sanyin sect. "This Gao Jian is a nefarious individual, reviled by both man and deity. Our two factions ought to unite to eradicate him. Should you choose to act, upon my return to the mountain, I will implore my master, Lu Yuan, to bestow upon you a copy of the One Ho Talisman. Cease your nonsensical chatter. The One Ho Talisman is a sacred decree of the Miao Zhen Dao, a protection against death, and can only be granted to righteous cultivators who have achieved great merit. How could it be conferred upon a malevolent practitioner who traffics in souls and demons?" Lu Chen chastised, disapproving of his junior's increasingly reckless behavior. "Leave it to me. I will bear the responsibility should anything go awry. Gao Jian harbors malicious intent. He must die here today." Lu Jin's visage twisted in fury, willing to confront his senior brother for the sake of my demise. "Esteemed friend, Gao Yi, I have great admiration for our Sanyin sect. Although we practice the dark arts, our hearts remain pure. Gao Jian has committed heinous acts, releasing infant spirits with ulterior motives. Naturally, we of the Sanyin sect cannot stand idly by." Xi Qian, who had been vexed in search of justification, seized the opportunity Lu Jin provided. He stepped forward, accompanied by 4 other black-robed Taoists, to block my exit alongside Ergo. Having narrowly escaped the wolf's den, I now found myself ensnared in the tiger's lair. My eyes narrowed. The Sanyin sect was far more formidable than the Miao Zhen Dao. They were dark practitioners, and if captured, my fate would undoubtedly be worse than death. I harbored enmity with the Jiang family, and the Sanyin sect was their backing. They must have long regarded me with disdain. My release of the ghost mother, which led to the destruction of the Qi Village Maternal and Child Health Hospital, effectively severed the foundation of the Sanyin sect's ghostly lineage, and it was no wonder they were filled with rage, hastening to confront me. My enmity with the Sanyin sect has reached an irreconcilable point, leaving no room for negotiation. Hence, I resolutely drew my blade and addressed the surrounding individuals. These 5 Taoist priests are ruthless and malevolent, akin to those in ancient times who would consume living infants and drink fresh blood. Spare no effort. To survive, we must carve a bloody path. My body, frail and battered, emerged from the experimental building, and I no longer concealed the plum blossom scar on my wrist, allowing the poisonous blood to seep through my garments as I shielded Wang Yu behind me, wielding my sword with one hand. "Brother Jian, we have come to your aid but have been of no help, and you have suffered such indignities. It is utterly disgraceful. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your and the child's escape." Ergo gripped the deerskin knife with both hands, standing resolutely before me. The appearance of these sinister Taoist priests made it evident they were no good. "Let us charge forth together and obliterate them." Peng Xiu and Peng Dong flanked me on either side with their blades drawn, while the others prepared themselves for a desperate battle. "How audacious of you, ruffians, to challenge us, the practitioners of the mystic arts. Since the establishment of the nation, the esoteric arts have remained concealed among myriad sections. It is time for you to witness the true power we wield." Xi Qian, the accompanying Taoist, gestured, and the 5 began to pull damp white rice from their robes, scattering it before them, followed by a handful of paper money tossed into the air. "Do you not rely on your numbers? The Sanyin sect fears not the contest of quantity." The 5 robed Taoists simultaneously began to chant incantations. "Heaven's long river, earth's long river, water's golden river. 3 rivers converge into one. Summon the great ghost, the second ghost, and 4 minor ghosts, bring forth life and death, turn and return. The Southern Dipper's 6th Lord and the Northern Dipper's 7 stars, Supreme Lord Lousy, grant your urgent decree. With wealth, one can compel even the dead. As the paper money scattered, 20 spectral silhouettes appeared behind the 5 Taoists, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Occasionally illuminated by a fleeting light, one could glimpse the faces of the deceased, contorted in agony. What is this? Are there truly spirits in this world? The shadows have come to life. Ergo's comrades, momentarily paralyzed by fear, hesitated, unable to comprehend the surreal spectacle before them. Do not panic. Leave the spirits to me. You must eliminate those black-robed specters. My bloodied hand grasped the ghostly ring and jade orb, summoning 2 formidable phantoms, the filth ghost and the lust ghost, whose presence eclipsed the insubstantial apparitions. Upon witnessing the emergence of these 2 minor ghostly entities, Xia Qing's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that I was an adept of the ghostly arts, subjugating such powerful spirits. I, despite my weakened state, was brimming with an unprecedented surge of yin energy. Undeterred by Xia Qing's outcry, the Sanyin sect and the Jiang family have bestowed upon me much. I shall repay every bit in due course. Today is merely the beginning. Yin and Yang decree. The wandering spirits shall ascend to immortality. Should this decree be defied, they shall be cast into the netherworld, their bones scattered to the winds. With the command of Yin and Yang, the filth ghost and the lust ghost, conjured by the transformations of Tian Tung and Zhou Hao, lunged forth like famished wolves. In stark contrast, the 20 spectral figures summoned by the Sanyin sect hesitated, betraying signs of instability. What sorcery is this? Is it possible that someone in Jiang City can surpass our Sanyin sect in the realm of ghostly arts? This is unheard of. The black-robed Taoists exchanged glances, astonished and covetous, recognizing that such a potent incantation should rightfully belong to our Sanyin sect, a treasure sullied by chance. What a fortuitous encounter for me, Xia Qing, to capture such remarkable talents as Gao Jian. Under duress, I shall extract the incantation, and we will undoubtedly become the most significant contributors to our sect. The 20 phantoms of the damned could not impede the lustful and vile spirits, which were soon torn to shreds. However, the Taoists of the 3 Yin sect remained unperturbed, seemingly using paper money to summon the 4 spirits as a mere test. A sense of foreboding arose within me as I glanced at the clock. There were merely 2 minutes remaining until midnight, the hour of heightened malevolence. Ergo, time is of the essence. Lead our brethren forth at once. Quick! Wang Yu and I were shielded in the center, with several individuals brandishing knives as we sprinted ahead. Gao Jian, you have brought us much surprise. I find myself reluctant to end your life. Xia Qing feigned a delicate demeanor, a hint of femininity gracing his smile. Alas, your actions against the Jiang family aimed at obliterating the secular foundation of our 3 Yin sect, followed by the unleashing of infant spirits to disrupt the lineage of ghostly infants, a sin most unforgivable, deserving of death. Chapter 419, The Ghost Mother? The Ghost Mother. A cadre of black-robed Taoists from the 3 Yin sect exuded an aura of malevolence, while Ergo and his companions, armed with sharpened blades, charged forward. Yet, the Taoists remained composed, their expressions unfazed. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Do you truly believe you can escape before the ghostly cultivators with your mere numbers? Jiang de Tao, in my eyes, is of little merit, incapable of handling even a few petty delinquents. Speak cautiously. Jiang de Tao's prowess is beyond our comprehension. Merely an ordinary individual, capable of extinguishing you with a wave of his hand. As Ergo, the swiftest of us, breached a mere 3 meters of distance from the 5 Taoists, they finally reacted, revealing sinister smiles as they retrieved 7 black talismans from their robes. In a specific sequence, they cast them before themselves. A total of 35 talismans radiated dark energy, stirring the very essence of Yin within New Hu High School. A complete set of talismans? Is this a formation? I gasped in astonishment, attempting to recall Ergo, but alas, it was too late. Gao Jian, the Snake Master has seen you and even foretold your fate. Should all 9 locks of your destiny be unsealed, you shall surely ride the winds and transform into a dragon. The esteemed words of the Snake Master provoked discontent in Xia Qing, who coldly continued, to ensure no unforeseen circumstances arise. He entrusted me with this 6 paths of reincarnation formation. its power rivaling that of high-grade, ghostly talismans, and within the confines of a ghostly lair. Its might would increase further. The 6 paths of reincarnation formation? Mr. Gu and I exchanged glances, having never heard of such a formation. Yet, observing the unfolding tension, Ergo, wielding his deer-slaying knife, found himself ensnared, while the reckless, lustful spirit was forcibly subdued, roaring in fury. As for the vile spirit, it had long retreated, kneeling, no longer obeying even the commands of the yin-yang ghostly arts. The 10 Yama Kings oversee the 6 paths of reincarnation within this formation. Distinctions between yin and yang cease to exist, allowing for the coercive enslavement of all beings and spirits. Those entering the formation become mere meat awaiting slaughter. Should you perish within, Gao Jian, you shall find solace in the afterlife. Shi Qian produced the soul-calling drum and the soul-driving whip, singing a lament to summon the king of hell. Within mere moments, distorted phantoms emerged from the buildings of New Hu High School. 5 years prior, it had transformed into a malevolent lair, attracting a multitude of wandering souls and spirits, some drawn by instinct, others compelled by the formation's power, all now emerging from their concealed corners. 1, 2, 10, 100. A myriad of ghostly entities appeared, causing even Lu Jin within the experimental building to pale in terror, quietly retreating behind his senior brother. Jian, brother Jian, what shall we do now? Ergo's companions turned to me, trembling, having never witnessed such a nightmarish scene. My lips are parched, and even if I were to expose my true heart and employ the divine spell of the Big Dipper, it would avail me nothing. The number of malevolent spirits is simply overwhelming. Shi Qian, clearly, did not anticipate that Xinhu High School would harbor such an abundance of phantoms. He uttered 3 words of praise, for when the Serpent Lord urged the Jiang family to establish Xinhu High School, I was oblivious to its deeper significance. Now it appears that this place is an exceptionally fertile ground for nurturing spirits. The malevolent energy swirls like a vortex, likely attracting all the spirits from Jiang City. Gao Jian, swiftly hand over the secret tome of your ghostly arts, and perhaps I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall surely experience the agony of being torn apart by 100 spirits. The shadows of ghosts permeate the campus. I have visited this place numerous times. Yet today I have truly witnessed its terror. It is a miracle that I managed to escape alive during my first live broadcast at Xinhu High School. With a bitter smile, I realize that this situation has surpassed my expectations. Who could have foreseen that the Serpent Lord would wield a formation that rivals, and even surpasses, the finest talismans to confront me? In a smaller temple, this would already be considered a treasure of the sect. When it moves, it is astonishing. The Serpent Lord is cunning and strikes with lightning speed. What can I do to break this deadlock? As I ponder this, the sinister laughter of Shi Qian echoes from within the array. Hand over the secret tome of ghostly arts, and if you enter the formation, I might consider releasing your companions. Gao Jian, do not heed his nonsense, urged my comrades, Ergo and Mr. Gu. Yet, their warnings only intensified my feelings of guilt. You came to assist me. How could I endanger you? With a soft sigh, I released my clenched fists. Shi Qian, you have surrounded me with 100 spirits. Allow my friends to leave first, and then I shall enter the formation to disclose the secret tome of ghostly arts. This is my bottom line. If you refuse, I would rather die than utter a single word. Shi Qian conferred with the surrounding Taoist priests, occasionally emitting sinister chuckles, and ultimately reached a conclusion. With the spirits surrounding you, you dare not deceive me. He swung his black whip, casting Ergo out of the formation. I hurried over to assist Ergo, intending to assess his injuries, but to my shock, Ergo's shadow suddenly contorted, and a presence as formidable as a lustful spirit surged forth, seizing Wang Yu and retreating back into the formation. The shadow brought Wang Yu before Shi Qian, and upon closer inspection, I realized that this ghost bore an uncanny resemblance to Shi Qian himself. Brother, you have done well. He twisted Wang Yu's face, savoring her agony, before turning to me and saying, Gao Jian, I can even refine my own brother into a ghost, yet you foolishly believe my words. His harsh laughter filled Ergo with guilt, prompting him to draw his blade and charge back, intent on slaying this scoundrel. Come back. I grasped Ergo's arm. You must take your brothers and flee. I still possess a method to break this deadlock. Gao Jian, have you forgotten what I instructed you upon our arrival? Quickly leave. My expression remained neutral, devoid of sorrow or joy, as Peng Dong and Peng Qiu dragged Ergo away. Before returning to the Jiang City district, we must heed Mr. Gu and avoid recklessness. Once I had compelled them to retreat, I sighed in relief. I am not one to enjoy being indebted to others. With no further worries, I directed my gaze towards Wang Yu within the formation. Release this child, and I shall divulge the entirety of the ghostly arts. Do you take me for a mere child? If you wish to take this child away, you must enter and plead with me. Shi Qian's skeletal hand pressed down on Wang Yu's shoulder, akin to an iron claw sinking into flesh. The black blood seeping from my wounds trickled down my fingers as I clenched my fists, warmth radiating from my palms. With each deliberate step I took into the great formation, countless phantoms of demons and spirits danced before my eyes. Their existence uncertain, whether they were real or mere illusions conjured by the array mattered little. 10 live broadcasts had steeled my mind to an unyielding iron. Ordinary malevolence could no longer instill fear within me. As I entered the formation, the expression of the serpent-eyed snake Qian shifted slightly, only to be replaced by disdain. Such a tough bone, he mused. I relished the challenge of breaking it. He exerted pressure with his palm, attempting to draw tears from Wang Yu to distract me. Yet, once again, reality dashed his hopes. No matter how he tormented Wang Yu, the boy remained silent, seemingly having cried too often for his tear ducts to function. Truly a pair of resilient souls. But tonight, I had all the time in the world to make you speak. I approached the 5 black-robed Taoists. The oppressive aura within the formation was 100-fold that of the outside world, making each step feel as though I were burdened by a colossal mountain. Release Wang Yu. He is but an innocent child. Innocence is not for you to judge, Snake Qian retorted, surveying me with a disdainful gaze. First, recite the summary of the ghostly arts you have mastered for my ears. Free him, or our discourse is at an end. My tone was resolute. Despite the overwhelming pressure emanating from the 5 Taoists akin to that of the King of Hell, I remained unfazed. I understood that retreat was not an option. I had nowhere left to flee. Arrogant, to enter the wheel of reincarnation and still dare to act so brazenly. You seek to experience the torments of the 18 levels of hell. Snake Qian lashed out with a black whip, commanding me. The welts from the whip multiplied on my body as I stood my ground. Frustrated by my defiance, Snake Qian seized Wang Yu by the neck, lifting him into the air. Can you bear to watch him perish before your eyes? Wang Yu's tender face turned a purplish hue, his eyes nearly devoid of color. My fists cracked from the pressure as I gritted my teeth. Stop. But before I could finish, a profound silence enveloped us. It felt as though every throat was constricted, rendering us voiceless. Dark clouds obscured the sky as the distant bell tower tolled 12 times, heralding the arrival of dawn. The malevolent energy within the school surged like boiling water. Sensing something amiss, everyone turned towards the rooftop of the teaching building where the Tongxian talisman had once been hidden. There stood a woman, her body shrouded in black hair, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Yu in Snake Qian's grip. As her hair unfurled, vengeful infant spirits emerged from beneath her feet. The terrifying aura sent shivers through every onlooker. She raised her hand, seemingly poised to tear the very sky from above. Chapter 420. The opening of the life lock. A blanket of black clouds enveloped the campus, the malevolent energy swirling like a tempestuous sea. At the eye of this storm, the pale-faced woman emitted a piercing wail that shattered eardrums. 3,000 feet of black hair cascaded from her, revealing anguished, frenzied visages upon her alabaster form. She leapt from the heights, her hair billowing, dragging the darkened sky along as she descended upon the wheel of reincarnation formation. With a resounding crash, the formation collapsed like a black bubble under the weight of the ghostly Mother-S force. 35 black talismans fluttered in the wind as the 5 Taoists of the San Yin sect simultaneously spat blood, momentarily stunned before hastily reciting incantations to stabilize the array. So Chan, disregarding the torment of Wang Yu, cast him aside and wielded the whip to command the countless restless spirits within Xinhu High School, attempting to thwart the formidable ghost mother. How could Xinhu High conceal such a powerful spirit? This was a ghost mother, urgently calling for aid, signaling that Jiangsheng was in peril. In the past decade, there had been no reports of a superior spirit emerging. Could she have come from another city? One Taoist, filled with regret, lamented that he should have foreseen the hundreds of infant spirits escaping. Had it not been for the ghost mother's restraint, Jiangsheng would have descended into chaos. Unable to enjoy such tranquility, the ghost mother and the infant spirits converged upon the Qijin Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Suddenly, A realization dawned upon Snake Qian. It was not Gao Jian who unleashed the infant spirits to devastate the hospital, but the ghost mother. Yet, why did the Jiang family inform him that Gao Jian had visited the hospital that night, claiming that this little boy was the one he had brought out? Gao Jian's penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through him, as if to demand whether he had lured the ghost mother to the Qijin Maternal and Child Health Hospital. You madman! Do you comprehend the horror of the ghost mother merging with hundreds of infant spirits? The entirety of central South China would be defenseless. Am I the one who lured the ghost mother to the Qijin Hospital? You are truly adept at shifting blame. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gently lifted Wang Yu. Do you recall the infant-feeding ghost in the family planning department? The woman who was brutally pinned to the table and tormented by hundreds of infant spirits? She has returned. This is the retribution of the Three-Yin sect, where good and evil are intertwined in the cycle of karma. Could it be that we have inadvertently created this ghost mother? The infant-feeding ghost. Impossible. Such a transformation from an inferior spirit to a ghost mother has only been mentioned in legends. It was too late for such discussions. The formation must be stabilized. Distraction was not an option. Snake Qian was the first to regain composure, his delicate visage etched with hatred. The situation had reversed in an instant, from a sense of assuredness to one of precariousness within mere minutes. Within the formation, he shielded Wang Yu with his body, barely protecting him from the encroaching dark energy. His gaze turned outward, witnessing the cacophony of wailing spirits. The original spirits of Xinhu Hai were no match for the ghost mother. The sheer number of infant spirits was overwhelming, their cohesion unbreakable. A few vicious spirits, comparable in strength to the lustful spirits, could only endure seconds before being utterly consumed. It was terrifying. He cautiously shifted his feet, activating the dark energy within the yin veins, secretly gathering the foul and lustful spirits into the ghost ring, then remained still, utilizing his discerning eye to monitor the battlefield while discreetly seeking suitable spirits to ensnare for his own use. The ghost mother was among the most formidable of superior spirits, capable of commanding infant spirits in combat. Though Snake Qian and his companions possessed a formidable six paths wheel formation, which rivaled superior talismans, the intricacies of formation magic were numerous. To fully unleash the formation's might, the one commanding it must possess profound Taoist knowledge and a deep understanding of the formation itself. The wheel formation was immensely powerful, requiring the simultaneous control of 5 Taoists to operate effectively. While they usually worked in harmony, the looming threat caused discord among them. As the dark energy within the formation was stirred by the ghost mother, hundreds of infant spirits, having dispelled the restless spirits of Xinhu Hai, charged towards the edges of the formation, recklessly risking their souls to breach it. A group of Taoists from the San-Yin sect bore ashen expressions, confronted by a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world, something they could never have envisioned, even in their wildest dreams. Qian, I can scarcely hold on any longer. When will the sect dispatch reinforcements? We must retreat to the sect. The ghost mother's emergence must be reported to Shigong. Under the immense pressure exerted by the ghost mother, several Taoists clad in black appeared as frantic as ants on a hot stove, each harboring thoughts of retreat. Silence. Do you think that dismantling the formation will allow you to escape? This ghost mother is an ally of Gao Jian. We only possess a sliver of hope if we can capture Gao Jian within the formation. Shi Qian's voice resonated with an unusual intensity, revealing a fierce side of his character. A slight shift in my gaze revealed that this despicable scoundrel had long summoned the ghost of his brother as a substitute for his own body, silently affixing 2 swift movement talismans, evidently prepared to flee at any moment. Hey, you fools, do not be deceived by Shi Qian. He intends to use his brother's ghost to escape undetected. I interjected just in time, enraged at being exposed. Shi Qian decisively shattered the soul-drawing drum in his grasp, unleashing a piercing drumbeat that detonated the 7 talismans laid before him. Gao Jian, when the King of Hell comes personally, you shall pay for this. The formation imploded from within, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that obscured the heavens and earth. My ears rang, and my body felt as if it were swept away in a deluge. I lost track of time until the pressure surrounding me gradually abated. Collapsing to the ground, I found myself battered, bloodied, with multiple injuries, a fractured arm, and several lacerations on my face inflicted by flying debris. Tomorrow night, I have to broadcast this wounded state. What am I to do? I turned to glance at Wang Yu. The child's expression had softened considerably, Yet his injuries remained dire, necessitating immediate medical attention. I struggled a couple of times, but my body felt utterly unresponsive. Lifting my gaze, I realized that every joint was ensnared by tendrils of dark hair imbued with malevolent energy. As I lightly waved my arm, it brushed against something, and I turned to find 4 severed heads lying beside me, the 4 Taoists from the Sanyin sect. It appeared that only Xi Qian had managed to escape. I drew a sharp breath, understanding the true magnitude of the Ghost Mother's power, a revelation that struck me profoundly today. A chilling sensation coursed through my lower body as I was lifted by the dark hair, revealing the Ghost Mother standing beside my legs. Her body felt as cold as ice, her face resembling frost, and her hair obscured her form like a flowing garment of shadows. This was our second encounter. Compared to the first, she had grown significantly stronger, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. The Ghost Mother likely remained unaware that Lu Jin had abducted Wang Yu to confront me. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead as I pondered for a moment, gesturing toward Wang Yu, then to myself, conveying my utmost effort. After speaking, I silently prayed that this harbinger of doom would not direct her wrath toward me. The Ghost Mother did not approach Wang Yu. She seemed disinclined to let the child witness her fearsome visage. After extracting the dark energy from Wang Yu, she lingered beside me, instilling a sense of dread. After a few seconds, upon observing my miserable state, the Ghost Mother seemed to reach a decision and executed a sudden movement. Her hair parted to reveal her pallid skin, and her palm pressed against my lower back. As if unlocking a shackle within my body, I felt a surge of pure innate vitality flow forth from my core, manifesting as if conjured from nothingness. Had the life lock been released? My eyes glazed over as fragmented images flooded my mind. The first scene depicts a figure, neither monk nor Taoist, standing before me, smiling and uttering words of intrigue.